Chapter 1751, Comprehension of Sword Observation. Chapter 1751, Comprehension of Sword Observation. Han Fei had already gotten the Heavenly Imperial Starfruit, which meant that the competition was over. Han Fei said that they underestimated their enemy because they all thought that Wu Hao would definitely be able to stop him and not give him a chance to move forward. However, Han Fei knew the characteristics of a body-refining expert very well. When he fought to his heart's content, he might not be able to control his strength freely. Just now, he seemed to have retreated and taken 3 punches, but in fact, it was because his aura was surging and each punch was stronger than the last that Wu Hao was careless. Ji Chen had wanted to charge forward, but seeing that Han Fei had punched out with all his might and did not care about the Heavenly Fault Ancient Tree at all, he immediately turned to protect the Heavenly Fault Ancient Tree. At this moment, Ji Chen slashed the void with his sword, cut open the void crack, and drew Han Fei's fist mark into the void. When all this was over, Ji Chen saw Han Fei stepping down with his hands behind his back. While walking, Han Fei said, "We're all from a heavenly palace. No one is much stronger than the other. If you take the Snow God's temple seriously, the Heavenly Imperial Starfruit might not be mine today." Everyone saw that he was already walking down the tree. This had already announced the victory of this battle. Jian Hui silently sheathed his sword. Beitong Xuan took a deep look at Han Fei, and the women of the glazed glass world and the dream-weaving world looked at Han Fei in astonishment. Nangang Yu smiled. "Interesting. I was indeed careless." Seeing that Han Fei had already snatched the spiritual fruit, Wu Hao didn't say anything but was surprised. How did Han Fei cultivate the invincible golden body? It had to be known that the final tempering of the skull was quite difficult. His golden body refining was stuck at the last step and he could not grasp it no matter what. He didn't understand what stopped his further breakthrough. Buzz! When Han Fei landed lightly on the ground, many people had already come down. Han Fei took out the Heavenly Imperial Starfruit in a show-off manner, dazzling everyone's eyes. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name Heavenly Imperial Starfruit Introduction. A spiritual fruit produced by the Heavenly Fault Ancient Tree by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth all year round. The tree bears this fruit once every 300 years and only bears 1 fruit at a time. The spiritual fruit contains the essence of the Tao runes and can help people comprehend and break through. It can also quickly recover physical injuries and contains rich energy, so it's an ultra-quality medicine. Level Venerable War Quality Ultra Quality Euchaotic Chaotic Energy 30 Wisps Chaotic Energy 30 Wisps equates to after taking it, there is a small chance to activate the power of the bloodline in the body and increase the power of the bloodline. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. 30 Wisps of Chaotic Qi. This trip was worth it. 30 Wisps of Chaotic Qi would take ordinary people hundreds of years to absorb. However, in just a moment, he plucked it. If there was such a good thing, Han Fei would rather participate in the so-called Heavenly Talents contest every day. Ice Snow Chuling sighed in her heart, as expected of a strong master at the level of the master of a heavenly palace. Perhaps he had already won without even using his true strength. In this trip to the land of King Death, with this person in their team, the Snow God's temple would probably not be at a disadvantage. Because the king was not around, Ji Chen was the host. At this moment, Han Fei had won the Heavenly Imperial Starfruit. Although Ji Chen was unreconciled, he still had to put on an act. Otherwise, how could the Supreme Clearness World command the 36 Mystic Worlds? Ji Chen said, "Everyone, the outcome of this battle has been decided. You should have seen it. Fellow Taoist Xuanhuan really has a lot of means. He defeated many strong masters in a row and could still defeat Wu Hao. I don't have to tell you how strong he is, right?" Only at this moment did everyone realize that this was not right. Even Shahai and the others from the Golden Crow world had discovered the problem. Why was the Holy Child Xuanhuan so strong? This person was from the weakest heavenly palace in the outer domain. Even if he was lucky and had a high status, he was still from the outer domain. How could he be so powerful? Immediately, someone guessed that if the Snow God's temple had the ability to nurture such a powerful disciple, why didn't he come out until now? This was definitely not just to explore the land of King Death. At this moment, everyone thought of the Monarch Palace exploration more than 30 years later. Yes, Xuanhuan must have been hidden for too long. If he wanted to explore the Monarch Palace, Xuanhuan still needed more experience. At this time, participating in the battle in the land of King Death was probably just a way for him to gain experience, At the same time, some people suspected that what if Xuanhuan was really a peak-level venerable? He was already so powerful when he was only a peak-level venerable. What would happen if Xuanhuan became a half-king? A series of thoughts appeared in everyone's minds. At this moment, Han Fei was undoubtedly dreaded by countless people. Of course, Han Fei didn't mind. He was thinking that it was meaningless for him to use the Heavenly Imperial Starfruit now. Now, he could continue to cultivate the Purity Mystic body. Not only was his cultivation speed fast, but he was also about to break through the bottleneck. As for the half-king bottleneck, he had already experienced it. Once his strength in all aspects was strong enough, his breakthrough would only be a matter of time. Now, his bloodline could be said to have improved by more than a little. His flesh and blood were countless times better than when he was in the cage. At this moment, it was not that his flesh and blood could not keep up, but that there was still a gap in the power of his soul. And the strengthening of his soul certainly required more hunting. Han Fei licked his lips and put away the heavenly imperial starfruit. At this moment, Wu Hao walked towards Han Fei. Wu Hao looked at Ji Chen. Anything else? Ji Chen shook his head. I just arranged for a chance for us to get to know each other. I think we've already acquainted with each other. Let's take care of each other after we enter the land of King Death, okay? Wu Hao said. Fellow Taoist xuanhuan, would you like to have a chat? Han Fei didn't want to chat with these people. He didn't believe that they could really become friends in the land of King Death. They would still hunt when it was time to hunt. They were all heavenly talents, who would surrender to others, but Han Fei still nodded slightly. Okay, ice no chuling, then I'll go back to my residence first. Under everyone's gaze, Han Fei and Wu Hao left. They were both body refiners. Everyone knew that they probably went to study body refining. In fact, they did. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Chu Hao cupped his fists. Fellow Taoist xuanhuan, I have something to ask you. It might be a little abrupt. If it's inconvenient for you to answer, you can choose not to answer. Han Fei asked casually, Do you want to ask about the forging of the golden body? Wu Hao nodded. Indeed, he could not hide his intentions from xuanhuan. To Wu Hao's surprise, Han Fei replied, I can tell you, but what can you give me in exchange? Immediately, a strange light burst out in Wu Hao's eyes. He said, Anything is fine. I can give you everything I have, Han Fei asked leisurely. How much is everything? Wu Hao was stunned for a moment. Was there a need to plan carefully? Han Fei extended his hand. If your golden body is completed, your strength will definitely improve. I won't make things difficult for you. 1,000,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones, 20,000 energy fruits, and 10 great body tempering techniques. If you agree to my conditions, I can give you an answer now. Wu Hao, okay, Han Fei, Huan Fei, felt that he had heard wrong. Fuck, it was just a casual extortion, but this guy actually agreed? Isn't this too simple? Wu Hao said. I can give you 1,000,000 spiritual stones and 20,000 energy fruits now. I don't have all the 10 body refining techniques for the time being. I only have 4, but I'll ask someone to send the other 6 to the Snow God's temple after this trip. Brother Snow, you can rest assured. Han Fei's heart raced. Wow, this seems to be even more profitable than robbery. He regretted that he didn't ask for more just now. If he had asked for more, the other party would still have agreed. When Wu Hao really took out the resources, Han Fei didn't hide anything and casually threw his insights on refining the golden body over. Han Fei thought that even if Wu Hao cultivated the indestructible golden body, so what? The golden body's increase in strength was only about 20%. With Wu Hao's strength, even if he was 20% stronger, he was still not his opponent. Moreover, it was just an insight. He might not necessarily succeed. Perhaps the king just wanted to hone his disciple. It was already not a loss for him to sell his insights for so much money. Wu Hao grabbed the jade slip and quickly glanced at it. His eyes became brighter and brighter. In the end, he thanked Han Fei and went into seclusion excitedly. Han Fei was still thinking about the sword talisman on the heavenly imperial ancient tree. Just now, he had just made some progress, and the battle of the 36 mystic worlds had already begun. When Han Fei appeared at the sword viewing platform again, it was already empty. However, Han Fei didn't care. He sat on the table and began to drink. Half a day later, a message flashed in the demon purification pot. Sky-splitting sword manual, sea establishment realm, ultra quality, note. There was once a peerless expert who comprehended the Tao for 10,000 years and finally created the sky-splitting sword Tao. It can cut open other great Taos and break the nothingness. After cultivating this great Tao, one's killing intent can become a sword, and all techniques are like his sword. If you want to cultivate the great Tao of sky-splitting, you have to find your sword path. Once your sword path is opened, this technique will be mastered. Shortcoming, to practice the sky-splitting sword manual, you must first find your own sword path. Deduction cost, 1,000 wisps of chaotic chi. Note, the sword path is hard to find. You have to comprehend it yourself. Chapter 1752, Tear of Mermaid. Chapter 1752, Tear of Mermaid. When Han Fei saw this great technique, his heart turned cold. Are you kidding me? To cultivate this great technique, I have to find my sword path first? Heck, he didn't cultivate sword Tao, so how could he know anything about the sword path? Although using a sword and a knife seemed to be the same in Han Fei's eyes, a sword cultivator had to condense a sword pill, raise the sword heart, and find the sword path, but the Tao of the knife didn't demand that much. Or rather, he did not know much about the great Tao of knives. But no matter what, this sky-splitting sword manual was definitely a great technique. Even if he couldn't use it, Tanga had found his sword path, right? He would give it to him. In any case, in Han Fei's opinion, Tanga was Tanga and Tang Yan was Tang Yan. Tang Yan had already reincarnated twice. He might not be the original body, and Tanga might be the original body. As for his sword path, when he was free, he would study the sword Tao. As the saying went, once a technique is understood, all techniques will be understood. It might not be difficult to step onto the sword Tao. Han Fei comforted himself and returned to his yard. In the past 2 days, Han Fei didn't go out. After all, this was the Supreme Clearness World. He didn't want to cause himself trouble. The land of King Death was about to open, and he wouldn't stay in Supreme Clearness World for long. According to his plan, when he came out of the land of King Death, he would set foot on the road to the glazed glass world. However, although Han Fei didn't cause trouble, the name Holy Child xuanhuan was already famous in a small range. In the Heavenly Imperial Tournament, this guy who had just appeared actually won the championship in one fell swoop. His physique was comparable to Wu Hao's, and his methods were enough to suppress the Golden Crow world. Although Han Fei had never fought with the people of the Supreme Clearness World and the Infinity World, they couldn't be much stronger than Wu Hao, so Han Fei wasn't afraid at all. Today, 2 days had passed. It was said that the others all participated in auctions or treasure trade fairs, but Han Fei didn't participate in any of them. When Ice Snow Chuling came to call him, Han Fei finally came out of his cultivation. Ice Snow Chuling said, "In 2 hours, we'll gather and go to the land of King Death." Han Fei nodded slightly. "That's good. Although this place is good, people are not. It's better to leave as soon as possible." Han Fei thought to himself, these guys from the Supreme Clearness World have never been beaten up by the cruel society. If there's a chance in the land of King Death, I must teach them a lesson. 2 hours passed. There were a total of 25 large boats that appeared at the anchorage of the Heavenly Imperial City. Why were there 25? It was because there was no one from the Nine Palace World. After Han Fei got on the boat, he asked in confusion, "Can the Nine Palace World, which has been sealed all year round, still stay in the inner domain?" The Snow Lady personally replied, "The Nine Palace World dismissed too many of their people back then. It can be said that many people in the 36 mystic worlds are actually from the Nine Palace World. After tens of thousands of years, many people have been discovered and killed, so the people of the Nine Palace World never show up and live carefully. However, if anyone is ready to attack the Nine Palace World, it will often attract some strong masters to attack him. Moreover, the arrays of the Nine Palace World are unparalleled, and the Heavenly Palace is hidden. So far, no one has found it." Han Fei thought to himself, that's rare. It seems that old Han has made a lot of preparations. Then, the Snow Lady said, "You're in the limelight. You have to be careful on this trip. Someone must want to hunt you down." Han Fei licked his lips and sneered. "That's exactly what I want." In the secret realm, some hunted and some were hunted. Han Fei had long been used to it. Hunting sea demons and humans actually were essentially the same. As long as it was his enemy, it made no difference whether he killed sea demons or humans. The Snow Lady didn't restrict Han Fei's behavior at all. Would the Great Escape 100,000 years ago happen again? It depended on the last tens of thousands of years. At this moment, the Snow God's temple was not afraid of offending the other heavenly palaces. Everyone wanted to find opportunities in the Monarch Palace. Others knew what the Snow Lady was thinking, and they must have secretly prepared other methods too. Therefore, even the kings of the Supreme Clearness World didn't think much of Han Fei's victory this time. They even thought that it was too early for the Holy Child to jump out. Some people also thought that since the Snow Lady had started to put this matter on the table, they had to use their backup plan. Let's go. On the ship of the Supreme Clearness World, a king's order spread throughout all the ships. Buzz. The ships left the port and began to charge. Swish, 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 swish. Han Fei looked at the big ships in the void and thought to himself, if they aren't spaceships, what are they? They were all king-level vehicles. Every 2 hours, the ships would teleport about 12 times, which was about 8 million kilometers. 5 hours later, Han Fei was lying in his cabin with his eyes closed. Suddenly, Han Fei opened his eyes. The tear of mermaid on Han Fei's chest, which had never lit up, emitted a faint blue color. Buzz. Han Fei immediately sat up and widened his eyes. Is the mermaid's tear reacting? Is xuanhuan nearby? Han Fei appeared on the deck with a swish. Just as he was about to sweep around with his perception, the Snow Lady said, "We're almost at the land of King Death." Han Fei secretly put away the mermaid's tear. Yes, since he sensed xuanhuan here, she must have participated in the exploration of the land of King Death this time. Since xuanhuan was here, he would find her sooner or later. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly became excited. There were too many barriers between the yin-yang world and the inner domain of the raging sea. But today, he finally came out. He was no longer a small fry who was only a hanging fisher. Now, he was comparable to a king. On the other side, in an undersea shuttle-shaped divine ship, a delicate-looking girl in colorful clothes was sitting cross-legged and resting. On the girl's shoulder, there was a round, dark red, fat starfish with 6 tentacles lying motionless, as if it was sleeping. Huh? Xuanhuan woke up instantly. At that moment, she seemed to feel an inexplicable stirring in her heart, as if something important had appeared. However, as soon as she opened her eyes, the feeling disappeared. Snore, the big starfish hummed. Are you asleep too? Why don't we sleep at home? Why do we have to go to such a dangerous place? I'm not afraid, but I'm worried about your safety. Shut up. If you continue eating and sleeping, you'll become a sea pig. The big starfish immediately waved his tentacles and said, "That's impossible. How can I be that kind of inferior creature? I'm a venerable now. If I improve a little bit more, I'll be an advanced venerable." Bah, if I hadn't given you so many resources, how could you become a venerable? You can't fight, and your defense isn't good. You must break through to the advanced venerable realm in this trip to the land of King Death. Otherwise, I'll leave you in the land of King Death for 300 years. No, I can't stand that. But if you send 10 clam girls to massage me every day, I can consider it. Slap. Master Hexagon was stuck to the ground like a ball of mucus. Then, he reappeared on Xia Xiaoshan's shoulder. At this moment, the cabin door was knocked, and someone outside said, Princess Mingzhu, we're almost at the land of King Death. The two princes have been waiting for a long time. Tell them to get lost. Xia Xiaoshan got up and casually ran her hands through her hair, tying it with a red ribbon. She reached out and 2 black shadows appeared in her hands. Xia Xiaoshan's body was soon wrapped up by a layer of black scale armor. Boom! Xia Xiaoshan, who was ready to go out, saw 2 young men. One was sitting on a chair, playing with pearls, and the other was leaning against the wall, fiddling with a dagger. Instantly, Xia Xiaoshan was furious. Her figure disappeared in an instant, and her blade was like a shadow. Crack! A cold light flashed past. The pearl in the hand of the guy playing with pearls was cut into 2 pieces, and the chair under him collapsed. Xia Xiaochan pointed her knife at them. Bai Muling, Situ Yuheng, you'd better disappear in front of me, otherwise I'll chop you up. The guy playing with the dagger shrugged and said with a smile, Minju, we're going to the land of King Death. There are many strong masters there. You haven't reached the half-king realm yet. How can you miss my protection? As for Situ Yuheng, you should get lost. Situ Yuheng, who had just been knocked away by Xia Xiaoshan, looked at Bai Muling unkindly. Bai Muling, don't you know what bloodline you have? A hybrid born by a snake and a merman? How dare you talk nonsense here? Situ Yuheng, are you courting death? For a moment, the two of them confronted each other, which annoyed Xia Xiaoshan. Shut up, both of you. At this moment, a white-haired old merman entered the cabin. This person said, Princess Mingzhu, this trip is dangerous. I asked you to participate to help you break through to the half-king realm. Therefore, if you run away, I will tell King Dian, and 100-year grounding is not a joke. Humph. Chapter 1753, Entering the Land of King Death. Chapter 1753, Entering the Land of King Death. Ever since the tears of Mermaid reacted, Han Fei was no longer in the mood to lie down. He couldn't wait to reach the land of King Death. 2 hours later, when the fleet sailed into a place where the sea currents were abnormally turbulent, they finally stopped. A group of people had already gathered here. Among them, there were 32 undersea divine boats of the 100 demon race and 31 deep-sea ships of the undersea human clan. When the humans arrived, they immediately attracted the attention of a large number of kings. When Jixuan saw these people, he snorted. I was wondering who it was. Shi Po Huang, only 6 kings came this time. Do you 100 demon race think that we humans don't dare to attack you or what? With that, he sneered. Heavenly Centipede, I heard that you even detonated your Heavenly Centipede staff in the outer sea a few days ago and disgraced the entire undersea human race. How dare you come to the land of King Death today? Han Fei stood at the bow and recognized the old man named Heavenly Centipede was the guy fighting the Snow Lady for a long time in the violent hurricane. How long had it been? This old man came to mess with the matter of the land of King Death. The Heavenly Centipede snorted. Zhishuan, don't gloat here. Ye Qinglong is coming soon. I'll see if you have the guts to challenge him. Humph. Ye Qinglong is Ye Qinglong, and you are you. Heavenly Centipede, when you're old, it's best to wait for death in your den. If you keep making a scene of yourself outside, you might not be able to return one day. Shipa Huang of the 100 Demon Clan sneered. Heavenly Centipede, why waste your breath on him? It's just a war of words. Zhishuan, you humans only have 18 kings. How many kings do you guess the merman race will send over? Swish, swish, swish. As soon as this person finished speaking, one divine ship after another appeared in the sea through void teleportation. When 8 kings arrived one after another, the sea demons finally surpassed the humans in the number of kings. Among the 8 kings of the merman race, one of them stood on the head of a big snake. Including this snake, there were 9 kings of the merman race here. The man was wearing a green robe and holding 2 maces. Seeing this, he couldn't help but glance at Zhishuan and say, I didn't expect you to lead the humans team in the land of King Death. It seems that Xuan Qingzi is really old. Zhishuan snorted. You'll know if Master Xuanqing is old or not the next time you see him. By the way, Ye Qinglong, I heard that you lost to Xuanhuan a while ago. Did you surrender your title as the 3rd strongest king of the merman race to him? Ye Qinglong raised his eyelids. You can have a try if I did. For a moment, everyone was at daggers drawn. While the kings were challenging each other, Han Fei glanced at the merfolk. When Han Fei saw a familiar figure with a red ribbon on her head and a big sea star on her shoulder, immediately, Han Fei's heart trembled and his breathing quickened. The Snow Lady couldn't help but glance at Han Fei. What's up? Han Fei shook his head slightly. I'm just amazed by the number of strong masters in the outside world. The Snow Lady was speechless. If you dare to show your true strength now, no more than 100 people under the king realm here would dare to fight you. It wasn't surprising that Han Fei looked at the merman race. It could be said that all the people from the 36 mystic worlds were looking at the merman race's camp. In the team of the 36 mystic worlds, someone even exclaimed, Look, there's such a beautiful woman in the merman race. She put away her fins and looks exactly like a human being. Someone said, "No matter how beautiful she is, so what? We can't be charmed by beauty. Besides, she is a mermaid." Xuanhuan had long been used to these looks, so she ignored them. However, when her glance swept through the crowd and past Han Fei, she was slightly surprised. She felt that the masked guy's eyes seemed a little familiar, but his temperament was too cold. Following Xuanhuan's gaze, Bai Muling said behind her, "This must be the new heavenly talent of the Snow God's temple. I think his name is Shuizhan or something. It's said that he fought the Avenger named Han Fei to a draw. I think they're just two guys bragging for each other." When Bai Muling mentioned Han Fei, Xuanhuan's body stiffened slightly, and she couldn't help but look at the endless sea. In the past few days, she had been unusually short-tempered because Han Fei's name had reached her ears. Xuanhuan wasn't sure. Who was the Avenger? But she was a bit suspicious if it was really Han Fei. After all, Han Fei was in the Yin-Yang world. After learning about the history of the Raging Sea, Xuanhuan knew that the Yin-Yang world had disappeared for 80,000 years. Xuanhuan had asked around for a long time. However, many people said that the Yin-Yang world had already disappeared entirely in the Wild Abyss. The Wild Abyss was in the Outer Sea. Although Xuanhuan tried to sneak out several times, she was eventually caught back. Logically speaking, Xuanhuan was strong enough now, but her identity was too special. Even among the merfolk, she rarely showed up. This time, she was able to come out because Chen Huangdian agreed. Otherwise, Xuanhuan would still be cultivating in seclusion in the merfolk royal family. At this moment, Suchu Yuhong said, "This person should have some strength. He was hidden by the Snow God's temple for so many years, but he was released at this moment. Only a sea pig couldn't figure out why. Bai Muling, although he is an enemy, don't underestimate him." Bai Muling snorted, "If I meet this person and take him down, you'll know that I'm not lying. Only someone as weak as you would care about him so much." When the two of them began to quarrel again, the hexagon starfish also turned his 6 big eyes in Han Fei's direction in confusion. The hexagon starfish thought, "Why do I feel that that person's gaze keeps passing me? Does he have designs on me?" Immediately, the hexagon starfish moved from Xuanhuan's right shoulder to her left shoulder, trying to avoid that person's gaze. Of course, except for Xuanhuan and the other heavenly talents, on another ship, a mermaid looked at Xuanhuan coldly. On the snow god, Ice Snow Chuling said, "It seems that this time it will be more difficult than expected. There are as many as 20 famous strong masters from the merman race, the undersea human race, and the 100 demons race. Among them, Bai Muling, Situ Yuhong, and Zhao Xiaoxiao of the merman race are the most famous. Bai Li of the 100 demons race, Shen Yu and Xiao Chen of the undersea human race are also the top heavenly talents of their races. It is said that they are all half-kings with extraordinary strength. They even seem to have sea-quelling bizarre treasures." Ice Snow Chuling watched and talked, but she had only cultivated for a few hundred years. She didn't know many people, so she could only pick a few she knew and tell them to Han Fei. But now, how could Han Fei listen to this? Who cared which heavenly talent it was? He only saw Xuanhuan. As for the others, if they dared to block his way, he would just kill them. The Snow Lady didn't explain to the two of them. After all, with Han Fei around, Ice Snow Chuling's safety was guaranteed. Besides, the keys of the Monarch Palace shouldn't be difficult for Han Fei to obtain. The Snow Lady said, "There are too many tricks and traces of battle in the land of King Death. Although tens of thousands of years have passed, some powers are very difficult to dissipate. The Dao runes will also remain, therefore be extremely careful. The 4 of you will eventually embark on the path of treasure hunting, but it's best to split into 2 groups. In this way, you can take care of each other and not be afraid of any danger." The Snow Lady's meaning was very clear. She meant that half-kings and peak-level venerables would be separated, and Han Fei could form a team with Ice Snow Chuling to protect her. After all, the Snow Lady's hope had always been on Ice Snow Chuling. Roar! Woo! After a while, Ye Qinglong said, "It seems that no one from the giant beast race will come. In that case, let's begin." The kings all nodded. No one wanted one more enemy in the land of King Death. After years of exploration, there were already fewer and fewer resources inside. If they continued to explore, the resources here might be emptied in 10,000 to 8,000 years. Therefore, this time, all the kings warned, don't worry about how many treasures and opportunities you can get from it. As long as it's an opportunity, you can take it. The Snow Lady said, "There's basically no need to explore the ordinary secret realms in the land of King Death. The great opportunities that can still be left can only be found in those dangerous places." As she spoke, the Snow Lady casually waved her hand, and 24 jade slips appeared. The Snow Lady said, "This is a map of the land of King Death. Not only us, but every party has it." After that, the Snow Lady said to Han Fei alone, "The life and death of a peak-level venerable is up to fate, but please protect Chuling. If you're not with her, you might not be able to save her in time, but you don't have to worry. The previous deal remains unchanged." "The keys to the Monarch Palace and the safety of Chuling are the most important," Han Fei replied. "I'll keep my promise." At this moment, Ye Qinglong of the Merman race, Ji Xuan of the Supreme Clearness world, the Heavenly Centipede of the Undersea Human race, and Shi Po Huang of the 100 Demon race each took out a large bone corresponding to their races. The 4 bones shattered, and the power gathered in the air like spinning gravel or nebulae. Immediately after, a circular cave appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 1754, Treasure Hunting is not as important. As my wife, Chapter 1754, Treasure Hunting is not as important. As my wife. The sizes of the secret realms might be different. However, the way to enter a secret realm was similar. All big secret realms needed the strong to open them. If someone opened it secretly, the others would definitely protest. That way, a war would easily break out. This land of King Death was just a slightly larger secret realm. Was it dangerous? It was unknown. Perhaps because there were too many dangerous places in this small world, they were not randomly teleported when they entered the secret realm. When Han Fei and Ice Snow Chuling brought a group of 24 peak-level venerables into this world, Han Fei's first feeling was shockness. The seawater here was bone-chilling, the death energy here was unbelievably dense, and the spiritual energy here was abundant. In short, this was a place suitable for the strong to survive, but definitely not for the weak. A group of people from the undersea human race came in with Han Fei. However, when the two sides entered, there was no battle. Everyone tacitly changed directions and explored the depths of the secret realm. At this moment, everyone took out their jade slips, and the peak-level venerables all bowed to Han Fei and Ice Snow Chuling. Master Holy Child, Master Holy Lady, we're leaving. Ice Snow Chuling said, remember, you only have 1 month. You must go back in 1 month. Otherwise, if you stay here without a king to open the passage, you will die. So far, no one has been able to cultivate here for 100 years. No one can stay here for long in the last tens of thousands of years. You should know the meaning of this. Understood. Everyone agreed and scattered like streaks of light. After all, these people were at least peak-level venerables, and none of them were mortals. Most of these people also believed that opportunities should be gained by themselves. This was a principle. Everyone had fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. There was no reason for them to escape at this point, right? On the other side, the actions of the underwater humans were similar to those of the Snow God's temple. Han Fei and a member of the Undersea clan looked at each other inadvertently. There were still 5 half-kings left, but they didn't attack. Clearly, their reaction was the same as the Snow God's temple. Everyone was here to search for treasures and the keys to the Monarch Palace. It didn't make sense for them to fight before seeing the keys and treasures. The Raging Sea was different from small places like the Yin-Yang world and the Water Wood world. The area of a heavenly palace was only so big. One would meet his enemies sooner or later. When his strength rose to a certain level, he would inevitably encounter his enemies frequently. Naturally, there would be no lack of battles. As a result, in small places like the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world, the hatred grew deeper and deeper. However, in the Raging Seas, humans had many enemies, but they didn't become weaker. The sea demons couldn't eat any heavenly palaces, and not even the pirates. After all, the pirates were also powerful and rampant. Therefore, although humans and sea demons were enemies in the Raging Sea, only when they competed for treasures would they really fight. As for the wars that broke out all year round, there were none. Due to the various terrifying dangers in the Rang Sea, many more people died in the sea every year than in the war. When only Han Fei and the other 3 were left, Ice Snow Chuling said to the 2 half-kings, Chu Yang, Qin Yu, you 2 go together. Remember, your life is more important than the key to the Monarch Palace, understand? The 2 men nodded slightly. Understood. Don't worry, Holy Lady. We know what to do. Their arrangement was actually very fast. As soon as the 2 half-kings left, more people came in one after another. Han Fei and Ice Snow Chuling looked at each other and decided to find a place to explore first. And Han Fei didn't want to start fighting too early. Even if these people weren't poor, they certainly didn't have the keys to the Monarch Palace. He didn't care about them at all. Swish, the 2 of them tore through the void. After flying for more than 200,000 kilometers, they arrived above a sea of flowers filled with more than 30 kinds of flowers. Han Fei glanced around and asked, is this thing related to the 100 Flowers world? Ice Snow Chuling shook her head slightly. I don't know. According to the highest 5-star difficulty recorded in the Jade Slip, there are only 2 stars in this place. Besides, there are notes about being careful of sword intent. Buzz. Without a word, Han Fei fused with Little Black and Little White. In order to hide their identities, they hadn't come out for a long time. At this moment, when he looked with his yin-yang divine eyes, Han Fei immediately saw that something was wrong. What surprised Han Fei was that in the Sea of Flowers, a large amount of power was gathering in one place. Han Fei traveled more than 600 kilometers in one step and found the source of the Sea of Flowers. Among the thousands of flowers, there was a palm-sized red flower. Han Fei didn't care, but he felt that the flower was a bit unusual. Han Fei reached out intending to pick it when a huge amount of grass blades suddenly flew up. There were hundreds of millions of them. Swish, swish, swish. The tens of millions of streaks of sword chi almost penetrated Han Fei's palm. Seeing this, Han Fei stomped and activated a series of arrays. The coiled turtle array instantly protected Ice Snow Chuling. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. A name, swordgrass, introduction. A strange demon plant born after being injected with a large amount of sword energy and vitality. Where the swordgrass grows, it will take the initiative to hunt all the creatures that pass through the swordgrass land to provide nutrients for itself. Sword fruits will be born in the center of the swordgrass land, and one can comprehend sword intent after eating them. A level 885. Koi Kai, Kai contained. 12 wisps, effector armor piercing, unlimited collectible, sword fruit. Absorbable. Han Fei was slightly stunned. As expected of the land of King Death that hadn't been opened for 100 years. Even this place with 2-star difficulty could provide 12 wisps of chaotic chi, and a spiritual fruit like the sword fruit could be born. It was really rare. Buzz. Han Fei flicked his finger, and the infinity water floated out. In an instant, 10,000 knives swept across. Han Fei landed in the middle of the grassland, letting the sword grass hit him. When Ice Snow Chuling saw this scene, she didn't know what to say. Although these grass leaves weren't that powerful, there were so many of them. It was not easy to withstand such a huge amount of sword chi, but Han Fei was plucking the flower with his bare hands. The moment Han Fei extended his hand, the little flower drilled into the ground and seemed to want to escape. However, would Han Fei let a flower escape? The void lines had been prepared. The moment the flower retreated, Han Fei grabbed it. Han Fei dragged, and a huge radish-like plant drilled out of the ground. On the root of this creature hung a sword-shaped spiritual fruit that was about the size of a finger. Han Fei grabbed the sword fruit without hesitation. The chaotic chi of the remaining big radish was being absorbed by Han Fei. Ice Snow Chuling. This must be the swordgrass. I've heard about it from the people of the 100 Flowers world, but I've never seen it. It turned out to look like this. Han Fei held the big radish and said, "This place only has 2-star difficulty. This radish, the power of this grass, has reached the intermediate venerable realm. The 3-star difficulty should correspond to the peak of the advanced venerable realm. The 4-star difficulty corresponds to the peak of the venerable realm at least. Excluding the dangerous places below 4-star on the map, there are still," Ice Snow Chuling immediately added, 102 places. Han Fei frowned and said, "There are still too many of them. This time, even the weakest who came are peak-level venerables. If we're here for the 4-star dangerous places, there's no need for half-kings to come. Therefore, we should exclude the 4-star danger zone too." This time, Han Fei didn't need Ice Snow Chuling to tell him the result. 12 places left. Han Fei said, "It seems that the opportunities we're looking for are all in these 12 5-star dangerous places. Hey wait, what does the black spots on the map mean? There are 3 on this map." Ice Snow Chuling, "These are forbidden places. I heard from my senior brothers that it's very difficult to survive in the forbidden places in the land of King Death." Han Fei sneered. "What's so difficult about it? If this place is already difficult, do you still want to challenge the Monarch Palace in the future?" Ice Snow Chuling frowned slightly. "Are we going straight to the forbidden places?" Han Fei pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "Wait a moment, Buzz." Another clone appeared beside Han Fei. Han Fei took off the mask on his face, pressed it on the projection's face, and smiled. "I'll send a half-king projection to go to the 5-star dangerous places with you." Ice Snow Chuling was surprised. "Where are you going?" "Han Fei, I have things to do. Don't worry, if everything goes well, you will find out." Han Fei's projection clone was in the half-king realm. Ice Snow Chuling felt that this half-king projection should be able to kill a half-king easily. This projection didn't seem to be any different from Han Fei. She more or less knew what Han Fei had promised the Snow Lady. She knew that Han Fei was not a petty person. Since he said that he had something to do, he definitely had something to do. Besides, there were only 12 5-star perilous places and only 3 forbidden places. A month was enough for him to visit many times. It was impossible for Han Fei to never return. Han Fei's original body stepped into the void. In his hand, the vast ocean navigator pointed in a direction. Han Fei murmured, "Treasure hunting is not as important as my wife." Chapter 1755, Start of a Massacre. Chapter 1755, Start of a Massacre. Han Fei and Ice Snow. Chuling explored a random dangerous place first to avoid encountering a large group of people in the beginning. If there was a conflict, should he fight or not? If he fought, other than getting some ultra-quality spirit stones and spiritual fruits, there seemed to be no other benefits. If he didn't, the contradiction was there. For Han Fei, he didn't care about the hatred between humans and sea demons at all. So what if he was a human? So what if he was a sea demon? Besides, the merfolk's bloodline shouldn't be low. What was there to care about? As soon as the game started, Han Fei was already prepared for how to appear in front of xuanhuan. Appearing out of nowhere, stepping on colorful clouds, taking xuanhuan away by force, catch her off guard and give her a pleasant surprise? Buzz. After all, he had just entered the land of King Death. Its area was very large, nearly 8 million kilometers wide, equivalent to the territory of the yin-yang world. Therefore, it would take some time to find xuanhuan. However, although the place was very big, this was the land of King Death after all. Everyone did not come here to play, but to search for treasures and opportunities. Therefore, they were only going to several fixed places. 2 hours later, Han Fei arrived at a canyon at lightning speed. There was gravity in the canyon, and there were large knife marks on the cliff. As soon as Han Fei entered, he felt gravity on him, and an overwhelming pressure came. It's just a 2-star danger zone. It's just some remnant aura. You want to touch me? Han Fei grabbed the void and drew out his saber. Holding the huge void crack in his hand, he swept it across the cliff, and the invincible saber intent directly clashed with the original saber intent. As for the pressure above his head, Han Fei stepped on the seabed and punched the ground. Dust flew everywhere, and the gravity pressure in this space was instantly shattered by Han Fei. After Han Fei came to this dangerous place, he only attacked twice, but had destroyed this dangerous place. The land of King Death had been opened countless times before Han Fei came, but this place didn't collapse. It could be seen how destructive Han Fei was now. The old turtle asked, "Are you looking for someone?" "The land of King Death will be open for a month. Most people must be on their way." Han Fei nodded. "I was so happy that I forgot about it." Buzz, with a thought, Little Black and Little White appeared in the canyon. Han Fei asked, "Daughter, do you still remember the smell of your mother?" Little White rolled her eyes. "Yes, I smelled it." Han Fei was overjoyed. "Quick, take Daddy there." But Little White suddenly turned around. She quickly swam 30 kilometers away. Dust was flying everywhere here, and the ground was cracked by Han Fei's punch. Little White wandered around the crack and then looked at Han Fei. "Daddy, there's something here." Han Fei was slightly surprised. "There's something? I just casually punched it, and it could produce something?" Han Fei immediately remembered the 9-tailed mantis shrimp. That digging expert had been left in the yin-yang world by him. He wondered how strong he was now. The corpse nurturing ground was abnormally rich in energy. When he returned, if those people didn't increase by 5 levels, he would kick them to death. At this moment, Han Fei casually waved his hand, and the infinity water turned into thousands of blades and activated the excavation mode. Of course, in terms of appearance, it was like a drilling machine, spinning down. After digging for more than 20 kilometers, he finally found a dark stone. The demon purification pot didn't show any information, but the old turtle said, "This is a piece of black origin magnet which is used to refine sea-quelling bizarre treasures. However, it can only be refined into low-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasures." "It's a good thing here," Han Fei asked in confusion. "Why do I feel that there's a special aura on it? Is there something wrong with this stone?" The old turtle pondered for a moment and said, "I'm afraid this is one of the keys to the Monarch Palace." They said. Han Fei's eyelids twitched and he said in shock, "Ahem, what the hell?" "Is this brick a key?" the old turtle said. "If I'm not wrong, the brick was only stained with a trace of Dao runes, and the things stained with the Dao runes are keys. Therefore, you sense something wrong at first glance. This reminds me of something." "What is it, Cell?" The old turtle said leisurely, "It seems that the real strong masters, such as the strongest emperors and monarchs, prefer to build palaces with black origin magnets. The palaces built with them are symbols of status. Even kings find it difficult to break such palaces." Han Fei was speechless. Han Fei was stunned for a long time. "So, you're telling me I dug up a brick of the Monarch Palace?" "I'm afraid so." Han Fei was silent for a moment and weighed it. This brick was at least 7,000 or 8,000 kilograms. Han Fei casually threw the black origin magnet into Forge the Universe and muttered, "The monarchs are really extravagant. How many sea-quelling bizarre treasures will I have to dig up to build a monarch palace?" The old turtle, Han Fei, subconsciously got a key. At this moment, he remembered that Little White was a genius treasure hunter. With Little White around, he could easily find the keys to the monarch palace. Suddenly, Han Fei sensed that a small team of 100 demons appeared. There was a squid, a lobster, and a giant flagfish in the 3-man team. They were all peak-level venerables. When he saw the 3 of them, Han Fei cursed, "I'm just looking for my wife. What a coincidence that I ran into them. Forget it, it's not too late to set off after solving these 3. Han Fei didn't realize that this was just the beginning, and everyone had the same starting point. Wasn't it normal to be discovered here? Han Fei concealed his aura and waited for a moment. Then 3 figures appeared in the canyon with swishes. When the 3 of them arrived, the lobster said, "We were a step late. The dust here is still rising and falling, which means that there was someone here just now." The giant flagfish wagged its tail and said, "All right, it's just a 2-star danger zone. Even if we dig, we might not find anything good." Puffer was the giant flagfish was still talking when, suddenly, a cold light flashed in the void. It was so fast that he didn't even have time to escape. In the next moment, his head was gone. "Who is it? Run!" The squid reacted quickly. Black ink instantly dyed the land within 100 kilometers black. In the area covered by the black fog, poisonous liquid was corroding Han Fei's body. Besides, there was nothing but black fog here. Even Han Fei's speed became much slower. However, the moment the squid ran away, Han Fei had stabbed the lobster into pieces and released the void lines. Bam! The squid was shocked. It must be a half-king and seems to be a human hunter. Although the characteristics of the 5 major professions became less and less obvious after reaching the venerable realm, the main abilities of hunters, such as stealth, were still extremely strong. Who could withstand such a sneak attack? The squid was like a shuttle, instantly breaking through the black fog and appearing 100 kilometers away. It even looked back and saw that the lobster had not come out, so it knew that the lobster was probably killed. However, just as it tore open the void and was about to escape, it saw a cold light reflected in its pupils. Chila. After the squid was cut into 2 pieces, Han Fei's figure slowly descended from the void and murmured, "Well, the void descending art ignores the domain. It seems that this art is much better than I imagined." A moment later, when Han Fei's original body walked out of the black fog, dragging 2 blackened corpses, he thought to himself, "It's a pity that 2 delicious meals were poisoned." After swallowing the 3 peak-level venerables in 30 seconds, Han Fei slowly swam deeper into the land of King Death. An hour later, before Han Fei found xuanhuan, he saw a golden skeleton dragging a long knife and flipping bones in front of a skeleton. The one who died was a human. Han Fei had no impression of this person, but he was strong and half of his body had turned golden. This scene surprised Han Fei. A body cultivator was killed? Han Fei quickly approached and was about to see what this skeleton was when the skeleton suddenly turned around. Immediately after, the skeleton slashed out with a whoosh. The bone knife in its hand was still dripping with blood. This slash was followed by dozens of void cracks. "I'm tricked?" Han Fei was a little surprised. He didn't sense anyone else. At this moment, a blood-colored door appeared out of thin air. Out of the door, a skinny young man sneered and charged out. Beside him were 2 half-golden skeletons. Seeing this person, Han Fei immediately knew where he was from, the Mad Corpse world of the 13 worlds in the outer domain. There was another black-robed man here who could open a special spatial door. He wondered which world he was from. However, no matter which world he was from, he was also a half-king. The moment these 2 people dared to attack Han Fei, they were destined to die. Roar. The 100-beast soul-devouring technique burst out without warning. Han Fei shouted in a low voice, "How dare you pathetic skeletons mess with me?" Bang, bang, bang. Han Fei's strength suddenly rose to an extremely strong level. After 3 consecutive punches, the 3 skeletons exploded along with their knives. Not good. The first reaction of the skinny young man and the black-robed man was to run. Where the hell did this guy come from? The corpses in the peak-level venerable realm couldn't even withstand a punch from him. Even the bones were shattered. With this strength, it could be determined that he was at least a half-king. But even a half-king shouldn't be so strong. Chapter 11756, Tao Devouring Demon Bug. Chapter 1756, Tao Devouring Demon Bug. It was always Han Fei who ambushed others. Han Fei was rarely ambushed by others. He didn't know what the blood-colored door was. It could completely conceal the user's aura. Perhaps he could study it. Seeing that the 2 of them were about to run, how could Han Fei let them go? Han Fei immediately shouted, "All laws forbidden in this space." With this, a blood-red fog instantly collapsed. In horror, the skinny young man waved his hand and shook out a corpse. This time, it was no longer a skeleton, but a real corpse. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. On-Nami Blood Zombie Introduction. With the corpse of a half-king as the material, nurtured in a blood pool, and refined with a murderous flame for 800 days. The blood zombies are extremely powerful, unconscious, and fearless of death. As long as there is enough chaotic chi, they can fight endlessly. A level 89 quality ultra quality E ultra quality Ekergy Chaotic Energy. 5 wisps is E-edible. Effect E Ekergy C E-edible effect Ekergy C inedible E collectible. Corpses E absorbable. When the blood zombie's power is exhausted, it won't move. Han Fei smiled disdainfully when he saw the message. No wonder the Mad Corpse world could only stay in the outer domain. If the people of this heavenly palace wanted to become stronger, they needed a large number of strong cultivators' corpses. They also needed the chaotic chi to control the corpses. However, the corpses of strong cultivators and the chaotic chi were not easy to obtain. If they could not kill their opponents, they would have wasted a lot of resources. The moment the blood zombie attacked, Han Fei's fist flashed red and he threw out the sacrificing punch, sending the blood zombie flying 100 kilometers away. Within 1,000 kilometers, the seawater had already churned and the blade inferno had already opened. Long dragons of saber energy rushed towards that person. Holding the embroidery needle, Han Fei grinned and cast the Monkey King's 3,000 sticks. Bang, 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 clang, 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 clang. Puff. In less than a minute, the peak-level venerable of the Mad Corpse world was killed by Han Fei, and the blood zombie didn't even have a chance to save him. A wisp of his soul tried to sneak into the corpse, but it was caught by Han Fei's void lines. The other black-robed man's face changed drastically. How could he have expected to encounter such a tough guy? Logically speaking, as long as they did not encounter more than 2 half-kings, the 2 of them would not lose at all. Therefore, at the beginning, they didn't even plan to fight themselves. They had the same idea as Han Fei. They just wanted to snatch the fruits of others' labor. Although no one had found the keys to the Monarch Palace in the beginning, they couldn't stop hunting when they encountered people. However, this was only their second hunt, and they encountered a tough opponent. Who are you? Han Fei waved his rod and waves surged. The black-robed man suddenly lifted the black robe on his body, and the black robe turned into endless death energy. From the death energy, a huge undead creature made of countless bones emerged. Humph! Undead creature, are you from the netherworld? At this moment, Han Fei stopped hiding and unleashed all his strength. On the embroidery needle, Golden light shone brightly, and the rod was as heavy as a sea. The moment the 100-meter-long giant skeleton touched the rod shadow, its entire body began to crack. Ka. In the blink of an eye, the netherworld's great summoning technique collapsed. In Han Fei's eyes, a young man solemnly formed a seal with his hands, death-tied. The boundless death energy was gathering, and Han Fei was surrounded by it. However, Han Fei simply activated the ancient desolate war body. The death energy entered his body and was instantly purified. Therefore, the powerhouse from the netherworld saw a figure approaching in the boundless death aura. Impossible. If you don't cultivate death energy, how can you not be affected? When Han Fei walked out of the death energy, a spear shadow pierced through the powerhouse of the netherworld, and the void lines grabbed him. Han Fei said casually, "Do you want to know? But I won't tell you." After killing the two of them, Han Fei took out 2 sun moon shells from them. As for the corpses, Han Fei was too lazy to collect them. With a flash between Han Fei's eyebrows, Little Black and Little White appeared. Han Fei said, "Daughter, let's catch up. We must catch up with your mommy today." Little White nodded and began to swim faster. However, Little White had not become a venerable yet, so her speed was still limited. According to Little White's direction, Han Fei looked at the map and eliminated the dangerous areas under 5 stars. There was a 5-star danger zone in this direction. Moreover, not far from this dangerous place, or to be exact next to it, there was a forbidden place. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Xia Xiaoshan's identity was not ordinary. Just now, she appeared on the big ship of the leader of the Merman clan, and there should be strong masters protecting her. Ordinary danger zones would definitely not catch her eye. Therefore, Han Fei recalled Little Black and Little White and sped away at full speed. In the land of King Death, what was dangerous was not the special creatures here, but these dangerous places. After tens of thousands of years of exploration, most of the dangerous places were flattened and hollowed out. There were only a few dangerous places left that were truly dangerous. The fact that these danger zones had yet to be cleared could only mean that they were very dangerous, so no one had been able to clear them in the past tens of thousands of years. Han Fei was almost certain that except for the dangers in the 5-star perilous lands and the forbidden places, the land of King Death would not cause any deaths for peak-level venerables or half-kings. The real deaths were most likely caused by races fighting and hunting. Buzz! A moment later, Han Fei landed at the entrance of an underwater cave on an abyss cliff. At this time, after Han Fei released Little White immediately said, "Daddy, it's dangerous. However, Mammy seems to be inside." Han Fei grinned. "That's right. Today, even if we have to go through mountains of knives and seas of fire, we must enter it." Retracting Little Black and Little White, Han Fei stepped into the cave without hesitation. Undersea caves were usually mysterious, deep, and scary. In the past, such a place would definitely attract the exploration of many brave adventurers. As soon as Han Fei entered, he saw a green light. In his vision, there were stalactites covered in green seaweed and towering stone forests everywhere. Swish, 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 swish. Han Fei approached the cave and saw sword shadows appearing around him. Those sword shadows turned into lines of strange runes and disappeared into the stalactites without hitting anyone. The old turtle said, "It's a killing array." Han Fei said, "I can tell. I'm just curious. We're not the first ones here, but there doesn't seem to be any traces of destruction here. Logically speaking, such a killing array will definitely destroy the environment in this cave." Just as Han Fei asked this question, a white current jumped out of the depths of the cave. Han Fei dodged to the side, only to see that this thing exploded with a bang and turned into flying silk, trying to touch Han Fei. Buzz! The arrays under Han Fei's feet were activated, and the great coiled turtle array instantly rose. Clank, 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 clang, clang, clang. A massive amount of rune sword intent instantly bombarded the great coiled turtle array. Han Fei roared, "Fuse." Then he immediately found that something was wrong here. There weren't any stalactites at all, but broken walls, and the ground and broken stone pillars were covered with all kinds of green glowing worms. Fuck. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. He had entered an illusion as soon as he came in. If he hadn't felt something wrong, those insects would have crawled all over his body. The so-called rune sword intent was actually an attack launched by those worms after they swallowed the sword intent. Han Fei extended his hand, and the infinity water turned into small knives as long as a finger. In an instant, it turned into tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and spun rapidly in this space. Han Fei stood in the storm of blades and walked forward. Wherever he passed, everything was minced. After walking for more than 10 kilometers, there were as many as 7 or 8 caves that led in different directions. Han Fei released his perception, but he immediately felt a numbing sensation. Han Fei said, "The worms here can swallow perception and hurt the soul." With that, Han Fei extended the void lines and caught a fluorescent green worm in front of him. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Namio Dao, Devouring Demon Bug. Introduction. An ancient mutant. Ancient insect that can devour the Great Dao and imitate the power of the Great Dao. It's extremely rare. The Dao Devouring Demon Bug has an extremely strong reproduction ability. As long as the Great Dao is not destroyed, the demon bug will not be destroyed. Level 83, Quality Aged Y. Ancient Mutant E-Sword Intent. A Wispel Edible Effect. Unedible AC collectible. Uncollectible A absorbable E absorbable EN8. The Tao devouring demon bug can simulate the power of any great Tao. Han Fei gasped after reading it. This was the first time he had seen an ancient mutant insect. But the point was that this insect could simulate the power of any great Tao. Its reproduction speed was so fast that it could be called indestructible. Then how strong was this thing? The old turtle was also surprised. These seem to be ancient demonic insects, right? Let me tell you, there aren't many good things among ancient demonic insects. When there are too many of them, even emperors have to avoid them. Han Fei stood still and sensed. Through Little White's sharp perception, he finally chose a cave and entered it. Han Fei said, "Then I should be glad that I'm not in ancient times." Chapter 1757, 6 Gates Heaven Ceiling. The danger of a 5-star danger zone was no joke. Countless Tao-devouring demon bugs, who knew how their strength grew, but no matter what, this place was filled with a large amount of sword chi. This was because these Tao-devouring demon bugs contained wisps of sword intent in their bodies. This could only mean that the great Tao of sword in this cave was very strong. When Han Fei entered about 50 kilometers into the second cave, a large forest of stalactites appeared, which was no longer an illusion. However, some dark green liquid always emerged from the tips of these stalactites. After Han Fei arrived at the stone forest, the 6-spirit armor outside his body was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. It could be seen that the surrounding seawater was terribly corrosive. With Han Fei's current strength, no one in the same realm dared to say that they could break an array Han Fei set up easily. However, under the corrosion of the seawater, the arrays couldn't resist it at all. Buzz, Han Fei activated a spiritual energy protective cover. This kind of continuous corrosion had to be handled with continuous defense. For venerables, a spiritual energy protective cover could last for a long time. Therefore, this corrosive liquid couldn't hurt Han Fei at all. After walking for about 100 kilometers, Han Fei suddenly discovered that there were traces of battle here. This battle caused a large area of the nearby caves to collapse, blocking the way. Han Fei sensed it and said solemnly, "An extremely strong saber intent once swept this place, as well as terrifying fist forces and sword intent. It seems that a great battle happened here." The old turtle said, "At least 10 people were fighting here." Han Fei frowned slightly. Han Fei knew that the various races and forces had sent many half-kings over this time. He had discussed the purpose of these half-kings with Ice Snow Chuling before. Their goal was at least these 5-star danger zones. However, there were only 12 5-star danger zones in total. However, 25 worlds of the 36 mystic worlds had come. Even if there were only 2 worlds in each danger zone on average, there were at least 3 forces in this danger zone. If the 100 demons and the underwater humans were also here, there would be at least 5 forces here. Han Fei's heart sank. It would be fine if xuanhuan encountered the 100 Demons clan or the Undersea Human clan. However, if she encountered humans, a big battle was inevitable. The infinity water spun like a storm and began to dig a passage among the rocks. However, after digging, Han Fei realized that these stones were not ordinary seabed rocks. However, it made sense. If these were normal sea rocks, this so-called 5-star dangerous land would have collapsed long ago. It was impossible for it to last until now. In Han Fei's opinion, the strength of the stones here was enough to refine high-quality or even ultra-quality divine weapons. No wonder they can withstand the power of the half-king level. The stones themselves might not be able to withstand the bombardment of a half-king. However, they formed a mountain, an earth vein, and a cave. Who knew how thick the outer wall of this cave was? Even a half-king couldn't directly collapse this mountain. Han Fei was digging with the infinity water and collecting the stones at the same time to accelerate the excavation. While Han Fei was digging, in the depths of the cave, in a small city that looked like an underground palace, a shocking battle broke out. The 2 sides of the battle were a team of 5 led by xuanhuan and a team of 10 human experts. However, on a closer look, these 10 people were wearing the same clothes. Moreover, the strength displayed by these 10 people was all in the half-king realm. Swish, 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 swish. Xuanhuan was flying and flashing. In the underground palace, shadowless blades were flashing and attacking, and shadows were flowing. 3 half-kings were attacking xuanhuan. Ding ding ding, clang, 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 clang. Xuanhuan didn't retreat just because the other party had more people. As soon as she entered the land of King Death, she was targeted. This group of people could even find her directly. Clearly, the other party's target was her from the beginning. At this moment, xuanhuan roughly knew who wanted her dead. Therefore, at this moment, she was extremely angry and the speed of her daggers became faster and faster. However, among those who hunted her, one walked the Tao of speed, one walked the Tao of soul attack, and one walked the Tao of gravity. If it weren't for xuanhuan's unreasonable ability to flash infinitely and the Shadow Shrimp's shadow power, she would have been defeated long ago. However, it didn't mean that xuanhuan could win. If she only faced one of them, she could exhaust him to death. More likely, she could kill him. However, the great Tao of these 3 people was clearly aimed at her. They were trying to suppress her from attacking. Bang! In order to cut off the head of one of them, xuanhuan was crushed by the great Tao of gravity. In an instant she lost her balance and was about to flash away when she was slapped in the back by the extremely fast half-king. Puffer swish, 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 swish. More than 30 xuanhuan suddenly appeared in the underground palace. They were trying to buy time to hide her original body. Boom xuanhuan squatted on the ground and appeared 3,000 meters away. Next door, Bai Muling roared, "How dare you hurt our princess? I'm gonna kill you." Bai Muling roared, and with a buzz, her body turned into a white-scaled dragon python. He swung his huge tail and directly sent a half-king flying. At this moment, a human expert sneered. Bai Muling, a member of the merfolk royal family. "We're just waiting for you to transform. Chila." A human expert sneered and threw out a mark. In the next moment, true dragon chi erupted. "Puffed!" Bai Muling instantly spat out a mouthful of blood and said in horror, "You're from the dragon, subduing world?" "No, the power of the azure dragon in the dragon, subduing world isn't so strong. This is bloodline suppression, and it's actually the power of a dragon in the sea establishment realm." After Bai Muling was injured, a person beside him was also affected by the dragon might. However, that person was not as strong as Bai Muling. 2 human half-king attacked him with 2 demonic spikes that contained strange power. Of these 2 spikes, one killed his physical body and the other killed his soul. The half-king sea demon was instantly killed. xuanhuan shouted, "No! They are not from the 36 mystic worlds. Princess, don't care about us. Run." The people guarding xuanhuan all understood one thing. In a corner of this world there was an extremely powerful family that wanted xuanhuan's life. This was why xuanhuan was forced to cultivate in the mermaid royal family until now. Only by becoming stronger could she resist the pursuit of those people. However, why would a force other than the 36 mystic worlds appear on this trip to the land of King Death? This could only mean one thing. The 36 mystic worlds had been infiltrated. xuanhuan had figured it out a long time ago. Therefore, the moment Bai Muling was defeated, she shouted, "Fuse, roar." At the same time, a dragon roared. This time, xuanhuan's strength increased by a lot. The people who were hunting xuanhuan were all shocked. Someone shouted in a low voice, "It's a giant arowana, a Dao sound talisman." Thud, 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 xuanhuan's strength had been raised to the half-king realm, but these people had obviously come prepared. As soon as they attacked, the 3 fish skin maps burst out shocking bell sounds. Puffer xuanhuan spat out another mouthful of blood. Her reaction was fast. The shadowless blade spread out in the void in the blink of an eye, and there seemed to be a shadow on every shadowless blade. Clatter when the shadows gathered again, everyone saw a pair of beautiful translucent cicada wings appear behind xuanhuan. Bai Muling and xuanhuan exclaimed, "Heavenly cicada transformation?" "Ah!" At that moment, xuanhuan's eyes turned red. On her shoulder, a big starfish was trembling. "I knew it! You just can't come out. If you come out, you'll be in danger. If you come out, you'll die." "Shut up," xuanhuan spat, and her strength increased several times again. With a swish, the cicada wings swept the air without a trace. Then, xuanhuan's feet stepped on the chest of a man. The 2 knives entered his body and instantly destroyed his body. She twisted the cicada wings and the man's head was immediately cut off. However, the person who was killed was not afraid at all. A large amount of green light suddenly burst out from his body. With a closer look, there was a sea of swords bursting out of this person's body. In an instant, xuanhuan was forced back, and the wings of the heavenly cicada were full of wounds. The next moment, 3 people attacked xuanhuan again. But suddenly, a horrified cry sounded. 6 gates, heaven ceiling, buzz. A purple light rose. Master Hexagon finally took effect. The 6-gate array protected xuanhuan inside. xuanhuan and Bai Muling were being attacked from both sides. The 2 of them were already covered in wounds. This time, the other party seemed to have known well of the people around xuanhuan. At this moment, in the 6-gate array, xuanhuan was covered in wounds and looked at the people outside with hatred. One of them stood in the air and said indifferently, "In the end, you haven't become a king and haven't fully inherited the power of the heavenly cicada yet. The 10 of us hid swords in our bodies just to wait for you to use the heavenly cicada transformation, so that you know that the power of the heavenly cicada can't be revealed. Today, you must die." Chapter 1758, Who Bullied My Wife? The strength of the merfolk was relative. xuanhuan was indeed strong. A peak-level venerable fought against 3 half-king experts for a long time. In the end, she even killed one. If these people were just ordinary half-kings, xuanhuan would have a way to escape. With Bai Muling and xuanhuan as her bodyguards, it would not be difficult for her to escape. But the key was that these people were not ordinary half-kings. Each of them hid swords in their bodies. Almost all the methods were targeted at her. They seemed to have expected what xuanhuan would do and how she would react. Now, Bai Muling, xuanhuan, and another half-king of the merman race were all held off. On xuanhuan's side, 4 people were bombarding the 6-gate array. One of them sneered, "What a waste of time. Although the 6-gate array is strong, the hexagon starfish is not strong enough. The array will be broken in 10 seconds. The hexagon starfish rolled his big eyes and muttered, "It's over, it's over. I know how dangerous the outside world is. I knew it when I was only a few years old." Xuanhuan snapped, "Shut up." Hexagon starfish, number. There's still hope, the hexagon starfish shouted. Bai Muling, xuanhuan, you useless junks, you keep saying how invincible you are, but you can't even beat them? If I were you, I would have killed myself in shame. xuanhuan roared in a low voice. The void around him distorted, and black beads cracked like black holes. Knock, knock, knock. Chaotic chi erupted from xuanhuan's body, and his combat power soared. His will fused with his body and covered him with a layer of white armor. However, the people on the other side were clearly not to be trifled with. Since they had spent so much effort to sneak into the land of King Death, how could they not be prepared? The three human experts held spears and attacked together. A triangle was drawn in the air. As soon as the triangle appeared, a triangular mark erupted and blasted xuanhuan back dozens of kilometers. His hair was disheveled and his armor was shattered. Puffer xuanhuan said with an ugly expression, "Something's wrong. These people's methods are not from the 36 mystic worlds at all. They are not from the Raging Sea." Bai Muling cursed, "Impossible. No one can get out of the Raging Sea at all. If they could come from the outside, they would have come long ago. Why wait for this opportunity?" Although these two heavenly talents were seriously injured, they had not reached their limits yet. They took out a jade slip at the same time. Bai Muling shouted, "Forcing us to use the king's strike? You didn't come in vain." Crack, crack. When Bai Muling and xuanhuan crushed the jade slips, a crab phantom appeared. After the crab phantom appeared, its eyes turned cold and it said, "So many human half-kings?" Clang. The crab beat the gong and the demonic sound reverberated. However, the human on the opposite side also launched a king-level attack. A huge void hand stretched out and crushed the crab phantom. A figure appeared in xuanhuan's jade slip. Who else could it be but xuanhuan? Xuanhuan glanced at the current situation and immediately ordered, "Bai Muling, xuanhuan, and that starfish, quickly take the princess to leave." On the human side, someone shouted, "Humph, no one can leave here. Even if you chase me to the ends of the earth, you must die." Their methods were beyond Xuanhuan's imagination. Except for the trump cards in Bai Muling and xuanhuan's hands, Xuanhuan still had one last trump card. But now it seemed that it couldn't help her escape at all. Xuanhuan's attack was completely withstood by one of the half-kings. Of course, the body of the half-king who withstood this attack instantly shattered, and a sword tide erupted from his body and rushed towards Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan pointed his finger and destroyed the sword tide that filled the sky. The phantom was almost transparent. At this moment, a figure appeared in mid-air. It was the phantom of a human sitting on a throne, exuding a majestic aura. This person raised his hand and pressed down, and Xuanhuan's phantom almost collapsed. The man shouted in a low voice, "Evil creature, die." This person opened his mouth and roared. Not only did Xuanhuan's phantom collapse, but even the hexagon starfish's 6-gate array collapsed. The hexagon starfish shouted, "Throw your trump card and run." Xuanhuan flapped her wings and was about to crush the jade slip in her hand. From the other side, someone charged at her aggressively with a spear. The tip of the spear was dazzling with golden light. Suddenly, the void distorted, and a blade light thrust out of the void and was directly reflected on the face and body of the attacker. Be careful. These human experts were all on the defensive, looking for the enemy. The body of the person who attacked Xuanhuan just now fell apart. Everyone was shocked. Who was it? This attack was so fast and powerful. Who secretly used the king's strike? Bang! Gravels were blown away, and a fatty appeared at the entrance of the underground palace. This fatty was Fan Datong, who Han Fei had disguised as. Everyone looked at the newcomer. At that moment, Xuanhuan's eyes widened. The hexagon starfish's 6 big eyeballs were all in the same direction, and he was also dumbfounded. Only Bai Muling, xuanhuan, and the other half-king of the merman race were confused. The three of them were puzzled. Who is this guy? Who are you? When the human experts saw that it was a human, they immediately said, "We're all humans. Did you help the wrong person?" Technique, turtle shell sky sealing technique. At that moment, the surroundings seemed to be branded with a seal. The old turtle sealed this space, and Han Fei didn't plan to let any of them go. Han Fei said leisurely, "Are you blind? How dare you bully my wife?" Bai Muling was dumbfounded and looked around. Then he realized that there was no other woman here except the princess. Xuanhuan was also stunned for a moment, and then his expression changed drastically. "How dare you? Princess Mingzhu is as noble as the moon. She is definitely not someone you can covet. Don't you dare talk nonsense?" The hexagon starfish was shocked. At this moment, his 6 tentacles were dancing wildly. Oh my god, Han, shut up, Han, Fei glared at him. "Big starfish, say one more word and I'll eat you." The hexagon starfish quickly shut up, but his eyes darted around and he clenched Xuanhuan's clothes in horror. The shock in Xuanhuan's eyes had not subsided. At that moment, she choked up and tears flickered in her eyes. However, the human powerhouses shouted, "Mind your own business. Die." 3 of them used the same trick again. Another triangular seal appeared in the air and hit Han Fei. Xuanhuan hurriedly exclaimed, "Be careful." However, Han Fei clenched his fist and punched out the sacrificing punch. The power of the punch smashed the triangular mark into pieces. What? How was that possible? Then, a long stick stabbed out domineering spear power. It almost ignored time and directly exploded a half-king. This half-king was blown to pieces. Swish, 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 swish. At that moment, Han Fei reached out and grabbed at the air. The infinity water condensed into a knife and slashed at another person. However, this time, these people reacted. One of them projected a shadow, and the throne descended. In a blur, a middle-aged man seemed to slap Han Fei. "Humph, who do you think you are? You want to suppress me with just a phantom? Are you trying to humiliate me?" Boom, Han Fei punched out. With a bang, Han Fei left quickly and returned quickly. He hit the rock wall and smashed half of the underground palace. Xuanhuan's face changed drastically, and she suddenly stood up. However, before she could move, she saw a figure charging back from the ruins at an even faster speed. Behind him, thousands of knives were like dragons, and his blood and chi were monstrous. He was like a prehistoric beast roaring and pouncing on its prey. Roar! The 100-beast soul-devouring roar burst out, and 2 of them vomited blood. Han Fei used the star teleportation technique and appeared behind one of them. He clasped his hands and tore this guy in half. Han Fei was full of killing intent. "Is that all you've got? Where are your king-level strikes? Show them all." Gulp, Bai Muling and xuanhuan looked at each other and swallowed. Who the hell is this guy? Is he a hidden bodyguard sent by Master Xuanhuan? This strength was a little too terrifying. These half-kings were not ordinary half-kings. They seemed to have endless king-level techniques. Otherwise, if these people's strength were normal, how could they be defeated? But now, this newcomer was only at the peak of the venerable realm, but his strength was so terrifying that he could take a king's attack head-on without being injured. He could even fight back in the next second? What kind of fucking beast was this? Just now, they had spent a lot of effort to kill only 2 people, but this fatty killed 3 people in the blink of an eye. Yes, these 3 people had definitely died. If they hadn't died, they would have been reborn with blood. Unfortunately, they didn't. This meant that they had no chance to be reborn with blood. In the blink of an eye. Han Fei tried to strangle the left person with the infinity water, but his attack was shattered by a king-level strike. However, the infinity water turned into waves and dissipated. Han Fei now had the combat power of a king. Fist marks filled the sky, and saber chi crisscrossed. In an instant, another person was caught by Han Fei and killed. The other man detonated himself the moment he was caught by Han Fei. Rumble, rumble, Han Fei was blown away again. Although the self-destruction of a half-king was terrifying, it only crushed the surface of the underground palace and blasted Han Fei hundreds of kilometers away. However, Han Fei returned in the blink of an eye. The hexagon starfish's big eyes rolled. Wow, he is always so reliable. The others are all useless. They're even weaker than me. Chapter 1759, A Complete Annihilation. In 10 seconds, Han Fei achieved a result that stunned even Xuanhuan. Of the remaining 8 half-kings, only 1 was left. Han Fei couldn't maintain the combat power of a king at this moment, so he finally returned to normal. This scene made Bai Muling and xuanhuan heave a long sigh of relief. This person had indeed used some kind of secret technique. Otherwise, if he really used such a powerful force, they would start to doubt their identity as heavenly talents. Xuanhuan gritted her teeth and joined the battle. However, how could Han Fei let Xuanhuan fight when she was still injured? During the battle, Han Fei enveloped Xuanhuan with the Holy Light technique, and Xuanhuan's wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just now, they were in a big battle and didn't have a chance to fight. Now that there was only a half-king left, he naturally had to treat Xuanhuan. The hexagon starfish said, "I'm also injured. I vomited blood just now." Han Fei rolled his eyes. The hexagon starfish used to be quite thin, but now he was so fat as if he was swollen. How good did his life have to be to make this starfish as fat as this? As for the last person, Han Fei didn't do much except restrict the half-king from attacking, and Xuanhuan burst out and slashed him 1,027 times in a breath. Her attack speed was so fast that Han Fei almost couldn't see it clearly. The armor of the last half-king was slashed into pieces. Perhaps knowing that he could not escape, he roared, "So what if you kill us? You won't be able to escape death." Han Fei frowned and said, "Honey, let me solve it." After all, they grew up together and loved each other. Although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, he still called her so intimately. The word honey made Xuanhuan blush. Then she pouted and tears flashed in her eyes. But at this moment, Bai Muling and xuanhuan shouted at the same time, "Your Highness, leave this person to us." However, Han Fei's void lines had already locked onto this person. Han Fei turned around, saw Mumu Bai and xuanhuan rushing at him and punched them casually. "Get lost. Anyone who causes trouble will die." Bai Muling and xuanhuan were speechless. What do you mean by causing trouble? We are very strong, however. The 2 of them still consciously did not attack again. After all, Han Fei's powerful combat power did make them panic. He had killed 7 half-kings in a row, including the last one. There were 8 half-kings. If the strength of these half-kings was only ordinary, it was understandable that Han Fei could kill them. However, these people were all stronger than ordinary half-kings, and they also had many king-level attacks. Obviously, they came prepared. Under such circumstances, they were still wiped out by Han Fei. This could no longer be merely described as powerful. This was simply insanely powerful. Such strength could even fight a king in a short period of time. They clearly understood that they were no match for him. Han Fei glanced at Xuanhuan. Wait a moment. At this moment, the soul-searching technique was activated. Han Fei quickly learned that these people were all from the soul-sealing world. Han Fei was surprised when he heard the name. The soul-sealing world was one of the 7 great enemies of the yin-yang world, one of the 13 worlds in the inner domain. In the past, it was said that this world even produced gods. However, after learning the history of the 36 mystic worlds, Han Fei was sure that it was impossible. A monarch could block the 36 mystic worlds for 100,000 years? Gods? Did these people have hysteria? What Han Fei didn't understand was why the people of the soul-sealing world wanted to kill Xuanhuan. A moment later, Han Fei's face changed, because he saw some secrets. When Han Fei quickly read the memories in this person's mind, he felt terrible. Han Fei realized that the 36 mysterious worlds weren't united at all. Han Fei remained silent and directly cut off the man's vitality and killed his soul. Bai Muling and Xiaodu Yuhong's hearts skipped a beat when they saw Han Fei slaughter a half-king without even blinking. He was definitely a ruthless man. How could he be so calm after slaughtering a half-king? It was as if he had done something insignificant. How murderous was this guy? At this moment, Xuanhuan was surprised, happy, shocked, and wondering. What had Han Fei experienced to grow so fast in just a few decades? The yin-yang world had disappeared for 80,000 years. How did Han Fei come here? At this moment, Xuanhuan had too many questions to ask. Han Fei was the same. Seeing that the hexagon starfish's tentacles were twitching, Han Fei glanced at Bai Muling, Situ Yuhong, and the other mermaid expert coldly. Han Fei asked, "Can I kill these 3? The 3 of them retreated as their hair stood on end. What? Does this person still want to kill us? Xuanhuan stopped Han Fei and said, "Forget it. Some of them died protecting me. Although these people are not likable, we don't have to kill them." Xuanhuan said, "Bai Muling, Situ Yuhong, you don't need to follow me in the land of King Death. Go find the keys yourselves." Situ Yuhong was about to speak when Han Fei said leisurely, "Forget it. Letting you go doesn't mean that you can slaughter humans at will. If I find out that you attacked any world other than the Supreme Clearness, Infinity, Golden Crow, 5 Elements, Dream Weaving, Soul Sealing, Medicine King, and Mad Corpse, I'll kill you." Situ Yuhong, Vai Muling, Xiaoshan, Xiaoshan, Ziyu, Vai Muling was speechless. Why don't you just recite the names of all the 36 heavenly palaces? It means that we can kill people from these 8 heavenly palaces as we please, right? How much hatred do you have for us? Do you still want us to be your thugs and kill the experts of these heavenly palaces? Xuanhuan thought to herself, it seems that these worlds have offended Han Fei terribly. She knew how revengeful Han Fei could be. Xuanhuan glared at the 3 of them. Hear that? If you meet people from these worlds, don't let any of them go. Han Fei couldn't help but tilt his head and glance at Xuanhuan, thinking, that's my honey. Bai Muling was speechless. But, Your Highness, who is he? Xuanhuan glanced at Han Fei and answered with a blush. My husband? He is my husband. He is my husband. Go back and tell Xuanhuan that I found my husband. Han Fei looked at Xuanhuan in surprise. She called him husband so easily. There must be many people who proposed to Xuanhuan in the mermaid royal family. Bai Muling and Situ Yuhong were both prince-level heavenly talents. Willing to guard Xuanhuan, they certainly had an ulterior motive. Now, they realized that they had clearly lost. Most importantly, they seemed to have lost to a fatty. This made their self-esteem suffer a huge blow. The 2 of them looked at each other speechlessly. Did the princess like fat people? And this guy was not handsome. Did the princess like ugly people? The 2 of them were full of questions. Although they were very dissatisfied, this fatty was too strong. Of course, if this fatty was as strong as them, they would definitely stay and try to kill him. However, before the 2 of them could think about how to attack this fatty actually asked Xuanhuan if he could kill them. It could be seen that this fatty's killing intent was too strong. It was better to leave now. The strongest people who could appear in the land of King Death were probably the ones from just now. Now, this fatty seemed to quite care about the princess. At least the princess's safety should be guaranteed. They reluctantly retreated. A moment later, just as the 3 of them left this dangerous place, Bai Muling said, "What should we do? I really can't accept it." That fatty, he, how can he be worthy of the princess? Situ Yuhong said. Are you stupid? Think about it carefully. Among the 36 mystic worlds, there is no fatty. This person must have used some method to hide his true identity. Otherwise, think about it. Once his identity is exposed, it will be an affair between humans and mermen. How can he not think of the seriousness of this matter? Bai Muling couldn't help nodding. That makes sense. That fatty is so strong. He must not be an unknown person. Then, we can easily find out about his identity after we go out. If we can't, he must have hidden his true identities. First IT2222222, xuanhuan sneered. At least, that fatty is definitely not from the 8 worlds he just mentioned. Besides, this fatty must have a grudge against these worlds. Otherwise, why would a human take the initiative to ask us to help him kill other humans? Bai Muling sneered. What's the big deal? There have always been internal conflicts among humans. Look at the 13 worlds in the inner domain and the 13 worlds in the outer domain. In the past 80,000 years, there have been more than 10 heavenly palaces that have disappeared. Maybe they will finish themselves if we wait a little longer. xuanhuan sneered. Idiot, the opening of the Monarch Palace in 32 years will definitely be a reshuffle. They're not fools. How can they finish themselves? Forget it, let's not talk about this. I'm still worried about Her Highness. What if that fatty treats the princess? What should I do? Bai Muling said with a black face. Will he? Another half-king of the merman race said, Masters, this is a big taboo. In a month, Her Highness will leave the land of King Death, and she can't disappear into thin air. At that time, as long as we tell Master Qinglong about this, Her Highness will probably be grounded. Once she is grounded, she can't contact that human anymore. No matter how strong this person is, can he kill his way to the merman royal family? Hiss, the two of them looked at the half-king and gasped. Good idea. Chapter 1760, Tears in the Sea. As soon as Han Fei entered the land of King Death, he was only delayed for a moment before he caught up. Therefore, even if they encountered some obstacles along the way, they did not waste much time. Although the 36 mystic worlds, the merman race, and other major forces had sent half-king experts over, 2 groups of people had already arrived at this dangerous place. Even if the third group of people were to come, they would probably encounter Bai Muling and company. Although Han Fei had threatened to kill them, they had blocked a lot of enemies for Xuanhuan after all. At this moment, the underground city was already in a mess. Many places had collapsed. After all, the battle here had already exceeded the normal combat intensity of half-kings. Aha! Not long after Bai Muling and xuanhuan left, Xuanhuan jumped onto Han Fei. Boo-hoo, I almost died just now. I thought I would never see you again. For Xuanhuan, Han Fei, and the other 3 were her only family. Besides, she had thought that these people were on the other end of the world. Although her status in the merman race was extremely high, there were also many rules. Other than cultivation, there was only training. Hanging on Han Fei's body, Xuanhuan rested her head on Han Fei's shoulder and whimpered. I searched all the historical materials and found out that the place we were in before was called the Yin-Yang world. But nothing about it can be found in the Raging Sea. There is no Yin-Yang world at all. It said that it disappeared 80,000 years ago. I thought I would never see you again. Sob. Before she finished speaking, Xuanhuan sobbed and complained. They forced me to cultivate every day. They didn't let me eat or go out. They found a lot of guards to watch me. Except for cultivation, I just searched for historical materials. It wasn't until I became a venerable that I found out that the yin-yang world might be in that wild abyss. Boo-hoo, I tried to escape more than 80 times. Once, I almost ran out. Boo-hoo, Sha cried sadly. It had been 20 years since she left. Apart from cultivation, she just searched for historical records and tried to escape. No one could withstand a life like this. Han Fei had done a lot of things in the past 20 years. He went to the Thousand Star City, broke into the 3 Holy Lands, explored the Waterwood world, sneaked into the White Shell Royal City, subdued the Thousand Star City, and went to the cage. Han Fei thought about it carefully. His experience was very rich. Everything he saw was novel, but Xia Xiaoshan was really miserable. Han Fei didn't even know how she could cultivate so fast. Although the spiritual energy, and resources in the Raging Sea were 100 times better than in the yin-yang world, she shouldn't have grown so quickly, right? Moreover, judging from Xia Xiaoshan's strength just now, even a half-king was not her match. However, she was only a peak-level venerable. It could be seen that Xia Xiaoshan's talent was no worse than his. However, Han Fei realized that the bloodline of the Merman royal family was probably of a high level. In the past, Xia Xiaoshan was prone to go berserk because of this bloodline. After being stimulated by Yang Ying, she couldn't hold it anymore and awakened. Besides, Xia Xiaoshan was even weirder than him. She had 3 spiritual beasts, which were also her 3 companion spirits, a shadow shrimp, a giant arowana, and a heavenly cicada. Now that Han Fei was holding Xia Xiaoshan, he could see clearly that the colorful cicada wings behind Xia Xiaoshan were so thin that there was almost no thickness, but they were terrifyingly sharp. This sharpness was undoubtedly comparable to an ultra-quality divine weapon. Seeing that Xia Xiaoshan hadn't fully recovered, Han Fei couldn't help but say, "Good girl, come down, let me heal you." No, to his surprise, Xia Xiaoshan was very determined. She said, "Did you come here with that human sacred weapon? Do you have to go back after you use it?" "I'm not coming down. If I come down, you'll run away." It was the first time that Han Fei had seen Xia Xiaoshan acting like a spoiled girl. He couldn't help but laugh. "Why should I run? Last time, it was an accident. This time, I'm really here. Touch me. My flesh is solid. If I could come here in other ways, I would have come a long time ago. Can I make you wait for more than 20 years? Xia Xiaoshan shook her head. "I won't listen. I won't listen. If you want to treat me, just do it." The starfish said, treat me, treat me." The starfish is also injured and needs treatment. Only then did Han Fei notice the hexagon starfish. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Anime hexagon starfish overpowered. Introduction. A mysterious creature. It's extremely rare and treats treasures as its life. Because it goes around searching for treasures, it's called a moving treasury. Its 6 tentacles can emit strange beams of light, and 6 void doors will appear. Entering them might get an opportunity or die. A level 85, quality mysterious, urge great divine shield. H chaotic energy. 462 wisps, E edible effect. There is a certain chance of obtaining a defensive inheritance, H creatable, each creatable, S collectible, 6 small worlds, absorbable. Note, the energy of this hexagon starfish is too excessive. If he still doesn't make a breakthrough, it will damage his life potential. Because the hexagon starfish was not his contractual spiritual beast, Han Fei couldn't see his combat skills. However, after seeing the information of the hexagon starfish, the corners of Han Fei's mouth couldn't help but tremble. This was definitely the creature with the most abundant chaotic chi he had seen in the raging sea. Damn, he was only an intermediate peak level venerable, but he had 462 wisps of chaotic chi. Who knew how this guy stored it? Did he drink chaotic chi every day? Also, what did it mean to have too much energy? And if he still didn't break through, it would damage his life potential? How much good food did he eat to become like this? He had been working so hard outside and almost died many times. For so many years, he had not even slept much. But this thing just enjoyed his life every day. Han Fei couldn't help feeling angry. Han Fei grabbed the hexagon starfish from Xiaoshan's shoulder and threw him on the ground. Look at how fat you are. You're like a worm at the bottom of the sea, a round ball fish. How can you be injured? With that, Han Fei kicked the hexagon starfish away, wondering if the living conditions of the merman race were so good. The starfish clung to a broken rock and muttered, "Actually, the life there is not as uncomfortable as she said. The starfish thinks it's pretty good. There's food, drinks, and clam girl massages. Chila." Hundreds of shadowless blades swept towards the hexagon starfish at lightning speed. Xiaoshan attacked without hesitation. The hexagon starfish immediately let out a scream, and a seal appeared around his body, blocking those shadowless blades. Xiaoshan's attack was at least at the level of an advanced venerable, but it was blocked by Master Hexagon so easily, which surprised Han Fei. It seemed that this guy was going to make a breakthrough. He should be quite useful after the breakthrough. Han Fei said, "Xiaoshan, I'm already here. If you cry again, I'll tell xuanhuan and the others." Xiaoshan immediately tightened her grip. "Don't tell them. I will beat you up if you do. Where are they? Are they here too?" Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. "Do you think this place is so easy to come to? I only came here after a narrow escape." Xiaoshan's heart tightened and she pinched Han Fei with her free hand. "Are you hurt?" Han Fei was lost for words. "Why are you pinching me if you want to check if I'm injured?" However, he couldn't care less. He barely raised his hands. Buzz! When the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique descended, Xiaoshan's Katata wings, as thin as a glass mirror, were recovering slowly. The small holes that had not recovered from the Holy Light Technique were also recovering at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, the wounds disappeared without a trace. Xiaoshan had never seen the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique before. This light made her whole body soft and float in the air unconsciously. The hexagon starfish's 6 big eyes began to spin. His figure flashed and quietly appeared in the pillar of light of the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. The hexagon starfish lay on the stone at Han Fei's feet like a piece of plasticine or chocolate, his 6 big eyes narrowed. Boom! Han Fei kicked him dozens of kilometers away again and snorted. "Master Hexagon, if you can't become an advanced venerable in a month, I'll skin you alive." The hexagon starfish screamed, "No! It's so difficult to make a breakthrough. It's not my fault at all. I've had enough of the pain of making a breakthrough." Han Fei couldn't stand it anymore. He reached out and grabbed at the void. In the void, a spatial crack appeared and he slashed at it. The hexagon starfish screamed again, and an invisible shield wall blocked in front of him. Han Fei's attack shattered, but the shield wall didn't break at all. However, before Han Fei finished his words, he sneered. "I feel that you have a lot of chaotic chi on you. Since you don't want to make a breakthrough, it's a waste to leave the chaotic chi on you. Why don't you take the initiative to pull down a few tentacles of yours? I'll fry them. They'll definitely be very nutritious." Hissay. The hexagon starfish felt a chill down its spine. How can a human be so terrifying? He even wants to fry my tentacles. But thinking of how Han Fei killed half-kings and resisted the king-level attack head-on just now, the hexagon starfish was scared and said, "Well, okay, then I'll make a breakthrough." Chapter 1761, Lovey-dovey Couples. Han Fei frowned slightly. He didn't know until he activated the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique that there was a chronic disease in Xiaoshan's body. It seemed that she had been seriously injured before, which was why Xiao felt so comfortable when the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique was activated. After the light of the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique disappeared, Xiao grabbed Han Fei's arm the moment she landed. "What kind of healing technique is this? How can the healing technique of a spirit gatherer be so powerful?" Han Fei frowned and asked, "What's the matter with the injury in your body? Didn't you say that you've been cultivating all day for the past 20 years? Why is there a serious injury to your foundation?" "Huh? Really?" The hexagon starfish said, "I know. 8 years ago you sneaked out and were almost killed. Fortunately, the fierce king came, or we would have been dead. Han Fei was puzzled. Fierce king? Xuanhuan looked disgusted. Xuanhuan always scolds me. Sooner or later, I'll beat him up. Han Fei thought to himself, it seems that, after knowing Xuanhuan's identity, that guy didn't give Xuanhuan any face, so it's reasonable for him to scold her. As for the people who tried to kill Xuanhuan, they should be with these people today. Han Fei said, I must fight Xuanhuan. That old beastard killed me once. If I don't take revenge, I won't be able to get over it. However, the most important thing now is to kill another group of people. Xuanhuan asked, who is it? Han Fei said coldly, all the people of the soul-sealing world must die. The kings of the soul-sealing world may have become puppets of others. The people who hunted you this time are all from the soul-sealing world. These people were all peak-level venerables before they came in, but after they came in, they all became half-kings. They must have used some kind of great technique to hide their strength. We've only met 10 people now. If I remember correctly, there should be 27 or 8 of them. Xuanhuan was shocked. Soul-sealing world? The people who want to kill me are from the soul-sealing world? Han Fei nodded. What I saw from that person's memory was that the kill order was issued by the king of the soul-sealing world. They didn't come here to find keys. They came here to kill you. Hus Master Hexagon's 6 big eyes rolled. Then, what should we do? Only 10 people have died. Does it mean that there are still nearly 20 half-kings? Even Xuanhuan was stunned. All the powerhouses from the soul-sealing world were here to kill her? Could it be that the whole heavenly palace was controlled by outsiders? Han Fei was also shocked. If it was the king who issued the kill order, what was Xuanhuan's real identity? Why did so many strong masters want to kill her? However, this environment was clearly not suitable for telling stories. Han Fei stomped and the illusion of mountains and rivers appeared. Han Fei said, don't resist, let's go to another small world. Buzz. A moment later, when Xuanhuan and the hexagon starfish came to the sea-quelling painting, Xuanhuan asked in surprise, is this a floating island? The hexagon starfish exclaimed, huh? The spiritual energy here is so thin and it's uncomfortable here. With a thought, the hexagon starfish disappeared. In the sky, the echoes did not stop. Han Fei said leisurely, Master Hexagon, I'm not kidding. If you don't make a breakthrough in a month, I'll help you make a breakthrough myself. No, I don't want to train. Xuanhuan blushed. Actually, the big starfish has been cultivating very diligently these years, Han Fei said in disbelief. He has eaten himself until he's overnourished. Diligently? He's just living too comfortably. Someone has to help him do some exercise. The floating island in the sea-quelling painting was no longer the floating island that had been blasted to pieces during the war. Now, after many years of reproduction, the mountains and rivers here were beautiful and lush, but Han Fei usually didn't come here. Without the noise of the starfish, the two of them came to a fresh land from the turbulent seabed. Han Fei and Xuanhuan finally looked at each other and could have a good chat. However, how could they chat in this situation? Just now, they were both worried because of the urgency of the battle. Now that they were relaxed, Han Fei saw that Xuanhuan's eyelashes trembled slightly and her cheeks were rosy. He could even hear her heartbeat. Xuanhuan was born with the ability to charm when she was young. Now that she had grown up, her coquettish posture was much more mesmerizing than when she was young. At this time, Han Fei had changed from Fan Datong to his original appearance. His heart was pounding and his throat was dry. Buzz, it had been many years since they last met, and they had been missing each other for a long time. How could they control themselves? Han Fei hugged Xuanhuan's waist and kissed her. His long-cherished wish had finally been fulfilled, so he didn't mind indulging himself. And Xuanhuan was no longer the little girl who knew nothing. Han Fei had taught him a lot back then. Now, he had forgotten everything. Chila ai. The clothes were torn, the sky was the quilt, and earth was the mat. Half a day later, Han Fei lay spread, eagled on the grass. Lying on his side, Xuanhuan held her chin with her hands, patted the grass with her calves and feet, and looked at Han Fei with her head tilted. At this moment, Han Fei was talking. At that time, it was really a close call. I blocked a king alone. What could I do? Behind me were the 4 major races and billions of creatures. I had to block them even if I couldn't. Fortunately, I learned the time technique from old Demon Chu. In the end, I managed to defeat the king. Han Fei was bragging about his glorious deeds, from when Xuanhuan left to when he snatched the sea-quelling painting, became an explorer, became a venerable, and became a half-king. Of course, Han Fei didn't tell every detail. For example, he didn't mention the part in the ideal palace. He only said that he lost his memory after entering the ideal palace. There were also some secrets, such as the demon purification pot, which Han Fei didn't mention either. Most importantly, he hadn't figured it out yet himself. Xuanhuan listened with relish. Sometimes she was nervous, sometimes she was happy, and sometimes she didn't even dare to breathe. As she listened, she couldn't help but cry and lay on Han Fei several times. Of course, she knew how simple Han Fei described it and how difficult it was. A law enforcer attacking a venerable? That was something only a lunatic would do. Forced to conceal his identity for so many years, with Han Fei's personality, how forced must he be to compromise like this? sweeping through all the great venerables in the thousand-star city. That was even more shocking. She was very clear about the concentration of spiritual energy in the yin-yang world. She also knew that even Fishing Ch1751, the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, was only an explorer. Han Fei even faced the enemy's great Tao of time head-on and killed the enemy. Not to mention that Han Fei fought a real king when he was still a half-king. If it were anyone else, they would have died long ago. Xuanhuan had never heard of a venerable who could fight a half-king. Therefore, the easier it seemed, the more she knew how difficult it was. Han Fei tilted his head and asked, "What about you? Who wants to kill you? Why was your identity exposed when the heavenly cicada was born?" Xuanhuan sighed. Xuanhuan said that it was my father who wanted to kill me because I revealed their bloodline after awakening the heavenly cicada. It seems that those people value bloodlines very much. My mother fought with the strong masters in their family because of this, and is still sleeping. As she spoke, Xuanhuan's eyes were filled with anger. If there comes a day when I reach the Sea Establishment Realm or the Sky Opening Realm, I will definitely wipe out the An family and make the heavenly cicada bloodline that they are so proud of disappear. Han Fei frowned. The An family? You even know their family name? Where did you find out? Xuanhuan shook her head. That's what Xuanhuan said. He said that the An family's power is beyond the Raging Sea, but they can already penetrate into the Raging Sea. Hiss! Han Fei couldn't help but sit up. Beyond the Raging Sea? Isn't it said that no one can enter the Raging Sea from the outside? If they can come in, if they're strong enough, can they directly kill their way to the Merman royal family? Xuanhuan couldn't help shaking her head. No. The Merfolk clan has already come to a conclusion about this. It seems that they can only descend in a certain way, but they can't come in directly. You said that these people are from the soul-sealing world, but the soul-sealing world is one of the 36 mystic worlds. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have any contact with the outside world. Therefore, they might have used some means to affect the soul-sealing world. Han Fei's heart sank. He had thought that the 36 mystic worlds were already powerful enough. There were many kings here, and the martial emperor city could suppress the entire Raging Sea. He didn't believe that there were no emperors here. Now, he learned from Xuanhuan that there were still strong masters outside the Raging Sea. They even knew the existence of the Raging Sea, but since they knew about the existence of the Raging Sea, why couldn't they enter? Could it be that the 36 mystic worlds was also a super-secret realm equivalent to the Wild Abyss? However, if that was the case, wasn't this Matryoshka doll game too shocking? How big was the entire world? Han Fei couldn't help but remember what his mother said. She wanted to integrate the 36 mysterious worlds and rule this Raging Sea. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Even if he really ruled this place in the end, there would still be a greater crisis waiting for him. Chapter 1762, Stealing 3 Days of Idleness. Han Fei and Xuanhuan hadn't seen each other for years and had a lot to talk about. After Han Fei finished, Xuanhuan talked about how she was abused. She couldn't eat delicious food, and she didn't have any seasonings. She was once thrown into an abyss to fight a huge beast, and was thrown into the fog to survive alone. And her happiest days were when Xuanhuan threw her to a pirate group and fought with the pirates. Han Fei asked in surprise, "You've been to a pirate group? Are you talking about the Merman pirates?" Xuanhuan nodded. Yes. The Mermaid Royal City sent out the Merman pirates to get all kinds of information. After all, the Martial Emperor City has the most information and is the safest place in the Raging Sea. Xuanhuan sighed. It's precisely because I've been with the Merman pirates that a sister sent me a message saying that a new force called the Avengers has appeared outside the top 10 pirate groups. Their leader is Han Fei. With that, Xuanhuan put her arms around Han Fei's neck and said, "I thought it was you and wanted to find you." However, Xuanhuan said that if I ran away again, he would lock me up for 100 years after he caught me. Asshole, Han Fei snorted. I'll definitely beat the hell out of this old guy. He's too much. My wife is a princess. How dare he bully you? Who does he think he is? Seeing that Han Fei was really determined, Xuanhuan hurriedly said, "Alas, we'd better not challenge him before we reach the Sea Establishment Realm. Xuanhuan is too strong. I once saw him fight with a new king, but the new king couldn't even withstand a single blow from Xuanhuan before he was defeated." Han Fei couldn't help but take a breath. Isn't he also a king? Is there such a big difference between kings? At this moment, the old turtle said, "Of course, there is also an insurmountable gap between an ordinary king and the strongest king. If the combat power of the White Armor Emperor is 10, then most of the kings you met in the Outer Sea are about 20. For example, the king of the Infinity World is at least 50. Han Fei asked, "Can you be more specific?" "Let me ask you, what is the strongest combat power of the Sea Establishment Realm?" The old turtle said leisurely, "My strongest strength was 400,000 waves when I was a king. However, few people can surpass me." Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. 50,000 waves could make one a king. 400,000 waves? The old turtle could probably kill the White Armor Emperor with one finger when he was still a king. Xuanhuan didn't know that Han Fei was talking to the old turtle and thought that Han Fei was surprised by Xuanhuan's combat power. She said, "Besides, I suspect that Xuanhuan is not a king at all." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Not a king? What do you mean? Xuanhuan said. It's just my feeling. Although he's ranked third in the sea establishment realm in the Merman royal family, I once used the water of all things to become a pillar, and saw that even a sky-opening realm cultivator was very polite to him. It was then that he discovered the secret of my water of all things, and I could never run out again. Han Fei asked, Does the mermaid royal family have sky-opening realm cultivators? Xuanhuan said, Of course. Otherwise, how can we resist the 36 mystic worlds? Han Fei fell into deep thought. He had to think carefully about what Xuanhuan said. Originally, the strength of Sea Establishment Realm Kings was different. Even if he reached the Sea Establishment Realm, it was impossible for him to become super strong instantly. Even with the enhancement of the Great Tao, he might only be able to gain a standpoint in this realm. After all, the old turtle said that when he just broke through to the Sea Establishment Realm, his strength was only 80,000 waves. Even if he was as strong as the old turtle, he couldn't reach the peak of the Sea Establishment Realm. Therefore, there was still a long way to go. He had to put the matter of fighting Xuanhuan aside. He had to think of a way to become a king first. Xuanhuan said, I can't go back now. You have a small world, and I can wait for you in the small world. When you leave the land of King Death, let's run. By then, he won't be able to catch us. Thinking that she could finally leave the merman royal family, Xuanhuan grinned happily and gave Han Fei a big kiss. They stayed in the sea-quelling painting for 3 days. The two of them didn't seem to be here for a treasure hunt, but for a honeymoon. Han Fei estimated that it had been 3 days. The exploration of the various dangerous places should have made some progress. Those half-kings and peak-level venerables must have been fighting fiercely, and there must be some people who had died. Han Fei said, Girl, it's time to go out. Since the land of King Death will be open for a full month, we still have to take revenge. After exploring this dangerous place, we can't let those guys from the soul-sealing world leave alive. Yes. Cut them all. In the 9-sound array, when Han Fei came to find the hexagon starfish, he found that he was sleeping on the ground with his 6 big eyes narrowed. Of course, it was impossible for an intermediate peak-level venerable not to know that Han Fei and the others were here. The hexagon starfish said, I've passed this tribulation. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. In the past 3 days, he didn't feel that the 9 sounds array had been triggered. Therefore, this big starfish wasn't afraid of the 9 sounds array at all. This guy didn't have any emotions at all. The so-called supreme bewitching sound was nothing to him. However, if there was a sound about laziness in the 9 sounds, it would definitely be a torture to the starfish. Unfortunately, there was no such sound at all. Han Fei snapped, All right, let's go out. The hexagon starfish quickly said, I think it's a good place here. This training is just right for me. I can stay here. Xuanhuan moved her fingers and stabbed him with a dagger. However, the hexagon starfish was already prepared, and an invisible shield appeared on his body. Xuanhuan said, Big starfish, I'll skin you if you keep wasting time here. Buzz. The illusion of mountains and rivers swayed, and the 2 people and the starfish appeared in the ruins outside again. Han Fei asked, What is this place? Xuanhuan said, This is the city of the dead. A senior who came here once said that this is the place where the living and the dead live together. According to historical records, if we want to talk about the city of the dead, we have to talk about the land of King Death. Han Fei couldn't help but say, You look like Luo Xiaobai now. You sound so knowledgeable. Pa, Xuanhuan slapped Han Fei's arm. I wanted to find the yin-yang world. So, I've read all the historical materials available to me. Don't interrupt me. Han Fei shrugged, and Xuanhuan said, The land of King Death was a small world snatched from the monarch palace by the experts of the 36 heavenly palaces. As soon as Xuanhuan said the first sentence, Han Fei exclaimed, Such a big small world? Xuanhuan waved her hand and said, No, it's not that big. The real small world isn't very big, maybe not even as big as a city. The other places were all occupied in the King's War later, right? The cause was that the spoils were not evenly distributed. At that time, those kings all became kings through the monarch palace, so their strength was equal, and no one was much stronger than the other. However, they had precious treasures in their hands, so a chaotic battle began. The small world they snatched was broken into pieces, and several kings even self-destructed, including the 3 forbidden places on the map, which were undoubtedly the places where kings died. Han Fei asked, What about here? Xuanhuan said, It's said that a strong master defended this place alone to fight all the enemies. In the end, he sacrificed his soul and obtained great power. Here, he slaughtered many strong masters. Later, he also died and left this place behind. However, the kings who didn't die became stronger later, and they came here again. However, a lot of treasures were scattered in the land of King Death, and no one wanted them to be taken by their opponents. In the end, they agreed to let the venerables explore it. In this way, the treasures belonged to whoever had the ability, so the king battles of the major forces were avoided. Han Fei thought to himself, the bloodshed in the world is often caused by treasures. Xuanhuan said, the city of the dead is very eerie. That man sacrificed his soul. It's said that he became a living dead in the end. I don't know if it's true. In the past, many strong masters who came to the land of King Death died in the city of the dead. Han Fei was lost for words. Since you knew it was so dangerous, why did you still come? Xuanhuan couldn't help but pout. But I have to break through to the peak of the venerable realm too. I need a big battle and an opportunity to break through to the half-king realm. Once I'm a half-king, I can quickly build up my strength. Han Fei asked in surprise. How can you quickly build up your strength? Xuanhuan grinned and grabbed Han Fei's arm. I secretly stuffed a lot of good stuff into the doors of the big starfish in the Mermaid Royal City, all the resources I can get. When the time comes, we can just eat the resources. Let's eat together later. Han Fei finally understood why the hexagon starfish became so fat, why the hexagon starfish grew so fast, and why the chaotic qi in its body was so rich. It was all fed by Xuanhuan. With the hexagon starfish's personality, how could he not steal them? Seeing that Han Fei was looking at him, the hexagon starfish rolled from Xuanhuan's shoulder to her calf, feeling uneasy. He thought to himself, I only ate a little. Chapter 1763, City of the Dead. According to Xuanhuan's description, this City of the Dead should be the place where a king died. As for sacrificing souls, the more Han Fei listened, the more he felt that it was a fantasy. He always felt that there was nothing good about sacrificing. The sacrifice on the steps into the sea could basically be equivalent to a summoning ritual to summon the corresponding creatures. The sacrificial technique that Yu Wendao invented was meant to possess others' bodies. The king of the City of the Dead must have been forced too much back then and desperately needed power. That was why he sacrificed himself. Han Fei said, doesn't it mean that the king's corpse might still be in the dangerous place? Xuanhuan said, I'm not sure. I brought a lot of treasures and multiple king-level strikes. I just want to see if the king's corpse is still there. If it is, I can rob him of his treasures and my trip to the land of King Death will be complete. Han Fei said, it's been tens of thousands of years. It might have been snatched away long ago. Although people don't dare to go to the forbidden places, they definitely dare explore the City of the Dead. I don't think there's much hope. However, we can find the keys to the Monarch Palace. Buzz, Han Fei frowned, and Little Black and Little White appeared. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up in surprise. Is this Little White? Wow, she becomes so beautiful. Little Black and Little White were more intelligent now and could speak. When Little White saw Xuanhuan, she rubbed her head against Xuanhuan. Ma Miao Xuanhuan blushed and looked at Han Fei reproachfully. What did you teach her? Little White can talk now? Where's Little Black? Xuanhuan knew that Han Fei had an invisible black fish. Therefore, she hugged Little White affectionately and immediately looked around, but she didn't see anything. Mommy? It wasn't until Little Black bumped Xuanhuan's shoulder with his head that Xuanhuan was shocked to find that she had to check this space with her perception to vaguely sense a pure, invisible space. She couldn't even see the black. It was as if something that didn't exist existed beside her. Han Fei touched Little White's head and said, Daughter, do you see anything like the stone you found just now? With that, Han Fei took out the black origin magnet. Xuanhuan asked in surprise, You found a key? Han Fei spread his hands and said, I picked it up by accident. I was too lucky. There was nothing I could do. At this moment, the hexagon starfish came over and hurriedly said, This is not a good thing. It's said that the Monarch Palace is very dangerous. Only 1 out of 10 people can survive from it. Han Fei rolled his eyes at the hexagon starfish. You have to work hard to make a breakthrough. We're definitely going to the Monarch Palace. We're not afraid. It's almost certain that you'll become a half-king. However, you're only an intermediate peak level venerable now. Even a worm might kill you there. That's terrible. The hexagon starfish raised his claws and covered his eyes, as if he couldn't imagine what would happen to him when he got there. The hexagon starfish thought, no, Han Fei is still too fierce. This guy used to be fierce. Now that he was so strong, he was even fiercer. This time, now that Xuanhuan had met him, she definitely wouldn't go back to the Mermaid Royal family. Then, from what he knew of Han Fei, he would probably go to the Monarch Palace. No, I can't die. I have to break through to the peak of the venerable realm. This underground palace was already dilapidated. After being bombarded by Han Fei and the others, it had almost been turned into a wasteland. Han Fei and Xuanhuan followed Little White hand in hand. Soon they found a tower-shaped building that had not been completely destroyed. Han Fei was very sensitive to arrays. Soon he discovered that there were some Dao patterns engraved on these stones. Yes, Han Fei saw the extremely rare Dao pattern again. Looking at the lines, Han Fei knew that each line was an array. Although there weren't many lines on the tower-shaped stone, there were more than 20 lines. This meant that this array was formed by more than 20 arrays. Under normal circumstances, who would look for a big stone lying on the ground in the ruins? Even if someone was rummaging through the ruins, it would be a problem if he could recognize the Dao patterns. Even if he recognized it, the Dao patterns were not so easy to crack. Han Fei didn't learn the universal Dao patterns for nothing. Han Fei pointed at the air and drew more than 20 times in a row. The power of the soul rumbled, which surprised Xuanhuan. Han Fei had become so powerful. She had never seen such a thing before, but he could easily draw it? Buzz. When the void array and the array on the stone matched, a blue spiral ripple shone. Han Fei grabbed Xuanhuan, their figures twisted, and the two of them disappeared into the ruins. Swish one. When Han Fei and xuanhuan appeared in a humid space, Han Fei knew that he had opened another small world. This was a small city. The layout of the town was open, and there were no unusually tall buildings here. It looked like a village. The roads here extended in all directions. Although most of them were broken and there were big pits in many places, some of the roads were still intact. The two of them released their perception almost at the same time. To their surprise, this place would not hinder their perception. Therefore, the two of them soon realized that something was wrong. In this small world that was less than 800 kilometers long, there was a graveyard full of corpses. Swish, 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 swish. The two wheels let out a ferocious trembling sound as they darted at them. Xuanhuan and Han Fei turned their heads at the same time, and Han Fei grabbed the round wheel. Xuanhuan simply disappeared. On a road 100 kilometers away from Han Fei, a corpse stood up unsteadily. Of course, at this moment, Xuanhuan had already slashed 17 or 18 times. Every slash was like a thread of light. When Xuanhuan stopped, the corpse had already been broken into pieces. Han Fei grabbed the wheel, shattered the qi and blood on it, and slashed at the graveyard. Halfway through, another corpse that had just gotten up tried to block, but it was cut in half. Han Fei stepped into the air and came to Xuanhuan. At this moment, the two of them frowned, because the corpse that had been cut into 50 or 60 pieces by Xuanhuan could still recombine. Its body parts were gathering together. Master Hexagon shouted, "What the hell is this? It can't be killed. Han Fei, squeeze it to death." Han Fei, however, didn't move at all. He just said indifferently, "Before this corpse died, it should have been in the venerable realm. Now, it's actually rotten, but it was resurrected by some power." In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle said, "They are undead creatures." Han Fei was stunned and quickly replied, "Aren't undead creatures still rational and have memories? These are clearly dead people. How can they be undead creatures?" The old turtle explained, "Some people become undead creatures through normal means. They specialize in this Tao and try to achieve immortality through this method. However, some people are not. After they die, some of their souls are forcibly absorbed and become a part of other people's power. As for the remaining corpses, because some of their souls are absorbed, they become walking dead. Of course, as long as the supply of death energy to their remnant souls is cut off, they can be killed." Han Fei looked at the corpse and saw a layer of blue light on it. Then he found that there were some soul fires in its eyes. Roar. Han Fei roared, and the 100-beast soul-devouring roar destroyed the last wisp of soul on the corpse. The half-reassembled corpse collapsed. This time, it couldn't stand up again. Xuanhuan also knew how to kill this kind of corpse. However, the two of them looked at the cemetery hundreds of kilometers away and saw a man wearing armor and holding a long sword. His body emitted a monstrous death aura. From afar, Han Fei heard a voice echoing in the void. "Die together, die together, die together." Xuanhuan was shocked. "Is that the corpse of a king?" Swish, the man instantly appeared in front of Han Fei, and the sword shadow in his hand had already fallen from the sky with endless death energy. Clang. Han Fei had been through countless battles. The moment the man attacked, Han Fei's embroidery needle had already appeared in his hand. He knocked on the heaven gate and jumped into the sky. Bang. Under this blow, Han Fei retreated more than 1,000 meters, which made him heave a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, this king had just become a king and died. His current strength was not any better than an ordinary king. In fact, he was even weaker than the White Armor Emperor. Han Fei said, "Girl." Little Black and Little White rushed out. Xuanhuan knew what Han Fei meant. Xuanhuan had just learned that Han Fei could block a king. Now, since Han Fei still had strength, he would let her deal with the remaining corpses and find treasures. However, when Xuanhuan rushed over, she found that there were more than 1,000 corpses here. Swish, 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 push, push, push. Xuanhuan was like an agile elf in the forest, twisting and turning among the countless corpses at an extremely fast speed. Every time the dagger slashed, several corpses would be cut into pieces. At this moment, Xuanhuan didn't feel danger, but excitement. After more than 20 years, the two of them joined forces again, as powerful as before. Chapter 1764, Mystic Yellow Stone. This undead creature was once a king. Even though his body was rotten, his strength was not much weaker. This person even instinctively used a shocking sword intent. Han Fei and this person were evenly matched. The man casually stabbed out a terrifying sword key comparable to Han Fei's draw technique. Not to be outdone, Han Fei activated his invincible golden body and fused with the Great Tao. His attack only pushed the man back a dozen kilometers. However, Han Fei didn't look very happy because he had used the invincible Great Tao and the other party had just casually stabbed him. That strike was natural and casual, but it seemed to contain thousands of profound meanings. Even though this person was dead, his sword technique had already integrated into his body and became his instinctive reaction. Tao runes? Han Fei had fought more than one king before. When fighting with other kings, their great Tao power seemed to be mostly used on themselves, such as strength, defense, seals, and so on. However, Han Fei had never fought a sword cultivator before. Han Fei had never thought that the Tao runes would be so powerful on a sword cultivator. Yes, a casual move of this sword cultivator in the sea establishment realm seemed to contain infinite changes. For example, the slash just now seemed ordinary, but he couldn't dodge it. Of course, Han Fei didn't want to admit defeat. Before Han Fei's body landed on the ground, he had already rushed forward. This time, he was fighting the opponent's sword Dao with the great Dao of invincibility. Clang, bang. After another round of collision, Han Fei held the embroidery needle against the corpse and pushed it 100 kilometers away on the ground. Terrifying explosion ripples rolled out and caught up with xuanhuan and the others. The hexagon starfish exclaimed, "It's too terrifying. A king is too terrifying. If this strike falls on the starfish will be gone." Xuanhuan's body was like a phantom, flickering occasionally and drawing shadows occasionally. The blade swept past, leaving a pile of dismembered corpses. She said, "Then think of a way to become a king. There will be no freeloading days in the future." The starfish is sad. "Hey, there's something shiny over there. It must be a treasure. Go get it." In the end, the hexagon starfish couldn't resist the temptation of treasures, especially the shiny ones. Han Fei also noticed that the glowing thing seemed to be in the place where the sword cultivator king was sleeping. It seemed to be a treasure indeed. Clank, 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 clank had already felt the power of sword cultivators, and at this moment, he came up with an idea. He had been using the power of the Great Dao to increase his strength, but what if he used it differently? For example, the Heaven Enlightenment Great Dao was used for healing, the Great Dao of Time was used in battle, the Great Dao of Invincibility could boost his morale and give him endless invincible momentum. The Great Dao of Gravity was also an application of a specific Great Dao. However, what would happen if the combat skills he was best at, such as the saber, became a Great Dao? The sword had its Dao, and the knife had its Dao too. Han Fei didn't like to use swords, which seemed to be too aloof, but he was very good at using knives. Han Fei decided that if there was a chance in the future, he would give it a try. If he could create a knife Dao that belonged to him, he would be able to use knife intent in combat. With a casual slash, he locked onto the enemy's tracks. At this moment, Han Fei was not going to fight the king's corpse for long. After all, the other party had already died and was only a body now. Otherwise, the battle with him wouldn't be so simple. He didn't even dare to challenge him like this. When Xuanhuan's shadow grabbed the green glowing cocoon, Han Fei retreated and said casually, "Explode." As early as when Han Fei was fighting the king's corpse, the infinity water had already drilled into the king's body. After all, the other party was only a corpse without consciousness, so the other party didn't force out the infinity water. At this point, it could be said that the infinity water was scattered in every part of the king's corpse. The moment Han Fei said explode, he quickly said 6-gate array. Master Hexagon's reaction was fast. Since Han Fei told him to open the array, he had to, or nothing good would happen. Sure enough, as soon as the purple array was activated, a mushroom cloud of super explosive energy swept through the entire small world. The infinity water was a treasure of a city. It could grow with the user's strength. At this moment, although Han Fei hadn't become a king yet, he was not far from the weakest king. The power of the infinity water was naturally extraordinary. After all, this sword cultivator king was also a new king, and he was not very strong. Moreover, because he was a sword cultivator and not a body cultivator in terms of physique, this person should be much weaker than Han Fei. Therefore, the explosion directly blew him into pieces. Within 800 kilometers, the towns were flattened, and many corpses were shattered. Han Fei, on the other hand, seemed to be used to the impact of the explosion. As he walked towards Xuanhuan step by step, many corpses that weren't killed by the explosion tried to pounce on him, but Han Fei casually drew his knife and cut the corpses into pieces. Seeing this scene, the hexagon starfish rolled its 6 big eyes. He knew that Han Fei was a ruthless man, but now he was even more ruthless. It seemed that he would have to suffer in the future. Of course, in Xuanhuan's eyes, it was different. She was quite excited. The moment Han Fei appeared here, she knew that Han Fei was the best. He managed to go through countless hardships to reach this place from the yin-yang world where resources were scarce. After all, she wasn't a child anymore. Back then, she was still secretly in love with him. Now, she had completely taken him as her own man. Han Fei waved his hand, and the infinity water gathered. In this explosion, Han Fei finally found 2 sun-moon shells. Unfortunately, neither of them was from the king. Crack-see. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound in this small world. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Let's go. This small world is about to be broken. The destruction of the small world wasn't a big problem for Han Fei. Although he would encounter void storms in such a fragmented small world, Han Fei had walked through places like this more than once. However, Xuanhuan and the hexagon starfish had never been in such a situation. Therefore, Han Fei carved an array in the void, and in the blink of an eye, a teleportation array appeared. Xuanhuan landed, glanced at the small world that was about to shatter, and took Han Fei's arm. The next moment, the two of them disappeared from this space. Xuanhuan. When the two of them appeared in the outside world, they saw that the small tower-like stone was filled with cracks. In less than 3 seconds, it shattered into pieces. Han Fei said, "The treasures on this person have long been taken away." Otherwise, he would have used a sea-quelling bizarre treasure instead of an ultra-quality divine weapon. However, it's not that we didn't get anything. Let's wait and see. Han Fei took out the 2 sun moon shells he had just obtained and opened them, only to find that there were very few things in them, including ultra-quality spiritual stones, spiritual spring, and spiritual fruits. This puzzled Han Fei. No matter what, these people who died there were all venerables. They should put some spare resources in their sun moon shells. However, there was nothing in these 2 sun moon shells, but a pile of all kinds of materials. Xuanhuan asked, "What did you find?" Han Fei waved his hand, and a pile of 13 khaki stones fell out. As soon as these stones appeared, Xuanhuan and the hexagon starfish discovered that they contained a terrifying power. Xuanhuan asked, "What are these?" In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle said in surprise, "Mystic Yellowstone? This thing is extraordinary. Even in the sky-opening realm, Mystic Yellowstone is a rare cultivation treasure." Information also appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Name Mystic Yellowstone. Introduction. A strange stone condensed from mystic yellow energy. It can only be formed after countless years in an extremely special environment. It's very precious. Mystic Yellowstone contains a lot of mystic yellow energy. It's an extremely high-end natural energy that can replace other natural energies. Level sky opening realm, Y quality SI quality, high quality contained mystic yellow energy. Unknown note. Note not in cultivating mystic yellow stone. Related techniques can use the mystic yellow stones more effectively. Seeing the explanation of the mystic yellow stones, Han Fei couldn't help but smile. Originally, he was only here to find the keys to the Monarch Palace. But not only did these 13 mystic yellow stone have Tao runes on them, but they were also a kind of high-level energy themselves. More importantly, he had obtained 13 of them at once. It had to be known that the conditions the Snow Lady had discussed with him were for him to bring back 20 keys to the Monarch Palace, protect the safety of Ice Snow Chuling, and take care of the people of the Ice Snow world. Now, he had 14 keys to the Monarch Palace. The keys themselves were still useful. Han Fei didn't know how much mystic yellow energy was in the mystic yellow energy, but he knew that there was a mystic yellow scripture in the dragon subduing world. If he obtained this cultivation technique, the mystic yellow stone would naturally be useful. Unknowingly, the hexagon starfish's tentacles had already reached a mystic yellow stone. Han Fei said leisurely, "If you dare to touch it, I'll cut off your tentacles and barbecue them." The hexagon starfish retracted his tentacles and said leisurely, "It's shiny, I can keep it for you. It doesn't take up much space." Han Fei looked at Xuanhuan. "This is a key to the Monarch Palace, and it's a very high-level one. Let's keep them for ourselves." Xuanhuan nodded and showed him the big white cocoon in her hand. "I feel that something is moving inside." Chapter 1765, Collecting a Nest of Worms. Moving? Han Fei couldn't help but wonder. It's been tens of thousands of years. What can live so long? Xuanhuan said, "Open it and you'll know." With that, Xuanhuan pointed at the white cocoon. As a result, bright flames flickered on the surface of the big cocoon. Han Fei and Xuanhuan were both surprised. What was this thing that could resist the cut of a venerable? A dagger appeared in Xuanhuan's hand. She quickly swiped her dagger across the big cocoon and cut a hole in it. However, at that moment, Xuanhuan threw the big cocoon to Han Fei and said with disgust, "Bugs, bugs." Although Han Fei didn't like insects, he wasn't afraid of them. After all, in the Waterwood world there was an entire insect race, and he even made friends with them. When Han Fei looked down, he saw that the big white cocoon was filled with a dark green liquid that was bubbling. In this liquid, a fat worm rose and fell. Han Fei thought to himself, "Isn't this a Tao-devouring demon bug?" But the information in his eyes is different. Nama and Tao, devouring insect king. Introduction. An extremely rare ancient worm that can devour the great Tao and control the soul. The Tao-devouring insect king can accumulate the power of the great Tao and unleash the attack of the great Tao of the strong. As long as it doesn't die, it can often change its host. When the Tao-devouring insect king swallows its host's power, it can directly replace its host and obtain his strength. When the Tao-devouring insect king leaves its host, the host has a certain chance of dying. T. Level 1 quality. Primeval worm os contained. Sword Tao edible effect. Inedible collectible. Uncollectible absorbable. Inabsorb C. In its current state, drip your blood on it and it can recognize you as its master. When Han Fei saw this worm, his heart did a flip. This worm's ability was extraordinary. If he used it properly, he could directly have a helping hand who had the king-level combat power. However, Han Fei thought to himself, "If I become a king, my strength will definitely soar." At that time, he might not necessarily need this thing. Therefore, he might as well give it to Xuanhuan. Her background was more complicated than he thought. One more king-level helping hand was one more guarantee to her. As for where to get a king for this insect to swallow, he could only hunt slowly in the future. Han Fei immediately said, "Girl, you can refine this insect. Its power is extraordinary. I don't want it." Han Fei, "One?" Xuanhuan said, "I hate bugs. This looks like the one outside the cave. It's obviously not a bug. Refine it yourself." Han Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Well, it wasn't easy for me to get it. How can you say you don't want it? Don't the insects want a face? Xuanhuan snorted. The heavenly cicada is already very powerful. Besides, I have the giant arowana, sea-quelling bizarre treasures, and countless resources. I'm rich now. You can refine this little insect, Hanfei was lost for words. Wait, how many things did you stuff into Master Hexagon's doors? The hexagon starfish said. Not much, not much. They can't be used for long. Xuanhuan glared at the hexagon starfish. Not much? You might not believe it, but I have 10 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. 2 sets of sea-quelling bizarre treasures, more than 200,000 spiritual fruits, more than 1,700 treasure maps, a small hill of king's blood and flesh, and a hill of floating stones. Hanfei. After hearing Xuanhuan's words, Hanfei felt terrible. Hanfei asked in shock, wait, weren't you forced to cultivate every day? Where did you get so many things? You even had the blood and flesh of kings? 2 sets of sea-quelling bizarre treasures, and more than 200,000 spiritual fruits? Xuanhuan couldn't help but blush. I stayed with the pirates for a while. I robbed a ship of the Supreme Clearness World once and got these. Hanfei was dumbfounded. Didn't you give any to the others? Xuanhuan looked puzzled. Am I a princess, or are they? I saved so many resources just to find a chance to escape back to the yin-yang world. Otherwise, I can't go back empty-handed, right? The corner of Hanfei's mouth twitched. Those who didn't know better would think that you were going to buy the yin-yang world. Hanfei sweated. Fine. God knows how many of your resources the starfish has secretly eaten. Look how fat he is. Forget it. Since you don't want this bug, I'll take it. I have a feeling that it's useful in the future. Hanfei thought that he and Xuanhuan would eventually return to the yin-yang world. However, the cage seal of the yin-yang world was a big problem. Hanfei couldn't imagine what would happen to the yin-yang world and the water-wood world once the seal of the cage was broken. He couldn't tell if it would even affect the outside world of the wild abyss. In fact, would the yin-yang world appear in the raging sea again one day? After all, the yin-yang world had been hiding in the wild abyss for tens of thousands of years. If the time was right, should they go out? If they wanted to come out, they would have to face the 36 mystic worlds, the hostile heavenly palaces like Supreme Clearness and Infinity, and Xuanhuan, if her father knew that she went to the yin-yang world, would he send someone there? However, Hanfei wasn't worried about that. Since his father could not come to the raging sea, he should not have the means to go to the yin-yang world. Sending 1 or 2 subordinates over occasionally and coming in person were 2 different things. Hanfei said that he didn't care about humans, but the yin-yang world belonged to his forces, so he had to care about it. After all, those people were all under his protection, and he had more and more problems to consider. However, in the blink of an eye, Hanfei's worries were swept away. His original plan was to find his sister and then return to the yin-yang world to become a king. Finding Xuanhuan was a pleasant surprise. This joy was enough to wash away many of his worries. Seeing that Xuanhuan glanced at the insect in the big white cocoon in disdain from time to time, Hanfei couldn't help but laugh. Then Hanfei pointed his finger, and a drop of golden blood dripped into the cocoon. When Xuanhuan saw Hanfei's golden blood, she subconsciously looked up at Hanfei in surprise. She thought to herself, human's blood shouldn't be golden. However, since Hanfei had experienced so much, he might have accidentally obtained some treasure and improved his bloodline. It only took him about 20 years to advance to the peak of the Venerable Realm in a place where everything was scarce. This was completely different from advancing to the peak of the Venerable Realm in the Merman royal family. How could Xuanhuan not understand it? After the Tao-devouring insect king swallowed Hanfei's blood essence, Hanfei immediately established a spiritual connection with it. At this moment, this insect was still too weak. Even though it was a primordial worm which sounded terrifying, it was now a small insect that was at the mercy of others. Anyway, Hanfei couldn't use it for a while, so he threw it into the spirit awakening fluid and forged the universe. It couldn't drink much anyway. At this point, his harvest was over. Hanfei summoned Little White out and let her continue to find the way. Hanfei felt that it was too easy to find the city of the dead. The entrance had been here for tens of thousands of years, but no one had found it. That was really strange. However, after only 2 seconds, Little White swam back and said to Hanfei, "Dad, there's a very dangerous place here." Hanfei asked in surprise, "You found it so quickly? Why didn't we find it just now?" Hanfei and Xuanhuan looked at each other. Xuanhuan also said in surprise, "I didn't sense it either. There shouldn't be a second cave entrance here, right?" The 2 of them followed Little White in confusion. After swimming for more than 10 kilometers, they saw a long and narrow crack in the mountain wall. Both Xuanhuan and Hanfei had discovered this crack long ago. However, although the crack was long and narrow, it was only about 200 meters deep. It could probably only accommodate 2 to 3 people walking side by side. When Hanfei walked into the crack, he saw that the rock wall was engraved with dense arrays. Hanfei was immediately surprised. "My perception has been deceived," Xuanhuan said. "No wonder no one has ever discovered the crisis in the underground palace, because the array to the city of the dead is here. It turns out that they are all attracted here. Why don't we give it a try?" Han Fei didn't speak. There were two different worlds inside and outside the crack. He used to be careful when he was alone, but now with Xiao, he had to be even more careful. Han Fei took out the 9-palace luck ruler. With a swish, he floated in the air and let the ruler move freely. Han Fei didn't hide it from Xiao. Although the 9-palace luck ruler was good, if he had to keep it a secret even to Xiao, how tired would he be? Xiao had heard Han Fei mention the 9-palace luck ruler before, but it was her first time seeing it. At this moment, she found it quite amazing. But then, when the ruler showed greatly ominous, Han Fei was relieved. He could completely handle it. However, Xiao looked tense, as if she felt that a battle was imminent. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Unfortunately, the 9 palaces could only change one person's luck. He didn't care about a greatly ominous situation, but he wouldn't let Xiao take the risk. Therefore, with a thought, Han Fei threw 6 wisps of chaotic qi into it in a row. Finally, he managed to have the marker of the 9-palace luck ruler turn to the ominous. However, this ominous divination result was not for him, but for Xiaoqian. Chapter 1766, Whale Valley. Over the years, Han Fei had encountered many greatly ominous situations. He had encountered even impasse situations twice. Therefore, the greatly ominous situations might be truly greatly ominous to other people in the same realm, but Han Fei didn't think it could hurt him at all. Han Fei said, "Let's go in. As long as it's not an impasse situation, even if it's a greatly ominous one, it will be fine. Master Hexagon, in order to survive, you better hurry up. Don't hesitate when you need to set up the array." The hexagon starfish rolled his big eyes. "Can I not go? I'm waiting for you outside." Han Fei grinned. "Okay, but if a half-king comes here, do you think you can hide or be caught?" The hexagon starfish froze. "Then, I'd better go." In fact, the hexagon starfish was quite smart. Staying outside was definitely more dangerous than following Han Fei. Han Fei was a monster who could resist the attacks of a king. It would be unwise for him to stay outside. Xiao snorted. "Come in." "I feel comfortable wherever I go now. Anyway, I don't have to go back to the mermaid royal family anymore." As they spoke, the two of them stepped into the crack at the same time. Sure enough, when the two of them walked in, the scene in front of them immediately changed. There was no crack at all. What was revealed in front of them was an entrance to a cave. There were 3 words engraved on the entrance: Whale Valley. At the desolate hole entrance, there were only bare stones left, and the entrance was dilapidated and full of dust. Han Fei looked back and saw nothing behind him. Obviously, the way he came was cut off. Xiao asked, "There's no mention of the Whale Valley on the map. Has this place not been explored yet?" Han Fei shook his head. "That's impossible. The City of the Dead is too conspicuous. There are only 12 such 5-star danger zones in total. The small world we just went to should have been explored. Otherwise, it's impossible for us to find only 2 sun-moon shells. In my opinion, most people haven't found the City of the Dead, but they can definitely find the Whale Valley first." The reason why it wasn't mentioned, Xiao's face changed slightly. "They're all dead. Han Fei, let's go." Both Han Fei and Xiao had been audacious since they were young. They had explored countless secret realms, so they walked in without hesitation. Buzz. The moment they entered the Whale Valley, the two of them immediately felt the pressure on their bodies increase sharply. The void in all directions seemed to be pressing on. The two of them felt as if they were on a cliff and were about to fall. Squeak, squeak. Behind Xiao, the heavenly cicada wings were opened and waved. An inexplicable rhythm of the great Tao expelled the surrounding power, so that Xiao could still fly in the sky. Han Fei immediately found that he couldn't fly here. With a thought, the infinity water rolled like a long dragon. Han Fei stood calmly on the infinity water and looked down. Below him was a pool of water that looked like swamp venom. When Han Fei found that his clothes were being corroded by the gas here, he was about to remind Master Hexagon. With a buzz, Master Hexagon set up an array in advance. This array was surrounded by purple gas and enveloped Han Fei. Master Hexagon sighed. "It's too dangerous. The water here can corrode the body and the soul. I knew this place wasn't easy to come to. Look, the starfish was right? Xiao snapped. "Shut up, you talk too much. One more word and I'll throw you into the pool." Although he knew that Xiao was just threatening him, the hexagon starfish still chose to shut up. After all, neither of them had a good temper. Who knew if they would go crazy? Han Fei secretly pinched his fingers. The starting part was already so weird. If he didn't have enough means, he would have been killed by now. Crack, crack. As soon as they stabilized themselves, they saw huge cone-shaped blades appearing in the sky and in the poisonous swamp. The huge swords that looked like small mountains were charging at Han Fei and Xiao. Han Fei reacted quickly and grabbed at the air, slashing out a void crack. With 3 explosions in a row, the huge sword-like cone finally collapsed. Xiao flashed a few times and appeared above a cone. She said in surprise, "It's a sword chi killing array which is made with spiritual energy." Han Fei nodded. From all directions, more and more such swords appeared. In the beginning, there were only 2, but now there were dozens, and the number seemed to be increasing. Han Fei, the power of this attack is as strong as a peak-level venerables. Let's go. Don't linger. Amidst the huge sword shadows, Han Fei and xuanhuan passed through the poisonous swamp like a small boat. The two of them ran for more than 300 kilometers before the sword array slowly disappeared. It seemed that its range was only 300 kilometers. Xuanhuan asked, "Are you okay? Your clothes are tattered." Han Fei looked down at his clothes, which were almost as torn as a beggar's. Oh no, a beggar's clothes might be better. Just now, Han Fei took the initiative to leave the hexagon starfish's array to make it easier for him to move. After all, Han Fei was confident that his physique was extremely strong. Although that was the case, he still looked quite miserable. After all, his clothes couldn't compare to Han Fei's current body. Han Fei smiled awkwardly and an ultra-quality battlesuit appeared on his body again. Han Fei said, "This place is definitely not that simple. There was such a big commotion just now, but now there's nothing? It doesn't make sense." Xuanhuan flew over and asked in confusion, "I have a feeling that we've come to the wrong place. The city of the dead has been explored. What kind of secret realm is hidden in another secret realm?" Han Fei said. "This is just an undersea cave. We think it's a secret realm. However, secret realms are deeply hidden. Otherwise, how can they be called secret realms?" Huffer, as soon as Han Fei said that, a huge suction force suddenly wrapped the two of them. In the void in all directions, a strong wind blew. This suction force actually had a suction force comparable to the array eye of the heaven and earth array. Han Fei immediately grabbed Xiaoshuan's waist with the void lines. The two of them flew to the depths of the poisonous swamp almost side by side. Xiaoshuan flapped her wings and her expression changed drastically. What a powerful suction force. Han Fei didn't look good either. The suction force seemed to have exceeded the power of a half-king and reached the sea establishment realm. All laws forbidden in this space. Han Fei tried to stop the suction force, but the usually powerful forbidden technique was useless here. Han Fei thought to himself, "There's only one way to go here," as if everything was set up. So he and Xiaoshuan looked at each other and instantly reached a consensus. In an instant, the two of them gave up resisting and allowed the terrifying suction force to suck them thousands of kilometers away. When Han Fei and Xiaoshuan saw a big black hole, Han Fei even teased, "If Quang were here, he would definitely be shocked. His path is quite extraordinary." Xiaoshuan rolled her eyes and thought, "Why are you still in a mood to joke in this greatly ominous place?" The two of them were swept into the sea by the hurricane. However, the two of them immediately realized that something was wrong. Xiaoshuan said telepathically, "This is not seawater." Han Fei was also shocked. "It's so corrosive." Han Fei tried to extend his perception, but his perception was corroded again, so Han Fei quickly withdrew it. Buzz. The hexagon starfish launched the 6-gate array without hesitation, which immediately enveloped Han Fei and Xiaoshuan. He shouted, "It's over! It's over! I feel that this power is accelerating the erosion of my array." Han Fei looked down at his damaged battlesuit, which was corroded again. Xiaoshuan wasn't any better. Her battlesuit was also corroded. Whoosh! However, the corrosive liquid was still surging like a tide. Suddenly, Han Fei saw a large number of glowing objects not far away. When Han Fei and Xiaoshuan looked at it together, they found that it was a powerful creature. Xiaoshuan asked in surprise, "Is he a half-king of the 100 Demons clan?" Because the other party appeared in his original form, information immediately appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Name Nightmare Squid. Dying. Introduction. It's a divine sea squid that's good at illusions, dreams, hypnosis, and other soul-controlling techniques. It often hides in the dark and creates an illusion to hunt its enemy. The nightmare squid has great strength, and its pupils can erupt with dreamlight, making it impossible to guard against. T-AT9, R quality 89, quality 89, R quality 89, Half King OG AG8 AT9, Hide King OG8T, 2688 combat techniques. Dark Decay, Dream Entering, Nightmare, Kilo Collectible, Dream Eating Teeth, Dream Eyes Absorbable, We Are Marks. When using the Dream Eye, there is a chance to prevent being hypnotized. The weapon forged with the Dream Eating Teeth can directly attack the soul. Hisso, a dying half-king, Han Fei's heart did a flip. This half-king didn't even survive here, which meant that it was extremely difficult to find the way here. Fortunately, he could still use the vast ocean navigator today. Sure enough, it was useful now. However, when he saw the nightmare sea squid, Han Fei had a bad feeling. Was he in a fish's stomach? Chapter 1767, The Universe. In the belly, Han Fei had this idea because they had encountered too many corrosive solutions along the way. At first, Han Fei thought it was the poison marsh. However, when the big squid appeared here, Han Fei felt terrible. He remembered something that whales usually like to do, swallow squids. It seemed that squid was their favorite food. More importantly, the name Whale Valley was a bit strange. After all, Han Fei hadn't seen any whales along the way. However, from the characteristics along the way, this seemed to be a whale's belly. Could it be that this king was from tens of thousands of years ago? However, hadn't he just killed a king's corpse? Why was there another one now? The nightmare squid was about to die, but it still had more than 200 wisps of chaotic chi. How could Han Fei bear it? No matter what environment he was in, he could never let go of more than 200 wisps of chaotic chi. Previously, when Han Fei killed the 3 peak-level venerables of the Hunter Demon's race, he didn't even get 200 wisps of chaotic chi from them. It could be seen that a half-king was still a half-king, which a peak-level venerable couldn't be compared to. The nightmare squid also saw Han Fei and Sha Xiaochan, but it didn't care. At this moment, it seemed to see a life-saving straw. Moreover, these two were only peak-level venerables. Even if he was on the verge of death, how could he be weaker than 2 peak-level venerables? Immediately, the nightmare squid swam over. Its eyes turned purple and it shouted, "Dream entering." However, before it could erupt, the nightmare squid suddenly felt a life-and-death crisis descend. The crisis came so fast that it couldn't escape at all. In the next moment, before the nightmare squid could complete its dream-entering attack, it felt that its soul had been invaded. The nightmare squid was shocked. What kind of power was this? It was actually more direct than his dream-entering technique. At the same time, it also felt that the chaotic chi in its body was flowing away. How could it not understand that the person on the other side was not to be trifled with? How could someone who could survive here be weak? At this moment, it could only sigh. It was too weak now. Otherwise, it would definitely be able to fight. However, when Han Fei's void lines completely controlled it, it roared, "You will die eventually. It'll be only a little later than me. I'll wait for you in hell," Sha Xiaoshan said. This should be a nightmare squid. Its dream-entering technique is extremely terrifying. Why didn't it attack? Sha Xiaoshan looked at Han Fei, probably knowing that Han Fei had made a move. Han Fei said, "It's dying. I'm just sending it off. However, we have to leave this place as soon as possible." Sha Xiaoshan looked around. The poisonous swamp covered all directions, so she couldn't release her perception. The hexagon starfish also cried out, "I can't hold on much longer. This poison is too powerful. I'm only an intermediate venerable." Han Fei glanced at it and said, "Now you know how dangerous it is outside? This is only the land of King Death. In the future, if we go to the Monarch Palace, how useful will your 6-gate array be? It depends on your realm." Sha Xiaoshan added, "There are only 32 years left before we go to the Monarch Palace. Big starfish, this may be the last 32 years of your life." Hiss. The hexagon starfish was stunned. He had never felt so close to death. It was said that people would only have a slim chance of survival in the Monarch Palace. Out of 10 venerables, only 1 could come out. Was this a joke? The hexagon starfish's 6 big eyes were spinning. "Then I'll make a breakthrough after I go out. Although it's a little painful, I'm already on the verge of a breakthrough." The nightmare squid could resist for a while, but after being controlled by Han Fei, its body was being corroded at a visible speed. The vitality, soul, and chaotic chi that Han Fei absorbed from it were endless. After 10 seconds, under the urging of the old turtle, Han Fei finally finished absorbing the nightmare squid. Even so, Han Fei didn't let go of the dream-eating teeth and dream eyes on the nightmare squid. The dream-eating teeth were just the teeth of the nightmare squid. Because of their special nature, they could directly attack the soul. As for the dream eyes, they were 2 thumb-sized crystals in its eyes. Han Fei grabbed the dream eyes and handed one to Sha Xiaoshan. "Just eat it," Sha Xiaoshan asked. "Can I cook it before eating it?" Han Fei thought to himself, "Yes, it's indeed tasteless to eat them raw." Therefore, Han Fei put them away and said, "Then let's cook them when we get out of here." Sha Xiaoshan immediately said, "I'm fast and I have cicada song to explore the way. Wait here for a while. Let me find the way." Han Fei grabbed Sha Xiaoshan's hand. "Don't bother. I have a plan." Han Fei thought to himself, "The vast ocean navigator is really useful. This thing is like his golden finger in the raging sea. In terms of finding the way, it is invincible. This human sacred weapon must be used often," so Han Fei took it out. He didn't want to make up a story for Sha Xiaoshan. As soon as the vast ocean navigator appeared, the 5 rings inside and outside quickly rotated and soon determined the direction. Because this was not the foggy sea area of the raging sea, the direction would not change. The 2 of them ran for more than 600 kilometers before finding an exit. At this moment, the hexagon starfish's 6-gate array was still intact. Han Fei thought to himself, "Mysterious creatures are indeed powerful. Even a half-king can't last long here." The hexagon starfish kept saying that he couldn't make it, but he's still holding on. In a sense, the defense of the hexagon starfish was actually stronger than that of a half-king sea demon. And this guy was only an intermediate peak-level venerable now. This was already the 3rd hole they had passed. When they entered the hole, they appeared on swampland. Yes, this time it really was a swamp. In some places it was green with boiling bubbles, and in others it was land full of grasses. As soon as they came in, they found several perceptions sweeping over. The 2 of them scanned back with their perception, and Han Fei was slightly surprised. He met acquaintances. Ji Chen of the Supreme Clearness world was here. In addition, there was another familiar face. This person seemed to be from the 5 Elements world, but he was not familiar with him. In the competition in the Heavenly Imperial Ancient Tree, Han Fei was mainly fighting with the Golden Crow world. The people of the Five Elements world probably planned to watch the show, so they didn't do anything back then. If Han Fei remembered correctly, this person's name was Five Elements Chen Hao. Apart from these two people, there were two half-kings guarding them. Ji Chen and Five Elements Chen Hao certainly didn't know Han Fei's current appearance, but they would never forget Xia Xiaoshan. She was a heavenly talent on Ye Qinglong's ship. Because Xia Xiaoshan was too beautiful, she attracted everyone's attention. Therefore, it was difficult to forget her. At this moment, there were a large number of puppet corpses surrounding Ji Chen and Five Elements Chen Hao. Therefore, when they saw Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan, their faces changed slightly. Ji Chen shouted in a low voice, "You four, keep attacking. Chen Hao, Five Elements." Chen Hao understood what Ji Chen meant. He rose into the air with Ji Chen and faced Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan. Xia Xiaoshan reminded Han Fei, there is no spiritual energy or energy in this space, and it seems to swallow energy in this space, and it seems to swallow energy. If we use spiritual fruits, I'm afraid we don't have enough time to take them in a big battle. Han Fei said, "It's fine. Enemies are bound to meet. I'm a little curious. How did they get ahead of us?" The hexagon starfish muttered, "You've been in the small world for 3 days. Han Fei glanced at the hexagon starfish and thought to himself, "You think I don't know?" On the other side, Ji Chen held the azure dragon sword. The sword trembled, and a faint dragon roar sounded. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. A sea-quelling bizarre treasure? 5 elements. Chen Hao's weapon was also extraordinary. He held a shield in his left hand and a 5-colored wheel in his right hand. The huge shield was an ultra-quality divine weapon. However, the 5-colored wheel seemed to be of a higher quality than an ultra-quality divine weapon. Han Fei estimated that it should be a low-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Han Fei couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth. A venerable who could get a sea-quelling bizarre treasure must have a high status. Han Fei thought to himself, does the greatly ominous refer to them? I don't think so. The corners of 5 elements. Chen Hao's mouth curled up. 2 peak-level venerables. Tisk. Interesting. That girl must have a high status in the merman race. Ji Chen said indifferently, those who can sit on Ye Qinglong's boat must be from the royal family of the merfolk. Don't treat them as ordinary peak-level venerables. 5 elements. Chen Hao said, fellow Taoist Ji Chen, in that case, can you leave this woman to me? Ji Chen sneered in his heart. If you can take it, you can try. Swish, 2 daggers appeared in Xia Xiaoshan's hands, and with a swish, Xia Xiaoshan disappeared without a trace. In the void, Xia Xiaoshan's voice echoed, where did you get the courage? Are the people of the 5 elements world so arrogant now? Huh? A hunter? Seeing that Xia Xiaoshan had avoided his perception and disappeared, 5 elements Chen Hao couldn't help but frown. Now, there were also hunters in the merman race. Ji Chen pointed his sword at Han Fei and snorted. A human is hanging out with a mermaid? Which world are you from? Keke Han Fei smiled sinisterly. I'll tell you when you're about to die. Chapter 1768, Battle of the Heavenly Talents. Even in the yin-yang world where there were internal and external troubles and there was an extreme shortage of manpower, Han Fei didn't hesitate to kill some of the human experts. Ji Chen had deliberately helped the people of the Golden Crow world under the Heavenly Imperial Ancient Tree that day to embarrass the Snow God's palace. How could Han Fei forget this? Although Han Fei wasn't a member of the Snow God's temple, at least he appeared as a member of the Snow God's temple at that time. Ice Snow Chuling being bullied was no different from him being bullied. Besides, Han Fei didn't like the people of the Supreme Clearness world he met. At this moment, everyone was in the secret realm, and Ji Chen wanted to use the so-called righteousness to suppress him. He even fucking asked him, which world are you from? How could Han Fei bear it? Han Fei's face turned cold. He stretched out his hand and a void crack appeared. Then he pulled out a saber out of it and directly attacked. Being able to be a heavenly talent of the Supreme Clearness world, Ji Chen was certainly not weak. His strength was also terrifying. The moment Han Fei attacked, Ji Chen reacted extremely quickly. His sword rippled, and his sword intent soared into the sky. Clang! The saber and the sword collided, and with a loud bang, sword chi and saber waves swept in all directions. After receiving Han Fei's attack, Ji Chen's face changed slightly. It can be so strong without the power of Dao runes? Unfortunately, Han Fei wouldn't answer his question. Han Fei pointed the embroidery needle in his hand at him, and Ji Chen instinctively felt that something was wrong. Seeing that there was no power impact, he immediately understood something and condensed his soul power into a wall to resist. Buzz! Ji Chen's eyelids trembled and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was shocked. What a powerful soul attack. But Han Fei was also slightly surprised. This guy blocked his heavenly god stab, and he was prepared? At the moment of life and death, Han Fei didn't hesitate anymore. If the first attack failed, there was still the next one. He took out the embroidery needle not just to launch a heavenly god stab. Immediately after, he activated the knock on the heavenly gate. At the moment when Ji Chen's soul was damaged, he certainly would do something. He discovered Han Fei's strength, but he had lost the initiative, so he wanted to get it back. The black hairpin on his head snapped, and a dazzling sword shadow that was filled with the power of the great Tao stabbed at Han Fei with the king-level suppressing power. Han Fei raised his eyelids, clenched his fist, and launched the sacrificing punch without hesitation. The moment the sacrificing punch exploded, Han Fei had already foreseen the destruction of the fist mark. As expected, this sword shadow pierced through the sacrificing punch with a swish. Of course, it was impossible to pierce through the sacrificing punch without paying a price. The sword shadow was weakened, and Han Fei took out a huge shield. In an instant, a golden giant gathered in front of Han Fei. Golden light flashed on the ultra-quality divine shield. Clank or crack-a-bang, bang. This series of decisions was made in the blink of an eye by Han Fei and Ji Chen. It was impossible to make such a decisive move without some combat experience. Even so, Han Fei was sent flying by the king-level slash, and his body was blasted into the swamp, retreating more than 30 kilometers. Of course, Ji Chen wasn't any better. Although he knocked Han Fei back with this king-level slash, he also suffered the knock on the heavenly gate from Han Fei. Han Fei had never held back in his attacks. At the beginning, Han Fei used the power of the great Tao. In the first 10 seconds, he could fight with the strength of a king. Therefore, even when facing a king-level attack, Han Fei dared to take it head-on. At this moment, Ji Chen was forced back more than 200 kilometers together with his weapon. His battlesuit was shattered, his arms were broken, and blood spurted out. Ji Chen was dumbfounded. This person is so domineering. How can he resist the attack of a king of our supreme clearness world and still unleash such a powerful force? Who was he? How could there be such a person in the 36 mystic worlds? Wait. Ji Chen suddenly thought of the fist mark that burst out when Han Fei bombarded the king-level attack. Why was it so similar to the punch that burst out after Holy Child Han Fei obtained the Heavenly Imperial Starfruit at the top of the Heavenly Imperial Tree? At that time, in order to avoid the battle and let others know that the battle was over, Holy Child xuanhuan punched the Heavenly Imperial Ancient Tree. However, that punch wasn't as powerful as the one just now. Therefore, that punch was led into the void by him. Now that he thought about it, could this person be? Bah! Han Fei spat out a mouthful of blood and then waved his hand, and his blood essence returned. Han Fei had underestimated the king-level strike of the Supreme Clearness World. Not only did his full-strength sacrificing punch fail to block this strike, but his ultra-quality shield enveloped with the invincible will was also cut open. In the end, the coiled turtle array on his body was also shattered. Even so, there was still a trace of sword chi entering his body. Fortunately, Han Fei's physique was strong, so he only suffered minor injuries. However, Han Fei knew that the kings of the Supreme Clearness World were extremely strong. This casual attack was already so powerful. If he faced it head-on, he would definitely lose. However, even if he couldn't defeat a king, he couldn't lose to a half-king. Honey, are you alright? Han Fei, I'm fine, continue. At this moment, xuanhuan had just fought with 5 elements Chen Hao. Xuanhuan's speed was very fast. Even Han Fei usually could barely catch her. Now, holding a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, xuanhuan launched nearly 1,000 attacks in an instant. 5 elements. Chen Hao's ultra-quality shield, like Han Fei's shield just now, was shattered in the blink of an eye. 5 elements. Chen Hao was dumbfounded. Fuck, what kind of people have I encountered? Why did my ultra-quality divine weapons become like a piece of shit? Forced. 5 elements. Chen Hao stepped on a lotus flower. In an array of the 5 elements, a 5-colored wheel was spinning. It was his sea-quelling bizarre treasure, the 5 elements wheel. Originally, 5 elements Chen Hao had thought that he could win easily, but as soon as they started to fight, he was forced to defend. 5 elements Chen Hao and Ji Chen were both angry. 2 half-kings were beaten to a pulp by 2 peak-level venerables. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if the news spread out? Below, the expressions of the other half-kings of the Supreme Clearness World and the 5 Elements World changed drastically, and they directly gave up on their original battle. The newcomers were too strong, and Ji Chen and 5 Elements Chen Hao were very important figures in the Supreme Clearness World and the 5 Elements World. If anything happened to the 2 of them in this battle, they would be punished. Seeing the other party all rushed at them, Han Fei and xuanhuan made a decision almost at the same time. Blair. xuanhuan directly used the Heavenly Cicada transformation, and the Heavenly Cicada wings opened. At the same time, she shouted in a low voice, "Fuse, roar." The giant arowana let out a low roar that sounded like the roar of a real dragon. The demonic sound shook everyone present, including Han Fei. Like xuanhuan, Han Fei chose to fuse with Little Black and Little White directly. At this moment, he didn't plan to let anyone go, so he might as well kill them all. Then, all the treasures in the secret realm were his. Different from the dragon roar of the giant arowana, as soon as Han Fei's yin-yang divine eyes appeared, Zhishuan exclaimed, "How is this possible? Is this the yin-yang divine eyes? You're not from the snow god's temple, but from the yin-yang world." Chila. When Ji Chen shouted this, a jade slit broke. The surrounding void trembled, and this guy immediately tried to run. Half of his body had already entered the void. Han Fei didn't expect that this guy could directly escape from here. Seeing that it was too late for him to block Ji Chen, a black fog suddenly sealed the void. Han Fei immediately roared, and the 100-beast soul-devouring technique instantly attacked Xuanhuan's mind, and he used the heaven gate knocking again. Don't hurt the heavenly talent of our supreme clearness world. In the blink of an eye, when Han Fei was about to stab Xuanhuan to death, a half-king came at him with a spear. Bang! This person was not an expert of Chen's level. Han Fei's heaven gate knocking had the power of a king. How could he withstand it? The person directly exploded. Han Fei pointed again, and the heavenly god stab hit the mind of another half-king, and the fist mark in Han Fei's hand rumbled. When Chen woke up from the soul shock, the first thing he saw was that Han Fei blew up a half-king he brought with him with one punch. Chen shouted angrily, "Supreme Clearness, Azure Dragon Sword." At this moment, Chen tried to buy himself a moment. Realizing how terrifying the enemy was, Chen wanted to make use of this moment to kill Han Fei, but Han Fei didn't give him the chance. At this moment, the two half-kings blocked Han Fei and won a chance of survival for Chen. Since he could not escape, he might as well take a gamble. Chen regained the initiative. He brandished the sea-quelling bizarre treasure, Azure Dragon Sword, in his hand. When the sword danced, it actually had the charm of the sword Dao. It was as if the power of this sword could pierce through everything in front of him. Apart from this strike, the two blue rings on Chen's wrists exploded at the same time. Damn, he has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Chen's 3 consecutive attacks were comparable to 3 consecutive king-level attacks. Han Fei thought to himself, I've already revealed my identity. How can I let you escape? On the other side, xuanhuan shouted, and Han Fei rushed into the storm like bombardment. Boom! The pressure of a half-king instantly overwhelmed the entire battlefield. The nearby corpses were all crushed. Xuanhuan had already assassinated a half-king and was attacking 5 elements Chen Hao. The 2 of them were sent flying at the same time. On the other side, under the 3 attacks, this world seemed to be frozen in Han Fei's eyes. Han Fei's figure shuttled, blocked a king's attack with 2 big shields, withstood Chen's full-strength slash, and stabbed his hand into Chen's chest. Puffer Chen looked horrified. He felt that his soul was being invaded and his mind was buzzing. Han Fei grinned. I'll keep your sea-quelling bizarre treasure for you. Chapter 1769. Have a narrow escape. Han Fei had to admit that Chen was indeed strong. His combat power had been in the sea establishment realm the whole time, but it still took him 6 seconds to defeat him. Although 2 people blocked his attacks twice during this period, Chen's hysterical outburst in the end actually injured him badly. Although the power of that sword didn't penetrate Han Fei's body, it let a large amount of sword chi into his body. Han Fei thought to himself, it seems that I still have opponents in the venerable realm. When I return to the half-king realm and continue to push my strength to the peak, I can really become the strongest person under the King Reem in the raging sea. Hardly had it ended when Han Fei turned around and saw 7 or 8 xuanhuans in the sky. Her attacks were continuous like a storm. Han Fei could even feel that xuanhuan's every blow was at least at the half-king level. Pooh, 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 5 elements. Chen Hao also wanted to escape, but he found that his 5 elements escape technique was ineffective here. 5 elements. Chen Hao saw that the half-king on his side were being tortured by xuanhuan. The heavenly cicada wings cut the half-king's armor into pieces so easily. 5 elements, Chen Hao said. My friends, have you seen your surroundings? This space has been sealed, and it's still devouring our energy and vitality. I just tried, but I can't escape at all. Instead of fighting each other to the death, let's find a way to get out together. Only by surviving will there be a need to fight. At this moment, 5 elements Chen Hao felt his scalp go numb. He had suppressed his arrogance and said these words humbly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bullied the 2 peak-level venerables with Chen just now. 5 elements. Chen Hao was extremely puzzled. Fuck, where did these 2 super powerhouses come from? What did Chen's words mean? What did he mean by saying that you are not from the snow god's temple but from the yin-yang world? After that, Chen tried to escape, which startled him. 5 elements. Chen Hao's reaction speed was fast. These heavenly talents knew about the history of the 36 mystic worlds. He glanced at Chen, who was like a living corpse now, and there was a big hole in his chest, but the hole was not enough to kill him. He was clearly controlled. Snow God Palace? There's only one person in the Snow God Palace who can be so powerful, and that's the Holy Child, Xuanhuan. Could it be that this person is Xuanhuan? Did he take off his mask? The more 5 elements Chen Hao thought about it, the more he felt his scalp tingle. This guy might be the Holy Child Xuanhuan, and more importantly, he didn't seem to be from the Snow God's temple, but the yin-yang world. The heavenly palace that had disappeared for 80,000 years? Han Fei sneered. The battle has already begun. It doesn't matter if we can get out or not. What matters is that you die first. Got it. 7 or 8 xuanhuans combined into one, and the heavenly cicada wings behind her seemed to turn into countless unusually transparent cicada wings. Like a storm of needles, they darted at 5 elements Chen Hao's 5 elements array. Ding ding ding! Clang! 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 Clang. Although 5 elements disciple Chen Hao was a 5 elements disciple and the disciple of a king, he was only a half-king after all. It was already difficult for him to handle Xiao. He had a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, and so did she. He had a powerful spiritual beast, but the other party had too. He was the disciple of a king, while the other party was a royal mermaid. And it was just Xiao, and there was also Xuanhuan, whose identity was unknown. Even Ji Shen couldn't last more than a few seconds. It was impossible for him to hold on with his 5 elements array. Around them, a large number of puppet corpses were charging at Han Fei, intending to fight. However, neither Xiao nor Han Fei cared about these puppets at all. The puppets had no consciousness anyway, so they couldn't catch them. Han Fei was about to attack when Xiao reached out and smashed the hexagon starfish into the 5 elements array. Not to mention Han Fei, even 5 elements Chun Hao was stunned. 5 elements Chun Hao was speechless, thinking, I admit I can't beat the two of you, but why did you insult me with an intermediate venerable level starfish? The hexagon starfish screamed, Han Fei, save me, I'm not an array-breaking machine. 5 elements Chun Hao was shocked. Han Fei? He was too familiar with this name. Han Fei was the one who killed Ban Yi. Just now this big starfish called Han Fei? Was he Han Fei from the Avengers? However, when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't help but shiver. Is Han Fei Xuanhuan? But Xuanhuan gave Ban Yi to Han Fei? And Ji Chen also mentioned the yin-yang world just now. His, 5 elements. Chen Hao immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. He couldn't help but think of a top divine technique of the yin-yang world. The twin divine technique that was said to be the strongest escape technique in the 36 mystic worlds. So, Holy Child Xuanhuan and Han Fei of the Avengers were the same person. So, this Han Fei in front of him was the current master of the yin-yang world. 5 elements. Chen Hao instantly figured everything out. It turned out that he was fighting the current palace master of the yin-yang world. No wonder he attacked them right from the start. He didn't even try to reason with them. No wonder Han Fei wanted to build the Avengers. He came back for revenge. Buzz. At that moment, 5 elements Chen Hao wanted to kill the hexagon starfish with the 5 elements reversal array. Of course, the moment the hexagon starfish approached the 5 elements array, the array actually drilled into the hexagon starfish's body, but then the 5 elements array failed. The hexagon starfish murmured, fortunately, I awakened the array swallowing divine technique, otherwise it would be too dangerous. Han Fei seized the opportunity and threw out a heavenly god stab, followed by the 100-beast soul-subduing roar, intending to shock the man's soul. Xiao was a born hunter. After awakening the heavenly cicada, she was even more elusive. Han Fei saw a sharp light flash past 5 elements Chen Hao's body. Xiao. At this moment, 5 elements Chen Hao seemed to have turned into a stone and was cut by Xiao. Buzz. Then 5 figures appeared. They were respectively of the 5 elements. 5 elements World Chen Hao shouted angrily, Do you want to die with me? Do you want to die with me? Fine. So, what if you were peerless heavenly talents? Explode. Buzz. The hexagon starfish reacted quickly. With a swish, the 6-gate array was activated. Han Fei reacted equally fast, and the phantom of mountains and rivers appeared. At this moment, 5 elements Chen Hao detonated all the energy in his sun-moon shell. It was crazy. Xiao exclaimed, Is he crazy? The hexagon starfish muttered, You'll be crazy too in his situation. Seeing the phantom of mountains and rivers appear, Xiao and the hexagon starfish knew that they would be safe in the small world. No matter how 5 elements Chen Hao blew them up, they wouldn't be affected. But seeing Han Fei step on a coiled turtle array, they were puzzled. The moment the 6-gate array was about to collapse, Han Fei smiled at Xiao. Wait for me. Buzz. Rumble. Han Fei didn't follow Xiao into the sea-quelling painting. This wasn't the yin-yang world, so he had to remove the source of trouble. So what if 5 elements Chen Hao detonated all his resources? Did this mean that he must have died? Only if Han Fei personally confirmed his death could he be considered dead. For example, Ji Chen had been controlled by the void lines, which could absolutely guarantee his death. Of course, the premise was that Ji Chen could survive such a violent explosion. Han Fei quickly drew one small defensive array after another with the lines of Dao patterns. The moment the 6-gate array disappeared, 50 or 60 defensive arrays were broken in a row. Han Fei even took out 2 giant shields and put them in front of him. Even so, Han Fei still underestimated the explosion power of the massive amount of resources. At this moment, Han Fei finally experienced the terrifying power when he detonated the White Shell Royal City, and this time he was in the center of the explosion. If it weren't for his strong physique and confidence that he could withstand it, Han Fei wouldn't have stayed. A moment later, when Han Fei got up from the ruins, there were no more puppets here. They had basically all been blown up by 5 elements Chen Hao. The swamp within hundreds of kilometers was also blown up, creating a huge pit. The 2 giant shields in Han Fei's hands only had one handle left, and Han Fei's battlesuit was tattered. Han Fei couldn't help shaking his head. No, the ultra-quality divine weapons without sealed spirits are not strong enough. It seems that I have to strengthen my refining skills. A moment later, when the power of the explosion dissipated and only the aftershock was left in the space, Han Fei summoned Little White and explored the ruins. Daughter, look for that person's aura. However, before he could finish his sentence, Little White rushed towards the sea of fire. Daddy, he's in here, Hanfei sneered. I knew it. Does he think he can fool me by doing this? Since Little White had found the place, 5 elements Chen Hao certainly couldn't escape. Soon, Hanfei pulled out a ball of fire from the sea of fire. The ball of fire twisted crazily and shouted in horror, let me go. The 5 elements world is willing to pay anything. We don't have a grudge. Buzz, casting the void lines on him, Hanfei sneered. Do you really think you're valuable? After killing 5 elements Chen Hao, Hanfei glanced at Ji Chen, who was only left with broken limbs, and thought to himself, this person is quite durable. Buzz. The phantom of mountains and rivers appeared again, and Hanfei was ready to release Sha Xiao and Master Hexagon. However, a light flashed. Clang, 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 clang. Hanfei was hacked 700 or 800 times in an instant, and his stomach was stabbed from his belly button to his tailbone. Hey, hang, wait, let's talk nicely. Sha Xiaoshan's eyes were red and her face was full of anger. Talk nicely? Do you think you're not afraid of anything just because you're a body refiner? How dare you stay outside alone? How dare you leave me behind? Boo-hoo, don't leave me behind anymore. Sha Xiaoshan suddenly burst into tears like a wronged wife who had been bullied. Hanfei's heart tightened and he quickly hugged her. Be good. Don't cry. I promise I will never leave you alone. Chapter 1770, stinky to the point of injuring. The soul with Hanfei's repeated assurance, Sha Xiaoshan put away her dagger. Huff Hanfei hurriedly held his stomach and thought to himself, fortunately, I'm a body refiner. Otherwise, I would have been stabbed full of holes. Of course, Sha Xiaoshan didn't really stab him. The first few strikes were only the strength of an intermediate venerable. Then, she found that Hanfei was quite resistant to attacks, so she kept increasing her strength until she reached the peak of the venerable realm. Sha Xiaoshan was also speechless. Did this guy eat heaven and earth mystic iron? How could he cultivate his physique to this level? The hexagon starfish seemed to be used to this scene and didn't take it seriously at all. He was still sighing. What a powerful explosion. Even such a terrifying explosion still didn't break the space. Can we still get out? Hanfei didn't know how to answer the hexagon starfish's question. This space was indeed absorbing the energy in their bodies. 5 elements. Chen Hao and the others had been here for a long time, so they concluded that this place could also devour vitality. Hanfei had experienced such a situation before. After Sha Xiaoshan was taken away by Chun Huangdian and he was resurrected, he met Destiny Saint Grass on the way back to the 10,000 Demon Valley with Yu Ji. Now, although the situation was the same, the environment was different. This space was more than 2,000 kilometers wide. Previously, Ji Chen and 5 elements Chen Hao were fighting with the puppets here. The question was, where did the puppets come from? Hanfei's vast ocean navigator could still be used, but he was injured and had yet to recover to his peak state. Hanfei thought to himself, anyway, there's still a long time before the 1-month deadline. It's only the 4th day now. I can stay in the sea quelling painting for 1 more day. Then I can have an extra day of my honeymoon, Hanfei snapped. Do you think only you are afraid of death? Are we just decorations? You want to leave before we find the treasure? Xiao Xiao looked around. Is there any treasure here? Hanfei was also a little guilty. We're already here anyway. Don't panic. Let me cure Ji Chen first. Before Xia Xiaoshan said anything, Master Hexagon exclaimed, why did you treat him? He's obviously not a good guy. Just let him sleep here. Hanfei was really amused by the hexagon starfish. He knew nothing but fear. Hanfei looked at Xia Xiaoshan and said, wait and see. Hanfei raised his hands, and as the heaven enlightenment divine technique shone down, Ji Chen's limbs were growing rapidly. This scene made Luo Xiaobai and the hexagon starfish widen their eyes. Last time, Xia Xiaochan was treated. This time, watching Hanfei heal others, she felt that the healing technique was too powerful. Ji Chen was almost dying, but Hanfei still brought him back to life. Hanfei consumed 200 years of vitality. For the current Hanfei, it was nothing. He had absorbed so much vitality in one hunt, he probably wouldn't die even if he lay in a coffin for 10,000 years. Seeing that Ji Chen had recovered, under Sha Xiaoshan and the hexagon starfish's confused stare, Hanfei took out the Tao-devouring insect king that he had just obtained. Sha Xiaoshan couldn't help but ask, why did you take out this bug? In fact, not only was Sha Xiaoshan disgusted, but Hanfei could also feel Ji Chen's resistance. He was a peerless heavenly talent of the supreme clearness world. He was disgusted by the bug too. Hanfei controlled Ji Chen to open his mouth and let the Tao-devouring insect king enter it. Sha Xiaoshan felt that her scalp was numb. It was better for little Quang to do this. His invincible black hole could absorb anything. However, feeding a worm to the living, that was hard to accept. The hexagon starfish's tentacles were trembling, thinking that Hanfei was simply too scary. If you don't like this guy, just kill him. However, Hanfei didn't kill him but feed him a worm. This was a little disgusting. Seeing the look on Sha Xiaoshan and the hexagon starfish's faces, Hanfei snapped, what do you know? You'll find out later. This bug may look weak, but it's terrifying when it parasitizes someone. Hanfei sensed through the void lines that Ji Chen's soul was struggling hard. However, when the Tao-devouring insect king entered Ji Chen's mouth, it directly turned into a strange liquid and drilled into Ji Chen's brain. In just 30 seconds, Han Fei sensed that the Tao-devouring insect king had dissolved in Ji Chen's brain. Gulp. Han Fei couldn't help but swallow. He had thought that the Tao-devouring insect king would only make a nest in Ji Chen's head, but who knew that it wanted his entire head? Buzz. Ji Chen suddenly opened his eyes and his body stiffened slightly. With the connection between Han Fei and the Tao-devouring insect king, he knew that the parasitism had been completed. He quietly retracted the void lines. Ji Chen did not move at all. His eyes were dull. Han Fei asked, "Can you speak?" Seeing that Ji Chen didn't respond, Han Fei said, "Show me your best swordsmanship." Swish! Ji Chen held the azure dragon sword in his hand and slashed out for 2,000 kilometers, leaving a long sword mark on the already dilapidated ground. Xia Xiaoya said in surprise, He became a puppet? Han Fei shrugged. Yes, as I said before, this worm is very powerful. Although it is very weak in itself, it can parasitize the head. Not to mention controlling a half-king, it can even control a king. Sir, the hexagon starfish shivered. Han Fei was too scary. He would rather sleep in the mermaid royal family than travel with Han Fei. Xuanhuan was surprised. Can he still use his full strength? Han Fei nodded. In theory, yes. I'll leave this sea-quelling bizarre treasure sword to him for now. Since Ji Chen is a top heavenly talent in the supreme clearness world, he's certainly not weak. Besides, he had a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, so ordinary half-kings are no match for him at all. He's definitely a good helping hand for us, Xuanhuan said. Then I don't want insects. Why do I need so many bodyguards? I run very fast. If it weren't for the Sea Establishment Realm Masters, I would have run away and none of them could catch me. Han Fei thought to himself, that's true. Judging from the speed displayed by the heavenly cicada transformation, Han Fei knew that even he couldn't catch up with her. It seemed that it was better to have wings. Unfortunately, his phantom glass wings had long been absorbed by his body. Although he could get himself wings now, he couldn't increase his strength explosively with the wings like the heavenly cicada wings. Han Fei flipped his hand and 6 xuanhuan shells appeared. After checking them, Han Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There isn't a single key to the Monarch Palace. It seems that their goal is very clear. They came directly to the Whale Valley and haven't had time to explore other places. Xuanhuan had no interest in resources now. She had seen too many good things. The battle in the Death Valley ended unexpectedly. Xuanhuan was relieved, but she remembered that there were still people from the soul-sealing world outside, so she immediately said, let's get Little White out to search for treasures. Han Fei nodded, summoned Little Black and Little White, and asked, Daughter, look, are there any treasures here? Little White went to the rock wall on the right without hesitation, but when Han Fei and Xuanhuan followed her to the rock wall, Little White swam in another direction. After swimming through the entire space, Little White returned to the center and looked up and down from time to time. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Daughter, have you found anything or not? Han Fei thought to himself, if you can't find the treasure, I'll use the vast ocean navigator. However, Little White said, Dad, it seems to be below us. Besides, it can move. But I don't know how to get out. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Since even Little White couldn't find the way, Han Fei didn't want to waste his time. Therefore, he took out the vast ocean navigator. Ka, the vast ocean navigator spun rapidly. However, Han Fei noticed the unusual trajectory of the needle. It seemed to be moving irregularly in this space like a broken compass. Han Fei quickly shouted, Master Hexagon, can you seal the underground space? The hexagon starfish said, Maybe, Han Fei said, listen to my command. Seal wherever my knife points. Han Fei knew that the vast ocean navigator could only last for 10 seconds at most. Therefore, as the vast ocean navigator turned, Han Fei controlled the infinity water to dart out. In order to get out alive, the hexagon starfish worked really hard. The starfish disappeared silently and appeared silently. In the blink of an eye, its body became 100 meters long and instantly sealed that place. At this moment, the vast ocean navigator began to tremble quickly and move around within 100 meters. The hexagon starfish was immediately amused. I can still shrink. The hexagon starfish quickly shrank from 100 meters to half a meter, forcefully controlling the thing underground. At this moment, the infinity water was drilling down crazily like a drill. After drilling for more than 20 kilometers, Han Fei took out a bead. Before Han Fei could take out the bead, the air around him changed with a buzz. Then Han Fei and Xuanhuan found that a gray aura instantly spread to an area of 2,000 kilometers. In the next moment, Han Fei, Xuanhuan, and the hexagon starfish all retched and felt like vomiting. They didn't know what was in the pool. It was so smelly that even their souls were trembling. Chapter 1771, Digging a Septic Tank. Han Fei would never have thought that one day he would almost faint because of a stench, his soul would tremble, and his 7 orifices would bleed slightly. More importantly, even if he didn't breathe, the smell could be transmitted to his body through his skin and touch his soul. Han Fei felt that he would rather eat the Poison King than smell it. Xuanhuan and the hexagon starfish were in the same situation as Han Fei, because the stench was not a physical attack at all, but a special power that targeted the soul. 6 gates, forbidden land. The hexagon starfish couldn't stand anymore. He used his ultimate move on the spot and sealed the place where the 3 of them were into a domain. Only then did the stench stop coming. Han Fei and Xuanhuan retched a few more times, then looked at each other. Blood was flowing out of their 7 orifices, and the hexagon starfish's 6 big eyes were all bleeding. They couldn't help but look at each other in shock. Han Fei was horrified. I didn't expect it to be so smelly that it can damage the soul, Xuanhuan said. I don't want to smell this smell anymore. It's too smelly. What is it? The hexagon starfish said. It's over. So many bad guys besieged me, and I survived. In the end, I might be killed by the stench. My reputation is ruined. Han Fei wiped the blood from his nose and glanced at the bead in his hand. Looking closely, the information appeared. Nam Ye Sun Sun, Suppressing Pearl, Introduction. The foul air produced by the mutated creatures in the deep sea for a long time has accumulated too much and formed a terrifying filth. To prevent foul air from contaminating the body, use demon essence to refine the sun-suppressing pearl to seal the filth. Level C establishment or quality ultra-quality effect. It can suppress filth and keep one clean. Can be swallowed no e can be swallowed remove it. Or can be swallowing it, it can prevent contamination and slowly remove the filth in the body. After checking the information of the bead, Han Fei had a strange look on his face. Why did it feel weird? Just like the back mountain of the Thug Academy in the Blue Sea Town, the cave was filled with a stench that had been there for thousands of years. This bead was like a door. As soon as the door was opened, a stench came out. Seeing that Han Fei's face had turned green, Xuanhuan couldn't help but be nervous. What is this? Is it an evil thing? Han Fei shook his head slightly. Of course it's not an evil thing. The weird air outside is evil. This bead is extremely useful and can remove the filth in your body. As long as you eat it. Hey, what are you doing? When Han Fei said to eat it, Xuanhuan and the hexagon starfish retreated to the edge of the domain, and the hexagon starfish's big eyes were all narrowed. He kept saying, the starfish is clean. No, I don't need this. Xuanhuan was afraid that Han Fei would give this thing to her, so she said carefully, I'm clean too. You can have it if you want. Han Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It really doesn't stink. How could women accept this thing? Even the hexagon starfish couldn't accept it. Han Fei grabbed the sun-suppressing pearl speechlessly and thought to himself, you two don't even know what a treasure this is. It seems that this treasure is doomed not to belong to you. Han Fei glanced at the sun-suppressing pearl and then at the gray mist-like stench outside. He made up his mind and thought to himself, if I don't enter the tiger's den, how can I get the tiger's cub? Immediately, Han Fei pinched his nose and stuffed the sun-suppressing pearl into his mouth. Xuanhuan and the hexagon starfish felt their scalps tingle and were about to break down on the spot. They would never want to experience that horrible stench again. Xuanhuan said, you're not allowed to kiss me for 3 days. Han Fei rolled his eyes speechlessly, ignorant. In fact, Han Fei also felt a little nauseous, but there was nothing he could do about it. This was a treasure, he couldn't waste it. After a full half an hour, Xuanhuan and the hexagon starfish said almost in unison, it stinks. Han Fei, one? The hexagon starfish was horrified. Han Fei, you stink, Xuanhuan exclaimed. The impurities in your body are being discharged. Han Fei looked down and found that there was an extremely thin layer of gray substance on the surface of his skin. This time, Han Fei didn't feel good at all. The demon purification pot didn't say that the bead would make him stink. It said that the sun-suppressing pearl would slowly remove the impurities in his body. Slowly? Han Fei was shocked. This word seemed a bit ambiguous. Fortunately, the smell wasn't very bad. Han Fei was a peak-level venerable after all, and his physique had been cultivated to an outrageous level. Therefore, even if there were still impurities in his body, it was only a small amount. However, the sun-suppression pearl had run into his dantian and accompanied his Dao seed. The 2 pearls revolved in his dantian. Han Fei knew that the sun-suppressing pearl was starting to work. Han Fei glanced at Xuanhuan and the hexagon starfish. He had eaten the sun-suppressing pearl anyway, but he still had to find the treasure. The information said that it could avoid contamination after swallowing the bead. If he went out now, he shouldn't be able to smell the stench, right? Han Fei said. Okay, you two stay here. I'm going to see where the treasures of the Whale Valley are. It took us so much effort to come here. It would be a loss if we didn't get anything. Xuanhuan asked in surprise. Can swallowing the bead block the stench outside? Han Fei said. I told you that it's a treasure that suppresses filth. Okay, the danger should be gone now. Otherwise, there would be too many barriers set up by this king. With that, Han Fei appeared outside the hexagon starfish's seal. When Han Fei stood in this stinky space again, he didn't hold his breath immediately, but after inhaling a little, he immediately vomited. This scene shocked Xuanhuan and the hexagon starfish. Xuanhuan said, you better come back. Let's go out after the smell is gone. The hexagon starfish said, yes, let's go to the small world. Han Fei held his breath, and when he didn't feel the stench anymore, he said to the two of them, "I was just teasing you. Look at how scared you are." Xuanhuan was relieved and immediately said angrily, "If you scare me again, I'll stab you to death." Pressing pearl was taken away by Han Fei. This space was no longer so unbreakable. At the place where Han Fei dug the sun-suppressing pearl, the ground nearby was cracking, and there was a space underground. Xuanhuan Han Fei crawled more than 20 kilometers and appeared in the small world under his feet. Then, Han Fei was horrified to see a gray lake. This was the source of the fucking stench. However, Han Fei had seen all kinds of horrible things. As the 9th Immortal Master, did he have to retreat when he encountered a septic tank? With a thought, Han Fei took out a dozen sun-moon shells, all of which had been emptied. Han Fei threw the sun-moon shells into the pool and saw that a huge amount of gray and dirty liquid was pouring into the shells. It took 12 sun-moon shells to drain the lake. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. When the little fatty Cao Chu refined the Poison King, he was in high spirits. The days when he swept the level 3 fishery with the Poison King were worth reminiscing. Now, this gray liquid was equivalent to a treasure like the Poison King. However, unlike the Poison King, this thing had shape and color. People could tell that it was not something good at the first glance. Therefore, it depended on how he used it. Of course, this gray liquid was not the key. The key was that at the bottom of this pool of gray liquid lay a bunch of treasures. Han Fei grabbed with one hand, and these treasures floated in the air. Among them, there were long swords, stone steels, bricks, jade pots, small seals. All these items carried the Tao runes of the Monarch Palace. Han Fei counted, and there are as many as 67 pieces. But even so, Han Fei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What did these kings steal from the Monarch Palace? They brought back no decent things but a bunch of junk. These 67 keys, together with the 14 keys on him, made 81 keys. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. He had made a fortune this time. The Snow Lady only wanted 20 keys, and Patriarch Million Poison, Huang Jie, also wanted to trade with him. Moreover, 32 years later, when the Monarch Palace is opened, can my yin-yang world also become a force and participate? Although there were 81 keys now, Han Fei couldn't give up some of them, such as the mystic yellow stone. Apart from treasures, there was also a cave in the deepest part of the septic tank below. He wondered if that was the exit. Of course, Han Fei wasn't in a hurry to go out. He would go out tomorrow. Anyway, he wasn't in a hurry. Chapter 1772, Soul Burial Valley in the Sea-Quelling Painting. Han Fei came to Xuanhuan and the hexagon starfish and showed off his harvest. Xuanhuan was stunned. For a moment, she couldn't help wondering what this person was thinking when he hid treasures in such a smelly place. According to the hexagon starfish, that person must have been hunted down so much that he thought that if I couldn't get it, you wouldn't get it either, so he hid the treasure there. It had to be said that Master Hexagon's intelligence had increased a lot since he entered the venerable realm. Sure enough, Han Fei and Xuanhuan both agreed with the hexagon starfish's guess. Of course, although Han Fei got a lot of treasures, on this day, neither Xuanhuan nor the hexagon starfish would come within 3 meters of Han Fei. Sleep? That was even more unlikely. Xuanhuan insisted. When Han Fei doesn't stink anymore, we can sleep together again. Since Han Fei and Xuanhuan had just met and they wanted to have a honeymoon, he didn't introduce Neon Air and Xiaosei to Xuanhuan the next day. After explaining to Xuanhuan, Han Fei left the sea-quelling painting first. Han Fei was thinking about the direction of the exit. As a result, the vast ocean navigator was pointing at the septic tank. While the three of Han Fei were looking for a way out, a battle was happening on the other side. This was a valley that was bubbling with blood-colored gas. In the valley, there was a demonic sound. This sound was like a whimper from the netherworld. In addition to being heard directly, it could also directly affect the soul. In the direction of this demonic sound, there were many half-king corpses. These corpses were like walking dead. They had lost their souls and their eyes were empty, but the weapons in their hands were still intact and their combat style was familiar. There were thousands of such half-king corpses here. If Han Fei were here, he would be surprised. Many half-kings of the 4 heavenly palaces of glazed glass, immeasurability, sword god, and supreme mystic were here. In addition, there was also a group of half-kings in the uniform of the soul-sealing world. There were a total of 15 people from the 5 forces. However, at this moment, the 15 people were running crazily. They had run all the way to the bloody canyon. Ring, ring, ring. At this moment, a woman from the glazed glass world shook the bell with an ugly expression. Oh no, there's no way out. Swish, swish, swish. A sword cultivator stood tall and proud. Seeing the corpse of a half-king attacking him, he cut the corpse in half at a strange angle. On the other side, someone retreated while drawing something on a fish skin. The man said, "Of the 3 forbidden places, the Soul Burial Valley is the most mysterious. When we came here, we just passed a small blood pool. After we passed the blood pool, if we hadn't been attracted by the bronze door, we wouldn't have lost our way. The problem lies on that door. The space we are in might have been changed, or we might have entered some unknown array. A tall and strong man looked at the 6 powerhouses of the soul-sealing world and said, Xuanhuan, you've been drawing for a long time, but you keep saying useless things. Isn't your supreme mystic world said to have the essence of the 36 heavenly palaces? Why haven't you learned the 9 palace worlds arrays? Xuanhuan was one of the leaders of the supreme mystic world's team this time. Originally, there was still Mushui Sisi, but she wasn't here at this moment. It seemed that they didn't put everyone into one forbidden place. Xuanhuan said angrily, I'm not a spirit gatherer. It's extremely difficult to enter the Tao of arrays, and ordinary people can't comprehend it. Although there are countless array diagrams in my mind, I can't break arrays. You think too highly of me. At this moment, the sword cultivator of the sword god world shouted in a low voice, Li Kaitian, help me. However, because everyone had nowhere to escape, 6 half-king puppets caught up to them. Roar, the muscular man shouted, fuse, buzz. An incomparably huge crocodile instantly fused into the burly man's body. 2 rays of red light erupted from his eyes and petrified the 2 half-king corpses in midair. Then, Li Kaitian waved the long rod in his hand, which was a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, to cut the void with the momentum of splitting a mountain. He shouted, infinite palm print. Li Kaitian had killed more than 5 half-king corpses alone. It was all thanks to these corpses. If they were conscious half-king experts, even if Li Kaitan's strength doubled, he wouldn't have been able to kill them so easily. Li Kaitan shouted, Jianhui, what are you doing? Attack, ring, ring. A dim yellow light instantly erupted, and a candlelight nailed a half-king's corpse in midair. In the next moment, a clear voice shouted, glazed merciful hand. Countless jade-like hands appeared in the void, looking soft and powerless. However, when they really started slapping, the continuous 18 slaps smashed the half-king's corpse into pieces. Li Kaitian heaved a sigh of relief. Sister Luran is still the best. Jianhui, what are you doing? The 3 sword cultivators of the sword god palace all held their swords and did not come out. Jianhui said, accumulate sword intent. Not far away, Jianhui glanced at the soul-sealing world's team. There were only 6 people on their side, and they had only encountered 3 half-king corpses, which was much easier than them. Li Kaitian followed Jianhui's gaze and snorted, son of a botch, I hate those guys from the soul-sealing world the most. If they didn't know God's arrival technique, I would have killed them long ago. At the mention of the God's arrival technique, the expressions of the other 4 Heavenly Palaces teams were rather ugly. As one of the 13 worlds in the inner domain, the soul-sealing world was relatively low-key. Although they had always boasted that they had once produced a god, there was one thing not exaggerated. They could borrow the power of supreme experts. This technique was called God's Arrival. Of course, the premise was that they had to serve a supreme expert and establish a long-term loan contract. Outsiders did not know what the restrictions and benefits of the God's Arrival technique were. They only knew that by using the God's Arrival technique, one's strength would double, and one could even borrow a trace of the divine power of a supreme expert. Originally, the 4 heavenly palaces were not familiar with the other worlds among the 13 worlds in the inner domain. If they met each other outside, they might exchange some pleasantries. However, in the secret realm, they were enemies. If not for the countless half-king corpse puppets chasing after them, the 2 sides would have already started fighting. On the soul-sealing world side, someone shouted in a low voice, according to my perception of the heavenly cicada, it should be nearby. There can't be no road, someone said. Fortunately, not everyone came in. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to get out of this place alive. They looked in the direction of Li Kaitian and the others, and the leader shouted coldly, although these people are difficult to deal with, their situation is worse than ours. Okay, let's find a way out. 100 seconds later, the 2 groups of people felt that they were about to fall into despair. Li Kaitian and the others all looked horrified. Xuanhuan said leisurely, in the past, I thought that the forbidden places only existed because the explorers were not strong enough. I didn't expect it to really be a forbidden place. If we want to survive, we have to kill these more than 1,000 half-king puppets here first, otherwise it will be in vain. Just shut up! In the glazed glass world's team, Lu Ran spat. It only means that you're not skilled enough. You can't break the array, nor can you find the way. You've led us to a dead end. You have to learn well in your next life. Don't loaf around all day. Xuanhuan was speechless. Xuanhuan sighed and couldn't be bothered to argue with Lu Ran. Li Kaitian and Jianhui couldn't hold on any longer. Xuanhuan sighed and was anxious. What should I do? Bang! At this moment, everyone saw a big hole suddenly open in the void. A man and a woman, one black and one white, emerged from the black hole. Huh? Li Kaitian said. There are people here. It seems that there is a road here. Xuanhuan hurriedly said. Wait, why don't I remember these 2 from the 36 mystic worlds? Before Xuanhuan could recall the 2 of them, the fat man in black shouted, in the land of King Death, the valley of the living dead, the black and white impermanents, come back to the sea. Money will pave the way and resources will buy your lives. No credit will be owed. Everyone, Li Kaitian, was lost for words. Brother, where did you come from? There are thousands of half-king puppets outside, and you still have the time to rob. Even if we give the money to you, do you still have the life to spend it? Sha Xiaoshan raised her daggers. Give money to us first. It's none of your business whether I have the life to spend it. It seemed that neither of them was going to pay. Then he saw that there were more than 30 half-king corpses surrounding them. He couldn't help but sneer. If we don't show you how powerful we are, you won't know your distance. Chila, Hanfei grabbed, and a void crack appeared in the void. The blade light twisted and killed 7 corpses in a row. Xuanhuan's figure flashed, and everyone could only see her shadow flashing, and then 7 or 8 half-king corpses were cut apart. Hiss! Song Kaiyuan gasped and said, "They are only 2 peak-level venerables? How can they be so strong?" Li Kaitian was also dumbfounded. Are their combat efficiencies so high? These two must be hiding their strength. Zhang Hui looked at the two of them and felt that they were familiar. However, before Song Kaiyuan and the others could respond, the people from the soul-sealing world rushed over from not far away. Buzz. The strength of this group of people instantly soared to the peak of the half-king realm. One of them said expressionlessly, "It's her. Kill her. Everyone. Man, Hanfei, Han, Fei, Han." Xuanhuan was speechless. Hanfei and Xuanhuan were both speechless. They felt the vibration of space and knew that someone was fighting, so they showed up in such a high-profile way. What was going on here now? Did they look like weaklings? Why were there people who wanted to kill them the moment the two of them appeared? When they took a closer look, weren't these people from the soul-sealing world? Xuanhuan was furious. They're from the soul-sealing world. Hanfei licked his lips. Great. Since they sent themselves to us, let's kill them first. Chapter 1773, The Black and White Ghosts Return. The land of King Death was so big that Hanfei and Xuanhuan didn't expect to meet people from the soul-sealing world again before they left this dangerous place. Now, Hanfei and Xuanhuan, who had been shouting that they wanted to rob others, rushed out to fight them. They simply ignored those half-king corpses. Hanfei's strength rose to the peak in an instant. The invincible will appeared on his body, and he struck with his spear. Xuanhuan was just as brutal. The giant arowana fused with her, and a shocking dragon roar rang like thunder. On the other side, the people from the soul-sealing world were all half-kings, but they had borrowed the power of kings. When they saw that Hanfei and Xuanhuan were both very strong, they saw that the 6 of them used 6 king-level strikes at the same time. Husa Song Kaiyuan immediately shouted, "Retreat, retreat, Li Kaitian, defend." Li Kaitian was not stupid. As a peerless genius of the immeasurability world, as soon as he appeared, he heard the knowledgeable Song Kaiyuan shouting to defend, and he immediately knew that something went wrong. At this point, Jianhui unleashed all the sword intent he had accumulated and pierced through 6 half-king puppets. The few of them immediately gathered together. Li Kaitian stood in front of everyone, his eyes burning with flames. He held the rod with both hands and stabbed it into the ground. The surrounding void seemed to freeze. In an instant, everyone was wrapped in a transparent round shield. Hanfei's face almost turned green. These people were too brutal. How could Xuanhuan withstand so many king-level strikes? Hanfei shouted. 6-gate array. Buzz. Swish, swish, swish. In fact, the hexagon starfish was about to activate the array before Hanfei ordered him to. Having been in the Merman royal family for so long, Master Hexagon was not an ignorant starfish. He had seen the power of a king. The 6-gate array was instantly activated. Xuanhuan shouted, "Idiot, come here." However, Hanfei shouted, "It doesn't matter. I am not afraid of anyone below the king realm. Kill." At that moment, Hanfei clenched his fists, and the great Tao of gravity condensed on his fists. On his fists, arrays were connected, and the invincible will enhanced his strength. Before he punched, the void exploded, and behind Hanfei, 10,000 knives followed like a tornado. Gulp in the rear, Song Kaiyuan, who was protected in the array, immediately exclaimed when he saw the 6-gate array, "That's the 6-gate sky-defying array of the mysterious creature, hexagon starfish. Not good." It's said that in the entire raging sea, there's only one hexagon starfish who has been living in the Merman royal city for a long time. That woman is a royal mermaid. The others were stunned. The royal family of mermen? They didn't look like mermen at all. However, while they were still surprised at the hexagon starfish, they heard Song Kaiyuan continue to shout, "Oh my god, who is this guy? He hasn't used his fist power, but the void has exploded." This is the symbol of the sea establishment realm. On his fist, there is a chain of arrays, which is a gravity array. And his speed of setting up arrays, this person is a human spirit gatherer? Wait, the gravity around this person is abnormal. He is using the gravity Tao? How is it possible? The golden light is shining brightly. Is he also walking the path of invincibility? As a top genius of the supreme mystic world, Song Kaiyuan might not be the strongest in combat, but he was definitely the most knowledgeable among them. In Song Kaiyuan's eyes, Hanfei's moves were instantly analyzed. Therefore, Song Kaiyuan kept talking non-stop, confusing Li Kaitian, Lu Ran, and the others. Rumble, rumble, dust flew everywhere, and rocks fell. Under such an impact, a few cracks appeared on Master Hexagon's 6-gate array. Song Kaiyuan and the others were actually very close to them. However, they had more people and gathered their strength. Coupled with Li Kaitian's primordial seal, they managed to survive. Bang, 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 bang. Before the smoke and dust dissipated, with a buzzing sound, a cicada appeared in the dazzling light curtain, flapping its wings. Everyone saw that in the field, the saber was like a stream of light, and the punch collapsed the mountain. When the light screen dissipated, xuanhuan and the others gasped. The guy called Fan Datong was holding broken bodies with both hands, and his chi and blood were soaring. As for the woman from the Merman royal family, she was retracting her double daggers. In front of her, a half-king from the soul-sealing world was riddled with holes. Gulper Xuanhuan swallowed and said, "Listen to me. If they want to rob us, just give them money. We're no match for them." Jianhui frowned and was about to speak when Xuanhuan glared at him. "Shut up. Do you still want to practice swordsmanship?" At this moment, Han Fei and Xuanhuan were full of killing intent. One was tall and fierce, and the other was petite and swift. This combination was simply amazing. Han Fei raised his hand and raised 2 fingers. 10,000 knives came back with 6 sun moon shells. Han Fei put away the sun moon shells and slowly moved his eyes to Xuanhuan and the others. Money opens the way and resources buy lives. "Everyone, have you thought it through?" Xuanhuan immediately said. "Brother Fan, as you know, we came to the land of King Death to search for treasures, so we didn't bring much resources with us. The only valuable things we have now are the keys to the Monarch Palace we found. Brother Fan, you should be looking for these too, right? How about this? You can take all our sun moon shells, and the keys to the Monarch Palace will also belong to you." "What do you think?" Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "Oh, you're quite sensible." Xuanhuan and the others were about to show Han Fei the resources. However, not far away, those half-king puppets came again. They were all dead. Their souls were destroyed, and only their instincts were urging them to fight. They weren't strong, but they weren't weak either. Just now, only dozens of them were crushed, and many were sent flying. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He wouldn't kill the people from the 4 worlds. As the saying went, the enemy of an enemy was a friend. Glazed glass, immeasurability, sword god, and supreme mystic had always been unsociable among the 36 mystic worlds. Therefore, the 4 worlds formed a new group. Only then did they have the ability to resist the other heavenly palaces. Han Fei felt that they might meet again in the future, especially since he had to go to the glazed glass world next. It wouldn't be good to offend them too hard. Han Fei scanned around with his perception and found that there was a blood pool and a huge whalehead here. Immediately, Han Fei found the terrain familiar. It was similar to the blood pool on the Forbidden Island in the cage. Han Fei was slightly stunned. He snorted, "I, Black Ghost, am not a bloodthirsty person. You can use money to buy your lives. What can a small array do to me? Block these puppets first and wait for me to break out." Xuanhuan and the others were speechless. "You're not a bloodthirsty person? You killed all the people from the Xuanhuan in an instant and you said you're not a bloodthirsty person?" They didn't even think that Han Fei was so kind. Would he let them go out for nothing? But now, what could they do other than obey him? Xuanhuan said, "Li Kaitian, stop the puppets. Jianhui, your sword chi is exhausted and you need to take a rest for a while." These people immediately understood what Xuanhuan meant. Among them, Jianhui had the strongest explosive power. It was not true that his sword chi was exhausted. Xuanhuan actually wanted Jianhui to guard against Han Fei. If they had to fight Han Fei, Jianhui would be their last trump card. Han Fei didn't care about that because he didn't intend to kill these people at all. Han Fei extended his hand and carved an array in the air. The complicated array patterns emerged one after another and soon outlined a short-distance directional teleportation array. After the vast ocean navigator confirmed that they could leave via this array, Han Fei was secretly relieved. Han Fei said, "Hey, give me your sun moon shells now." Xuanhuan's eyelids twitched crazily. Such skilled array drawing, it reminded him of the 9-palace world. Was he mistaken? At this moment, Xuanhuan and the others had no choice but to hand over their sun moon shells. On one side was Fan Datong, and on the other side were thousands of half-king corpses and the secret realm that they couldn't escape from. Xuanhuan felt that it was better to believe in Fan Datong. Han Fei and Xuanhuan looked at each other, picked up the sun moon shells, and entered the teleportation array without hesitation. Seeing that the 2 people had left, Lu Ran immediately said, "Xuanhuan, can you believe those 2 people? They are clearly robbers. How can they be so kind?" Xuanhuan said impatiently. "Let's go. Do you want to be eaten by the puppets here?" "I know what I'm doing," Jianhui said. "I have another move, but I don't think I can kill him with that move. At most, I can seriously injure him. Don't think about it. This person's physique is unparalleled in the world. Didn't you see that those king-level strikes couldn't hurt him at all? Let's go, in the outside world." The hexagon starfish heaved a sigh of relief. "We're finally out and safe." Here, the environment was complicated. It was full of strangely shaped rocks. Xuanhuan said in surprise, "This doesn't seem to be the city of the dead. This is the Soul Burial Valley, one of the 3 forbidden places in the land of King Death." Han Fei raised his eyebrows and quickly recalled. He was lost for words. That's true. I was wondering why it was so dangerous here. So, the city of the dead and the Soul Burial Valley are connected. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, Song Kaiyuan and the others also came out of the array. They were all stunned. Li Kaitian said in shock, "We actually came out." Lu Ran was surprised. So all we needed was just a teleportation array. Zhan Hui, the art of arrays is indeed profound. Humph, our Han Fei snorted. Don't be envious. You can't learn it. Han Fei quickly glanced at their sun moon shells. As they said, there weren't many good things inside, mostly resources and materials. However, Han Fei didn't expect them to find 63 keys. Han Fei's eyes glittered, wondering if these people still had any. However, Jian Hui had been holding his breath. It was not appropriate for him to make a move. What if he accidentally killed them? Therefore, Han Fei took all the 9 sun moon shells and threw out 9 empty ones. Han Fei said leisurely, "I saved your lives, but it's useless to take your sun moon shells. Since you don't have storage equipment, I'll give you 9 sun moon shells. You don't have to thank me." Song Kaiyuan was speechless. Everyone, satisfied, Han Fei glanced at Xia Xiaochan and said, "Let's go." Song Kaiyuan and the others watched Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan leave with complicated expressions. In the void, Han Fei's voice lingered. Black and white ghosts returned to the sea. The deal is made on the spot and no credit is allowed. Chapter 1774, Complete Annihilation of the Soul-Sealing World. Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan finally appeared in the safe sea area. This was a great freedom for Xia Xiaoshan. Right now, there were only a few dozen places worth exploring in the land of King Death. From the so-called keys he found, Han Fei suspected that these things were found in the garbage heap in the Monarch Palace. They were all things from the Monarch Palace. Even the things in the garbage heap could be tainted by the Tao runes of the Monarch Palace, right? The first thing Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan did after they came out was not to study how much money they had and how many treasures they had got. None of this meant much to them anymore. Han Fei wanted resources because he wanted to be prepared. Sometimes, caught off guard, he would need resources. Besides, the resources that Han Fei had saved were not just for himself. The raging sea was rich in resources. Compared to the people of the yin-yang world, the people here could be said to be living in luxury and could even cultivate by breathing. However, the yin-yang world couldn't. No matter how many resources he plundered now, could it be enough for the billions of people in the yin-yang world to cultivate? Therefore, he had to continue snatching resources. They might be useful someday. At this moment, Han Fei controlled the vast ocean navigator, heading for a place not far away from the Soul Burial Valley. Han Fei's target was, of course, the remaining strong masters of the soul-sealing world. The whole soul-sealing world was here to kill Xia Xiaochan, so all the people from the soul-sealing world must die. These people might have some way to track Xia Xiaochan. That was why so many of them appeared in the Death Valley and the Soul Burial Valley. As long as the strong masters of the soul-sealing world weren't annihilated, Han Fei couldn't calm down. Xia Xiaoshan said, "When I was in the Merman Pirates, no one from the soul-sealing world came to kill me. But this time, they seem to know where I am and followed me all the way." Han Fei said, "Perhaps when you're in the Merman Pirates, there might be a king secretly following you, or they can sense your location through your bloodline within a short distance, but they might not be able to sense you if you're too far away." This was what the old turtle had just told Han Fei. Han Fei felt that the second possibility was very likely. Just like how Little White could track a designated enemy, as long as the other party did not enter a small world, she could definitely track the enemy within a short distance. At least, she could track the enemy to where he disappeared. However, it would not work if the enemy was far away. Xia Xiaoshan said, "Xuanhuan will definitely search for me after I disappear. Since I can find information about the Wild Abyss, Xuanhuan can too. He took me away from there." Hearing what Xia Xiaoshan said, Han Fei asked, "Did Xuanhuan take you here from the only exit of the Wild Abyss?" Xia Xiaoshan shook her head. "No, he set up an altar. Then I stood on the altar and appeared in the raging sea through it." "Huh? An altar?" Han Fei was refreshed. "Are you saying that Xuanhuan didn't take you out of the Wild Abyss directly? Then when you appeared in the raging sea, was there a super vortex around you?" Xia Xiaoshan shook her head again. "No." Han Fei's heart trembled. So, Xuanhuan's so-called taking Xia Xiaoshan away was just teleporting her away through a magical teleportation altar. Besides, this kind of teleportation altar was directional. The problem was not the altar, but whether Xuanhuan could enter the Wild Abyss. After all, Xuanhuan only sent over a projection to take Xia Xiaochan here. Although he didn't know how he could cast his projection so far, maybe this was the unique talent of the strong, Xia Xiaochan asked. "Are you wondering if he can go in?" I asked him, but he didn't answer. "Did you ask him directly?" Xia Xiaochan nodded. "When I was brought back to the mermaid royal family by him, I thought about going back every day and often asked these questions." Han Fei asked. "He never answered." Xia Xiaoshan shook her head. "No, but after I became a venerable and failed to escape many times, he said that it was more dangerous than I thought. He said that if I wanted to go back, I might not be able to go back to the yin-yang world at all." Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. Interesting. Don't worry, I won't be reckless. Even if I have to meet him in the future, I will be prepared and won't let him catch me. Han Fei was eager to return to the yin-yang world to become a king, so he certainly wouldn't fight Xuanhuan head on. His life was very valuable now. He didn't bring little fatty over. If he died, could he be revived? It was hard to say. Back then, he had thought that it would be easy to find a person. In the end, it was only half done. He still had to wait patiently for the trial in the land of King Death to end and hitch a ride to the glazed glass world. Now, according to xuanhuan, apart from confirming there was indeed another unknown danger in the wild abyss, Han Fei was still not sure if Xuanhuan could really enter the yin-yang world. Han Fei learned from the Devil Girl pirates that more than once someone had entered, and even a king had entered, and even a king had entered. However, that was all hearsay. Han Fei didn't know how much they knew. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Girl, you said that the place with the most information in the Raging Sea is Martial Emperor City? Xuanhuan nodded. Yes, although I'm not sure, I got some information from the mermen pirates. Martial Emperor City is guarded by strong masters. Although it's like a black market, it's always fair. At least in Martial Emperor City. Han Fei immediately made up his mind that he would have to go to Martial Emperor City after finding Yinger. At this moment, Han Fei subconsciously pinched his fingers and perceived that someone had appeared and was coming in his direction. Han Fei couldn't help but say, "Girl, here they come, the guys from the soul-sealing world." Xuanhuan looked at Han Fei in surprise. "You can perceive so far away?" Surprised, Xuanhuan had already drawn her dagger and was ready to fight. Just walking out of the Soul Burial Valley was not perfect. Only when all the people of the soul-sealing world died could they be truly free. A moment later, Han Fei said, "Two batches of people came. One batch slightly deviates from the direction of the Soul Burial Valley, and the other batch is in the direction of the City of the Dead." It seems that they didn't know that the City of the Dead and the Soul Burial Valley were interconnected and weren't 100% sure of your location. Therefore, they sent people in both directions. Otherwise, if they all went in, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xuanhuan snorted. "Humph, let us kill them all this time." Han Fei sighed. Even though 16 people have died, there seem to be 13 people left. If they all have the king-level strikes, it will be quite troublesome to fight them. "Why don't?" Xuanhuan asked. "Yes." Although the people from the soul-sealing world were coming here, they were a little puzzled. Did the people who went in not find Xuanhuan, or did she escape? Why did Xuanhuan appear outside? However, these people came here to hunt Xuanhuan. Keys to the Monarch Palace? They had never even thought about it. Now that Xuanhuan appeared, how could they let go of this opportunity? A moment later, when the two groups hadn't arrived yet, Xuanhuan pretended to discover them and began to escape. However, her speed of escape was not fast. Even though she had the wings of the heavenly cicada, the smell of blood couldn't escape these people's noses. Someone sneered. "She's seriously injured? She escaped? She's indeed a worthy descendant of the heavenly cicada. Unfortunately, she can't escape far." A moment later, when the people from both sides gathered, both sides were surprised. Someone asked in surprise, "Are you here too?" Someone replied, "It seems that she came out from the Soul Burial Valley and didn't walk out of the entrance. She must have come out through another exit." Therefore, both sides failed to kill her. Swish, when these people were only a few thousand kilometers away from Xuanhuan, someone shot arrows at her and tried to stop her. Xuanhuan pretended that she couldn't run anymore. Her battlesuit was shabby, her face was pale, and her feet were unsteady. "Hey, you, stop! You should know that you can't escape. Heh, you shouldn't have come to participate in the trial of the land of King Death." For a moment, Xuanhuan was surrounded. With a buzz, the six-gate array appeared and protected Xuanhuan in it. Someone sneered, "What's the point? The hexagon starfish is not even an advanced venerable. No matter how powerful his six-gate array is, how long can it stop us? Do it." However, when these people approached Xuanhuan, someone suddenly found that he couldn't use his great techniques. At this moment, a gray mist swept over. In the mist, thousands of sharp blades slashed at them. "Humph, stupid tricks." Someone said, "The color of this mist is strange. Be careful of poison." Everyone was about to use their spiritual energy protective cover to block or touch it tentatively, but no one was afraid. They thought to themselves, what danger can shake so many of us at once? Ew, gray mist erupted around them, however. At some point, this gray substance also appeared on their bodies. When the smell spread, these half-kings were immediately stunned. What the hell is this smell? Pfft. At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air and pierced through a person. On the other side, a black mist minced the flesh of another half-king. It was Han Fei's black mist body. Xuanhuan burst out at the same time and rushed out of the six-gate array. Xuanhuan replied coldly, "This is the first time I've responded to your pursuit. One day I will slaughter the entire An family." Chapter 1775, A Projection U. The 13 people from the soul-sealing world almost fainted from the stench. Their souls were shaken, and blood flowed from their 7 orifices. It was a retch from the depth of their souls, as if a lump of shet was stuck in their throats. Because of this retching, 3 half-kings died. In such a situation, the people from the soul-sealing world immediately shouted, "Retreat!" Unfortunately, all laws were forbidden in this space. Han Fei was the kind of person who liked fighting a quick battle, not to mention that Xia Xiaoqian was here. In just 3 seconds, in the stinky environment created by Han Fei, 4 more half-kings were hunted. After all, this was not in a secret realm. If they tried their best to flee, Han Fei couldn't do anything about it. However, Han Fei wasn't quite worried. In this battle, 7 people died. There were only 6 people left in the soul-sealing world. He could kill them one by one. 3 days later, the last person of the soul-sealing world was hiding in a 3-star danger zone. At this moment, he knew that most of their people must have died. As expected, it was not easy to hunt such a heavenly talent. He had to make a long-term plan when he went out this time. Maybe only kings could hunt Xia Xiaoshan and half-kings would probably have no chance. Bang! This person was sitting cross-legged and recuperating when the secret realm was suddenly blasted open. He saw that Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan had actually found this place. The man was horrified. "How did you track my location?" Xia Xiaoshan asked. "How can you track my location?" "Even if we are all killed, you won't be able to escape. There will be endless people hunting you until you die." Han Fei sneered. "It seems that the soul-sealing world is fed up with staying in the inner domain. Don't worry. In the future, I'll kill your kings too. Wait for them in hell." Shameless boasting. This person jumped up. In an instant, his blood essence was burnt out. He launched a king-level strike to fight for his last chance. However, despair slowly appeared in the man's eyes. Why was that man able to resist a king-level strike? Even after burning his blood essence, he was still no match for that man. Bang! In the billowing smoke and dust, when the last person of the soul-sealing world died, Han Fei was slightly relieved. 29 half-kings died in a row. I'd like to see how many more half-kings there are in the soul-sealing world. Xia Xiaoshan heaved a sigh of relief, as if she had solved a problem. She was obviously delighted and said, "What are we going to do next? Do we still need to find the keys to the Monarch Palace?" Han Fei said, "Of course, why not? These keys can make all the forces in the Raging Sea so crazy, which only means one thing. These keys are very valuable and rare. With every key, 1 more person can explore the Monarch Palace. And with 1 more person, 1 more chance to become a king in the outside world." On the ship of the soul-sealing world, a middle-aged man's expression was extremely ugly when he saw all the life monuments shatter. Could it be that the strength of that drag is actually in the sea establishment realm? After hunting all the people from the soul-sealing world, although Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan were going to continue looking for the key W, it was obviously not worth it if they found them themselves. Wasn't it easier and faster to have countless other people look for them than find the keys themselves? Of course, before hunting indiscriminately, Han Fei had one more thing to do. While Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan had a narrow escape, on the other side, the war between the Snow God's Temple and the Golden Crow world had begun. These two worlds had a personal grudge because the Snow God's Temple had embarrassed the Golden Crow world. Then, they were humiliated again in the Supreme Clearness world. If they couldn't get revenge, how could the Golden Crow world be ranked 4th among the 36 mystic worlds? As the saying went, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Han Fei had defeated 3 people in a row in the Heavenly Imperial Ancient Tree. However, that was a battle between top heavenly talents. In fact, no matter who came, even if it was someone from the Supreme Clearness world, the result would be the same. Wasn't Ji Chen a top heavenly talent of the Supreme Clearness world? Now, he had become Han Fei's puppet. However, the people of the Golden Crow world did not realize the seriousness of this problem. They only felt that they had lost face, and they had not figured out the true strength and temperament of the Holy Child, Xuanhuan. At this moment, many people in the Golden Crow world were ordered to kill anyone from the Snow God's Temple. Unfortunately, in the exploration of peak-level venerables, the probability of the 2 heavenly palaces meeting was not high. After all, there were more than 100 4-star danger zones. How could it be so easy for them to encounter? However, it wouldn't be difficult to find Snow Chuling and the other 2 half-kings because there were only a dozen 5-star danger zones. If they searched them one by one, they would most likely find them. 10 days after the Land of King Death opened. Outside one of the 5-star danger zones, Snow Chuling and Han Fei's projected clones were fighting and retreating. Opposite them was Tian Heng of the Golden Crow world and 3 half-kings that they did not know. If there were only these 4 people, Han Fei and Snow Chuling wouldn't care at all. Even if Han Fei's original body wasn't here, he couldn't be easily defeated by 4 mere half-kings. Besides, Snow Chuling was the holy maiden of the Snow God's Temple. After she recovered, her strength was not as weak as people had imagined. The one only second to the king of the Snow God's Temple wouldn't be weak. Even if she had an opponent, it would be Shahai of the Golden Crow world. But now, she was trapped partly because Han Fei was only a projection now, and partly because another person was involved. Snow Chuling shouted in a low voice. Chu Hentian, the Snow God's Temple and your Mad Cork's world have always been peaceful. What do you mean? On the other side, a cold young man sneered and looked at Ice Snow Chuling. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for provoking the Golden Crow world. Besides, I really like the two sea-quelling bizarre treasures on you. Of course, what attracts me the most is you two's bodies. The Holy Child and the Holy Maiden, one walks the path of body refinement, and the other has the ultimate yin body. Once I refine the two of you into corpse puppets, tsk, Ice Snow Chuling's face turned ugly. Xuanhuan, you're bringing trouble to the mad corpse world. Ha ha ha, Ice Snow Chuling, don't make a fuss about it. No one below the king realm can affect the relationship between the heavenly palaces. Do you think the Snow Lady cares about you? Is she willing to have a war with our mad corpse world for you? Bang, bang, bang. Han Fei attacked Tian Heng and the other three alone. At this moment, the battle was earth-shattering and raging waves rolled. On Ice Snow Chuling's side, it wasn't any better. The mad corpse world's Xuanhuan was a genius at refining corpses. Now, he controlled 5 half-king corpse puppets. They were not ordinary corpse puppets, but conscious corpses that had already become boss. Moreover, these 5 corpses were actually a perfect combination. There were a spirit gatherer, a manipulator, a soul warrior, a hunter, and an armorist. The division of labor of everyone was clear, and Xuanhuan controlled the puppets while waiting for an opportunity to attack personally. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly said, "Golden Crows, if you retreat now, you won't die. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to live even if you kneel down and beg." Ha ha ha! Xuanhuan, you're about to die. Who are you trying to scare? Tian Heng burst into laughter, and the thorny ring of fire danced in his hand, filling the sky with strange fires. Tian Heng said, "I was wondering how strong you were. It turns out that you're only so-so. It seems that under the Heavenly Imperial Tree, you were only slightly better than me because I wasn't familiar with your combat skills. Today, I'll make you pay 100 times for your humiliation on me." Han Fei shook his head slightly. Just now, he had sensed that his original body was approaching, so he dared to speak. In the end, the projection was only a projection. It did not have the enhancement of the power of the Great Tao or the physique of the original body. It could only be said that the strength of this projection was extraordinary. Among the half-kings, it was also among the heavenly talents. However, once he encountered a true heavenly talent, the projection would eventually collapse. When Han Fei split the projection, he didn't expect that it would take him so long. At that time, Han Fei thought that he could return on the same day. It was already a miracle that a projection could last until now. Bang! Han Fei's clone was sent flying into the sea. Ice Snow Chuling's expression changed drastically. Snowmorn locked the void, and a long frost dragon soared into the sky. The blizzard swept towards the 5 corpse puppets with the power of the Great Tao. Ice Snow Chuling tried to help Han Fei, but Xuanhuan suddenly attacked. Clang! 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 A bell rang in Xuanhuan's hands, and a blood-colored centipede emerged from the sea. A large amount of red mist wrapped around the long frost dragon and shattered it. Xuanhuan said, "I also thought that Xuanhuan was very strong. I didn't expect his real combat power to be so weak. It turns out that he was just putting on a show. I wonder how he won the Heavenly Imperial contest." Boom! The waves exploded, and Han Fei's projection struck with a spear with all his strength, which collided with a pillar of flames and shattered. Cough! Cough! Han Fei's 2 arms were burnt by the strange flames. Ha ha ha! Holy Child, you're just so-so. Die. When Tian Heng threw a fire spear at Han Fei's projection, Han Fei also looked at Tian Heng sympathetically. Ignorance is really scary. Bang! Han Fei's projection exploded. In the next second, Tian Heng was shocked. How is this possible? Is this only a projection? Hiss! Instantly, all the attackers gasped. Xuanhuan's expression changed drastically. Are you kidding me? Did we chase a projection for days? Chapter 1776, A Golden Skeleton is really cool. At that time, Tian Heng and the other half-kings were all dumbfounded. Just now, they were mocking Xuanhuan. They said that he just put on a show. But now, they felt terrified. I've been fighting with a clone for a few days. How strong would his original body be? But now, the problem was that if the one here was only a clone, where was Xuanhuan's original body? Immediately, although Tian Heng was shocked, he thought to himself, since this clone held on for several days, it means that the original body must be busy and can't come back. Tian Heng knew that many people had gone to the forbidden places. He guessed that Xuanhuan's original body might have sneaked in a forbidden place, so he couldn't come out yet. At that moment, Tian Heng made up his mind and shouted, "Xuanhuan, the arrow is already on the bow. We have no choice but to fight. Let's quickly take down Ice Snow Chuling while Xuanhuan's original body is not here." Xuanhuan's eyes flickered. He had offended Ice Snow Chuling. Even if he escaped now, the Ice Snow world would still have a grudge against him in the future. When they met, it would be a fight to the death. He might as well go all out this time. Could Ice Snow Chuling resist so many half-kings alone? Okay, Xuanhuan responded and went all out. Among the 5 corpses, the hunter hid and the armorist stirred the void. Tian Heng shouted, "Quick, kill Ice Snow Chuling first." Buzz. Ice Snow Chuling had just broken through to the half-king realm. Although her combat power was extraordinary, she couldn't resist so many people alone. Once Han Fei's clone was destroyed, she would have no chance of escaping. She thought to herself, anyway, I only had a few hundred years to live, and I was just lucky to meet Han Fei, so my illness was cured. Now, I definitely won't let Ch1751 get my body and refine it into a corpse puppet. She was ready to blow herself up at any time. Even if she died, she must take a few people with her. Puff just, as she was about to go all out and fight the last battle, the void suddenly shook. Two figures descended from the void. One of them was Ch1751's hunter corpse puppet. It had been cut into 17 or 18 pieces. Another figure, dressed in white and wearing a tall hat, stood in the void with a pale face, holding 2 daggers in her hands. What? Ch1751 was shocked. Where did this hunter come from? On the other side, Tianheng sensed something. He fused with lava tortoise and a shield appeared on his body. Beside him, a half-king was cut into 2 by a void crack that suddenly appeared. Hiss, sir, Tianheng quickly retreated. At this moment, a voice sounded leisurely. Evil ghosts hook souls and impermanence takes lives. In the Death Valley of the land of King Death, the black and white impermanence appeared. Money will pave the way and resources will buy your lives. The deal is made on the spot and no credit is allowed. In the next moment, Han Fei appeared in front of xuanhuan's big ship. Han Fei said, I'm Fan De Tong, the black ghost. I can kill them and you just need to pay me 1 spiritual stone. Pay up! xuanhuan, Tianheng, Tu Han Tian. When xuanhuan heard the name Fan De Tong, she was greatly relieved. She didn't know how Han Fei became so fat. Wasn't Han Fei very handsome? However, since Han Fei had arrived, she was safe. But Tianheng and the others were in danger. Tianheng immediately shouted, Are you xuanhuan? Han Fei looked back in shock. How did you find out? Tianheng was speechless. Do you think we're fools? A mere ultra-quality spiritual stone can buy the lives of all of us. Or are you insulting us? Han Fei immediately smiled. Since you've seen through my identity, I can't let you go. Die. Han Fei's strength had reached the peak. The 2 half-kings approached him, intending to kill him. However, to their surprise, Tianheng retreated and tried to escape. Buzz. However, Han Fei had already arrived. How could Tianheng run away? A shadow appeared out of thin air and blocked Tianheng. Tianheng was shocked. It's really you, impossible. This is the power of a king's projection. How can a mere half-king have such strength? However, when Tianheng saw Han Fei blow up 2 half-kings with 2 punches, he was stunned and swallowed subconsciously. He was horrified. You are a king? Han Fei held his spear and knocked on the heaven gate. He chuckled. Congratulations, you guessed wrong, Clang. It had to be said that someone who could become a candidate for the king still had some strength. Tianheng's defense was so strong that Han Fei couldn't break it. Of course, even if it wasn't broken, it didn't mean that Tianheng was fine. Stabbed by Han Fei, he bled. Tianheng shouted, Brother xuanhuan, this is just a misunderstanding. Let's call it quits. The grudge between our Golden Crow world and the Snow God's temple is settled. You don't want to make things awkward, do you? However, Han Fei attacked again with the embroidery needle. Clang. Kraken. On the second strike, Tianheng's turtle shield was full of cracks. Han Fei smiled. It's none of my business. I'm not from the Snow God's temple. Tianhen? Rain? Bang! After knocking on the heaven gate 3 times, Han Fei finally broke Tianheng's shield and the consequences could be imagined. In Tianheng's horror, Han Fei knocked him down with his spear. Han Fei was about to control his soul with the void lines. After all, Tianheng had a lot of soul power. However, to Han Fei's surprise, when he pressed the void lines on Tianheng, he saw a trace of determination and cruelty in Tianheng's eyes. Han Fei immediately withdrew the void lines, and then Tianheng exploded into a dazzling and blazing ball of light. The temperature of this ball of light was so high that it burned Han Fei's flesh into ashes in an instant. Han Fei, xuanhuan, was shocked and wanted to save him. However, the explosion was too violent. Master Hexagon activated the 6-gate array and blocked xuanhuan. xuanhuan did not dare to be negligent. With a flash between her eyebrows, the ice sea locust formed an extremely cold ice shield in front of her. Even so, after the scorching energy, most of the ice shield collapsed. The battlesuit on xuanhuan was incinerated, and this was the best time for Ch1751 to escape. However, the scorching fire energy engulfed everything within 1,000 kilometers. Ch1751's armorist puppet blocked the attack with his giant shield. Of course, he did not have the 6-gate array or the ice sea leech, so he was injured immediately. His entire back was almost burned into nothingness, and his soul was severely injured. However, because Ch1751 was the furthest away from Han Fei, he managed to run away after sacrificing his armorist puppet. At this moment, Ch1751 was horrified. xuanhuan, the Holy Child, Han Fei, and the Avenger were the same person? Even the Snow Lady couldn't explain it. That would completely arouse the hostility and attack of Golden Crow, the Supreme Clearness, and Infinity against the Snow God's Temple. As long as he could get out, the Snow God's Temple would be finished. He could even use this to blackmail them. At that time, even if he wanted a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, the Snow Lady would have to give it to him. However, just as Cho-Hentian thought that he had run out, he saw a figure standing in front of him. "Where are you going? Hiss, you're not dead?" Cho-Hentian was horrified. "What the fuck is this?" That's the sky-burning technique of the Golden Crow. It can only be used once when the user dies. It's impossible to resist it in the same realm. How can this person still use a projection? Is he really a king? When the explosion was over, Ice Snow Chuling and Xuanhuan saw a golden skeleton standing in the air. The golden skeleton was glowing and smooth, and its bones were as smooth as mirrors. The hexagon starfish's eyes almost popped out. If this was an inanimate skeleton, it would definitely keep it in its 6 doors. Its golden bones were too gorgeous. Xuanhuan scolded, "Bastard, can you not do such dangerous things next time?" Han Fei sweated. Okay, Buzz. At that time, when the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique descended under the envelopment of the holy light pillar, a dense fog flowed back from thousands of kilometers away. Han Fei's flesh and blood were recovering at a visible speed. In just over a dozen seconds, Han Fei had basically recovered. He put on a battlesuit and his facial features appeared. After 3 to 5 seconds more, he returned to normal. At this moment, Cho-Hentian was still trying to quickly defeat Han Fei's projection. However, he knew that it was futile. This clone could stop Tian Heng and the others for 2 days, and he had killed 2 of Chu-Hentian's 5 half-king puppets, but they still couldn't trap Han Fei's clone. However, Chu-Hentian did not beg for mercy because he knew that he had heard something he should not have heard. There was no room for negotiation. Immediately, Chu-Hentian controlled his 2 puppets to retreat, and the spirit gatherer self-destructed. He thought to himself, "I can't blow up your original body. Can't I even stop your clone for a moment?" However, at the next moment, something that made him despair happened. Just as he was about to run, he saw another projection clone appear behind him. At this moment, Xuanhuan and Ice Snow Chuling had already solved their enemies. Han Fei didn't need to do anything at all. The giant arowana roared and suppressed Cho-Hentian. Before Ice Snow Chuling could make a move, Xuanhuan's gorgeous explosive attack quickly killed Cho-Hentian. Even though he took out several peak-level venerable puppets, none of them could keep up with Xuanhuan. When Xuanhuan came back with a sun moon shell, there were still 7 or 8 masterless puppets at the peak of the venerable realm. Han Fei flicked his fishing hook. They should be worth some money. I'll sell them in Martial Emperor City later. Chapter 1777, Cooking King's Flesh. The moment Han Fei appeared, Ice Snow Chuling knew that she was saved. Otherwise, if she had to deal with so many strong cultivators alone, even if she tried her best, she would only be able to kill 1 or 2. However, what shocked Ice Snow Chuling was, who is this woman? Now that Han Fei had changed his appearance into a fatty, the woman probably didn't show her true appearance either. Besides, the rhythm of the battle just now was too fast for her to react. Ice Snow Chuling was only suspicious. Was the woman using the 6-gate heaven-defying array just now? The existence of the hexagon starfish was exposed when Xuanhuan was in the mermaid pirates. There was only 1 hexagon starfish in the entire raging sea. Ice Snow Chuling had to suspect that this woman was not a human, but a mermaid. Of course, with Han Fei's relationship with the Snow God's temple, Ice Snow Chuling certainly wouldn't mention it. Ice Snow Chuling bowed slightly and said, "Thank you for saving me, Immortal Master." At this moment, Xuanhuan looked at Ice Snow Chuling curiously. Although she was standing beside Han Fei obediently, her fingers had already pinched the flesh on Han Fei's waist. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched slightly, but he said calmly, "I made an agreement with the Snow Lady. You don't have to take it to heart. I was trapped in the Soul Burial Valley these days, so I am a little late. Did anything happen in the outside world? Soul Burial Valley?" Seeing that Han Fei kept a distance from her, Ice Snow Chuling guessed that it must be because of this girl. Therefore, she replied in a dignified manner, "Has the Soul Burial Valley been explored?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes." Ice Snow Chuling said, "If the Soul Burial Valley has been explored, then only one of the 3 forbidden places, the Undersea Palace, has not been explored. In the 10 days you were away, another forbidden place, the Demon Plant Cave, has also been explored, and many half-king masters have died there. It is said that a sea-quelling bizarre treasure and an ancient seed have been found there, and hundreds of Monarch Palace keys had been found there. Among the 5-star dangerous places, 3 have collapsed, namely the City of the Dead, the Sound Tide Cave, and the Sea of Sand. As for the rest, I'm not sure. Does your clone remember what happened these days?" Han Fei nodded. Yes. In the past 10 days, Ice Snow Chuling and his clone had explored 2 5-star danger zones, and when they came out of the second, they met Tian Heng and the others and were chased and fought until now. She couldn't be blamed. She was the Holy Lady, but the others weren't weak. His original body was not here, and with the help of only a half-king clone, she might not be able to defeat those people. If in the few days that he wasn't around, Ice Snow Chuling had encountered the people from the soul-sealing world, she would definitely be dead by now. But now, Han Fei certainly wouldn't stay here for Ice Snow Chuling. Han Fei opened the map and secretly turned the vast ocean navigator. A moment later, another half-king projection of Han Fei descended and landed on the ship of Ice Snow Chuling. Chu Yang and Qin Yu are in the undersea fire cave. Together with my clone, the four of you are enough to intimidate the enemy. Then, Han Fei took out a jade slip, drew for a long time, and branded a teleportation array. Han Fei threw the jade slip to his projection and said, "If you encounter any inevitable danger, buy me 5 seconds. I can make it in time. If I'm in a secret realm, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to reach it. By the way, I've prepared the keys that the Snow God's temple needs. It's safer to keep them on me for the time being. When I leave, I'll find you and give you these keys." Ice Snow Chuling secretly sighed. Han Fei had done enough to ensure her security. In terms of the deal, Han Fei had already done what he should do. He had cured her illness and helped the Snow God's temple get what they needed. He had also established a friendly relationship with the Snow God's temple. This was enough. Now that Han Fei had his own plans, she couldn't ask him to stay. Ice Snow Chuling immediately bowed and said, "Immortal Master, please help yourself. Although I'm not as strong as you, I'm not afraid of anyone if I team with Chu Yang and Qin Yu." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Okay, I'll go first." A moment later, Han Fei and Xuanhuan lay comfortably on the sea. Xuanhuan narrowed her eyes. "Who is that beautiful girl?" Han Fei grinned and said, "Well, she is the Holy Lady of the Snow God's temple. I made an agreement with their palace master, the Snow Lady. She helped me participate in the trial in the land of King Death, and I helped her look after the heavenly talents of the Snow God's temple. I owe her 20 Monarch Palace keys. Otherwise, I couldn't have come to the land of King Death alone." You'd better be honest. Sai, did you know in advance that I was going to participate in the trial in the land of King Death? After a pause, Xiao immediately realized something. "Well, you're going to the glazed glass world, right?" Han Fei shrugged and thought to himself, "You've already guessed it. Why are you still asking?" Xuanhuan thought for a moment and said, "It's said that there are more women than men in the glazed glass world, and the ratio of men to women is about 1 to 10. Are you going to pretend to be a woman to go there?" Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "Where did you hear that? Is it accurate?" Xuanhuan said, "I'm very concerned about the raging sea now. I've read almost all the historical records." "Do you think it's inaccurate?" When Han Fei was about to speak, Xuanhuan stomped on the deck and said with her hands on her hips, "So, in the glazed glass world, you'll be my little follower. That way, no one will doubt you. Come on, let's practice first." Hi. A strange smile appeared on Han Fei's face. "You want me to be your little follower? Aha, slap." Master Hexagon was immediately thrown out. His big eyes rolled as he muttered, "Humans. Why are they always immersed in such low-level desires? We starfish are different. You pursue laziness, before the Hexagon." Starfish finished speaking, the phantom of mountains and rivers appeared, and Master Hexagon was put in. At this point, no one disturbed Han Fei and Xuanhuan anymore. Half a day later, Han Fei and Xuanhuan were cooking a huge piece of fish. This was a king's flesh that Xuanhuan had carefully prepared. There was as much as a small mountain of king's flesh in one of the Hexagon starfish's gates. This kind of flesh and blood was very useful for Han Fei's current cultivation. However, at this moment, Han Fei was not here to cultivate, but to introduce Xiaoqiaochan to his men. The illusion of mountains and rivers appeared, and Xiaosei, Neon Air, Tree Spirit, Master Hexagon, and the old turtle who had been cultivating in Forge the Universe all came out. As soon as this group of people came out, Xuanhuan was stunned. "Wait, how many people are there in your portable world?" Han Fei said. "They're all here." Tree Spirit and the others were terrified because they felt that the meat in the pot in front of Han Fei had a suppressing effect on them. The old turtle said leisurely, "This king's flesh is very beneficial to me." Xiaosei was shocked. "King's flesh?" Neoner looked at Xuanhuan curiously. "Brother, who is this beautiful sister?" Han Fei grinned. "Neoner, this is your sister-in-law. You can call her sister-in-law." "Hello, sister-in-law." "Brother, what does sister-in-law mean?" Han Fei, "It means my wife." Xuanhuan spat. Han Fei told her about Little Time, so she wasn't surprised, but he didn't tell her about Xiaosei and the others. Han Fei introduced to Xiao, Neoner's bodyguard. Xiaosei didn't know Xiaoxiao's identity, but he knew her relationship with Han Fei, so he bowed slightly. Han Fei pointed at Tree Spirit and the others. Tree Spirit, Earth 9, Fire Seed, Water Luster, Punishing Saber, they are all legend creatures. "Greetings, mistress." Xiaoshan blushed. Since they had already called her that, she certainly should give them some gifts. Immediately, Xiaoshan pulled the Hexagon starfish over and said, "Big starfish, pay up." The Hexagon starfish's eyes almost shrank. Then Xiaoshan gave Tree Spirit and the others a breakthrough pill each. Xiaoshan gave Neoner an ancient jade that could block a king, level strike. When Xiaoshan looked at the old turtle, Han Fei said, "Old Yuan is my old servant, but I don't regard him as my old servant. Old Yuan is very strong and can become a king." Everyone immediately looked at Old Yuan. At this moment, Old Yuan was still an advanced venerable. Cultivating in Han Fei's Forge the Universe, he made rapid progress. Besides, the resources he needed were just the ultra-quality spiritual stones that Han Fei had accumulated. Han Fei couldn't use them himself, nor could the old turtle, but they could help him grow quickly. After such a long time, according to old Yuan, he would be able to reach the peak of an advanced venerable in about half a year. Of course, half a year outside was 15 or 16 years in Forge the Universe. After all, old Yuan wasn't as talented as Han Fei, and his strength had grown rapidly. In his words, turtles didn't cultivate that fast. Han Fei only asked them to come out to eat the king's flesh. However, before they could eat, Little Time seemed to be drunk as energy surged in her body. Xiaoxi's face changed. Oh no, Little Master is about to transcend the tribulation. Han Fei's face changed slightly. With a flip of his hand, he took out hundreds of fish skin maps. Han Fei said, Nianer, do you remember what I told you before? If you can't resist the heavenly tribulation, block it with a raise. Also, put on your battlesuit and take the thunder-trapping whip. Chapter 1778, Nianer's Tribulation. Han Fei didn't expect that Nianer was about to transcend the tribulation after she just smelled the king's flesh. Han Fei underestimated the power of the king's flesh and blood. The auras of Earth 9 and Water Luster were also surging. It seemed that they would make a breakthrough soon. Han Fei immediately said, stay away first. What if you are all to transcend the heavenly tribulation at the same time? Hearing this, Earth 9, Water Luster, and the others wanted to retreat. At the same time, they sealed their perception and tried their best not to come into contact with the king's aura. As for the tree spirit, punishing saber, and fire seed, they were special creatures and were not affected by this smell, so they were fine. However, Han Fei estimated that since the king's blood could make Water Luster and Earth 9 react, the punishing saber and the others might be able to make a breakthrough if they applied king's blood on their body. Of course, they had to wait and let Nianer transcend the tribulation first. Nianer was not stupid. She had long known that she was going to transcend the tribulation. When she was still in the Wind Snow Dao Academy, she already had a premonition. However, she didn't want to transcend the tribulation, so she didn't transcend the tribulation. Now, the opportunity had arrived. With a buzz, Nianer transformed into a time dragon carp and rushed out of the ship. In the sky, wind and clouds gathered and lightning snakes surged. A huge vortex appeared in the sky. Han Fei scanned the surroundings with his perception. Although he didn't know if anyone could recognize the time dragon carp, no one was allowed to watch Nianer's tribulation except them. When the tribulation cloud spread for more than 800 kilometers, the first lightning tribulation finally arrived. Boom! Han Fei saw a trace of purple residual power on the first lightning. Han Fei's face changed slightly. He couldn't help but look at the old turtle. Old Yuan, the first lightning appeared purple. The level of Nianer's lightning tribulation is higher than mine? The old turtle said. Of course, hers is much stronger than yours and even stronger than mine. This means that not only is her accumulation strong enough, but her bloodline level is also very high. According to this situation, the third heavenly tribulation will become a complete purple lightning, and the fourth lightning is almost inevitable. Han Fei's face changed slightly. Will there be a fifth or sixth heavenly tribulation? The old turtle said. Not all creatures are like the Emperor Sparrow. Although the time dragon carp is terrifying, what's terrifying about them is their talent. Their talent is to control time, but it can't be said that their bloodline level is comparable to that of primeval beasts and ancient divine beasts. In my opinion, its life level must be at least a level higher, or even 2 levels, to be able to withstand the 6 minor heavenly tribulations. Boom! When a bolt of lightning fell, to Han Fei's surprise, Little Time didn't use the power of time. It opened its mouth and swallowed the lightning as domineering as the Emperor Sparrow. Xiaoxi said, Little Master has swallowed energy for tens of thousands of years, so its body naturally can't withstand it. However, it can swallow the energy and hide it in its time fragments so that it can slowly digest it. The first lightning is not very powerful for Little Master. It can completely withstand it with time delay, so it can directly swallow it. Hidden in time fragments, Han Fei thought to himself. After Little Time passes this tribulation, I should ask her about the more wonderful uses of the great Tao of time, Xiaoshan said in surprise. Nianer's first bolt of lightning was purple. Perhaps the fourth bolt of dark purple lightning can only be blocked when the array is fully activated? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, how do you know that the fourth one is dark purple? Xiaoshan said, because mine was. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Did Xiaoshan mean that her bloodline level was almost the same as that of the time dragon carp? According to the hint given by the demon purification pot, he couldn't devour the bloodline of the time dragon carp yet. This meant that the power of Little Time's bloodline was at least 1,000,000 times higher than his own. Han Fei even thought that Xia Xiaoshen's bloodline was among the top 1,000,000 in the Raging Sea, or even higher. But when he was transcending the heavenly tribulation due to the limitation of his bloodline, it wasn't until the fourth bolt of lightning that it turned purple. And this was probably because the demon purification pot swallowed the power of the old turtle's great Tao. Therefore, the heavenly tribulation almost killed him. Now that he thought about it, he was still scared. Boom, the second bolt of lightning struck, and the lightning was half purple. A blue halo erupted from Nianer's body, and she completely withstood the power of the heavenly tribulation. Han Fei looked at Xiaosei, who said, Little Master didn't cultivate for tens of thousands of years because she wanted to survive all the heavenly tribulations, using the time of the past to consume the power of the heavenly tribulations. Because the first one wasn't strong, Little Master could bear it alone. However, from the second one, Little Master had to use the time technique. Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan looked at each other. In fact, even the old turtle was dumbfounded. Little Time could actually use the time of the past to bear the power of the heavenly tribulation? Since Xiao Xiao had already said this, no matter how powerful the next two heavenly tribulations were, they would probably not be able to shake Nianer at all. As expected, a moment later, the third purple heavenly tribulation completely dissolved into the great Tao of time around Nianer. At this moment, Nianer's aura was getting stronger and stronger. The born advantage in race allowed Nianer to display her powerful strength. The fourth heavenly tribulation turned dark purple and enveloped Nianer. Nianer didn't open the hundreds of arrays Han Fei gave her. Xia Xiaoshan said in surprise, The time dragon carp race is really terrifying. I remember that when I transcended the tribulation, I passed it in the Holy Land of the Mermaid Royal Family. I used 3 sea-quelling bizarre treasures to transcend the tribulation safely. Han Fei thought to himself, so what? When I was transcending the tribulation, I was crushed into a meatball and didn't even know where I was. The heavenly tribulation had yet to subside. Nianer transformed from the little girl from before into a teenage girl. She looked to be 12 or 13 years old. Her height was nearly 5 feet. Xia Xiaoshan couldn't help being surprised. Can breakthroughs make you grow up? Before Han Fei answered, Xiao Xiao said, In theory, Little Master has lived for tens of thousands of years, but her strength and growth have been suppressed. Now that she has appeared in the outside world openly, her growth speed is astonishing. When Little Master breaks through to the venerable realm, she will grow up a little more. Han Fei was speechless. I suspect that she can become a venerable today. What Han Fei said made sense. Previously, Nianer had soared to the law enforcer realm in one go. It was the most exaggerated breakthrough Han Fei had ever seen, which shocked him. For example, although Nianer had successfully transcended the tribulation, she did not return to the ship immediately. Instead, she stood on the sea. The surrounding spiritual energy storm began to spin, and all the resources on Nianer were released at the same time. Of course, some of them were Nianer's own accumulation, and some were Han Fei's pocket money. 100 seconds later, when Han Fei felt that more than half of the spiritual energy and resources had been consumed, he waved his hand helplessly, and 10,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones flew towards Nianer. Han Fei didn't know how Nianer could withstand such a huge and continuous spiritual energy baptism. On the ship, everyone except Xiaosei was shocked. 2 hours later, when Nianer successfully stabilized her strength as an explorer, a new round of breakthrough began. Han Fei immediately said, Come on, the hot pot is boiling, have some. Waterluster, Earth 9, have some soup. Then, Han Fei took out a piece of bloody king's flesh and wiped it on Punishing Saber, squeezing 2 drops for Tree Spirit and Fire Seed. Han Fei thought to himself, I wonder how long it will take for Nianer to make a breakthrough. You should make your own breakthroughs. At this time, Han Fei frowned, and the old turtle reminded him, Some 100 demons and undersea humans are coming, all peak-level venerables, Han Fei said. It seems that the phenomenon here attracted them. However, since they're here, let's rob them. Crunch. Han Fei picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. With a thought, a half-king projection appeared. Han Fei said, Ignore them and continue to eat. It's meaningless to rob peak-level venerables. Even if they have a few Monarch Palace keys and some resources, they can't compare to half-kings. Just drive them away. As the saying went, cast a long line to catch a big fish. Han Fei had long understood this truth. Below the king realm were all ants. He wasn't even interested in robbing them. 100,000 kilometers away, 3 undersea humans and 400 demons rushed over. One of them said, Those who made a breakthrough here must be a peak-level venerable. I guess he made a breakthrough here because he encountered an irresistible force, probably because he got a treasure. Remember, test his strength first. If he is weak, kill him immediately. Buzz. Just as these people were excited, thinking that they were going to make a fortune, suddenly, on their way, a person stood in the void with a rod. Swish, the spear broke the void for thousands of kilometers, and before one of the peak-level venerables could react, his body exploded, leaving only scraps. Retreat quickly. He's a human half-king. Don't fight him. Chapter 1779, Robbery. Pay up 1. Han Fei had gained a lot from this trip to the land of King Death. Not to mention that he had obtained enough keys to the Monarch Palace. The hunting of a large group of half-king from the soul-sealing world had greatly increased Han Fei's soul power. Of course, his biggest gain was finding Xia Xiao. Therefore, although Han Fei didn't care about these peak-level venerables, he didn't know how long it would take for Nianer to make a breakthrough. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well do some hunting. If Nianer broke through to the peak-level explorer, Han Fei estimated that the remaining 20 days might not be enough for her to make a breakthrough. Of course, that was Han Fei's idea. The big demons of the 100 Demons clan certainly thought differently. The leader said, It's a heavenly talent of the human race. This person is undoubtedly a half-king. Logically speaking, he's not afraid of us at all. However, this person only threatened us and didn't fight us. Obviously, he can't spare time. I guess that someone is breaking through to the Half-King realm in that sea area. The undersea human smiled. To be able to make a peak-level venerable breakthrough to the Half-King realm, it means that they have encountered a great opportunity. Maybe they also have the keys to the Monarch Palace. Hurry up and find some Half-Kings. Let's destroy their plan and rob them before they finish their breakthrough. Half a day later, after Nianer, Punishing Saber and the others even drank a few mouthfuls of the soup. At this moment, they were all sitting on the sea and making breakthroughs. Han Fei waited for half a day and even used his free time to make a pair of sun chairs, a small coffee table, and 2 drinks, lying down and waiting for his prey. Xiao Sei stood at the bow and looked at Nianer. As for the old turtle, after he ate the king's flesh, Han Fei told him to go back to forge the universe and continue his cultivation. The old turtle was his trump card. Anyway, turtles did not have a strong concept of time, but they needed time to mature. The old turtle had been working very hard. Ever since he became a venerable, he had grown very fast. In Han Fei's Forge the Universe, it would be strange if he couldn't grow up after so many years. After all, he was once an emperor. Slurpa, Han Fei took a sip of his drink and chatted with Xiao. Girl, are you ready to break through to the Half-King realm? Xiao said. Of course, I know what my problem is. Although I had a lot of combat experience when I was in the royal family of merfolk, I didn't have that kind of life-and-death battle experience because there were always guards around me. For example, no one would have allowed me to go to a place like the Whale Valley before, but now we've already been there, right? Han Fei frowned. That's true, but not all breakthroughs have to be made in danger. Suddenly, Han Fei glanced to the side and said, Someone is here. There are 15 people. Xiaoshan's eyes lit up. Let's go. There were 15 people in this group, including 100 demons and undersea humans. In terms of individual strength, these two forces were relatively weaker than the merman race. Therefore, they had always been in an alliance. At this moment, the leader of this group was a powerhouse of the undersea human race, who looked very much like a human. Beside this person, there were 3 half-kings. Among them, 2 were from the 100 demon race, 1 was a shark human, and the other was a shrimp soldier. At this moment, the shark said, Master Shen Yu, I didn't expect that such a small matter could trouble you. Didn't you say that all the strong masters have gone to the forbidden places? Master Shen, how can you have the time to participate in such a small matter? Shen, Yu snorted and said, the second forbidden place has been explored, and the major forces have suffered heavy losses. I heard that something seems to have happened in the Soul Burial Valley. It seems that the battle there must be extremely intense. At this time, no one dares to act rashly. At this time, if someone makes a breakthrough, won't it be telling others that he has obtained a great opportunity? Therefore, I have to come this time. Shen Yu's words meant that he wanted to swallow this harvest, and the others were just bystanders. This blatant oath showed how greedy this person was. The other half-kings were all silent. The 2 half-kings of the 100 Demons clan only hated that they didn't have enough half-kings. Where did their half-kings go? Why couldn't they find them? Otherwise, how could such a good thing happen to Shen Yu? 50,000 kilometers away from where Nianer broke through, Shen Yu and the others saw a big black ship sailing on the sea. Master Shen Yu, there's a ship, someone said, but Shen Yu patted the void and sent the man flying 100 meters away. Then he snorted. Why are you so nosy? Can't I see it? However, this is the land of King Death. How can a ship that sails here be simple? The truth was, as Shen Yu had expected. On the big black ship, 2 people, 1 black and 1 white, stepped into the air. The man said in a gloomy voice, Evil ghosts hook souls, and impermanents take lives. In the Death Valley of the land of King Death, the black and white impermanents appeared. Money will pave the way, and resources will buy your lives. The deal is made on the spot, and no credit is allowed. Shen Yu's eyes turned cold. Who the fuck are you? 2 peak-level venerables dare to rob us? Are you crazy? Shen Yu scanned his surroundings with his perception. After confirming that there was no one here and that there was no array, he heaved a sigh of relief. Shen Yu thought to himself, even if these 2 are not ordinary peak-level venerables, and their true combat power has reached the Half-King realm, they are only close to the Half-King realm. These 2 people were so arrogant and dared to rob others. Perhaps they had the power bestowed by kings to protect themselves. If that was the case, it would be a little difficult to deal with, but it would be a fool's dream for them to rob him. Of course, with a cautious attitude, Shen Yu looked around. The 4 of you, go up and meet these 2 people. Shen Yu didn't believe it. How could there be someone who wasn't afraid of death at all in the land of King Death? Those who could come here were either here to become a half-king or to explore the Monarch Palace. The 2 people in front of him must have a backup plan. Therefore, he would use a few people to test them out first. If there was a problem, it wouldn't be too late to retreat. He couldn't be intimidated by the 2 of them, right? Then how could he, a heavenly talent of the underwater human race, keep his face? The 100 Demons clan and the Undersea Human clan each sent 2 peak-level venerables. In everyone's opinion, the 4 of them were already enough to kill Han Fei and Xiao. However, Xiao disappeared into the void. Han Fei smiled. Isn't what I said clear enough? Hurry up and pay up, otherwise we'll kill you, Shen. You said, are you crazy? Let's see if you can, Buzz. However, as soon as Shen Yu finished speaking, Han Fei crossed the void in one step. With a wave of his hand, waves surged within 1,000 kilometers of the sea. Water pillars filled the sky like knives, forming a waterfall. Shen Yu was puzzled. These two people's actions were really strange. It seemed that his moves were quite scary. However, could this rainfall hurt people? But if this rainfall was useless, what was the purpose of this person creating this rainfall? Puff, 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 puff. Just as everyone was about to watch the show, they saw that the 4 peak-level venerables who attacked suddenly burst into blood and their bodies were broken before they could even see who attacked them. Fuck! Shen Yu was shocked. Why were they killed without any warning? When Shen Yu's soul focused, he said in surprise, pay attention to that woman. She can turn into a shadow and kill shadows. After he shouted this, when the raindrops fell, Shen Yu was suddenly stunned and immediately shouted, everyone, activate the spiritual energy protective cover. Tap, tap, tap. No one doubted him. Shen Yu must have a reason for saying that. When the heavy rain fell, Shen Yu thought to himself, even if there's something wrong with the rain, it can be isolated. At this point, he stepped out of the void and held a blue saber in his hand. He slashed at the shadow on the sea while preparing to fish the 4 people back. However, just as Shen Yu took a step forward, he heard continuous explosions. The explosions were deafening and caused the sea to tremble. Oh no, this is bad. There's indeed something wrong with the rain. Shen Yu wanted to command the retreat, but on second thought, retreat? The other party must have come prepared. It was too late to retreat. You. Most peak-level venerables could not withstand the explosion of the infinity water if they only had a spiritual energy protective cover. Therefore, except for Shen Yu and the other 3 half-kings, all the peak-level venerables had their spiritual energy protective cover shattered. However, as soon as the spiritual energy protective cover shattered, a stench that shook the soul assaulted their faces. Even after holding their breath, it was still the same. Under such circumstances, everyone's first reaction was naturally that they were poisoned. Who would really think that a stench could injure the soul? Under such circumstances, what else could they do but escape? With a whoosh, Shen Yu tried to cut open the void and escape, but the next scene scared him out of his wits. The void was sealed? Why couldn't he cut open the void? The other half-kings did the same. Shen Yu noticed that the man in black had also disappeared. In the void, a voice echoed, I've said it before. We're robbing you and you have to pay up, but you didn't listen. Now, you're forcing me to kill you, you stupid sea demons. Chapter 1780, Robbery. Pay up too. The moment these people were poisoned, Han Fei had already attacked. These people were from the 100 Demons clan and the Undersea Human clan. Even if they died, it didn't matter to xuanhuan, let alone Han Fei. Therefore, Han Fei started a massacre. Killing a peak-level venerable with the strength of a king was as easy as chopping vegetables. They were on completely different levels. However, Han Fei's void lines were limited. If he killed the enemies too quickly, he couldn't steal their vitality and soul power one by one. If he waited for them to die for a long time before absorbing them, the effect would be greatly reduced. Therefore, Han Fei wasn't in a hurry. Xuanhuan only killed 4 people. Han Fei killed 4 peak-level venerables of the 100 Demons race on the spot and then pounced on a half-king. Of course, this half-king was not easy to deal with. The half-kings who could lead a team were all heavenly talents of the major forces. No matter how weak they were, they had some trump cards. Just like Tianheng, so what if he only knew how to defend? Even if he only knew how to defend, he would still be able to unleash shocking might in the end. Han Fei decided to kill the sea demons first before killing the undersea humans. After all, he could directly absorb the chaotic chi in the bodies of the 100 demons. Here, there were 2 half-kings and 8 peak-level venerables. Xuanhuan killed 2, Han Fei controlled 4, and there were still 2 half-kings and 2 peak-level venerables. This group of people should be absorbed first. Shen Yu thought that Han Fei had neglected him. Perhaps he thought that he might be difficult to deal with, so Han Fei didn't attack him immediately. But Shen Yu felt that he couldn't sit still and wait for death. With a roar, Shen Yu threw out a shell. The shell glowed brightly, and the shadow of an expert appeared. Shen Yu shouted crazily, Patriarch, cut the void! The so-called king-level strike was actually an attack, or multiple attacks launched by a wisp of a king's consciousness and soul. Of course, the more he attacked, the more consciousness and soul he needed to consume. After all, the number of kings was limited. There were countless heavenly talents below the king level. If they were given a king-level strike each, how could the kings handle it? Since it was a wisp of consciousness, it could judge when it was released. Therefore, when Shen Yu shouted, Han Fei narrowed his eyes and wanted to chase after him, only to see that the king-level strike was only used to open the way for him. In the blink of an eye, Shen Yu shattered his seal, swished to Shen Yu, accelerated and rushed into the void crack. Han Fei had no choice but to take the king-level strike head-on. At this moment, he couldn't let anyone escape. Except for Shen Yu, everyone was slaughtered. Han Fei was absorbing the chaotic chi and the power of the soul unhurriedly. Looking at the information in his mind, he couldn't help but sigh as information popped up. Owner, Han Fei Level, 89 Peak Venerable. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 2007-20,986th Chaotic Chi, 2,161 Wisps, Spiritual Power, 2,068 Perception Range, 80,000 kilometers, Strength, 28,936, Waves First Spiritual Heritage, Unknown Second Spiritual Heritage, Unknown First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin Yang. Main Art, the 7th level of Void Fishing, Void Descending Art, King level, Divine Quality. Han Fei had never thought that he would make such a big breakthrough after entering the Raging Sea. When he was in the yin-yang world, he thought that he only needed to wait to become a king. But now, his overall strength had increased by nearly 50%, and he was still a peak-level venerable. Who knew how strong he would become when he reached the half-king realm again? Seeing that there were more than 2,000 wisps of chaotic chi, Han Fei was secretly relieved. It seemed that he had to work harder. In the old turtle's words, he would never have enough chaotic chi when he needed to use it. At this moment, Han Fei was still in the explosive period and could continue to grow. When the bottleneck of the peak-level venerable realm was reached, if he made another breakthrough, would his strength soar again? On Han Fei's side, Xuanhuan appeared. Use that stinky gas carefully. I didn't even dare to break in and hunt just now. Han Fei grinned and said, these people are not very strong and they can't provide you with any training. Besides, they came here for Nyaner's tribulation. Now that the tribulation is over, a simple breakthrough won't cause such a big phenomenon, and no one will come here. A moment later, when the two of them returned to the ship, Nyaner was indeed still breaking through. Tree Spirit and the others were also breaking through. This time, Han Fei and Xuanhuan didn't lie down but continued to sunbathe and drink. The two of them sat cross-legged and cultivated. Han Fei entered the Forge the Universe and continued to refine his body. During this time, Han Fei came out twice, but he only went hunting when the old turtle reminded him that someone was nearby. Unfortunately, of the two times, one was a strong merman, and Han Fei and Xuanhuan only robbed and didn't kill anyone. The other one was two peak-level venerables of the undersea human race, so the consequences could be imagined. On the 5th day of Nyaner's breakthrough, she had already passed 4 small realms and reached the intermediate explorer realm. On this day, Han Fei was cultivating when the old turtle suddenly said, that little girl has made a breakthrough. Hearing that, Han Fei perked up and immediately stepped out of Forge the Universe. Xiao and Xiao were already standing at the bow of the boat, and Xuanhuan glanced at Han Fei. She's already an intermediate explorer in only 5 days. At this speed, won't she become a half-venerable in a month? Brother Nyaner flew over and shouted at Han Fei, Brother, I'm sleepy. Sleepy? The old turtle said. She is no longer a child. Although she broke through dozens of realms in a day, after all, every time she breaks through, her consumption is countless times higher. Her breakthrough is too urgent, so she needs some time to sleep and let her body adjust its cultivation state spontaneously. This is the same as the hibernation of our turtle clan. After hearing the old turtle's explanation, Han Fei immediately looked at Xiao Sei and said, Go to the painting to guard Guer. Take her to Tree Spirit and don't let others disturb Nyaner's self-adjustment. Yes, Master Han Fei. It took 5 days for Nyaner to break through, but not so long for Tree Spirit and the others. After 2 days outside, they all broke through and returned to the sea-quelling painting. Only Han Fei and Xuanhuan were left on the big ship. Han Fei said, it's been half a month. The number of 5-star dangerous places is limited. I think the places we should explore have been explored. The strong masters from all sides should have gathered. It's time for us to show up, Xiaoshaochan said. Then let's go to the last forbidden place, the Undersea Palace. If I'm not wrong, there should be many strong masters gathering there. We can make one last robbery there. Han Fei sighed slightly in his heart. Indeed, the danger of the forbidden places was relative. In fact, everyone had their own means. Didn't Ji Chen and 5 Elements Chen Hao find the deepest part of the Whale Valley? At this moment, there was only this last forbidden place left. There must be many people there. Of course, not everyone would go, but as long as a small portion of the strong cultivators went there, it would be enough for him to hunt. The vast ocean navigator pointed the direction, and the Avenger headed towards the Undersea Palace at full speed. On the ship, Han Fei calculated and found that more than 50 venerables had died under his hands in the past half-month. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. How difficult would it be to become a venerable? This time, the people who came were all peak-level venerables and half-king. This made Han Fei feel a little guilty. Wasn't it said that after mastering the Great Tao, there was a law of mutual absorption of the Great Tao? It felt like he had become the person who cut leaks. Xuanhuan noticed the strange expression of Han Fei and asked, What are you laughing at? Han Fei shook his head. Nothing. I just feel that even a venerable can't escape being hunted. It's not easy to survive in this world, Xuanhuan said. It's the same in any realm, even in the sea establishment realm. After all, there are only a few strong masters in any place. The stronger they are, the fewer they are. Han Fei looked at Xuanhuan in surprise. Wow, what a thorough understanding. Xuanhuan rolled her eyes at Han Fei. What? I knew it when I was a kid. Half a day later, Han Fei and Xuanhuan finally came to the sea near the Undersea Palace. As soon as they arrived, they happened to meet a small team of 4. Among the 4 of them, the leader said, Remember, we're going to the Undersea Heavenly Palace with no fear of death, But remember, don't take risks. If we can survive, try to stay alive. Only by staying alive can all this be meaningful. Yes, Uncle Jin. However, as soon as these 4 people finished speaking, less than 100 seconds had passed. Suddenly, on their way, they saw 2 figures, one black and one white, waiting there for a long time. Zhao Jin's expression changed slightly. 2 peak-level venerables? At this moment, a voice sounded leisurely. Robbery. Pay up. Chapter 1781, Uphold Justice and Rob the Rich to Help the Poor. Zhao Jin was a half-king of the Blue Cloud World and wasn't a heavenly talent. The heavenly talents of the Blue Cloud World should have gone to explore the Undersea Palace. Initially, Zhao Jin did not want to go. However, what if there was an opportunity? This time, although there were dangers in the 5-star danger zone, they could still survive. The strength of a half-king was already the top existence below a king. Of course, the premise was that he did not meet any abnormally strong heavenly talents. Everyone who had become a half-king could more or less sense the opportunity to become a king, but they couldn't survive that tribulation. Zhao Jin naturally wanted to find opportunities. At least, he thought that it was much easier to find opportunities here than in the Monarch Palace. The probability of death in the land of King Death was only 30%, but what about the Monarch Palace? The probability of death was 90%. No matter what, he felt that he couldn't let go of this opportunity. In fact, most of the half-kings who came to the land of King Death had the same idea. Otherwise, they could just wait for the Monarch Palace to open and risk their lives there. After all, those who came out of the Monarch Palace alive had all become kings. However, at this moment, Zhao Jin realized that 2 peak-level venerables wanted to rob the 4 of them. Zhao Jin's face turned cold. Who are you? You don't know how to do proper business and don't have the guts to explore dangerous places, but you have the guts to rob others here? And you even want to rob your own people? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know your place. From the beginning to the end, Zhao Jin only said that he wanted to teach Han Fei and xuanhuan a lesson, but he didn't dare to say that he would kill them. After all, living for such a long time, he was more mature than young men. He still didn't know the real strength of the 2 after all. From this person's tone, he didn't seem to be from the 13 worlds in the inner domain. Otherwise, his tone wouldn't be so mild. Han Fei said, "Which world are you from? If you're from the 13 worlds in the outer domain, I can consider giving you a discount." Zhao Jin was speechless. A discount? How can I, a half-king, be robbed by 2 peak-level venerables? If I let you get your way, how can I face others? Fuse. Zhao Jin fused with a colorful python. Then, he took out a halberd that flickered with lightning. He slashed Han Fei and xuanhuan powerfully with the halberd. Han Fei and xuanhuan looked at each other. A boxing glove immediately appeared on Han Fei's hand. He opened his hand and directly blocked the power of Zhao Jin's halberd without retreating. Zhao Jin's heart skipped a beat. Did he encounter a peerless heavenly talent? How could he block my halberd with one hand? No one in the Blue Cloud World could do that. Even the strongest prodigy of the Blue Cloud World wouldn't dare to say that he could catch my halberd with one hand. Pooh, 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 pooh. Zhao Jin didn't even need to turn around. In his perception, the 3 peak-level venerables who followed him were actually killed. At that moment, Zhao Jin panicked. He immediately shouted, "The Blue Cloud World, I'm Zhao Jin from the Blue Cloud World. We are all humans. You don't have to kill me. You want resources, right? No problem, but please give some face to our Blue Cloud World." Zhao Jin was shocked. They were only peak-level venerables. They hadn't become half-kings yet, but they were already so ridiculously strong. The 4 of them were completely wiped out. Immediately, Zhao Jin realized that the gap between their strength and those true heavenly talents in the inner region was insurmountable. The other party was already so strong, but they were still robbing outside. Then why did they bother to go to the Undersea Palace? Zhao Jin's words stunned Han Fei. Ever since he entered the land of King Death, he had never seen such a shameless person. What dignity? He had none. When he saw that he couldn't win, he directly surrendered. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder how this person reached the half-king realm. However, when Han Fei saw the state of this person's blood and chi, he immediately understood that this guy probably managed to reach the half-king realm with time. His lifespan should be up soon, so his blood and chi weren't that abundant. Seeing this, Han Fei didn't kill him. In the 13 worlds in the outer domain, the Blue Cloud World was quite low-key. Such a person was not to the extent of being an enemy of the yin-yang world, nor was he a target of his revenge. Therefore, Han Fei said, "Xuanhuan, you're back." Since the 2 of them were known as the black and white ghosts, Xuanhuan used the alias xuanhuan. When xuanhuan turned into a shadow in front of Han Fei, Zhao Jin immediately knew that this kind of person who used special combat skills probably had a very special spiritual beast. He probably couldn't beat this one either. Han Fei asked, "Then where are the resources?" Zhao Jin immediately took out a sun moon shell and shouted at the others, "Rebirth." The 3 peak-level venerables didn't expect to be defeated in one move. After being chopped by xuanhuan, they secretly controlled their souls and blood essence and hid. At this moment, the 3 of them were speechless. If even a half-king couldn't withstand it, they would be captured and killed sooner or later. If they didn't appear now, they would only survive for a while. Therefore, the 3 of them were reborn slowly. They were extremely frightened and were even prepared to die. It couldn't be helped. How could they step on the path of cultivation without the preparation of dying at any time? Just as the three of them were panicking, Han Fei said, "Okay, I said I'd give you a discount if you're from the 13 worlds in the outer domain, so I'll give you a 30% discount. That's already very generous of me. Now give me your sun moon shells." Zhao Jin was the first to hand over the sun moon shell. Han Fei took it and scanned it with his perception. Immediately he felt terrible. Han Fei glanced at Zhao Jin in shock and disbelief. Xuanhuan asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" Han Fei didn't speak, but took the sun moon shells of the other three and scanned them. Slap. Han Fei slapped himself on the head and scooped up 7 keys to the monarch palace from the 4 sea-swallowing seashells. He showed the rest to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan glanced at it curiously. The sun moon shell was almost empty except for more than 1,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones and some materials of the half-venerable level, and the other 3 were even poorer. They didn't even have 100 ultra-quality spiritual stones. Xuanhuan took a deep breath. "Aren't they too poor? Did they hide all the good stuff?" Zhao Jin hurriedly said. "That's not true. Heavenly talents from the inner region like you don't know the hardship of our blue cloud world at all. Our blue cloud world is not among the top in the outer domain. We have a large population, and a resource needs to be divided into 2 parts. In the land of King Death, we face a lot of danger and have a high chance of dying. Therefore, we have left our resources in the blue cloud world. After all, venerables can swallow spiritual energy." Han Fei thought to himself, "This really opens my eyes." From today on, if anyone told him which of the 36 mystic worlds was the poorest, Han Fei would definitely say that it was the blue cloud world. Han Fei was lost for words. Save these ultra-quality spiritual stones for emergencies. Your blue cloud world is really stingy. To be honest, Han Fei was really ashamed to take these things. Han Fei said leisurely, "Forget it. As human beings, it's not easy for you. How about this? I'll give you 1,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones for each of the 7 keys." Xuanhuan was speechless. Xuanhuan looked at Han Fei speechlessly. Is Han Fei out of his mind? Is he the Han Fei I know? Zhao Jin and the others were already lucky enough not to die. 1,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones was definitely too little to buy a monarch palace key. Even if the price was multiplied by 100 times, it would still be too little. However, they would be thankful if he didn't kill them. How could Zhao Jin and the others dare to say no? Han Fei took out a sun moon shell and threw 7,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones over. However, when Zhao Jin was about to take the spiritual stones, Han Fei said, "Zhao Jin, right? Do you want to take back the 7 monarch palace keys? If you sell them in Martial Emperor City, I'm afraid someone will bid 1,000,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones for each of them. Do you still want them back?" Zhao Jin and the others looked at each other. Zhao Jin asked in disbelief, Can I? Xuanhuan immediately realized that Han Fei was still Han Fei. It was impossible to spit out what he got, but she didn't know what he was going to do. Han Fei said, "You're already a half-king, and your lifespan is almost gone. Logically speaking, ultra-quality spiritual stones are no longer of much use to you. However, who would complain about having too many resources? If you have money, what can't you buy? If you want to go to the Monarch Palace, you have to prepare a lot of things, right? I have an idea. Maybe you can not only earn these 7 Monarch Palace keys back, but also make a lot of money. If you have enough money, you can find an auction house and buy some good things back. What do you think?" Zhao Jin was a little dumbfounded. How could there be such a good thing in the world? However, Han Fei had already said so. If he rejected it, would this person turn hostile? He might as well agree first. When he left and found a secret realm to hide, this person probably wouldn't be able to find him. Zhao Jin asked, "What's your idea?" "I'm all ears." Han Fei said leisurely, "There are countless people in the vast sea. Looking for them is no different from finding a needle in a haystack. But if you can bring some people from the other heavenly palaces, I can give you 10% of their resources. It's up to you whether to do it or not. We, black and white ghosts, have always been chivalrous, robbing the rich and helping the poor. I just want your money and won't take your lives. You can consider it." Chapter 1782, What a Good Teammate. After hearing Han Fei's suggestion, Zhao Jin hesitated for a moment and then responded surprisingly, "Your idea is very good. I'll do my best, but I wonder how to find you." Seeing that Han Fei had no intention to kill him, Zhao Jin knew that Han Fei wanted him to lure more people over for him to rob, but why not? He was almost 7,000 years old and used to be a heavenly talent. However, his body was deteriorating. Whether it was the land of King Death or the next exploration of the Monarch Palace, he had to go. If he didn't go, he wouldn't have a chance. At this moment, after witnessing the strength of others, he realized that he was really weak. If he didn't even dare to seize the last chance, how could he go to the Monarch Palace? Seeing that Zhao Jin's eyes seemed to be burning with flames, Han Fei immediately smiled and said, "There must be traces of we black and white ghosts within 1,000,000 kilometers of the undersea palace. If you still can't find us, I can only say that we're not fated." Zhao Jin said, "We must be fated. In that case, I'll go first." Hearing their conversation, Xuanhuan felt that Han Fei had found a bosom friend. As for the rest of the Blue Cloud world, they all felt that Zhao Jin had gone crazy. A moment later, above the sea hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, someone said, Elder Zhao, are you really going to cooperate with those two bandits? Someone echoed. Yes, Elder Zhao, those two are definitely not good people. Can he really give us benefits? Zhao Jin said leisurely. That's not true. Let me ask you, how strong are these two? One of them said. Very strong. The woman weighed us so fast that we couldn't react in time. Our bodies couldn't move, and I think the shadow must have controlled us, and the three of us were killed in an instant. Another person said, that man must be a top heavenly talent to be able to withstand your attack with his bare hands. Zhao Jin continued, you've all cultivators. Don't you know that true friendship between people is the bond of interests? As long as we can bring them new people, whether they're humans, sea demons, undersea humans, or mermen, they're all brought by us. Then we can earn money together. This is an unbreakable relationship of interests. Zhao Jin narrowed his eyes. Therefore, we have to do it this time. People have to get their opportunity themselves. Encouraged by Zhao Jin's words, the other three people of the Blue Cloud world were also a little tempted. However, two peak-level venerables thought about it and looked at each other. They decided not to take the risk. The two of them bid farewell to Zhao Jin. Zhao Jin did not stop them. He was also taking a gamble. However, the problem was not the bet itself. He knew how hard he had worked, how careful he had been, and how cautious he had been along the way. Now that he had reached the end of his caution, it was time to take a gamble. If others were unwilling, that was their choice. On the other side, Xuanhuan couldn't help wondering, can they really bring people here? Han Fei said, who cares? It's best if they can bring new people over. If they can't, we'll only lose 7,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. If they can bring anyone over, we'll definitely be able to earn the money back. I've never seen such poor people in the raging sea. Their blue cloud world is quite capable. Puff Xuanhuan was lost for words. Looking at Han Fei's frustrated face, sometimes it was even more amusing than seeing him being arrogant. The next day, the Avenger had already arrived near the undersea palace. In the middle of the night, he caught a group of cultivators from the god-refining world and extorted a sum of money. He obtained about 300,000 spiritual stones, more than 3,000 spiritual fruits, 5 Monarch Palace keys, and a few other items. Early this morning, he robbed 2 more merman experts and obtained 6 keys to the Monarch Palace. Although Han Fei was close to the undersea palace, only 1/5 of the people had come Hadra, which was not very likely to be encountered by Han Fei. Therefore, Han Fei's plundering speed was not bad. In the afternoon, Han Fei made dumplings himself. It was not bad to change the taste occasionally. Han Fei didn't make many dumplings, only 300. He, Xuanhuan, and the hexagon starfish each ate 100. However, Han Fei had only eaten 50 of them before business came. Who else could it be but Zhao Jin? Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, Han Fei scanned with his perception and saw Zhao Jin's team of 8. Among them, the Blue Cloud world only had 2 people, but they had brought 6. A moment later, Zhao Jin said to someone, Brother Li Fan, we know very well how strong we are. If we want to survive in this raging sea and even become kings, I'm afraid we have to work hard. Li Fan said leisurely, who doesn't know, but I'm afraid that there are many strong masters in the undersea palace. I'm thinking that we should wait and gather more fellow Taoists from the 13 worlds in the outer domain. At that time, we can advance and retreat together. Perhaps it's better, Zhao Jin said, but the resources are limited. If we fight over them, sigh, Li Fan sighed. That's true. The few of them were heading towards the undersea palace, but a moment later, with a whoosh, a large ship appeared. Suddenly, it appeared thousands of kilometers away from Zhao Jin and the others. Zhao Jin and Li Fan's expressions changed drastically. Zhao Jin said, not good, Brother Li. We might have been ambushed. However, Li Fan suddenly said, no, look, there are only 2 people on that ship. They don't seem to be very strong. We should be able to take them down easily. Zhao Jin said, who knows if they have any reinforcements? Li Fan smiled and said, look, they're clearly fleeing. They must be being hunted. Brother Zhao, go and take them down. Zhao Jin thought to himself, take them down? How the hell can I take them down? Of course, Zhao Jin pretended to hesitate for a moment before charging forward. Li Fan pushed, and more than 100 blood-colored spikes surrounded Han Fei's Avenger. Li Fan shouted, 2 people on the ship, hand over your sun moon shells. Yes, this was normal in the raging sea. The strong robbed the weak robbed the weaker ones, or tricked the stronger ones. Anyway, that was what Li Fan did. Compared to Zhao Jin, his attitude was even more unfriendly. While doing this, Li Fan sent a voice transmission to Zhao Jin. Brother Zhao, these 2 people have vigorous energy and blood. It's obvious that they are heavenly talents of the inner domain. It seems that we've made a fortune this time. As long as we take them down, I reckon we can make good money. Zhao Jin sighed inwardly. Brother Fan, you're too polite. I did make good money. As for you, just take it as a lesson. 10 seconds later, when Han Fei stabbed Li Fan's double shields, Li Fan was dumbfounded. One of his arms was blown up. Li Fan was speechless. With such strength, why are you here as a robber? Because Li Fan was from the Blood Fiend world. The 6 peak-level venerables that Li Fan had brought were all good at hunting. They were agile, fast, and had extremely strong explosive power. As for the other 2, because the powers of their great Daos were relatively special, one mastered the speed of light, and the other mastered the power of wind. and a peak-level venerable from the Blue Cloud world, these people could barely put some pressure on Xiao. These people wanted to run, but they had seen Han Fei's strength. Now that their boss, Li Fan, was detained, if they dared to run, the man would kill them. Those who could grow to the peak of the venerable realm could still distinguish their strength and realm. As long as there was a chance to escape, they would escape. More importantly, they didn't think that they couldn't escape. At this moment, Xiao didn't use the power of the giant arowana and the heavenly cicada, but only the power of the shadow shrimp. Chila. Xiao turned into a shadow, and someone shouted, "Watch the shadow." At that moment, someone covered himself in lightning. Someone stood on the water, surrounded by a storm. Someone slipped into stealth and disappeared. What kept appearing were the cracks left in the void by the battle. Han Fei shook his head slightly. These people were too weak to be Xiaoshan's sparring partners. Xiaoshan's combat power was too strong. If she fought with them now, she could at most consolidate her combat skills and train her reaction speed. But as for pressure, Xiao probably wouldn't feel any pressure at all. If nothing went wrong, these people would soon be defeated. Han Fei didn't look at them anymore. He turned his head to look at Li Fan and Zhao Jin, who had been controlled, and said casually, "Evil ghosts hook souls, and impermanence take lives." In the Death Valley of the land of King Death, the black and white impermanence appeared. Money will pave the way, and resources will buy your lives. The deal is made on the spot, and no credit is allowed. We, black and white ghosts, have always been fair when doing business. Since you are from the outer domain, I will give you a 30% discount. Li Fan had to lower his head. How much is 30%? Han Fei grinned. 30% off of all your belongings. Well, you have to give me all your keys to the Monarch Palace. Li Fan couldn't have felt worse. Are you any different from a pirate? However, Han Fei said leisurely, the money has to be paid on the spot. But if you can find people from the 13 worlds in the inner domain for me to rob, I can give you a 10% commission, including the keys. Chapter 1783, Heavenly Talent of the Poison Dao. After Han Fei and Li Fan confirmed the amount of resources, Xiao finished the battle in 30 seconds. This speed was much slower than Han Fei's. However, Han Fei had once become a half-king, while Xiao had only been a peak-level venerable. Han Fei shook his head helplessly. There are a total of 9 Monarch Palace keys. As for the others, I didn't count them. Although they're much better than the Blue Cloud world, they might not be as good as a heavenly talent from the 13 worlds in the inner domain. It's meaningless to rob them. Xiao also agreed. I found that their combat power is not good either. Even though some of them are talented and their great Dao is not too bad, they are still far behind in a real battle. They can't even calm down. The more they fight, the more panicked they become. Han Fei thought to himself, how can they not panic? You're already fighting 7 people alone. After a series of attacks, you might have killed all of them if you're not careful. Who wouldn't panic? Of course, Han Fei wouldn't say that. He just comforted her. That's because your bloodline talent is extremely high, and they are from the 13 worlds in the inner domain, not the most talented ones. Therefore, you still have to fight the heavenly talents from the inner domain to grow. Xiao nodded. She looked back at the undersea palace and asked, "Are we going?" Han Fei said, "Not now. Those who should go in should have gone in, but no one came out." "What does this mean?" Xiao asked. "Are they trapped inside?" Han Fei said, "That's one of the reasons. This proves that they haven't completely explored this place yet. Otherwise, a chaotic battle would have broken out long ago. However, they're fighting below. If we go down now, we might not be able to get any treasures. In that case, why don't we wait until most of the resources are in the hands of some people before we attack?" Looking at Han Fei's confident face, Xiao couldn't help but say, "You're much calmer than before. If you had encountered this before, you wouldn't have waited a moment longer." Han Fei grinned. "Of course, because I have a big appetite now." About an hour after the battle, Zhao Jin came. Seeing that the two of them were talking at the bow, he immediately cupped his hands. "Fellow Taoist Black Ghost." Han Fei smiled. "You've seen how many resources Li Fan has. It's really not much." While complaining about Li Fan's poverty, Han Fei threw a lot of resources and a key to Zhao Jin. Han Fei said, "Maybe the 13 worlds in the outer domain isn't our goal. If we can attract the strong masters of the 13 worlds in the inner domain, you will get more benefits." However, Zhao Jin smiled bitterly and said, "Fellow Taoist, I've already gone to all the 12 5-star dangerous places. Half a month has passed, and those who should have come out early. Those who shouldn't have come out have probably died. To be honest, those who should have gone in have already gone in. The rest probably don't dare to come to the undersea palace." "Oh, you mean you can't bring anyone here?" Zhao Jin immediately said. No, of course not. What I mean is that I can gather my friends to snipe those who come out of the undersea palace. If those people are injured, we can rob them if you want. However, I'm afraid it will take at least 2 or 3 days for me to persuade my friends. Are you willing to wait?" Han Fei realized that Zhao Jin was right. Half a month had passed, and the exploration of the 5-star peril zones had been completed. However, in addition to the 5-star danger zones, there were also a large number of 4-star and 3-star danger zones. Most peak-level venerables did not have to come to the danger zones to court death. With this in mind, Han Fei smiled. That's fine. If you can gather a group of people and wait here, it's not bad. Many a mickle makes a muckle. You'll still get a lot of benefits. Zhao Jin, yes-o. Han Fei didn't plan to attack Zhao Jin at all. Zhao Jin's net worth was not even worth a mosquito's leg. This was just like how there was no need for him to bully a poor beggar and let those rich people continue to spend money like water. Even if Zhao Jin could bring a group of people here, Han Fei wasn't interested. These people added up might not be as rich as a single heavenly talent of the supreme clearness world. Why did he bother to offend so many people? 2 days passed. Han Fei and Xuanhuan waited outside for 2 days. During these 2 days, the Avenger floated on the sea outside the undersea palace. However, he did not meet anyone. This made Han Fei wonder if the people in the land of King Death had all gone out in advance. The 3rd day, Han Fei finally lost his patience. When he got the auspicious divination result with the 9 palace luck ruler, he immediately said, "Girl, let's go in." Xuanhuan said, "You're finally willing to go in? It's mainly because none of them came out, which doesn't make sense. It's been 5 days, but none of them came out." "Did they escape from somewhere else?" Xuanhuan said, "Let's just go down and check it out." The undersea palace was called the undersea palace because of one characteristic. It was said that this world was upside down. The deepest part of the sea was like the highest part of the sky. It sounded dreamy. The entrance of the undersea palace was a huge vortex, like a crack in the wild abyss. Of course, it was much smaller than that super vortex. Xuanhuan didn't want to be separated from Han Fei. God knew what would happen if they were separated again. Therefore, when they jumped into the vortex, the two of them hugged each other like bungee jumping. After spinning in the vortex for about an hour, the two of them even kissed for a while. At this moment, their eyes lit up and they appeared in a brand new world. When Han Fei and Xuanhuan's eyes lit up, they saw countless translucent jellyfish with glowing belts, all of which were swimming upside down. Han Fei and Xuanhuan were also upside down. It felt as if the world had been turned upside down. Han Fei and Xuanhuan looked at each other. Han Fei extended the void lines and controlled a blue glowing jellyfish. Taking a closer look, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. D-name Dream Poison Jellyfish Introduction. An extremely special jellyfish creature. Because it lives in extremely deep waters, it sleeps most of its life, but its body will instinctively move. When the dream poison jellyfish sleeps, it will emit a poison that can make people dream. This poison is invisible and difficult to resist. Once one falls asleep, the dream poison jellyfish will subconsciously absorb and devour the soul of the dreamer until the dreamer dies. W78. Quality Rare Spiritual Energy. 14,1524 points. Endeavor 54 points. Edible Effect. Slumber Collectible. Dream Poison. Exorbable Absorbable. A Note Absorbable. Note Aid. Beware of the dream poison in the water. After seeing this news, Han Fei immediately shouted, "Girl Master Hexagon, activate your spiritual energy protective cover." "The water is poisonous," Xuanhuan asked in surprise. "Is it poisonous?" Master Hexagon formed a defensive array around the three of them and exclaimed, "No wonder I fainted just now. I was poisoned. Han Fei, are you going to treat me?" Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, "These jellyfish haven't even become venerables yet. Even if they are poisonous, how can you be poisoned so quickly?" The hexagon starfish have poor resistance. Han Fei, his body was sinking. As long as he avoided the poison of these dream poison jellyfish, he would not be lost. Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator. After confirming the location, Han Fei and Xuanhuan didn't stop and went straight in the designated direction. Unfortunately, he couldn't exert his physical strength in this place. He seemed to be floating in the air and wasn't fast. He could only walk about 100 meters in one breath. Fortunately, Han Fei was good at the near-at-hand technique. It took them 2 hours to walk through the vast sea area of jellyfish. Just when they were about to leave the sea, Han Fei suddenly saw that someone was sitting on the head of a dream poison jellyfish. Han Fei thought to himself, "Is this guy in his dream?" But when Han Fei was about to take the man's sun-moon shell away, the man suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Han Fei and Xuanhuan. "What do you want? I'm Bai Jingju from the Million Poison World." As he spoke, all kinds of strange colors appeared on the surface of his body, and the pure seawater around him was dyed with many colors. Han Fei was lost for words. "Bai Jingju, freeloader?" "Han Fei, I don't know you. I don't think I've seen you under the heavenly imperial ancient tree." Bai Jingju said, "It was enough for my senior brother Dongfang Ming to go to that place." "Huh? Are you two trying to rob me?" "Nonsense, how is that possible? We, the black and white ghosts, saw you sitting on the ground and thought that you were poisoned. If you are, we can save you." Bai Jingju sneered. "How can such a small poison hurt me? However, thank you for your kindness." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "No, fellow Taoist Bai, why are you playing with jellyfish in this huge undersea palace?" Bai Jingju said leisurely, "I'm collecting dream poison. By the way, let me remind you, there seems to be a lot of hair down here. It's extremely tough and can emit illusion poison. Be careful." Chapter 1784, Thousand Silk Magic. Anemone's Han Fei wondered if he should rob Bai Jingju. This time, he was not here for the keys, but for the poisons on Bai Jingju. Anyone who dared to come here to collect poison was obviously not an ordinary person. However, Han Fei gave up after thinking for a moment. This person was a half-king, but when he talked to him just now, his blood was abnormal, and his body, eyes, and other parts of his body were emitting poisonous gas. Previously, Patriarch Million Poison, Huang Jie, had said that although he had cultivated the power of the Heaven Spirit detoxifying insect well, he was still far from being strong in Poison Dao. At least, the poison given by the Patriarch Million Poison had poisoned him for a long time. If this heavenly talent of the Million Poison world had a sea establishment realm poison, who would dare to provoke him? Han Fei thought that he didn't have to rob a guy from the Million Poison world since there were many people down there. Han Fei smiled. Fellow Taoist Bai, aren't you going down? Bai Jingju said. Oh, I'll be there in half a day at most. By the way, my senior brother is collecting poison down there. He has a strange temper. Don't anger him. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, your senior brother? Dongfang Ming? Bai Jingju nodded. It's quite rare to come here. The poisonous creatures we're collecting now are treasures. Forget it, you don't understand. You can go now. I'm going to collect more poisonous creatures. Han Fei glanced at Xuanhuan and they left quickly. A moment later, Xuanhuan said, you didn't rob him. That's not your style. Han Fei shook his head. I can't just rob any person I meet, can I? This person is not weak, and he's actually quite vigilant. From the moment we approached him, he had already started to use poison. I bet that as long as we touch him, there will be a very powerful poison waiting for us in the end. With so many people I can rob, we don't have to find someone who plays with poison to rob. Although he said that, Han Fei thought to himself, I'm not strong enough to resist the poison yet. Xiaoqiaochan is probably weaker than me in this respect. When I eat all the poisons in the Million Poison world, I can run wild. When Han Fei and Xiaoqiaochan continued to swim down and there was not even a single glowing creature in the darkness, Han Fei subconsciously pinched his fingers. Girl, it might be a little dangerous, Xiaoqiaochan said. I feel that something is watching us. In this so-called undersea palace, when a person was swimming to the bottom of the sea, it felt like he was flying to the sky, and there was no telling where he would go. When Han Fei suddenly found that the seawater abruptly turned freezing, he knew that danger was coming. He immediately scanned around with his perception, only to find that his perception range was only 1,000 meters away, and his perception was suppressed. At this moment, red spots of light appeared in the sea around Han Fei and Xiaoqiaochan, like countless eyes. From the bottom of the sea, they looked like the stars in the night sky, but most of them were red, which looked quite creepy. For half-kings like Han Fei and Xiaoqiaochan, 1,000-meter range was an extremely short distance. After confirming that his perception was blocked, Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and spiritual energy flames burned within a kilometer. Sure enough, the moment the spiritual energy flame burned, Han Fei and Xiaoqiaochan saw dense black hairs that looked like human hair spreading quickly. Not only that, but there were also a total of 13 corpses among the long black hair. Some were human, some were merfolk, some were demons, and some were undersea humans. These people did not seem to be completely dead. It seemed that they were still alive and were probably controlled by this strange hair. Xiaoqiaochan was relieved. There are hundreds of people here, but only 13 of them are controlled. It shouldn't be too dangerous. The hexagon starfish muttered, It looks so scary. Are these 13 half-kings? Even half-king are all hanging here. Let's hurry back, Han Fei sneered. Those who dare to come here are all capable. If they can't even survive this little danger, how can they explore the forbidden place? However, as soon as Han Fei finished speaking, 12 more people were pushed out of the sea of hair. Some of these people were broken, but they were still alive and should be conscious. Xiaoqiaochan frowned. 25. That seems to be a lot. Han Fei glanced at them and found that he didn't know any of them. Without saying anything, he grabbed the vast ocean navigator and continued to point the way. When the needle pointed, Han Fei waved his hand, and the infinity water turned into dense blades, condensed into a blade storm, and rushed out. The moment Han Fei attacked, the 25 controlled half-kings attacked at the same time, launching all kinds of techniques at Han Fei. However, after one attack, Han Fei clearly knew that these half-kings couldn't exert their peak strength. Han Fei stabbed a half-king to death, and there was all broken hair floating in front of him. These hair pieces were actually conscious and could continue to grab at Han Fei. Of course, as an airwave burst out of Han Fei's body, a great deal of the hair was destroyed by the invincible battle intent. And Xiaoqiaochan could attack more easily. Xiaoqiaochan fought with Shadow Kill the whole time and had no physical body at all, so these hairs couldn't do anything to her. The two of them cooperated with each other. One by one, the half-kings were either shattered or cut apart. During this time, Han Fei felt that there was a vague power trying to infect his soul several times. For example, some illusory scenes would appear in front of him. Fortunately, Han Fei's soul power was so strong that it had completely surpassed the soul of a half-king, so this kind of illusion, which was the illusion poison in Bai Jingju's mouth, was almost completely useless to him. Roar. While fighting, Xiaoqiaochan let out a world-shaking dragon roar. 3 people were shattered in a row, and thousands of red light spots were also shattered. Han Fei asked, Are you okay? The illusion poison they release can make people hallucinate. Xiaoxiaochan said, I'm fine. I just find this illusion annoying, so I shattered it. Han Fei was relieved to hear that and quickly teleported to a place with red eyes. What he saw were creatures that were only the size of a palm but covered with long hair. Information appeared in his eyes. Name 1,000 silk magic anemones. Introduction. An extremely special sea anemone. Because it lives in extremely deep waters, it has a great interest in all living beings from the outside world and likes to devour living beings and their memories. The 1,000 silk magic sunflower's long silk is tough. A single silk may not be strong, but if one is entangled by countless long silk, it will be difficult to escape. The illusion poison in its body will cause living beings to have a psychedelic effect to hunt living beings. Level 79, Quality Wurs 79, Quality Rare Spiritual Energy, 56,156,000 and 4 points, E-Edible Effect, Inedible O Collectible, Magic Silk, Corp Des Absorbable. A no-tech, a lot of magic silk can be woven into extremely tough armor. Han Fei wasn't very interested in this armor. It was mainly because the 1,000 silk magic anemones level was too low. He didn't know how many times he had to refine it into clothes. Anyway, he wasn't interested. Within dozens of kilometers around Han Fei, the seawater spontaneously strangled. The 1,000 silk magic anemones couldn't withstand it at all, and a large number of them were dying. After more than 10 half-king experts were killed, the 1,000 silk magic anemones began to retreat quickly. They seemed to know that the newcomer was extraordinary, so it was impossible to take him down directly. Buzz. Xiaoxiaochan turned back into her human form from the shadow form and said, those half-kings can only use some simple means, but they can't use any major techniques. It seems that these creatures can't control them well. Han Fei shook his head. Not necessarily. These sea anemones are only half venerable. How can they kill a half-king? Xiaoxiaochan was shocked. Is there some other kind of danger? Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Xiaoxiaochan finished speaking, a red eyeball that was hundreds of meters wide appeared in the distance. Its size was countless times bigger than a palm. Han Fei immediately shouted, pay attention, don't be bewitched. Needless to say, the death of these half-kings was not without reason. Seeing the small ones couldn't handle them, the big ones came. This huge 1,000 silk magic anemones was really fast, and Han Fei's million knife art rolled up and collided with its magic silks, making clanking sounds. Although Han Fei could feel that he had cut off a lot of the magic silks, it was nothing for this huge 1,000 silk magic anemones. While the infinity water was resisting the magic silks, Han Fei suddenly felt an impact in his mind. This guy could kill him with spiritual power. Han Fei grunted, held the embroidery needle in his hand, and immediately stabbed back with the heavenly god stab. It was also a soul attack, but Han Fei's attack didn't hit the 1,000 silk magic anemones but exploded not far away from it. Buzz. However, when the remaining power dissipated, Han Fei found that there were hundreds of super 1,000 silk magic anemones around him. Hiss. Are you kidding me? Hum. Han Fei was stunned. When he was about to merge with Little Black and Little White, a mermaid's shadow appeared in midair, and weird notes burst out of Xiaoxiaochan's body, shaking the soul. Then, the giant 1,000 silk magic anemones exploded. Seeing that Han Fei was shocked, Xiaoxiaochan said to him telepathically, this is the mermaid's song, my intrinsic inheritance. Chapter 1785, Secret of the Undead. Han Fei had always thought that Xiaoxiaochan was not good at mental attacks, but at hunting. At this moment, Han Fei didn't expect that Xiaoxiaochan had the inheritance of the Song of Mermaids. When the melodious and clear song rippled under the water, the 1,000 silk magic anemones exploded one after another, leaving only one. At this moment, Han Fei discovered that the 1,000 silk magic anemones that popped up one after another were all fake. There was only one real body. Therefore, Han Fei realized that he had been poisoned just now. Although he wasn't poisoned deeply, he was still poisoned. It seemed that he was still not good at poison. Just now, with Han Fei's temper, he would have directly attacked the 1,000 silk magic anemones, and must be fooled by the 1,000 silk magic anemones for a while. At this moment, the huge 1,000 silk magic anemones seemed to have been defeated by Xiaoxiaochan's singing. The countless magic silks all rushed toward Xiaoxiaochan. How could Han Fei let it have its way? Han Fei took a step forward and arrived in front of Xiaoxiaochan. The infinity water and the invincible will were both released to the limit, and Han Fei was as dazzling as the sun. Chi-la-I. With this slash, a large number of golden water blades followed. Wherever it passed, the magic silks of the 1,000 silk magic anemones shattered, and none of them could resist the power of Han Fei's slash. It wasn't until the body of the 1,000 threads demonic sunflower was pierced into a hornet's nest that Han Fei sneered. You think you're the only one with silks? My void lines aren't? Han Fei immediately cast out the void lines. As Xiaoxiaochan sang, Han Fei moved forward, and in the end, he calmly rushed back and forth among the countless magic silks of the 1,000 silk magic anemones. After more than 30 seconds, the 1,000 silk magic anemones finally died. Even the 124 wisps of chaotic chi in its body were swallowed by Han Fei. At this moment, Xiaoxiaochan naturally stopped singing. Seeing that Han Fei was going to draw the 1,000 threads demonic sunflower's magic silks, Xiaoxiaochan couldn't help but ask, What's this for? Han Fei said with a smile. After all, it's the silk of the half-king level. If I take a few of them out, they can be made into ultra-quality divine weapon-level fishing lines. After all, they are very valuable. It would be a waste not to take them. After a pause, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, is singing your intrinsic inheritance? Wow, this voice is quite nice. Xuanhuan couldn't help blushing. This is the talent of the merfolk, and the inherited mermaid song is the melody of the great Tao in the bloodline. It's a soul technique that combines attack and defense. Han Fei smacked his lips. How rare. After quickly collecting a lot of magic silks, Han Fei said, let's go. There are more than one of these half-king 1,000 silk magic anemones. There are only 2 people hanging on these silks. It seems that there are more than one in the dark. Let's leave first. Han Fei wasn't interested in fighting here. Those 1,000 silk magic anemones probably didn't come out after seeing Han Fei's strength. However, what Han Fei didn't know was that not long after they left, a figure slowly walked over from the depths of the forest of magic silk. The person was holding a small bottle in his hand, and there was a large amount of black gas drilling into it. If Han Fei were here, he would definitely find that this person was the heavenly talent of the million poison world, Dongfang Ming. Dongfang Ming looked in the direction where Han Fei and Xuanhuan left and muttered, why are humans and mermen together? Forget it, this is already the 30th wave. It seems that I have to call Junior Brother to move on. Waha! Following the direction pointed by the vast ocean navigator, Han Fei and Xuanhuan passed through a cloud-like undersea cloud in about half an hour. Yes, at this moment Han Fei knew that he was at the bottom of the sea, but he felt that he was flying to the sky, as expected of the undersea palace. This time, after crossing the clouds, it was not as spacious as just now. Han Fei and Xuanhuan appeared in a canyon. However, their bodies seemed to be floating weightlessly. Actually, it was not difficult to travel. Han Fei could use the near-at-hand technique and Xuanhuan could flash infinitely. Now, Xuanhuan's infinite flash was no longer the same as before. Now, she could appear in dozens of places in an instant, and it was impossible to tell her location from the turbulence in the void. Even if you could, Xuanhuan had already come over when you found the turbulence in the void. Therefore, this was still a difficult technique to crack. At this moment, as the 2 of them approached the canyon, they could clearly see that there seemed to be an orange light in the depths of the canyon. Something was definitely happening there, or something was different. However, when Han Fei and Xuanhuan were about to go over with the near-at-hand technique and flash, Xuanhuan suddenly found that no matter how she flashed, her positions didn't change, and neither did Han Fei's. The 2 of them looked at each other and said in unison, is the space sealed? Yes, the space here was sealed. Any spatial technique was useless here. The 2 of them would definitely not stay here and do nothing. Han Fei and Xuanhuan took out their fishing rods almost at the same time and hit the stone wall of the canyon. The 2 of them became faster and faster, and their bodies became heavier and heavier. When the 2 of them completely landed in the canyon, there was at least 10,000 times the gravity on their bodies. The gravity actually tried to press the 2 of them to the bottom of the sea to prevent them from moving forward quickly. Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. Interesting. The design is quite exquisite. Did anyone open a cave here? Xuanhuan said. The undersea palace must be a palace-type existence, but I haven't even seen the shadow of a palace yet. Buzz. While the 2 of them were talking, the ground suddenly began to shake. A large number of black shadows floated out from the cracks on the rock walls and the seabed. These black shadows quickly condensed and finally turned into undead creatures that looked like vengeful spirits. In addition to these invisible undead creatures, Han Fei also saw a claw extending out of the ground from time to time. Unknowingly, the road of the canyon was full of powerful skeletons. The hexagon starfish covered his eyes. I was scared to death. I knew I couldn't come here. Look, I was right? There are too many undead creatures. How can we beat them? Xuanhuan said. Shut up. No matter what, we don't need you to fight. Xuanhuan took a breath and said, it seems that we have to fight our way through. Han Fei nodded slightly. It's like a trial. This time, we have the target. We just need to walk down this canyon. In Han Fei's eyes, these undead creatures were basically all venerables. There weren't as many as he had imagined, but they were definitely much stronger than he had imagined. Including those invisible undead creatures, every one of them was abnormally powerful. There were even many half-king undead creatures. It seemed that they would devour each other. Han Fei asked in his heart, Old Yuan, undead creatures should exist to protect something, right? The old turtle nodded. Generally speaking, yes, but, Han Fei asked, but what? The old turtle sighed. But there is another speculation. Han Fei had a bad feeling. What? The old turtle said. I didn't want you to know about it before because it involved too high a level. However, I think I have to tell you now. The old turtle said, it's said that the birth of the undead creatures is due to a force called the Immortal Temple of the Three Temples. They explored death and told people that the undead creatures exist in order to protect something. As time went by, people all know that the undead creatures exist to protect something. Han Fei thought to himself, as expected, the undead creatures are not a good thing. Han Fei said, so, it's very likely that the existence of undead creatures is just a way for the immortal temple to nurture believers? The old turtle said, I don't know. I only know that the immortal temple seeks immortality. Han Fei asked, isn't becoming a monarch immortal? The old turtle snorted. The monarch realm can be called the longevity realm, but it doesn't mean immortality. In fact, even gods have the end of their lives. How can a monarch be an exception? Therefore, some people guess that all the undead creatures in the world were the result of the exploration of death by the immortal temple. What kind of powerful existence could explore death? How could it be so easy to cross the river of time? Otherwise, why would they need the temporal temple? Therefore, I suspect that there is an even stronger god behind the three temples. Didn't you say that the gods have all died? The old turtle said. We think that the gods have all died, but we are not gods, so no one knows whether they died or not. So now, I can only fight my way through? The old turtle said. Don't worry. The existence of the three temples is a secret. They won't attack you for such a small matter. Now that many people have broken into the undersea palace, this path shouldn't be difficult. At least, with your strength, it shouldn't be a problem for you to reach the end. While Han Fei was chatting with the old turtle, xuanhuan said, let's fight our way through. Although they are all venerables, there don't seem to be many half-kings. With your physique and my speed, it shouldn't be difficult for us to break through. Han Fei shrugged. Let's go. Chapter 1786, Meeting the Bronze Door. Again, in terms of real combat, Han Fei and xuanhuan were both strong masters. Han Fei activated the ancient desolate war body and the invincible will and absorbed the death energy. For Han Fei, this energy could also be swallowed and transformed. As for xuanhuan, she couldn't transform death energy like Han Fei, but she could fight as a shadow the whole time. As long as xuanhuan was willing, she could even cross this canyon faster than Han Fei. However, the two of them advanced and retreated together. There was no such thing as leaving first. Boom 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 or bang, bang bang, Han Fei trotted all the way. In the valley, there were explosions almost every moment. The undead creatures that were sent flying by Han Fei hit the mountain and exploded. While Han Fei and xuanhuan were moving forward, on a sea of blood, in front of a bronze door, there was a big pale red pool with a strange smell, where nearly 270 people were sitting cross-legged. There were humans, sea demons, mermen, and undersea humans. They were all half-kings. If one took a closer look, they would discover that these people were almost all injured. They were full of murderous aura and their energy and blood was surging. The people at the front of the pool flushed. Every wisp of smoke that overflowed from the pond seemed to invade their bodies and put them in a relatively special state. Those who could speak were basically unable to take a few steps forward on the pool. With them as the center, although they could see the people at the front, they were still confused. At this moment, the blood pool was shaking and the ground was rumbling. Someone said, it seems that more people are coming. Someone was lost for words. There must be a lot of people here. Are there so many half-king level powerhouses on our trip to the land of King Death? Someone frowned. After all, this is the land of King Death. It's reasonable for a few more half-kings to come. Someone said, we'll know later. I wonder if they can come over. It was only 100 kilometers from where Han Fei and the others fell to where the orange light was. However, it was not easy to walk these 100 miles. After fighting for more than 50 kilometers, Han Fei sighed. How many venerable level undead creatures are there here? There seems to be an infinite number of them, but there's no benefit in winning. The old turtle said, not necessarily. Once an undead creature awakens its consciousness, it will be an extremely powerful undead creature, and it may even become a king. Now, those who have fought with you haven't awakened their consciousness yet. Your luck is already good. Over thousands of years, countless people have died, and most of the believers of the immortal temple can walk this path. Therefore, there are not many of them. xuanhuan said, if you're tired, take a rest and I'll fight for you. Han Fei shook his head. No, it just so happens that I can temper my bones and warm up my body. Otherwise, if I keep dodging, I'll have nowhere to practice my body. xuanhuan snorted. Go ahead. However, this trial is indeed not weak. It's just that the death energy is too annoying. Otherwise, I really want to fight these undead creatures. Han Fei scratched his head and suddenly patted his head. Come out. I can help you get rid of the death energy with a healing technique. Really? Swished one. When the shadow turned into a human, an undead creature immediately attacked xuanhuan. With a thought from Han Fei, holy light enveloped xuanhuan. Chila-ai. As expected, the death energy that dissipated evaporated the moment it came into contact with the holy light. Light and darkness were always opposite in their effects. xuanhuan was overjoyed. She raised her hand and the two skeletons shattered. 2 hours passed. Hubert, when Han Fei and xuanhuan came to the yellow building, they were both relieved. xuanhuan was also covered in blood, and Han Fei's battlesuit was broken. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Han Fei said, I'm really tired. Although I'm not fighting half-kings, there are too many of them. It's too tiring. Xuanhuan said, I feel that my strength has improved again. I should be able to break through to the half-king level soon. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Oh, really? Me too. With that, the two of them looked at the circular building. To be precise, this was not a building. It was made of black stone, covered with grooves of various sizes. The grooves glowed orange. In this pitch-black deep-sea domain, it was originally pitch-black, so it was simply too dazzling. Under this building, there seemed to be a corridor, or rather a passageway. The two of them didn't hesitate to move forward until they reached the interior of the building. Soon, they saw a round green array flashing in front of them. Han Fei immediately said, This is a teleportation array. Xuanhuan said in surprise, It really looks like a trial. Han Fei nodded slightly. In terms of the danger of the first 3 levels, the dream poison jellyfish is the easiest. When it comes to the 1,000 silk magic anemones, peak-level venerables shouldn't be able to enter. Even a half-king will be in danger of dying. When it comes to the last canyon, I guess it's either someone with special means, someone as strong as me, or many people came in together. Few people can fight their way in like us. Xiaoxiaochan nodded. If I fight them alone, I can move forward for 30 kilometers at most, and that's without considering the death energy. If I'm surrounded by the death energy and have to fight all the way, ordinary half-kings can only cover 10 kilometers at most. Han Fei nodded slightly. Stand still. Buzz. Han Fei spread his hands and activated the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. It had to be said that this Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique was really useful. When the holy light shone, not only did her injuries recover, but even her fatigue was swept away. Straightening his clothes, Han Fei said to Xuanhuan, Let's go and see what the real trial is. Swish point. As soon as the teleportation array was activated, Han Fei saw a bloody pool. Hiss, a blood pool. Han Fei was stunned. Why is there a pool of blood here? Shouldn't there be a palace here? Where is the palace? Are you kidding me? Xuanhuan was also surprised. Is this the blood pool? Han Fei's face changed slightly and he said, That's right, don't touch the water. Wait, Xuanhuan was puzzled. Wait for what? Han Fei said. Wait for the boat. At this moment, Han Fei was full of questions. What was the relationship between the blood pool on the Forbidden Island and the blood pool here? Most of the secret realms in the land of King Death might come from the Monarch Palace. Then, did it mean that the Forbidden Island also came from the Monarch Palace? Did his mother and the others take away that island when they left the raging sea? In less than 100 seconds, when Xuanhuan saw a small wooden boat floating over from the blood pool, Han Fei immediately said, Let's go. It wasn't until the two of them stood on the wooden boat that Xuanhuan said, Is this very similar to the one you told me? Han Fei nodded. It's not just similar. I want to say, it's exactly the same. Han Fei looked up at the rock body hanging down from the ceiling. There were murals in some places, which depicted a man with a human head and a snake body. In the water, a group of bloodmuds quickly surrounded them. Xuanhuan frowned. Bugs, don't touch it, just attack it with your soul. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. End name bloodmud. R. Introduction. This is a plankton that feeds on rotten poison and blood. Even high temperatures and poisons can't kill them. Their bodies can withstand high temperatures. Their poison sacs are even effective on venerable level creatures. Once the blood mud is stuck to your body, it will turn into a pool of blood, turn into poison, and fuse into the body of the person who is stuck to. They won't leave until all the energy in the person is drained. Level 79, Quality 79, Squality, Ass, Rare Contained Spiritual Energy 7943. Points Ass, Edible Effect, Inedible, a Collectible, Blood Poison. Absorbable, Ass Fork Screw Creatures. The greater the noise, the easier it is to attract their attention. Han Fei gasped when he saw the information of the blood muds. The blood muds he saw on the Forbidden Island weren't so strong. On the Forbidden Island, the blood muds were only law enforcers. As for these blood muds, they were already peak-level explorers, and some were even half-venerables, crossing more than a realm. Han Fei was lost for words. Did the difference in environment cause the difference in the realm of these creatures? Of course, unlike the Forbidden Island, where Han Fei dug down from the ground, in this place he had to go through 3 difficulties. If he understood it from this level, it would be easy to explain. Han Fei said, Next, let's see if there is a bronze door. Last time, Han Fei found the dragon bones at the bronze door. This time, the layout was basically the same. In theory, the bronze door should also exist. Han Fei controlled the infinity water to strangle the blood muds. Along the way, the wooden boat passed 2 small islands. Far away, Han Fei finally saw a huge bronze door standing in front of him. Under the bronze gate, beside the blood pool, a group of people was trying to walk towards the bronze gate. At this moment, Han Fei understood everything. Why didn't these people come out? He thought that there would be a lot of fighting below. He even waited for 2 days before coming down. But it turned out that it made no difference whether he came down earlier or later. At this moment, a half-king of the 100 demon race raised his spear and threw it at Han Fei. It was so powerful that the ground under Han Fei's feet collapsed. Han Fei's eyes turned cold. He had used this trick before. Are you trying to trick me? Chapter 1787, The Path of Trial. Han Fei grabbed the embroidery needle with both hands and thrust it at the blood pool. The spear thrown by the half-king was shattered by Han Fei halfway. Seeing that Han Fei was so strong, the man immediately stood in front of the bronze gate and looked at Han Fei maliciously. However, to his surprise, when Han Fei's spear approached the shore, it twisted and was annihilated. Han Fei sneered and then looked at Xiao Chen. Don't attack the people on that road. Fighting is forbidden here, otherwise the power will backfire on you. That person just now wanted to trick us because we just came. Xiao nodded and made a throat-slitting gesture at the man. Hiss! Someone was lost for words. What an arrogant newcomer. Which heavenly palace is he from? Those who heard this shook their heads, indicating that they had never seen these two people before and did not know them. However, on this road, several groups of people changed their faces when they saw Han Fei and Xiao. Among them, Song Kaiyuan and the others couldn't help but smile helplessly. These two are the last people we want to see. They just plundered our resources. Why are they here again? On the other side, Ice Snow Chuling, Han Fei's projection, Chu Yang, and Qin Yu were all there. Moreover, they were closer to the front. Ice Snow Chuling was relieved that Han Fei's real body was here. Ever since she learned that Han Fei was the current immortal master of the yin-yang world, she somehow became dependent on him. In her eyes, no matter how many geniuses there were in the Heavenly Palace, none of them could become the master of the Heavenly Palace in the Venerable Realm. However, Han Fei could. He fought a king in the Venerable Realm and slaughtered a half-king like crushing shrimp. Originally, when the four of them arrived and saw so many half-kings here, not to mention Chu Yang and Qin Yu, even Ice Snow Chuling's heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, Han Fei's projection was here. Of course, the projection also had such memories. Therefore, it guided them all the way to their current position. The last group of people was Bai Muling and Situ Yuhong. The moment they saw Han Fei, they knew that the woman who had completely changed her appearance was Princess Mingzhu. Seeing that someone was trying to attack the princess, Bai Muling wanted to fly into a rage on the spot. However, Situ Yuhong said via voice transmission, "Stay calm. Do you want to be beaten?" Bai Muling, Han Fei, stood at the bow of the small wooden boat, waved his hand, grabbed the blood, and turned it into a knife. He said indifferently, "Who wants to try again? I don't mind sending him to hell." Those people had never seen such an arrogant person. As a newcomer, shouldn't he be wondering what kind of place this was, challenging everyone right away? How conceited was this person? However, Han Fei was already in front of them. At this time, it would be difficult to stop him because most people were already under pressure on that road. At this time, if they wanted to attack Han Fei, they had to leave the trial road first and then walk it again. Therefore, this was not the time to fight him. If they really wanted to fight, they would have a chance once this secret realm was broken. Swish one. Huan Fei and Xiao Shan stood on the island in the middle of the pool. They put away the small wooden boat. In fact, he still had many small wooden boats. Many of them were the small wooden boats he had snatched from another blood pool. There were few small wooden boats here, so they were naturally precious. In fact, these people were also very smart. They knew that it was not easy to come to the center of the blood pool. Without a small wooden boat, they could not cross. Therefore, as soon as they came, they put away their boats. Therefore, Han Fei didn't find an opportunity to destroy and snatch other people's boats. Perhaps similar things had happened to these people before. Because of his previous experience, Han Fei thought that the real opportunity might be in an independent small world below the blood pool. Today, when he used the vast ocean navigator for the third time, Han Fei wanted it to point to the location of the opportunity, but the vast ocean navigator pointed directly at the bronze door. Han Fei frowned. Do I have to go through this trial to find the treasure? At this moment, Xiao Shan was also looking at the T-shaped painting on the bronze door. It was exactly the same as what Han Fei had seen before. Xiao Shan reminded him, "Look, this road is very unusual." Xiao Shan pointed at the road covered with a shallow layer of water and emitting a faint red mist. Han Fei said, "Be careful. When you step on the road, you'll be subject to powerful pressure, probably from a monarch." Huh? A monarch? Xiao Shan couldn't help but look at Han Fei, wondering why there was a monarch here. Han Fei said, "The aura of the monarch here." Han Fei said, "The aura of the monarch is reflected on the bronze door. This trial should be conducted with the pressure of a monarch." Looking at this road, Han Fei felt that something was wrong. When he was on the Forbidden Island, there was dragon essence energy here. Now, the road in front of him was like a long pool with a shallow layer of water. It looked crystal clear, but the aura it emitted was light red. Before Han Fei and Xiao Shan walked in, they couldn't feel what the red mist was. Therefore, Han Fei glanced at Xiao Shan and said, "Let's go to the front first." The moment Han Fei landed on the island, many people were waiting to laugh at him. This time, those who could appear here were all half-kings. Han Fei and Xiao Shan were only peak-level venerables. Someone laughed secretly. These two people would probably kneel on the ground after taking 2 steps. Someone looked at the two of them mockingly. Even the person who attacked them just now looked at them as if he were watching a show. Han Fei ignored their gazes and said to Xiao Chen, "This path is about the Tao heart. How firm your Tao heart is determines how far you can go." Xiao Chen said, "Let's step on it first." Han Fei agreed. Only by experiencing it would he know how difficult this path was. The moment one of their feet landed, they felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on their heads. This was a monarch's might. Just the pressure from the portrait on the door was enough to make many half-kings unable to move. Huh? Why do I smell alcohol? Although Hanfei's body sank, it wasn't so heavy that he couldn't move. What caught Hanfei's attention was that the opportunities here should have nothing to do with dragon essence energy. Why was there a fragrance of wine here? Xuanhuan's situation was similar to Hanfei's, but she was pleasantly surprised. This pressure can help me break through. Hanfei said, but you still have to walk to the front. This road is 3,000 meters long. I'm afraid you have to walk 2,000 meters to achieve the effect of helping you break through. Hanfei said 2,000 meters, but he saw that the person at the front was Wu Hao, who had made a deal with Hanfei. Not far behind him, about 5 or 6 meters away, Hanfei saw xuanhuan of the Infinity World standing there motionless. Wu Hao was about 1,800 meters away. Creak! When Hanfei and the others were on this road, Wu Hao raised his foot and took a step forward with difficulty. In fact, Wu Hao was not alone. Almost every moment, someone was treading forward. They were just moving slowly. At this speed, even if Hanfei waited outside for another 5 or 6 days, there might not be much noise here. Hanfei glanced around. The location of his clone and ice snow Chuling was about 1,300 meters away. Bai Muling and Situ Yuhang were about 1,700 meters, not much behind Wu Hao and the others. Song Kaiyuan and the others averaged about 1,500. Among these people, only Jianhui was in the same position as Bai Xuan. Hanfei wasn't familiar with the others. However, those who participated in the Battle of the Heavenly Imperial Ancient Tree that day basically walked more than 500 meters. Ice Snow Chuling and the others must have come late. This could be determined by the frequency of the movements. Basically, when Wu Hao took 1 step, Ice Snow Chuling could walk 3 steps. Of course, Hanfei had already seen the difficulty of this trial, so he was mentally prepared. Under the gaze of many people, Hanfei and Xuanhuan began to walk on foot. The two of them seemed to have entered an uninhabited place. On average, they walked 7 or 8 steps every second. Xuanhuan, someone exclaimed, how is it possible? Even though they are at the back, these two people are too fast. Someone was dumbfounded. They're only 2 peak-level venerables. Who are they? Someone sighed. It seems that he's a top heavenly talent of the 36 mystic worlds. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done it so easily. Under the surprised gazes of many people, Hanfei and Xuanhuan walked almost 400 meters without slowing down 100 seconds later. After 200 seconds, the two of them almost synchronized and walked 800 meters without slowing down. Halfway through, Hanfei reminded her, girl, after crossing 1,000 meters, the pressure must be at a completely different level. You can feel it first. After another 50 seconds, when Hanfei and Xuanhuan crossed 1,000 meters, almost everyone looked at them. Even Wu Hao, who was at the front, couldn't help but be shocked. These two people were so fast, their speed was much faster than his. Bai Xuan frowned slightly and thought, where did these two come from? Are there these two people in the 36 mystic worlds? Chapter 1788, Strong Spirit Pool, Monarch's Might After 1,000 Meters. Both Hanfei and Xuanhuan felt that the pressure on them suddenly doubled. This doubling was enough to make it difficult for many people to move. Even Hanfei and Xuanhuan, who could take 7 or 8 steps in one breath just now, could only take 1 or 2 steps in one breath now. However, Hanfei and Xuanhuan's speed was still extraordinary. It only took them about 500 seconds to catch up with Ice Snow Chuling and the others. Ice Snow Chuling was speechless. Was this path really that simple to walk? She could also walk step by step. She even felt that as long as she took it slow, she would definitely pass the 500-meter checkpoint in half a day. At this time tomorrow, she might even reach 1,700 meters. However, after seeing the speed of Hanfei and Xuanhuan, she couldn't help but doubt herself. Was she really a top heavenly talent? People kept saying that she was a heavenly talent, but in fact, there was always someone better. Heavenly talents were always relative. About 4 hours later, Hanfei and Xuanhuan both crossed 1,500 meters. At this time, the pressure on them increased again. This time, Xuanhuan blushed and her breath was not so smooth. After all, Xuanhuan was only a peak-level venerable. It was already very rare for her to reach this level. How many half-kings couldn't go so far? Hanfei felt the pressure increase again. There was even a strong smell of alcohol in the air. Even he felt a little dizzy. Hanfei thought to himself, could it be that the treasure this time isn't dragon essence but wine? When did wine become a treasure? And it attracted so many super strong cultivators, Xuanhuan said. You go ahead first. I feel that I have to adapt to it. The pressure here is just right, and the wine contains majestic energy. Maybe I can make a breakthrough with it. Hanfei asked, do you want to stay here? Or do you want to keep moving forward and consider the breakthrough? Xuanhuan said, I'll take it slow and stay here to get used to it. My blood is shaking a little. It won't do me any good if I force myself to move forward. Hanfei nodded slightly. In that case, I'll wait for you. Xuanhuan said, no, keep going. What if the treasure is taken away by the people in front? Then he heard Xuanhuan say, don't worry, there are many mermen here. If anything happens, all the mermen will come to my rescue. If you take the treasure and have the nautical device, it will be easy for you to find me. Han Fei agreed with her. After all, Xuanhuan's identity was special. If she really made it public, who in the entire merman race would dare to neglect her? Thinking of this, Han Fei immediately said, "Then I'll go first. If I disappear for no reason, don't panic. I might have found the treasure." With that, Han Fei continued to walk forward. Among all the heavenly talents here, Han Fei was much stronger than others in strength, bloodline level, and life level. Besides, Han Fei's Dao heart had always been firm. He wasn't afraid of the monarch's might at all. At this time, when everyone was slightly relieved to see that Xuanhuan had stopped, they saw Han Fei move again. Although each step took him several seconds, it was still extremely fast. Han Fei's qi and blood were surging, and his speed gradually increased again. 2 hours passed. At this moment, Wu Hao had already walked 1,800 meters. The Sword God Palace's Xuanhuan and the Infinity World's Baitang Xuan followed closely behind. Further back, the positions had completely changed. Behind Xuanhuan, Han Fei had already stepped forward. The distance between the two was only 2 or 3 meters. Perhaps stimulated by Han Fei, a strong master of the Supreme Clearness world began to speed up and try to catch up. Logically speaking, someone who could reach this position was at least a character like Ji Chen. The fact that this disciple of the Supreme Clearness world was here showed that his potential was not inferior to Ji Chen. Jianhui didn't notice Han Fei, but Baitang Xuan turned his head and looked at Han Fei with difficulty. "Who are you?" Han Fei ignored Baitang Xuan. "Is there something wrong with my brain? Why should I tell you who I am?" Being ignored, Baitang Xuan narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he had been ignored. He guessed that although this person didn't say it, he must be a hidden top powerhouse of some heavenly palace. However, Baitang Xuan did not panic at all. Without fame, it was not easy to be in the limelight. Fame came from fighting. This person had already attracted the attention of many people. He didn't think Han Fei could live long without help after they got out of here. A moment later, Han Fei surpassed Jianhui and Baitang Xuan. An hour later, Han Fei and Wu Hao were in the same place. But Wu Hao's expression was cold and calm as he stood still and quietly looked at the bronze door. Han Fei knew that he was accumulating power. After Han Fei stood here, he stood next to Wu Hao for a while and then looked up at the bronze door. When Han Fei looked at the portrait of the monarch on the bronze door again, he was still a little shocked. If he stared, that portrait seemed to have magic power. The more he looked at it, the greater pressure he felt. Han Fei diverted his attention and couldn't help but say to Wu Hao, "You've been standing here for a long time and haven't taken more than a few steps. You have to work harder. If you really can't make it, take in more alcohol." Han Fei didn't dislike Wu Hao. The Chaos World could have a place in the 13 worlds in the inner domain without colluding with other heavenly palaces. At least, Han Fei had a good feeling about it. The alcohol that Han Fei was talking about was the shallow layer of water under his feet. The water was filled with a strong smell of alcohol, which made Han Fei's blood surge. Han Fei really wondered if those people robbed the wine warehouse of the monarch back then. Was the so-called treasure the monarch's wine cellar? Wu Hao still closed his eyes and ignored Han Fei. Just as Han Fei rested and was about to move on, he heard Wu Hao's voice. "The door is about to open. Don't act rashly." Han Fei was stunned. "Can this door open?" Wu Hao said. "Once a day." Han Fei immediately stood still and said to Xuanhuan telepathically, "Pay attention to this bronze door. It can be opened once a day." The big guy next to me said, "Not to make a breakthrough now." Xuanhuan paused and immediately replied, "Okay," Han Fei thought to himself. "Anyway, I'm now tied with Wu Hao. Let me see what this bronze door looks like. Since this door is going to open, I'll just wait." The bronze door hadn't opened yet, and Han Fei was absorbing the alcohol. The strong smell of alcohol contained great energy. Unlike the dragon essence energy he had obtained back then, this energy was used to temper the body. Also, when Han Fei secretly activated the Purity Mystic Body, he could clearly feel his progress in the cultivation, which meant that the energy was extremely pure. It was said that wine was the essence of grain. Although Han Fei didn't like it, he knew that if he cultivated here, not only would his strength recover to the Half-King realm in less than half a year, but he might even reach the limit of the Half-King realm. About half an hour later, when Han Fei was swallowing the alcohol, a cracking sound suddenly came. The bronze door slowly opened a crack from the outside to the inside. Han Fei's eyes were wide open. He didn't know if he had drunk too much alcohol or if his eyes were playing tricks on him. When he tried to open his eyes and look through the crack of the door, he only saw a blur in front of him. Logically speaking, this was impossible for a strong master like Han Fei. Buzz! When the bronze door opened about a foot, a red light rushed out of the door. Han Fei and Wu Hao bore the brunt. When this energy rushed over, Han Fei felt that his body was instantly filled. An inexplicable power was slowly transforming his body. Unfortunately, compared to the resources and cultivation speed he had, this was only a small fortune. It could probably save him 2 months of cultivation in Forge the Universe. Han Fei felt that the demon purification pot was also absorbing the energy. A large amount of energy surged into Han Fei's wrist, but it didn't enter his body. It must have entered the demon purification pot. In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle roared, "Hurry, hurry, hurry. This is not ordinary power, but the pure power of the great Tao. It has the initial and most fundamental form of spiritual energy. This owes this monarch preaching?" Reminded by the old turtle, Han Fei immediately absorbed the power of the great Tao with all his strength. So did the old turtle himself. After about 10 breaths, when everyone was still immersed in the impact of this power, the bronze door slowly closed. In the blink of an eye, it returned to its previous closed state. The old turtle said, "It's a pity that the time is too short. If I had such an opportunity back then, I might have been stronger when I was a venerable. Maybe I could have broken through to the sky-opening realm." Han Fei was lost for words. "Are you kidding me?" The old turtle nodded. "Of course not. It's very rare to hear a monarch preach. I've only heard of the preachings of gods, but not of a monarch." Han Fei asked, "Wait, preaching? What is preaching?" The old turtle said, "It's the lecture of the gods. If you can be influenced often, you can dig out your potential and even improve your bloodline level. Unfortunately, the time is too short. You've only absorbed a small amount of the power of the great Tao. You can try to disassemble the spiritual energy with this power of the great Tao. Perhaps it will be very helpful." Chapter 1789, First Place in the Trial. Hearing the old turtle's words, Han Fei asked in confusion, "Disassemble it here?" The old turtle said, "Well, if you disassemble spiritual energy here, others may copy you." "You don't want that, do you?" Han Fei thought to himself. "Isn't that obvious? Half of the enemy forces are here. How can I be so generous? Do you think the others don't know how to use this energy?" The old turtle said, "If they have heard the preaching of gods, they can definitely use it." "But do you think they have?" Han Fei thought to himself. "Bullshit. How can there be gods in the 36 mystic worlds?" Han Fei, according to Howl, the gate should open every other day. In that case, I'll walk forward, cross 2,000 meters, and distance myself from them. Then the people behind can't see what I'm doing. While others were feeling the pleasure of the great Tao, Han Fei took 3 steps forward. Many people looked at Han Fei in surprise. "The power of the great Tao is so pure. Why don't you stop and enjoy it?" Wu Hao was also slightly surprised. This person's resistance was so strong that it was rare in the world. It was impossible for him to survive under this terrifying pressure if his physique and soul power weren't strong enough. Now, Wu Hao saw Han Fei stride forward in one breath. What did this mean? It meant that this person's physique was much stronger than his. Wu Hao couldn't help but turn around and look at the holy child, Xuanhuan, who had actually fallen behind. And this person seemed to be a hidden heavenly talent of a certain world. While walking, Han Fei said, "Girl, don't use the power of the great Tao in your body. It can be used to disassemble spiritual energy. You can secretly stuff it into Master Hexagon's body, but don't let it steal it. Don't try to disassemble spiritual energy first in case others see it." Xia Xiaoshan's eyes lit up and she nodded. How did Han Fei know these secrets? She had thought that this pure power of the great Tao was only used to improve her physique and serve as a cultivation energy. It turned out that this power could be used to disassemble spiritual energy. At this moment, Han Fei continued to walk forward. To be honest, Han Fei was overjoyed. In spiritual energy disassembling, he was still a little away from 90%. If he could make a breakthrough now, it would be great even if his spiritual energy disassembling degree could only increase by 1 or 2%. Han Fei walked forward. When he walked less than 30 meters, a spiritual energy vortex suddenly formed behind him. Countless ultra-quality spiritual stones were spinning and energy was surging. A woman had actually broken through her bottleneck in cultivation. After this person, another woman broke through the bottleneck too. Han Fei recalled that these 2 women seemed to be twin sisters. They had also appeared in the Heavenly Imperial Contest. They seemed to be called Gu Yuyin and Gu Yul. Hearing their names, he knew that they were from the Sanskrit music world. At this moment, someone cupped his hands. "Sister Yuyin and Sister Yul, congratulations on your breakthrough." Someone asked curiously, "Sister Yuyin, can this energy help you make a breakthrough?" Gu Yuyin replied to everyone, "This power is quite compatible with the music cultivation method of our Sanskrit music world. I didn't expect to make a breakthrough." What Gu Yuyin meant was that she could break through because her great Tao was compatible with this energy. As for the specific reason, they didn't know. However, the curious people were all geniuses. They were also thinking, but why did they break through in a row? Han Fei thought to himself. It's most likely that one of them found part of the use of the pure power of the great Tao, so they made a breakthrough. However, Han Fei wasn't in a hurry. It would still be quite a while before the next time the door opened. He had plenty of time. He would just cross 2,000 meters first. With the motivation to cultivate, Han Fei had to go forward. In less than 4 hours, he had reached the 2,000-meter checkpoint. At this moment, not only was Wu Hao looking at Han Fei, but also Bai Tong Xuan of the Infinity World, Sha Hai of the Golden Crow World, Kang Hongyu of the Dragon, Subduing World, Song Kaiyuan of the Supreme Mystic World, Li Kaitian of the Immeasurability World, Zhan Hui of the Sword God World, Lu Ran of the Glazed Glass World, Bai Muling of the Merman Race, and Situ Yuhong. These people also wanted to know what it was like 2,000 meters away. Among them, Bai Muling and Situ Yuhong had already crossed the 1,800-meter line. The 2 of them looked at each other. Bai Muling said, "What do you think will happen to him later?" xuanhuan said, "I think he's fine. Have you forgotten how strong he was when he showed his strength? I think we can even reach 2,000 meters, let alone this guy." Bai Muling shrugged helplessly. "That's true. And the princess seems to be using the pressure to sharpen herself and wants to make a breakthrough here." xuanhuan said, "It's good to break through here. We can't attack each other on this road. The princess has a lot of resources and is protected by the hexagon starfish. No matter what, these people won't attack her." Under everyone's expectant gaze, Han Fei took a step forward. After this step, Han Fei's body sank a little bit and his waist and shoulders were slightly bent. Knock, knock. Around Han Fei, the light red mist exploded and his chi and blood appeared outside his body. At that moment, the invincible will appeared, condensed into a golden giant, and attached itself to Han Fei. Hiss, zer. Behind them, many people sighed. Wu Hao was the first to be shocked. He was so surprised that he almost lost his voice. Is this the path of invincibility? Although many people had never seen the path of invincibility, they knew some legends about it from various historical records. Or rather, it was not a legend. Wu Hao knew that in the Chaos world, his junior uncle had also taken this path. It was said that someone had also taken this path in the Infinity world. However, the path of invincibility was ultimately an extremely rare path. As far as Wu Hao knew, in the entire Raging Sea, there were only 3 people in the 36 mystic worlds taking this path. He had never heard of anyone from the 100 Demons race, the Undersea Human race, and the Merman race taking this path. Finally, someone exclaimed, "It's the Road of Invincibility. Who is he?" Biatong Xuan narrowed his eyes. Among the 36 mystic worlds, only Wu Duishou from the Supreme Clearness world, Chen Fengguo from the Chaos world, and Li Xinghen from the Infinity world have walked the path of invincibility. Biatong Xuan narrowed his eyes. First of all, this guy was definitely not Li Xinghen. This senior brother was in seclusion, and his strength was infinitely close to a king. He was one of the most likely powerhouses to become a king in the Infinity world. It was even more impossible for him to be Chen Fengguo of the Chaos world. This person was a king. Because of his existence, Supreme Clearness and Infinity carefully protected their 2 cultivators who took the path of invincibility. After all, among the cultivators who took the path of invincibility, only one person would survive in the end. Bai Tang Xuan shook his head slightly. This person was not from the Supreme Clearness world either. The people of the Supreme Clearness world had always been arrogant, and this guy didn't seem to be of their style. Therefore, Bai Tang Xuan felt that perhaps another powerhouse who walked the path of invincibility had appeared in the 36 mystic worlds. Bai Muling and xuanhuan looked at each other again, and Bai Muling said, "It seems that we still underestimated him. No one who can walk this path is simple." However, there are several people who walk the path of invincibility in the 36 mystic worlds. "I'm afraid he won't have an easy time in the future, right?" xuanhuan said, "But this guy doesn't seem to have just walked the path of invincibility. He can resist the attack of a king with one hand. Although I don't like this guy, the princess is quite good at picking a boyfriend." "Bullshit. Don't you know what this fatty looks like?" "Is he as handsome as us?" xuanhuan said. "I'm talking about strength." Xia Xiaochan smiled. She had always been confident in Han Fei. He could survive even when he faced Chun Huangdian. Now, she didn't believe that anything could stump Han Fei. Ice Snow Chuling looked at the clone beside her and felt helpless, thinking, that's not all of Han Fei's strength. Han Fei still has a clone here. At this moment, Han Fei didn't feel good either. It was mainly because the pressure was too strong and the invisible pressure was too heavy. It felt like he was walking on a jade stone bridge. Fortunately, it was not as exaggerated as the last time when his bones were broken and his entire body was bleeding. It must be because he was too weak at that time. Now, Han Fei didn't plan to use the power of the Great Tao to force his way forward. After all, the power of the Great Tao could only last for a limited time. If he moved forward now, it would be too dangerous if he couldn't hold on anymore. Therefore, relying on his physical strength to move forward step by step was the right choice. Of course, Han Fei knew that his current strength was incomplete. Han Fei said to Ice Snow Chuling telepathically, "I'll take back the power of the clone for now." Ice Snow Chuling responded in surprise, "But there are so many people here. It's fine. I won't let others suspect me." Buzz. Just as everyone looked at Han Fei, Xuanhuan, the holy child of the snow god's temple, was suddenly wrapped by an ice lotus. Immediately, someone said in surprise, "The snow god's temple's ice snow lotus throne? Isn't this the sea-quelling bizarre treasure of Ice Snow Chuling? Why is it in Xuanhuan's hands?" The ice snow lotus throne began to close. In the blink of an eye, it became an ice lotus flower bud. From then on, no one could sense the situation of Xuanhuan. However, most people thought that the wave of great Tao energy just now must have triggered Xuanhuan's strength and made him have to cultivate immediately. Xia Xiaoshan, on the other hand, wondered if Han Fei had taken back the power of the clone. Thinking that Han Fei was even forced to take back the power of his clone, crossing the 2,000 meters was definitely not something that ordinary people could do. Huff. When everyone paid attention to Xuanhuan, Han Fei was greatly relieved. It felt good to have his strength back. The power of a half-king clone was strong. Even in Han Fei's current state, he could project no more than 5 half-kings. If he wanted to project a stronger half-king and reach the level of a heavenly talent, he could at most project 3 half-kings. Now that a part of his power had returned, Han Fei took a breath and continued forward. Chapter 1790, Reverse Spiritual Energy. Disassembling Han Fei took it for granted that he was ahead of everyone else. All in all, as xuanhuan said, he was the current immortal master of the yin-yang world, an existence on the same level as the kings of the 36 mystic worlds. If he lost in such a trial, how could he be the 9th immortal master? When the projection returned, it took Han Fei 6 hours to walk another 300 meters. At this moment, Wu Hao hadn't walked 2,000 meters yet. Han Fei sat cross-legged. Many people thought that Han Fei had reached his limit, but only Han Fei knew that they couldn't see everything clearly from the back. The power of the soul was ineffective here, therefore they had no idea what he was doing. So, after greeting the old turtle, Han Fei directly activated the power of the great Tao in his body and began to disassemble the spiritual energy. He thought that disassembling spiritual energy was quite troublesome. At least, when Han Fei disassembled the spiritual energy with his power of will, it would take him months to make a 1% breakthrough. Besides, every time he accumulated a large amount of power of will, it would only increase by 4% or 5% before the power of will was exhausted. However, when Han Fei wanted to activate the pure power of the great Tao to disassemble spiritual energy, he was surprised to find that this was the reversal process of disassembling spiritual energy. Han Fei saw that spiritual energy was gathering like mist. When the first wisp of spiritual power intertwined with the power of the great Tao, Han Fei vaguely saw a vortex fuse. At this critical moment, Han Fei had to fuse with his spiritual beasts. When the yin-yang divine eyes appeared, Han Fei finally saw the tiny vortex clearly. However, the evolution process had already passed. Han Fei immediately extinguished the wisp of spiritual energy in his hand. In the next moment, Han Fei used thousands of wisps of power of the great Tao to construct spiritual energy and disassemble it. Then, thousands of vortexes appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Especially when the power of the great Tao and spiritual energy wanted to combine, the vortex produced gathered the power of his great Tao and spiritual energy, turning spiritual energy into his own spiritual energy. Han Fei fell into deep thought. Before, he disassembled the spiritual energy from the outside world. This time, he reconstructed the spiritual energy from the source. Just as Han Fei was about to continue watching how to reconstruct the power of the great Tao into a perfect point of spiritual energy, he suddenly found that the power of the great Tao in his body had been consumed. Huh? Removing the fusion, Han Fei immediately asked, "Old Yuan, how long have I been cultivating?" "You? About 10 seconds. Han Fei." "So short?" Han Fei couldn't help but feel it. When he found that his disassembling degree of spiritual energy had jumped to 96%, he couldn't help but gasp. "Fuck, are you kidding me? Fuck." Han Fei was completely stunned. He had only cultivated for half an hour, but he already reached 96%. When did the disassembling of spiritual energy become so simple? Han Fei couldn't help but think, what was the old turtle's record? 95%. Originally, Han Fei thought that he would be lucky if he could reach a 95% spiritual energy disassembling degree when he returned to the yin-yang world. Who would have thought that after sensing a single wave of energy in front of the bronze door, his disassembling degree of spiritual energy directly surpassed that of the old turtle? The old turtle was also shocked and said excitedly, as expected of the preaching of a monarch, "I didn't see it before, but I didn't expect to have such an opportunity today." Han Fei, just wait here for him to continue to preach. If the door can be opened once a day, this door will be opened 9 times more. Unexpectedly, the old turtle was also excited to see Han Fei's situation. He was now recultivating. If he could comprehend the secret of disassembling spiritual energy, he would be even stronger when he became a king again. Seeing that the old turtle was so excited, Han Fei immediately said to Xiao telepathically, "Girl, don't let the big starfish swallow the power of the great Tao you absorb, or you can show your identity." Xiao looked at Han Fei in surprise and replied, "If I reveal my identity, won't everyone know me?" "It doesn't matter. After all, our identities are suspicious. Besides, even if others know, so what? I can still go out as Sui Zhan." Xiao knew that Han Fei certainly had a way to get out. At least, at the moment, no one knew that he and the Holy Child were the same person except for xuanhuan. Xiao nodded. Got it. Although he knew that the bronze door would open again, Han Fei still walked forward. Han Fei knew that with every step forward he could absorb more power of the great Tao. He didn't know it before, but now that he knew, he didn't mind giving the old turtle a share. He even wanted Nyaner and his men to have a share too. However, this power of the great Tao was not something that anyone could withstand. Therefore, although Han Fei had the intention, he couldn't help them. Finally, when Han Fei reached 2,400 meters, once again he felt that the pressure on him was too heavy. He needed to rest here for a while. Behind Han Fei, Wu Hao, who had been brewing for several hours, had already arrived at the mark of 2,000 meters. Some other heavenly talents were with him. However, Wu Hao looked at this mark for a long time and did not make a decision immediately. On the other hand, Kang Hongyu couldn't wait any longer. The aura in his body surged, and it was as if an azure dragon was roaring in his body. Boom. When Kang Hongyu crossed the 2,000-meter mark, he knelt on the ground with a thud. He tried his best to support himself with his hands on the ground and couldn't even raise his head. Roar, sizzle, sizzle. Kang Hongyu struggled to get up with all his might. However, everyone only saw that the battlesuit on his body was slightly torn. Blood spread out of his body, and there were cracks on his body. Hiss. Seeing this scene, almost everyone gasped. Was this 2,000-meter mark so terrifying? No one thought that Kang Hongyu was incapable. Those who really knew Kang Hongyu knew that his combat style was extremely domineering. He could easily kill an azure dragon, and his physique was also extraordinary. Among the 36 mystic worlds, he was one of the best. But now, it was only a step away, but it made it so difficult for Kang Hongyu to pass it. How could the others not be shocked? When Kang Hongyu tried his best to adjust his posture and sit down, no one saw the corners of his mouth curl up slightly. No one would know how heavy the pressure was until he arrived here, but this was a very good tempering for his strength. Everyone looked from Kang Hongyu to Han Fei. Even Kang Hongyu was kneeling here, but the guy in front had walked 2,400 meters. Although he was also sitting cross-legged, he looked much better than Kang Hongyu. Someone couldn't help but ask, does anyone know who that guy is? However, no one answered this question because no one knew him at all. When Wu Hao saw Kang Hongyu's condition, he made a judgment in his heart. He still did not move. He was waiting for the power of the Great Tao to help him completely refine his golden body. This was because he discovered that this Great Tao was actually similar to the insights that Shui Zhan had given him. This attempt was greatly beneficial, and there was hope for him to finish refining his golden body. Then, Li Kaitian of the immeasurability world crossed the 2,000-meter barrier. He was almost in a horse stance, but he managed to hold on. Seeing this, Beitang Xuan of the infinity world also rushed over. Although he was not as miserable as Kang Hongyu, he was not far from it. If not for his hands, he would have knelt on the ground in minutes. Then, Bai Muling, Situ Yuhong, a shark and a crab from the 100 Demon race, and a few experts of the undersea human race all crossed the 2,000-meter barrier. As a result, they were basically all sitting on the 2,000-meter line. Even if someone could go further, they were unwilling to move. They could only wait for the power of the Great Tao to come again and continue to improve their physique and advance their cultivation. When everyone who should cross the 2,000-meter barrier crossed it, there were only 4 hours left before the next time the bronze door opened. At this moment, a starfish appeared on the ground beside Xuanhuan. Aha! As soon as the hexagon starfish came out, he screamed crazily, I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying, it's too scary, I can't bear this pain, help, Buzz! Almost instantly, all the merman powerhouses present looked at Xuanhuan. Someone exclaimed, it's the hexagon starfish, this is the princess. Oh my god, I always thought that the princess didn't come. It turns out that she has changed her identity. Someone was surprised. Attention everyone, try to get close to Her Highness. Xuanhuan, on the other hand, glanced at the hexagon starfish angrily. If you scream again, I'll cook you. The hexagon starfish's 6 big eyes were rolling. I really can't hold on anymore, Xuanhuan said. Then just stay here and wait for the bronze door to open and absorb the power of the Great Tao. If you dare to steal mine, I'll take all your treasures. The hexagon starfish was dumbfounded, and his 6 big eyes froze. He immediately said, impossible, the starfish won't steal. The starfish didn't touch a drop of that power. Yes, not a drop. Xuanhuan said, I'm not kidding. These powers are very important. I don't know how to use them, and neither do you. Save them first. When we get out, Han Fei will tell us how to use them. The hexagon starfish said, I know, but the pressure is so strong, I really can't go any further, it's too tiring. The corners of Xuanhuan's mouth curled up slightly. It's fine if you don't go forward. Look, there are half-kings all around. There are human forces, 100 demons, and underwater humans. If anything happens, don't blame me for not being able to save you. The hexagon starfish rolled his big eyes and said, it can't be dangerous, right? There are so many mermen, Xuanhuan said. If there's really danger, they will definitely save me first. If you're not with me, how can they save you? The hexagon starfish, Rai, after much consideration, the hexagon starfish said, although it's very tiring, I have an array. Chapter 1791, Reconstruct Spiritual Energy. As a special mysterious creature, the hexagon starfish was sensitive to pressure, but his degree of fear was obviously different from other creatures. Perhaps it was because this fellow's life level was relatively high and he was extremely rare, or perhaps he was self-hypnotizing and pretending that there was nothing here. When Xuanhuan reached 1,800 meters, the hexagon starfish could still follow her, but Xuanhuan was panting. She knew that if she didn't become a half-king, her limit should be here. On the other hand, the hexagon starfish could follow them. Xuanhuan was speechless. She knew that he was talented, but she didn't expect him to be so strong. Not long after Xuanhuan stopped, she heard creaks again. Everyone perked up and looked at the bronze door. On the other side, Chu Young reminded Ice Snow Chuling, Holy Lady Chuling, are we really not going to wake up Master Holy Child? No need. The Holy Child's cultivation path is different from ours. His comprehension might be an epiphany, which is no worse than this opportunity. Chu Yang and Qin Yu both understood. It turned out that they had taken different paths. No wonder Master Holy Child went into seclusion here. In front of everyone, Han Fei slowly opened his eyes and shouted in his heart, "Fuse." The moment the yin-yang divine eyes was activated, what he saw just now was a blurry scene. He couldn't see anything else. But Han Fei thought to himself, "Last time, I saw something. This time, I'm even closer. I should be able to see something, right?" Buzz. When the door crack slowly opened, a large amount of white light was revealed. A massive amount of power of the Great Tao rushed over. Although Han Fei's eyes were a little blurry, he seemed to see a vague figure sitting. Huff! The power of the Great Tao instantly filled Han Fei's body. Han Fei hurriedly channeled part of his power into Forge the Universe. However, Han Fei only had time to absorb 2 parts of the power before the door began to slowly close with a creak. This time, Han Fei didn't deactivate the yin-yang divine eyes. As the saying went, take advantage of the heat to strike iron. He used the power of the Great Tao to reverse the disassembling of spiritual energy. If anyone was around Han Fei, they would see that the void in front of him was filled with the power of the Great Tao, which formed countless weak and tiny vortexes. In the end, with the experience last time, Han Fei saw the formation of a dot this time. However, the dot still lacked spiritual energy and couldn't form a complete drop of spiritual energy. A moment later, Han Fei's spiritual energy disassembling degree had reached 97%. Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. At this speed, why should I use the power of will to deduce the disassembling of spiritual energy? Isn't it better for me to use it to improve my strength? Some people improve their strength from the sea establishment realm to the sky opening realm with the power of will. And he wasn't that greedy. He just needed to break through from the peak of the venerable realm to the half-king realm. That would be enough. Because the bronze door would only open every other day, Han Fei continued to move forward. The old turtle said that resisting such pressure mainly relied on one's firm Tao heart. As for himself, his Tao heart was quite firm now, because Han Fei saw infinite hope and was more determined than others. Therefore, when the bronze door opened again, Han Fei had walked 2,500 meters away, only 500 meters away from the bronze door. On this day, Han Fei saw that spiritual energy actually had cores too, but after the cores were formed, they would integrate themselves into the spiritual energy. Another day, Han Fei advanced more than 50 meters. This time, he saw that with the power of the Great Tao as the core, a complete drop of spiritual energy was formed. This proved that his previous guess was correct. In other words, any point of spiritual energy contained the power of the Great Tao. Disassembling spiritual energy was actually disassembling the power of the Great Tao. Using the disassembled spiritual energy was to release the complete power of the Great Tao in this drop of spiritual energy. Because the power of the Great Tao was completely released, the power that erupted from one point of spiritual energy had far exceeded that of ordinary people. At the same time, this could also prove one thing. The method for ordinary people to disassemble spiritual energy might not necessarily be correct. It was just that they accidentally used the power of the Great Tao separately. Figuring out all this, Han Fei found that his disassembling degree of spiritual energy had reached 99%. Han Fei didn't expect this at all. And this was the only place in the entire land of King Death that might be related to the Monarch Palace. If he really went to the Imperial Palace, wouldn't he become a king as long as he didn't die? Han Fei couldn't help but wonder why there were suddenly more than 100 kings 100 years ago. Why did those people still want to explore this Monarch Palace? The fundamental reason was that they had obtained too many benefits from the Monarch Palace. The disassembling of spiritual energy was only one aspect. This pure power of the Great Tao could be used to cultivate combat skills, improve one's physique, and comprehend great techniques. It could be said to be infinitely useful. However, what made Han Fei curious was why the spiritual energy disassembling degree had only reached 99%. Where did the last 1% come from? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Old Yuan, you said before that only a monarch's spiritual energy disassembling degree can reach 99%. Then what am I now?" The old turtle said leisurely, "I'm also confused about this matter. However, that's what I know. I've never heard of someone who can disassemble spiritual energy by 99% when he was still a venerable," Han Fei said in a low voice. "Even if he reaches this height, or even 100%, will he tell you?" The old turtle said. "It does seem to be a mystery." The old turtle was also confused. He had also obtained the power of the Great Tao and disassembled the spiritual energy. The result was similar to Han Fei's, so he was also stunned. Now, Han Fei had a special feeling. When he completely understood the structure and birth of spiritual energy, he thought that the secrets of spiritual energy could be explored. The last 1% might hide a bigger secret. On the 5th day, Han Fei moved another 100 meters forward. At this moment, it was extremely difficult to even sit. When the power of the Great Tao rushed over, Han Fei reconstructed the spiritual energy one last time. Through each reconstruction, he could perfectly disassemble all the spiritual energy. However, in the end, he could not go further and continue to improve the disassembling degree of spiritual energy. Han Fei didn't care about the old turtle anymore. This guy didn't know much more than he did now. The remaining 1% could only be comprehended by him himself. To be honest, the composition of the spiritual energy was similar to the composition of atoms, but also very different. Han Fei wasn't sure. Han Fei thought hard for another day, waiting for the power of the Great Tao to erupt when the bronze door opened. Wait, Han Fei froze for a moment. Why did he have to wait for the power of the Great Tao behind the bronze door? He had many Great Taos and a lot power of the Great Tao. Why did he have to use the power of the Great Tao behind the bronze door? Suddenly, Han Fei's heart trembled, his eyes glittered. Immediately, a holy power of the Great Tao appeared on Han Fei's body. This was the power of the Heaven Enlightenment Great Tao. Han Fei constructed a spiritual energy vortex in the same way and created the power of the Great Tao into spiritual energy. Immediately, holy white light appeared on Han Fei's body. Behind him, Wu Hao and the others were the closest to him, but they were only 600 meters away from Han Fei. After 2,000 meters, they couldn't catch up at all. The pressure was too terrifying. At this moment, seeing the surging holy light on Han Fei, everyone looked at him curiously. Unfortunately, the two sides were always a distance apart. They didn't know what Han Fei was doing or what benefits he had gained. Han Fei, on the other hand, ignored the others and continued to experiment. No, this method only enhances the effect of the Heaven Enlightenment Great Tao. It can't make up for the last 1%. Han Fei tried the road of invincibility again, and a ball of dazzling golden light burst out of his body. Han Fei felt that he could give invincible power to spiritual energy, so that every wisp of spiritual energy would be extremely tough, penetrative, offensive, and so on. At this point, Han Fei understood why he had to study the disassembling degree of spiritual energy. It was because when he completely understood this power, he could double the strength of his Great Tao. In particular, for Han Fei, who had many Great Taos, comprehending the disassembling degree of spiritual energy could be said to raise all his combat power to the limit. Han Fei believed that his current strength would be 30% stronger than before if he tried his best. Han Fei even felt that if he hadn't been limited by his current strength, he could have fought a king without using the power of the Great Tao to strengthen himself. Although he was excited, Han Fei's comprehension couldn't increase his spiritual energy disassembling to 100% because he didn't know what else could be deduced. After thinking for a long time, Han Fei didn't get anything. He did many tests alone at the front, making the people of the major forces behind him look at each other, wondering what Han Fei had learned. On the 6th day, Han Fei suddenly looked back and saw that xuanhuan was surrounded by countless ultra-quality spiritual stones and spiritual fruits. A spiritual energy storm rose above xuanhuan's head. Fei. At this moment, it seemed that all the forces were surrounding xuanhuan. When Han Fei saw that the people around xuanhuan had all become strong mermen, he knew that her breakthrough this time would be a success. However, when Han Fei saw the endless spiritual energy entering xuanhuan's body, he couldn't help but sigh. Everyone consumes spiritual energy every day, but only now did I finally understand spiritual energy. Han Fei looked back at the bronze door coldly. In front of him, the vast ocean navigator began to spin. When the vast ocean navigator pointed at the bronze door, Han Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Do you want me to die? Chapter 1792, listening to the great Tao, Han Fei asked in his heart, where can I get a way to disassemble spiritual energy by 100%? The purpose of this question was just to see if there was an answer to the last 1% of spiritual energy disassembling in this bronze door. Han Fei smiled bitterly. In that moment, he proved the validity of his suspicions. The old turtle was only an emperor, and there were many things that emperors didn't know. For example, the old turtle thought that even for monarchs, the spiritual energy disassembling degree could only reach 95% or so, but Han Fei immediately found it was wrong. The person inside could absolutely reach 100%. Otherwise, the vast ocean navigator wouldn't have pointed to the bronze door. After confirming that there was an answer in the bronze door, Han Fei immediately took out the 9-palace luck ruler. However, to Han Fei's surprise, he was already prepared to encounter an impasse. However, the result of the luck ruler was actually greatly auspicious. Shuda Han Fei was dumbfounded. This was the first time since he got the 9-palace luck ruler that he had got the result of greatly auspicious. Han Fei's eyes lit up. This meant that he could enter this door. The old turtle asked, greatly auspicious? Are you going in? Han Fei said, of course. The divination result shows that I can enter. There is a great opportunity inside. I have to enter. Old Yuan, remember not to make a sound if there are special circumstances. The old turtle nodded. Got it. Han Fei said to xuanhuan, girl, don't be surprised no matter what happens later. Xuanhuan asked, what are you doing? Han Fei said, I'm going into the gate. Xuanhuan was stunned. Xuanhuan was stunned. Everyone else was stuck at about 2,000 meters, but you've already reached 2,600 meters, and now you even want to enter the gate? Xuanhuan asked, how dangerous is it? Han Fei said, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Have you forgotten that I have the luck ruler? Hearing the words luck ruler, Xuanhuan was slightly relieved. Then I'll wait for you outside, Han Fei said to Ice Snow Chuling telepathically. I'll disappear later. If anything happens while I'm away, remember to take the Ice Snow Lotus Throne with you. You can put it into your storage space. Han Fei wasn't worried that something would go wrong if Ice Snow Chuling did this. They carried small worlds with them. Although they were rare, it didn't mean that they didn't exist. Ice Snow Chuling was surprised. How would Hanfei disappear? But she still agreed immediately. Okay. An hour later. Creak. When the bronze door opened again, a ray of light began to shine. With a bang, the air around Hanfei exploded. To everyone's astonishment, Hanfei suddenly stood up. Many people looked at each other in surprise. What was he doing? Wu Hao and the others, who were closest to him, felt that Hanfei's qi and blood were soaring crazily, and the surrounding light red alcohol mist was pouring into his body crazily. The water under their feet even began to flow backward. Squeaker Kong Hongyu asked, "What is he doing? How can he stand up under such terrifying pressure?" Li Kaitian said, "Oh my god. Is this guy going to enter the door?" The group of people looked at Li Kaitian as if he were a fool. Someone directly mocked, "Are you stupid? It's difficult to even take a step forward. Although he's close to the front, he's still more than 400 meters away from the bronze door. Does he want to fly over?" Shahehe said, "It's impossible. This bronze door can only be opened for 10 seconds a day. If he can move 10 steps forward in such a short time, I'll eat this door." Lu Ran said, "The people of the Golden Crow world are all braggarts." However, only Song Kaiyuan said leisurely, "I'm afraid Li Kaiyan is right this time." Huh? Just as everyone was wondering why Song Kaiyuan said this, they saw that the bronze door had opened to the maximum. Roar. When the power of the great Tao rushed over, Hanfei roared and the invincible golden body enveloped him. His strength had reached the peak and was comparable to a king. Bam, bam, bam. Under the terrifying pressure, Hanfei began to run wildly. At this moment, countless people were shocked. Bai Muling was dumbfounded. "Wait, Situ, try hitting me. Is what I'm seeing real?" Situ Yuhong sneered. "It'll bounce back to me if I hit you. Do you think I'm stupid?" "Hit me and you'll know." Slap. Bai Muling slapped the water and sighed. "This person is ridiculously strong. Those who don't know would think that he's a king." Xuanhuan was also confused. The hexagon starfish exclaimed, "Seriously? He can still run in this situation?" A great demon who had fought Hanfei and Xuanhuan felt cold sweat on his back. "Fuck, should I run? I wonder if that guy holds a grudge against me." Under everyone's shocked gazes, Hanfei was sprinting. With every step he took, everyone felt as if a stone was smashing their hearts. In fact, Hanfei had already reached his fastest speed. He covered the first 200 meters in a breath. It took Hanfei 3 seconds to cover the third 100 meters. In the last 100 meters, Hanfei roared and burned his blood essence. He ran as fast as a child, but he already felt that he was flying. Crack 4. When the power of the great Tao no longer rushed out of the bronze door, Hanfei knew that the door was about to close. Hanfei's blood and qi burned again, illuminating the entire space with golden light. Swish 4. When the golden light disappeared and the door was closed, Hanfei was nowhere to be seen. Li Kaitian's eyes widened. I was just joking. Who knew that he would take it seriously?" Zhang Hui glanced at Li Kaitian. "What does it have to do with you?" Song Kaiyuan said leisurely. "From the moment he stood up, I knew that something was wrong. At that moment, the spiritual energy around him was instantly changed. It was no longer spiritual energy, but the power of the great Tao. He used his great Tao to cover the last 400 meters. I finally understood why this person could withstand the attack of a king. It was because his great Tao had such ability," Li Kaitian said, in simple terms. Song Kaiyuan snorted. "When he uses his great Tao, he's comparable to a king." "His sir," Song Kaiyuan's words frightened everyone. "So we were robbed by a king?" Lu Ran said. "Hey, Shahai, right? I heard that you want to eat the bronze door? Come on, eat it." A few meters behind Song Kaiyuan, a girl smiled and said, "He has to be able to reach the door first." The girl looked at Song Kaiyuan and said via voice transmission, "Senior brother, what kind of person is he? Can't you tell?" Song Kaiyuan simply said, "Let's talk about this when we get home." Mu Shui Sisi couldn't help but be surprised. This senior brother of hers had always been unpredictable. However, his eyesight and knowledge could be said to be unparalleled in the world. She didn't believe that her senior brother couldn't tell anything after watching Hanfei fighting. However, seeing that Song Kaiyuan was serious, Mu Shui Sisi stopped asking. Anyway, this person was definitely not ordinary. Outside the bronze door, everyone was shocked. Hanfei rushed into the bronze door. Hanfei came to a white, illusory place. This seemed to be a mountain peak. Hanfei could even feel the wind. When Hanfei looked up, he saw a blurry figure sitting on the top of the mountain. However, the figure was extremely tall, as if there was a giant sitting in front of him. It was as holy as Buddha and made people tremble and want to kneel down devoutly. With just a glance, Hanfei's eyes stung and golden blood flowed out. I can't look at it directly. Only then did Hanfei notice that he was on a platform thousands of meters away from the mountain, and he was sitting with a futon under his butt. When Hanfei turned his head to look elsewhere, he found that he was not the only one on the mountain. Not far away, there was a shadow covered by white mist. It seemed to be a bug lying on the mountain. It was 1,000 feet long, so Hanfei could barely distinguish it. On the other side, there was a waterfall, and there seemed to be fish being rinsed by the waterfall. In the sky, there seemed to be a giant bird circling. Its wings were like clouds hanging in the sky, and its tail stretched across the sky. Behind Hanfei, there seemed to be a mountain-sized skeleton that was thousands of meters tall. Somewhere in the mountain spring, there was a gurgling stream, and there seemed to be glowing flowers swaying. Fuck, what are these things? Calm your mind. While Hanfei looked around, a voice seemed to come from the distant sky. The voice fell in Hanfei's mind. Hanfei subconsciously raised his head and sat straight. Hanfei was sure that the voice came from the person above him, but he didn't dare to look up. The mountain-like skeleton didn't even dare to look up. The man said, "The great Tao is in the heart, and the great Tao produces everything." Hanfei realized that this person was giving a lecture. This was probably the scene of the god preaching that the old turtle mentioned. Of course, the person in front of him might not be a god, but he was at least a monarch. Hanfei tried very hard to hear every word that the person above said clearly, but except for the words, "calm your mind." Hanfei thought that he remembered every word he said, but he forgot them in an instant. However, the most terrifying thing was that Hanfei forgot about forgetting. Hanfei sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain in a daze. His ears were buzzing, and he was unconscious. However, even Hanfei didn't know that his qi and blood were returning to him, and there was divine light on his forehead. In his body, the energy suppressed by the old turtle surged out like a tide. However, the energy washed over Hanfei's body and dissipated in the wind with a lot of white impurities and some golden light particles. What Hanfei didn't know was that in his Forge the Universe, the huge amount of spiritual stones was cracking crazily. On average, hundreds of spiritual stones were breaking every second. After a long time, Hanfei finally heard something and woke up instantly. The ethereal voice said leisurely, "Okay, that's all for today. You can go now." Hanfei's heart skipped a beat. What the fuck? I just came? However, many voices in the mountains responded at the same time. "Goodbye, senior brother." Hanfei thought to himself. Can I still look up? However, before he could raise his head, a voice was rumbling like the voice of the heavenly Tao, shaking his heart. The great Tao has no end and no door. There is a path to the immortal world in the void. Entering the void is both fate and tribulation. When you complete the entrance test, you can call yourself the Void Disciple. Chapter 1793, Void Temple. Hanfei was dumbfounded. The entrance test? The Void Disciple? When Hanfei looked up again, the mountaintop became clear. There was no one there. Hanfei didn't realize that he had already cultivated. Hanfei was still curious. Where am I? Hanfei looked around. Hanfei saw that in the waterfall in the distance, the fish that was swimming just now soared into the sky and turned into a dragon shadow, circling in the sky. Hiss! A dragon! Hanfei saw a dragon again after the azure dragon phantom. Before Hanfei looked elsewhere, he heard a dragon roar from the sky. "Junior brother, take what eldest senior brother said in your mind." Hanfei wondered who he was talking to. Hanfei couldn't help but look at the big worm lying next to him. He couldn't see its face at all, but only a vague image. The insect said, "Junior brother, welcome to join the Void Temple." The corners of Hanfei's mouth twitched. He looked around for a while and heard the insect say, "Stop looking, I'm talking to you." Hiss! Hanfei gasped, "Wait, when did I become your junior brother? Also, what is the Void Temple?" Hiss! Hanfei heard a noise behind him. He turned around and saw the mountain-like skeleton. Although he still couldn't see it clearly, it should be a skeleton without a doubt. He could see the shadow of the skeleton and the extended skull. The skeleton said in a voice that seemed to come from the netherworld, "Once you enter the Void Gate, you will be a Void Disciple. Junior brother, you are still weak. You have to work harder." On the mountain next door, a giant humanoid figure stepped on the mountain peak. Only its scarlet eyes were revealed, and its voice was buzzing. "The great Tao is like a pot of wine. The heavenly Tao is permanent yet illusory. Little junior brother, the Void Temple can't be seen. Your cultivation level is not enough, so you can't see through the void. Let me give you a pot of Tao-seeking wine. Hope you can establish the sea and open the sky as soon as possible and return to the Void Temple." Then, Hanfei saw a green light flying over from the neighboring mountain. The green light broke through a fog and seemed to break through layers of void, as if it had broken through endless time and obstacles, and finally landed in Hanfei's hand. When Hanfei took a closer look, he found that it was a small wooden gourd. However, the information in Hanfei's eyes shocked him. Information popped up in Hanfei's eyes. Nama Green Thunder Wine Gourd Introduction. It's refined from the spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, the Blue Sea Blue Sky Gourd, with the Thunder Pool Essence Fire. The blue gourd can collect all spirits in the world and turn them into wine. It can collect souls, living beings, spiritual energy, and chaotic chi. It can be enlarged and shrunk. It can ride the wind, blast mountains and seas, and resist lightning. The clear spring of heaven and earth can produce peerless wine in the gourd. 10 years of good wine, 100 years of Tao-seeking wine, 1,000 years of heavenly Tao wine, and 10,000 years of longevity wine. Quality, high-quality, godly weapons are attached souls. Fuck. Seeing this message, Hanfei was stunned. Fuck, are you bragging to me? This is a high-quality godly weapon, but it was reduced to a wine pot? A high-quality godly weapon. What kind of existence could afford such a terrifying weapon? Han Fei finally knew why the 9-palace luck ruler showed the result of greatly auspicious. This was more than a greatly auspicious result. This was simply a windfall. Han Fei's reaction was fast. 3 temples, reaction was fast. This was definitely one of the 3 temples. He had already known the temporal temple and the immortal temple, and this should be the void temple. Han Fei's horizons were originally limited to the 36 mystic worlds. Who knew that he would inexplicably become a disciple of the void temple? Oh no, it shouldn't be. There seemed to be an entry test. Moreover, this temple was extraordinary. These senior brothers all looked extraordinary. Han Fei hurriedly said, "Senior brother, can I make your gourd recognize me as its master? Will it suck me to death?" On the mountaintop, the huge figure said, "The godly weapon has consciousness. It will recognize you as its master one day if you nourish it properly." Han Fei was greatly relieved. "So, I still can't make it recognize me as its master. Then this thing can only be a wine gourd. If he fell or hit it, the gourd would definitely suck him to death." Han Fei saw a spiritual pool on the mountainside where flowers seemed to be swaying and laughing. The voice said, "It's been a long time since anyone came to the Void Temple. Old man, you actually gave away the Tao-seeking wine? Do you know that too much is as bad as not enough?" The giant shadow at the top of the mountain said, "I'm happy to do it. It's none of your business. Forget it. The eldest senior brother has finished his lesson. I have to go. See you another day." In the sky, the dragon shadow also said, "I'm leaving too." The big bird also responded, "Gotta go, little junior brother, work hard." One by one, they left the void. Han Fei looked back and even the big skeleton was gone. Han Fei immediately felt terrible. The insect next door wanted to say something, but Han Fei quickly stopped him. "Wait, senior brother, how can I go back?" the worm said. "The void temple is in the void, and the world here is nothing. You can return with a thought." Han Fei hurriedly asked. "Then how can I come in?" The insect continued. "It depends on luck if you can hear senior brother's lecture. Since you can come in now, as long as you don't die, you will have a chance to come in the future. Everyone's luck is different." "When the time comes, you will know," Han Fei asked again. "Senior brother, what's the entry test? Isn't there an entry test?" The insect said, "Junior brother, the heavenly secrets are predestined. When the test comes, you will know that it is the test of the Void Temple." With that, the insect's figure faded into the void too. When Han Fei confirmed that there was nothing here, Han Fei called in his heart, "Old Yuan, Old Yuan?" However, Han Fei found that Old Yuan didn't respond at all. Han Fei wanted to take a look at the demon purification pot, only to find that Old Yuan seemed to be meditating in the demon purification pot. He didn't cultivate, didn't move, and didn't respond to him. Han Fei suddenly realized, aren't I here for the answer? Just now, with so many people here, he didn't even think to ask about the last 1% of the disassembling degree of spiritual energy. Now that everyone was gone, what should he do? However, Han Fei suddenly remembered something. In the next moment, Han Fei perceived his body and was shocked. 100% spiritual energy disassembling? Hiss! Han Fei was stunned. What did I do? Why did I suddenly reach 100%? Han Fei quickly looked at his personal information, only to be confused again. Owner, Han Fei level, 89 half-king bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 2729-86 chaotic chi, 2000-2000-2520, 6 wisps, spiritual power, 36,000-2523, perception range, 2,000,000 kilometers, strength, 32,000-2005 waves, first spiritual heritage, unknown second spiritual heritage, unknown first spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 79. Second spiritual beast, Emperor Sparrow level 77, main art, the 7th level of void fishing, void descending art, king level, divine quality, gulp. Han Fei swallowed and thought to himself, didn't I just come? Why am I a half-king? What did I do? Not only did he become a half-king, but Little Black and Little White had also advanced 1 level. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat and he thought to himself, not good. It must have been a long time since I came in. The bronze door might have opened because of the eldest senior brother's lecture. But now, the eldest senior brother has gone. How long has it been? I have to get out, Han Fei thought to himself. Oh no, xuanhuan is still waiting for me. Han Fei didn't expect that a long time might have passed in the outside world. If a long time really passed outside, not only might he be separated from xuanhuan again, he might not even have a way to go to the glazed glass world. Han Fei couldn't care less. He immediately focused, ignored the void, and thought to himself, come back, buzz, creak. Han Fei saw a patch of black in front of his eyes. In the next moment, many people appeared in his eyes. Some of them were kneeling, some were standing, but most of them were sitting cross-legged. Huh? Han Fei took a closer look. Huh? Isn't it the bronze gate? Xuanhuan is still standing there. Wu Hao is still standing first. At this moment, everyone was looking at the bronze door. They saw a black figure standing proudly in the white light as if he was from the unknown, the void, and a distant place. It made them hold their breaths. Hiss, someone exclaimed. Why is it him? Where is the power of the great Tao? A half-king was shocked. Not good. The pressure is fading and weakening. Han Fei couldn't help but look up at the bronze door above his head. The huge door was slowly closing, and a layer of white mist gradually appeared on the bronze door. Other people saw white mist, but Han Fei stood next to it and watched the bronze door gradually fade away in the void. After dozens of seconds, there was no bronze door here at all. At this moment, the pressure was gone, and everyone's strength returned to its peak. Han Fei couldn't help but feel a headache. He said, "Would you believe me if I told you that I didn't do anything to it?" "Huh," someone sneered. "You're already a half-king. You must have done something to it." Han Fei thought to himself, "Yes, it's hard to explain how I became a half-king from a peak-level venerable. If I didn't do anything, how did I become a half-king?" However, the truth was that he had done nothing. Han Fei felt that the lecture was over as soon as he went in, and he came out after the lecture. Who would have thought that he would break through to the half-king realm? Chapter 1794, Collapse of the Seabed. As soon as Han Fei came out, the bronze door disappeared, which cut off everyone's opportunities. This time, Han Fei angered everyone. However, Han Fei's strength couldn't be underestimated. No matter what, this was a freak who could rush into the bronze door. He would probably not be easy to fight. Song Kaiyuan said to the people around him, "Listen up, no one is allowed to attack him, no one." Some of the 100 demons and undersea humans were eager to try. Bai Tong Xuan and the others from the Infinity World narrowed their eyes, and no one knew what they were thinking. But then, everyone found that behind Han Fei, the mist disappeared, and a cracked void appeared. Han Fei looked back and the void exploded with a bang. Swish, 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 swish. Streams of light flew out. Because they were too fast, some were embedded in the rock walls, some fell into the blood pool, and some were swallowed by the blood muds on the blood pool. Most of them were intercepted by the people in front of the bronze door. Someone held an ancient sword and shouted, "It's the key to the monarch palace." So many of them. Buzz. At this time, as many as 300 people were fighting for the keys. Many people selectively forgot about Han Fei. Fighting for the keys became one of their excuses. A half-king thought, "I'm not going to fight him. This guy is obviously not easy to deal with. Forget it." In the sea, Shen Yu shouted, "Don't fight this person. He is so strong that ordinary half-kings are no match for him." Holding the hexagon starfish in one hand, Xuanhuan appeared next to Han Fei and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Han Fei shook his head. When he sensed Xuanhuan's aura of a half-king, he couldn't help but ask, "I'm fine. Was your breakthrough to a half-king successful?" Xuanhuan nodded. "I don't need to transcend the tribulation. I have as many resources as I want. I wanted to use the power of the Great Tao to consolidate my cultivation, but you came out before I could." Han Fei hurriedly said, "Don't use it. The power of the Great Tao is much more useful than just consolidating your cultivation." Seeing Han Fei's exaggerated description, Xuanhuan was shocked. Is the power of the Great Tao really so useful? While everyone was fighting, Han Fei's heart stirred, and a projection descended on the ice-snow lotus throne. Someone charged towards the snow god's temple, and the ice-snow lotus throne bloomed. Puff the holy child, Shui Zhan, reappeared in front of everyone. Everyone saw that this guy had turned his fingers into swords, and the ends of the swords were intertwined with spiritual energy. With a puff, a heavenly talent of the 100 Demons clan was stabbed through by Han Fei. Ice-snow Chuling used Snowmorn and attacked. This person's soul was frozen. Han Fei punched the void and blasted the heavenly talent of the 100 demon race into pieces. Buzz. This battle only lasted for a few seconds before the underground world began to tremble. Cracks appeared on the incomparably hard underground mountain. In the blood pool, blood mud surged, and the water in the blood pool began to rise slightly. Someone was shocked. "This place is about to collapse. We can't stay here for long." Someone's face changed drastically. "Let's fight outside. Otherwise, we'll all be buried here." Before leaving, many people glanced at Han Fei and thought to themselves, what did this guy do to collapse this place? Han Fei was also puzzled. What does this have to do with me? Besides, I haven't seen the undersea palace yet. Why is it collapsing? Speechless, Han Fei looked at Xuanhuan. "Let's go. Let's talk outside." To leave this place, he would have to use the small wooden boat. How many half-king powerhouses could a small wooden boat carry? These were just ordinary wooden boats. If they were really attacked by a half-king, they would be turned into powder in an instant. Therefore, the cultivators bombarded each other on the sea. Someone was attacked by many people at the same time. The hull shattered and he fell into the blood pool. That person still wanted to struggle out with his strength, but it was as if the mountains and rivers were pressing on his body. He could not jump out of the pool. Then, the scene turned ugly. In all directions, countless blood muds surged towards that person. In the blink of an eye, there was a mountain of blood muds above the half-king. The half-king could no longer be rescued. At this moment, Han Fei and Xuanhuan were also traveling on the boat. Han Fei punched the blood pool and the boat flew fast. If Xuanhuan wanted to leave, no one from the merfolk would attack her, but there were also humans, 100 demons, and undersea humans here. As soon as Han Fei entered the Bronze Gate, he offended almost everyone. Whether he got anything good or not, everyone thought he got a treasure. At this moment, Shen Yu, who had been robbed by Han Fei, sneered at Han Fei. I admit that you are strong, but this is not the outside world. Petrify, Shen Yu, knew that he was no match for Han Fei, but there was no need to be fair in a fight here. Shen Yu used his special skill and petrified the boat under Han Fei's feet. After this attack, the hull naturally lost its floating characteristics. Han Fei didn't have time to activate the forbidden technique here, therefore their boat sank by half. Han Fei sneered. You want to stop me with this despicable means? Kill. Han Fei clenched his fist and punched out with the help of the invincible Dao runes. Wherever it passed, all the cultivators retreated. This punch was so fierce that most half-kings found it difficult to resist. Shen Yu sneered. Hump, so what? A dark void appeared in front of Shen Yu. The power of Han Fei's punch fell into it. After Han Fei's boat turned into a stone boat, it attracted the attention of many people. A merman shouted, Your Highness, let me save you. Some human powerhouse secretly activated his soul skills and attacked Han Fei. One of the soul skills was a soul saber that directly slashed at his soul. Bang! Han Fei's soul power wasn't weak either. The 100-beast soul devouring shattered the saber head-on, and he couldn't help but look at xuanhuan of the Infinity World. xuanhuan's heart skipped a beat. Did he discover my secret move? What sharp observation skills! In addition to xuanhuan, Han Fei also felt a soul attack from the merfolk. Han Fei took out the embroidery needle and shattered the soul attack with a heavenly god stab. Up! Han Fei and Xiaoxiaochan jumped up at the same time. The next moment, a small wooden boat appeared under their feet. Huh? Shen Yu and the others were all confused. Fuck, where did you get another small wooden boat? How many boats do you have? Han Fei grinned. All laws forbidden in this space. At this moment, all the dazzling combat techniques on the blood pool dimmed. Han Fei punched the blood pool with spiritual energy. Once the forbidden spell was used, many people couldn't use their great techniques. How many people could be Han Fei's match with just their physical strength? Someone exclaimed, I can't use my techniques anymore. Someone was shocked. Oh, there is also something wrong with my techniques. Someone hurriedly said, there's a problem with this space. Han Fei grinned. The small boat under Han Fei's feet was as fast as an arrow. Because he had used the great saber drawing technique, Han Fei slashed with all his strength, and the knife light cut through the sky above the entire blood pool. Wherever the saber passed, the waves parted. Shen Yu had no choice but to use the void technique again. When he used the technique again, Han Fei discovered that it was actually a king's technique. No wonder it could resist the power of the forbidden technique. This was not Shen Yu's own ability. But just when Shen Yu thought that Han Fei couldn't kill him, he felt that the restraining power of the void suddenly disappeared, and Han Fei's knife flashed and passed his void barrier. Pfft! Han Fei had just comprehended the power of the great Dao. Even if Shen Yu was extremely talented, how could he resist it? Shen Yu was cut in half by Han Fei. Swish to Han Fei flashed across the void with the boat. Everyone was shocked. This person is so fast. Shen Yu was killed, but his consciousness was still there. Seeing Han Fei suddenly appear, he immediately detonated himself. Rumble, rumble. The self-destruction of a half-king directly caused the entire blood pool to tremble. For a moment, all the half-kings used their abilities to protect themselves, turning the battle here into a stalemate. Han Fei frowned. What a pity. This person used the power of self-destruction to send out a part of his power. I can't kill him in this blood pool. Shen Yu ran away, which made Han Fei very uncomfortable. As long as this wasn't above the blood pool, Shen Yu would have died long ago. How could he have the chance to do these tricks? Shen Yu fled with a wisp of his soul. At this moment, although Han Fei really wanted to turn around and attack xuanhuan, the entire bottom of the sea was covered in blood. Blood muds filled the sky, and the water of the blood pool was splashed everywhere. In the chaotic battle, Han Fei was attacked by dozens of soul attacks one after another. When Han Fei was dealing with Shen Yu, Xiaoshan was dealing with these soul attacks. Xiaoshan said, some merfolk want to kill me too. I found it. It seems to be that woman. Han Fei looked in a direction through the blood curtains. Xiaoshan said, Xiao, I know this person. I've never been on good terms with her. I didn't expect that this person would dare to attack me. Forget it. The space here is too narrow. We have to leave here first. Chapter 1795. Stinky. In fact, as long as Han Fei sent a projection, he could still fight. Even if he didn't send a projection, he had many great techniques he could use. However, when he was the holy child, Xuanhuan, he had exposed a portion of his strength. There were too many people here, and God knew who would find out about Xuanhuan's identity. Han Fei didn't want to expose the various combat skills and weapons like the Infinity Water, so he didn't plan to fight in the blood pool. Han Fei felt that any place would do except the blood pool. Bang. 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 Han Fei didn't use the Infinity Water, but the invincible will enveloped the entire boat. Han Fei slapped the blood pool with his palm, and the wooden boat flew out as fast as an arrow. Because of Han Fei's strong strength, those people didn't even have a chance to stop him. Xiaoshan said, don't go too far. Block the exit of the blood pool and grab whoever comes. His Xiaoshan Fei couldn't help but take a breath. You're even more anxious than me, Xiaoshan said with an awful look. A dozen or so people attacked us just now. Why should we let them pass if we don't make them pay a price? Han Fei grinned. That's a good idea. Above the blood pool, wooden boats leaped and a group of half-kings rushed towards the entrance. However, what puzzled many people was that there was a grayish-white mist at the entrance. The mist was so light that no one paid it any attention. They just thought that it was caused by the turbulence here. However, when most people walked to the entrance of the blood pool, they saw two people, one black and one white, blocking their way. A woman from the Supreme Clearness world stared at them coldly. Are you going to stop more than 300 of us alone? However, Xuanhuan said, Bai Muling, Situ Yuhong, listen to me. In the crowd, Bai Muling and Situ Yuhong raised their heads. Your Highness, what are your orders? The remaining 50 merman experts quickly gathered together. In the next moment, Xiao attacked me just now. Take her down. Many people in the merman tribe were stunned. The identity of Zhao Xiao was not ordinary. Moreover, she was extremely strong, on the same level as Bai Muling and the others. Zhao Xiao frowned. She was very careful just now. When was she exposed? Besides, how dare Xiao take her down openly? What did she want to do? When Bai Muling and Situ Yuhong heard this, they instantly attacked. Two heavenly talents were attacking her at the same time, and more than 50 half-kings of the merman race were waiting at the exit. How could Zhao Xiao dare to fight back? She shouted, Mingzhu, how dare you kill me? My master will not let you go. Xiao snorted. Even your master has to call me princess. Who do you think you are? If I tell you to die here today, you will die here. Hearing this, Zhao Xiao's face changed greatly. In her eyes, Xiao was just a little brainless. But today she seemed to be a different person, very decisive and resolute. She retreated and shouted, It's fine if you want to kill these people, but you also want to kill me? Princess Mingzhu, you won't get your way today. Zhao Xiao turned around and said coldly, Those from the 36 mystic worlds, why aren't you charging? Do you want to die? In fact, there was no need for Zhao Xiao to urge them. Beatang Xuan of the Infinity World had already prepared his words. He said, It's the internal strife of your merman clan. Why are you blocking our way? Are you going to start a war? Xiao looked at Han Fei, and Han Fei chuckled. A war? We've been in a war the moment you attacked me. Have you forgotten what you just did? Beitang Xuan's expression changed drastically. Did he find out? However, even if Han Fei discovered it, so what? He admitted that Han Fei was strong, but no matter how strong he wasn't a king yet. Besides, Han Fei was blocking so many people, and the blood pool behind him was surging. The situation might not be necessarily favorable for Han Fei. At this moment, you've obviously angered everyone by blocking the door. Beitang Xuan shouted, Everyone, the blood pool is overturned and a disaster is coming. This person is blocking the way. He's clearly a merman bully who wants to destroy our 36 mystic worlds. Even the 100 demons and the undersea humans are just mixed-blood scums in the eyes of the merfolk. We have more than 250 people. Are we afraid of them? Let's work together. Han Fei knew that it wouldn't be easy to block these people. In fact, even if a true sea establisher was here, such as the White Armor Emperor, he would only be able to kill a few dozen people in less than 10 seconds. A half-king was not a weakling, not to mention that those who could come to the land of King Death were all outstanding figures of the major forces. Even the poor Zhao Jin from the Blue Cloud world had extraordinary strength. Now, Han Fei was blocking the door, so more than 200 people were charging at him. In their opinion, blocking the door was equivalent to killing them. There were only about 50 merfolk. Bai Muling and Situ Yuhong looked at Han Fei and thought to themselves, Brother, which side are you on? We can't fight so many people at the same time. Someone shouted, Your Highness, it's dangerous. At this moment, more than 200 half-kings surged over. How dangerous was this attack? Han Fei didn't know if a king could resist it, but he couldn't. Han Fei saw that almost everyone was here. Those who should attack had all attacked, and only a few were watching. When these people were only hundreds of meters away from Han Fei said lightly, Explode! Bang! 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 Boom! 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 The faint mist around these people suddenly exploded. Immediately, a large amount of gray fog broke through these people's defense under the impact of the infinity water. Oh no, poison gas. Damn it, what's that smell? This is a strange poison. It can actually pass through the skin and enter the body. Ugh, it stinks. What kind of poison is this? At this moment, the 100 demons, the undersea humans, and the 36 heavenly palaces all began to retch. Blood was flowing out of their 7 orifices, and they looked extremely terrifying. Bai Jingju and Dongfang Ming were retching and talking via voice transmission. Bai Jingju said, Ugh, senior brother, it's so poisonous. This poison can directly enter the soul. It's definitely an ultra-quality poison. Ugh, Dongfang Ming said. Junior brother, ugh, this thing is not poisonous, but it does have a great effect on the soul. Ugh, if it is combined with soul poison, it will definitely be extremely poisonous. Ugh, Bai Jingju said. Collect the poison. Ugh, when the others were retching and their strength plummeted, Han Fei saw that 2 of them were collecting the stench into their sun-moon shells. On a closer look, wasn't one of them Bai Jingju? Han Fei was lost for words. The people from the Million Poison world are really interesting. Can't you smell the stink? Han Fei thought, since they still wanted to collect this stench even under such circumstances, it seems that this thing should be an extremely rare poison-making item for them. I wonder if this stench can be sold as poison. If it can, I'm afraid I'll be rich. Buzz. Spiritual energy protective covers spread out one after another. However, wasn't it easy to break a mere spiritual energy protective cover? Han Fei flicked his finger and activated the 10,000 knives in one. Because the place was very narrow, the Blade Inferno was formed immediately. The moment he used this move, some people in the distance were stunned. Among them was xuanhuan from the Supreme Mystic World. Behind xuanhuan, his junior sister xuanhuan couldn't help but ask in surprise. Senior brother, what kind of technique is this? Why do I feel that it seems to be? Let's talk about it when we get back. xuanhuan asked, can we go back? Come on, have you forgotten what their slogan is? Ding 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 bang bang bang. Han Fei's Blade Inferno could easily cut through the spiritual energy protective covers of the group of weakened half-kings. As for the fact that some spirit gatherers could block smells, Han Fei didn't care. Han Fei said with a freaky smile, evil ghosts hook souls, and impermanence takes lives. In the Death Valley of the Land of King Death, the black and white impermanence appeared. Money will pave the way and resources will buy your lives. The deal is made on the spot and no credit is allowed. Now pay up. The group of more than 50 merfolk looked at each other when they saw these half-kings trapped in the array. Who exactly was their princess with? The two of them had poisoned more than 200 people? Who would believe it? Bai Muling glanced at xuanhuan. Did they just need us to be the cheering squad? xuanhuan sighed with emotion and said, the princess is still the princess of our Merman royal family. None of us are poisoned. Of course we should cheer for her. xuanhuan roared. Pay up, Bai Muling shouted. The blood pool is about to collapse. Do you still want to go out? In the crowd, Bai Xuan shouted. Bai Xuan shouted. Bai Stards. Ugh, how can you resist more than 200 people with only 50 of you? Ugh, everyone, don't panic. Let's work together to break this blade domain. Charge. What Han Fei was most afraid of were such tough ones. Even if his strength had improved greatly, he would definitely not be able to withstand the attacks of more than 200 half-kings. This was not just one or two cabbages, but more than 200 half-kings. After a round of attacks, he could only kill a few at most. As for the others, they could still run away. However, Han Fei didn't panic. It seemed that he had to increase the dosage. Han Fei waved his hand, and a large amount of gray liquid bloomed like a river. The more than 200 people who were about to rush over retreated the moment they saw the gray river. What the fuck? That was just a gas just now, but now this guy actually created a river? Who could withstand this? Immediately someone shouted, fellow Taoist, do you really want us to die here? Han Fei shouted, I told you to pay. Don't you understand? Pay. Chapter 1796, A Real King. Level strike. Han Fei was extremely arrogant. At this moment, none of them could handle this poison. Han Fei shouted, I can't stop all of you, but you can give it a try. If you're not afraid of the stench, just rush over. Everyone can leave after dropping a key to the Monarch Palace. But if you are from Supreme Clearness, Infinity, or Golden Crow, you'll have to leave your Sun Moon shells behind. At this moment, the blood pool was surging. On one hand, these people had to resist the stench, and on the other hand, they had to avoid the blood muds and the collapsing void above the blood pool. However, no matter how dangerous the situation was, what did it have to do with Han? Han Fei sneered. Let's be clear. I'm targeting the three of you. Do you think you can sneak attack me? Arrogant. The 5 disciples of the Supreme Clearness world drew their swords. However, Han Fei didn't even look at them and said, this blood pool is about to capsize. Many people's expressions changed. At this time, Han Fei needed someone to echo him, and xuanhuan stepped forward. Fellow Taoist, in the Soul Burial Valley, we've taken out all our assets. I'm afraid we're really short on money this time. The 4 palaces of Supreme Mystic, Sword God, Glazed Glass, and Immeasurability will each offer a key to the Monarch Palace, okay? By the way, can you move this treasure away? I'm afraid I'll be poked to death by it. xuanhuan pointed at the infinity water and smiled at Han Fei. Han Fei's heart did a flip. This person recognized the infinity water? Yes, he smiled so calmly as if he had seen through everything. Han Fei immediately rolled his eyes and grinned. Look, this is called negotiation. This is called friendly negotiation. Supreme Mystic, Immeasurability, Sword God, Glazed Glass, please leave quickly. This time, under xuanhuan's lead, the 4 heavenly palaces headed straight for the exit. Seeing xuanhuan throw out 4 keys, Han Fei moved the gray water ball away and opened a path for them to leave. In the next moment, Ice Snow Chuling and Holy Child, Xuezhan, came forward. Xuezhan flipped his hand and took out 4 Monarch Palace keys, 4 people from the Snow God's temple. Han Fei opened the door. Okay, please leave. Shahai of the Golden Crow world was furious. He shouted, ridiculous, you just entered a door. Do you really think you're invincible? Everyone, there are so many of us. How can we be intimidated by these 2 people? Kill. This time, even Bai Xuan didn't say anything. He thought to himself, you idiot, he has already made it clear that he is targeting the 3 of us. Will others make an enemy out of him for the 3 heavenly palaces? Immediately someone said, fellow Taoist, we too are from the Blue Cloud world. Someone raised keys to the Monarch Palace. Fellow Taoist, 4 from the Sanskrit music world. Kang Hongyu called out, fellow Taoist, 5 from the Dragon, subduing world. At this time, someone from the 100 Demon Clan said, fellow Taoist, we have 62 people. Does it mean 62 keys to the Monarch Palace? Bai Muling immediately said via voice transmission, the 100 demons are not on good terms with us. They are an inferior race. Kill them. Han Fei remained calm. Do you really think I'm a merman? Han Fei said solemnly. As I said, today I'm only targeting Supreme Clearness, Infinity, and Golden Crow. The others can go. But after leaving this place, we'll still be enemies. Then, we'll decide who lives and who dies. When the half-kings of the 100 demon race heard this, they immediately stepped forward. The keys of the Monarch Palace were thrown out one by one. Han Fei's path was right there. He didn't care which force you were from. Whoever paid could go. When Bai Muling saw this, he thought to himself, even if you don't kill them, you should collect more money from them. 1 key to the Monarch Palace for each of them. What is this for? For friendship? However, Bai Muling had no idea what Han Fei was capable of. A Monarch Palace key was quite precious in the outside world. However, this was the land of King Death. In a life-and-death situation, who would hide it? Of course, this was mainly because Han Fei didn't want much. Otherwise, if he wanted to rob these people of all their belongings, they would probably try their best to fight him. Then Han Fei wouldn't be able to resist them even if he had the stench. But now, these people were afraid of the stench and comforted themselves that it was worth it to exchange a Monarch Palace key for the opportunity to go out. After the 100 demons left, the underwater humans also left. The other heavenly palaces of the 36 heavenly palaces also left. They were all half-kings. Although it was not easy to find the key to the Monarch Palace in the land of King Death, it was not impossible to find one. Actually, everyone more or less had a few or even more keys in their pockets. Handing over one was no big deal. Xuanhuan and the others could only watch helplessly as the others left. And now there were 5 people from the Supreme Clearness world, 4 from the Infinity world, and 3 from the Golden Crow world, as well as Zhao Xiaoxiao, who Xiao Xiaoxian wanted to kill. In total, there were 13 half-kings. However, the 13 half-kings didn't give them any confidence. There were more than 50 on the opposite side. To the merfolk, they were mortal enemies with humans. What Han Fei targeted was Supreme Clearness, Infinity, and Golden Crow. They occupied 3 places of the top 4 heavenly palaces. Bai Muling and Situ Yuhong couldn't help but suspect that Han Fei must have a deep hatred for these powerful heavenly palaces. He seemed to want to kill them all. Xia Xiaochan asked telepathically, "Are you sure you want to kill them all?" Xia Xiaochan thought that since Han Fei was a human being, he would definitely see things from a human's point of view. She had even always regarded herself as a human being. She had always felt that she was incompatible with the merfolk. On the other side, a woman from the Supreme Clearness world said, "I don't know who you are, but you should be a human being. Why are you willing to help the merman race kill us?" Heh heh, Han Fei sneered. "If Beitung Xuan didn't attack me just now, if the sword Qi of your Supreme Clearness Palace didn't sneak attack me, I don't mind letting you go." Han Fei's meaning was clear. The problem was, you attacked. Beitung Xuan didn't refute. "As far as I know, it wasn't just the 3 of us attacking you." Han Fei grinned and said, "Because you 3 are the strongest, do you think I care about the other heavenly palaces? So, since you're already adults, you have to pay the price for what you've done. I often rob people. If I'm killed, I can only blame my bad luck. If you have the ability, come and kill me." However, Xia Xiaoshan said, "All merfolk, listen to me. Kill them all." Xia Xiaoshan was even more ruthless than Han Fei. When Han Fei was about to speak, Xia Xiaoshan looked at Han Fei and said, "Villains die because they talk too much." Han Fei, well, as soon as Xia Xiaoshan gave the order, Shatu Yuhong said, "Well, can you remove this stinky water?" Han Fei opened the sun moon shell and took back the smelly water. At that moment, Beitung Xuan and the others attacked, more than 50 against 13. If they could still escape, Bai Muling and the others could go back and enter seclusion. Tiesk. For the first time, Han Fei felt how comfortable it was to have so many thugs under him. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be a boss one day. At this moment, the murderous aura soared into the sky, and the blood pool was turbulent and full of cracks. However, before it collapsed, the blood pool's water began to surge everywhere, and the blood muds crawled messily. After more than 30 seconds, the bottom finally collapsed. The merfolk and Beitung Xuan and the others had fought all the way out of the entrance. However, this time, it was 50 against 8. In just 30 seconds, 5 people died. Among them, 2 were from the Supreme Clearness world, 2 were from the Golden Crow world, and 1 was from the Infinity world. Bang! Beitung Xuan had killed 2 people with 1 slash. Although the 2 of them could still be reborn with a drop of blood, their heavenly talent level combat power was revealed at this moment. Suddenly, Beitung Xuan shouted, "You want me to die? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Who can resist my king level strike?" A jade pendant shattered on Beitung Xuan's neck. In an instant, a terrifying might shook the surroundings. Han Fei, who was watching the show, suddenly changed his expression. This guy's king-level strike was different from others. It was so powerful. Han Fei stepped forward with the invincible golden body, and his strength soared to the sea establishment realm. There was an array mark on his fist. Most importantly, after his disassembling degree of spiritual energy reached 100%, Han Fei could almost perfectly release the power of spiritual energy, which meant that his power of the Great Tao was 30% stronger. At this time, Han Fei suddenly saw a 100-meter-tall phantom of a man looking at him. That person said, "Humph, what a merman race, what a traitor of the human race, how dare you bully my infinity world." Bai Muling immediately shouted, "Retreat, retreat, it's old weirdo infinity, Yun Tianhe." Han Fei wondered what Yun Tianhe was. However, Han Fei had unleashed all his strength. It seemed that Yun Tianhe was indeed very powerful, so Han Fei used the chaotic chi. Roar. Waves surged into the sky, and there was probably a huge power of 100,000 waves that shook the sky. Xuanhuan was shocked and threw out a jade slip too. Unfortunately, she was slower than Han Fei. Bang! At the bottom of the undersea palace, the maze buildings were instantly turned into powder by Han Fei's fist force. When Yun Tianhe flicked his hand, the world collapsed. Han Fei felt that billions of waves were crushing him. Boom! Han Fei retreated 100 kilometers and smashed the rocks on the seabed. His body was badly mutilated and hundreds of bones were broken. This time, he was really hurt. The power of Yun Tianhe's attack finally dissipated after defeating Han Fei and colliding with the power of Chunhuang Dian. However, immediately after, a king-level attack erupted from the Supreme Clearness World. Xuanhuan came to Han Fei quickly and asked anxiously, "How is it?" "Damn, why is this guy so strong? I haven't been so seriously injured in a long time. Let me recover." Xuanhuan was relieved to see that Han Fei could still talk so much. Turning around, Xuanhuan was furious. "Keep fighting, kill them all." Chapter 1797, Leaving the Land of King Death Buzz. Fortunately, Han Fei had the indestructible golden body, and every bone in his body was covered by his soul. Therefore, even if every bone in Han Fei's body was broken, he wouldn't die. Even if Han Fei was only left with a bone, he could still be reborn. This was the effect of the indestructible overlord body. Others could be reborn with blood, but Han Fei could be reborn with any part of his body. With the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, Han Fei's body was recovering rapidly. After only 30 seconds, Han Fei's flesh and bones were restored, and he became full of strength again. Xuanhuan asked in surprise, "Are you still fighting?" "Yes, I'd like to see how many more times he can use that kind of power. I don't believe that a king has infinite power." At this moment, the entrance of the blood pool had already collapsed. A large group of half-kings of the merman race had almost flattened the seabed. Smoke and dust filled the air. Except for perception, they could not see anything. When Han Fei and Xuanhuan came back, perhaps because of the loud noise, they saw a huge hand in the air. It took 5 people away and patted 2 merman half-kings to death. Seeing this scene, Han Fei was so angry that he stomped his feet. "So what if you're a king? This land of King Death hasn't been closed yet. Where can you go?" Then Han Fei raised his rod and used the heaven gate knocking at the huge hand. A pillar of light pierced through the bottom of the sea and pierced a hole in the hand. However, Bai Tong Xuan and the others were still taken away. However, Bai Muling, Situ Yuhong, and the others swallowed their saliva when they saw this. They thought to themselves, what a fucking godlike figure. He can fight with the power of a king just like that, and he even penetrated the king's hand? Most of the half-kings of the merman race were dumbfounded. Who the hell is he? He doesn't seem to be from the merman race, does he? Bai Muling and Situ Yuhong rushed over and took out 8 sun-moon shells as if they were presenting a treasure. Situ Yuhong said, "Your Highness, we've indeed tried our best. Those people are probably the top disciples of the 36 mystic worlds. They have a lot of means. Even though we took turns to bombard them, they still survived. But even if they ran away, they must have been seriously injured." Bai Muling quickly echoed, "Yes, they must be seriously injured. I personally imprinted a blue dragon watermark at the heart of the guy from the Golden Crow world and destroyed one of his souls." Xiaochan looked into the distance. "Where's Zhao Xiaoxiao? Bring her up." Bai Muling looked back and immediately someone brought a half-crippled mermaid over. Situ Yuhong said, "Your Highness, after all, Zhao Xiaoxiao is the disciple of Long Yujun, the #1 king in the Sea Establishment realm. If you kill her, I'm afraid you will be picked on by him in the royal family in the future." Bai Muling also said, "Yes. Your Highness, although King Dian is powerful, he's not the only one in charge of the royal family. There's no need for us to anger Long Yujun for Zhao Xiaoxiao." "Humph, you cowards. This woman has tried to kill me more than once. How can I let her live?" Han Fei listened on the side. It seemed that Zhao Xiaoxiao would still be ostracized in the merman royal family. At the very least, Zhao Xiaoxiao must have used her status to cause trouble for Zhao Xiaoxiao many times. As for that Long Yujun, looking at how fearful these people were of him, he was probably not easy to deal with. However, this person dared to murder Zhao Xiaoxiao. She must die. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoxiao, who was dragged up, sneered coldly. "Xiao Xiaoxiao, your position as a princess has been controversial. If you kill me now and annoy my master, you'll anger half of the mermaid royal family. Do you dare to kill me? However, when Xuanhuan was about to speak, Han Fei reached out and 2 scimitars appeared in his hands. What else could they be but the blades of hope? Han Fei slashed at Zhao Xiao's soul and grabbed her neck. Who gave you the courage to speak like this in front of me? Zhao Xiao didn't know Han Fei. She was fearless because of her identity and the attitude of the merfolk towards Xuanhuan. She wanted to force Xuanhuan not to attack. However, she had never met someone as reckless as Han Fei. He attacked as soon as he said so. The killing intent was already on her face. Zhao Xiao was shocked. Do you know who I am? Xiao, how can you tolerate this person? Han Fei was about to insert the void lines into the woman. However, a mark lit up in this person's soul. In an instant, a huge shadow appeared. It was like a giant sea beast. As soon as this person appeared, all the merman powerhouses here looked terrified. Xiao's face also turned much paler. Seeing this, Han Fei burst out again. However, a domineering attack comparable to the one of Yun Tianhe just now appeared. However, Han Fei wasn't attacking the figure but Zhao Xiao. No matter what, Zhao Xiao had to die today. Even if I have to risk my life, I will make you feel pain. Burstard, how dare you? Bang, bang, crackhead. Around Han Fei, the 6-gate array lit up, but in an instant it was shattered. Han Fei blocked with a huge shield, and countless fishskin maps spun around him. Xiaoshan tried to resist it with all her strength, but how could she resist such a power? Han Fei pushed Xiao away with the infinity water. The arrays around him were all shattered by this slap, and he was sent flying hundreds of kilometers again, spurting blood. However, the moment Han Fei flew out, a blue light flashed, and Han Fei reappeared safe and sound, punching at the phantom again. The clone was already angry when Han Fei punched Zhao Xiao into pieces, but Han Fei launched such a terrifying attack again? This made the clone realize that something was wrong. The man's voice was cold. What a great Tao of time. Kid, how dare you kill my disciple? Your path is over. Bang. Han Fei looked up at the black shadow and pointed at it. If you have the ability, say it in front of me. Who do you think you are? So what if you're a sea establisher? Sooner or later, I'll tear your old bones apart and stew you in a pot. Then you'll know what strength means. Bai Muling, Situ Yuhong, all the merfolk half-kings. At this moment, Bai Muling, Situ Yuhong, and the others were all stunned. Fuck, what did I see today? They thought that Han Fei was already strong enough to enter the Bronze Gate and resist almost all these people alone. This was not something a normal half-king could do, however. The person who Han Fei challenged now was Long Yujun, who was known to be the strongest in the sea establishment realm in the Merman royal family. That was an existence that had reached the peak of the sea establishment realm. It was said that he was about to break through to the king realm. Was it really okay for a half-king to challenge the strongest king of our merfolk? Xiaoshan was also a little stunned. She knew that Han Fei was strong, but she didn't expect him to be so strong. That was Long Yujun. She had seen this person a few times. She was scared just to look at him. Now she couldn't help but be a little worried about Han Fei. However, as Han Fei said, this Long Yujun was just a clone and could only attack twice. However, it was useless for Han Fei, who had mastered the time technique. As soon as Long Yujun's shadow disappeared, Master Hexagon shouted, "Help, Han! Black Impermanence, help! I'm dying!" Everyone pricked up their ears. Han what? Han Fei waved his hand, and a holy light technique fell on the hexagon starfish. This time, the big starfish was indeed covered in wounds. He was still an intermediate peak level venerable after all. How could he block the blow of the strongest king of the merman race? If Han Fei hadn't blocked it with many arrays and then pushed the hexagon starfish to block it, he might have been slapped to death. However, the brainless Master Hexagon almost exposed his name. Just now, he used the great Tao of Time, which had revealed his identity. With these people's power, they would probably be able to find out his true identity after they went out. However, Han Fei wasn't quite worried. Originally, with his grasp of the great Tao of Time, he shouldn't be noticed by others. The Time Dragon Carp had also said that it didn't matter if he used it normally. Now that they had finished their exploration of this place, it was time to go out. Han Fei looked at Xiaoshan and said, "Let's go out and continue the hunting, to see if we can still find someone from supreme clearness and infinity." Although Bai Muling and Situ Yuhong wanted to keep Xiaoshan here, they didn't dare to do so with Han Fei around. They couldn't possibly go against this fellow, right? Otherwise they would be killed. Xiaoshan grinned happily. "Let's go." Huff, after the two of them left, Bai Muling, Situ Yuhong, and the remaining half-kings of the merman race slowly heaved a sigh of relief. This killing god is finally gone, they thought. Someone asked, "Master Bai, Master Situ, who is he?" Bai Muling snorted, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." The two of them thought, which one should I ask? Not long after Han Fei and Xiaoshan came out, Master Hexagon was greatly relieved. "We're finally out. Han Fei, can you treat me again? I'm about to make a breakthrough." Chapter 1798, Selling 10,000 Mile Fragrance. For money. It was only natural for Master Hexagon to break through. This breakthrough was mainly because he was slapped by a king. He was almost killed. How could he not panic? However, Han Fei said, "You can make a breakthrough, but you can't use the power in your door at all. That power is much more useful than you think." The hexagon starfish's 6 big eyes rolled. What's the effect? Han Fei knew that the hexagon starfish was up to no good. He immediately said, "I'll tell you the details after you make a breakthrough." The hexagon starfish, xuanhuan, was also curious, but she only knew that this thing was related to the disassembling of spiritual energy. She would make good use of it later. The hexagon starfish could make a breakthrough as long as he wanted. He had too many resources in his doors. Not to mention 1 breakthrough, even 10 breakthroughs wouldn't be a problem. Han Fei was going to find Baiteng Xuan and the others after the hexagon starfish made a breakthrough. However, Han Fei subconsciously pinched his fingers and scanned with his perception. Immediately, he saw that someone was sneaking over in an invisible state. Huh? Han Fei frowned slightly. "Someone is coming," Xuanhuan said in surprise. "Someone is still coming? Is he stupid?" The power Han Fei displayed couldn't be underestimated. After ordinary people saw it, they didn't dare to offend him at all. After all, no one wanted to die. Now, someone was actually rushing here? Didn't these people leave as soon as they left the undersea palace? Even if they didn't leave after coming out and wanted to fight each other for the keys to the monarch palace, they shouldn't be near the undersea palace. Han Fei and Xuanhuan didn't intercept them because there were only 2 of them. In Han Fei's opinion, they posed no threat at all. A moment later, the 2 of them broke through the void and rushed towards Han Fei. Buzz. When the void opened, Han Fei saw figures appear in the slightly distorted void barriers. Han Fei asked, "Why are you here?" However, with 2 cracking sounds, the distorted space on these 2 people shattered. In the next moment, Han Fei saw a familiar face. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. "Oh, it's Brother Bai. This must be your senior brother Dongfang Ming, right?" Han Fei had just robbed these 2 people. However, just now, Bai Jingju left behind 2 keys to the monarch palace, and then the 2 of them left. Therefore, Han Fei only took a glance at Dongfang Ming. At this moment, the 2 of them came again. Han Fei actually knew what their purpose was. Just now, when everyone was vomiting, these 2 wretched while collecting the stench. They were definitely here for the stench. As expected, Dongfang Ming slightly cupped his hands. "Fellow Taoist, we are from the Million Poison World. Since you are a human and are not a bloodthirsty person, we'd like to ask you for something," Han Fei said leisurely. "You have to pay a price for asking me for something." Dongfang Ming said, "Understood. The keys to the monarch palace, right? We can exchange it with all our resources." Han Fei, and Xia Xiaochan looked at each other and thought to themselves, are these 2 crazy? They want to trade everything they have? In fact, it was easy for Han Fei to rob the 2 of them at this time, but they might have very powerful poisons on them. If Patriarch Million Poison gave them a special poison, he might not be able to block it unless he used the time technique. Han Fei said, "Oh, it seems that the 10,000-mile fragrance in my hand is very valuable to you." 10,000-mile fragrance? Bai Jingju and Dongfang Ming looked at each other and immediately thought of something. Dongfang Ming said, "Fellow Taoist? Well, it's not fragrant, but smelly." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "You have no sense of humor at all," Bai Jing said. "Fellow Taoist, since you already know our purpose, can we buy that smelly liquid?" Han Fei nodded and smiled. "Sure, but the premise is that you have to take out enough resources. You've seen the power of my 10,000-mile fragrance. Even half-kings can't withstand its power, and this is a pure raw material. If it's refined into a pill, how powerful will it be? I can't imagine it. Blah blah blah. So, what are you going to exchange for it?" Han Fei's last question was straightforward. "You want to take something from me for free? Impossible." Dongfang Ming said, "We found a broken sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Can we use it as a bargaining chip?" Han Fei raised his eyebrows and thought, "Really? I don't mind." However, Xuanhuan immediately said, "Who wants a broken sea-quelling bizarre treasure? It's just a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. I have 2 sets myself. What else have you got except the broken sea-quelling bizarre treasure?" Bai Jingju and Dongfang Ming were stunned. Yes, this girl is the princess of the Merman royal family. She certainly had sea-quelling bizarre treasures. While the 2 of them were struggling with the fact that they only had 1 trump card, Han Fei said, "Hey girl, although it's broken, it's still a sea-quelling bizarre treasure after all. What if it can still be used after some repairs? Even if it can't be used, it should be worth a few ultra-quality divine weapons." Dongfang Ming hurriedly said, yes. It's definitely worth a few ultra-quality divine weapons." Han Fei grinned and said casually, "Well, let's get straight to the point. A monarch palace key can be exchanged for 1 caddy of 10,000-mile fragrance. Are you willing to trade?" "A caddy?" Bai Jingju and Dongfang Ming looked at each other. Bai Jingju said, "Fellow Taoist, isn't this too little?" "The key to the monarch palace is only for 1 caddy," Han Fei said casually. "You're here to do business with me. I can't drive you away, but don't forget that we are not businessmen." Han Fei's casual tone made Bai Jingju and Dongfang Ming's hearts skip a beat. This person blocked the way of more than 200 people alone and was terrifyingly strong. If he really wanted to rob them, it would be very difficult for the 2 of them to resist. Dongfang Ming frowned. But then we can only get dozens of caddies. It's not enough. Han Fei thought to himself, these two people want the smelly liquid, which is most likely used to refine poison. I don't know how to refine poison, so I can only use whatever I have. However, these two people are masters of poison. The smelly liquid must be very useful to them. Han Fei smiled. Well, I've always had a good impression of the 13 worlds in the outer domain, especially the million poison world. I know you're very good at refining poison. How about this? Well, you can trade the poisons on you with me. Each poison can be exchanged for a caddy of smelly liquid. However, you have to give me at least half of the keys to the Monarch Palace you got. Really? Han Fei saw Bai Jingju and Dongfang Ming immediately perked up. Speaking of resources, perhaps they really didn't have many. However, when it came to poisons, they had a lot. Which heavenly talent of the poison Dao didn't have thousands of poisons? Immediately, Bai Jingju said, fellow Taoist, I have 1003 types of poison on me. This is 1003 caddies. Fuck. Even Han Fei, who was as calm as an old Buddha, couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. Why did you bring so much poison with you? Aren't you afraid of being poisoned to death? As for Dongfang Ming, he was also beaming with joy. Fellow Taoist, junior brother and I take different cultivation paths. The poisons we have are also different. I have 1067 kinds of poison, so I can have 1067 caddies, right? Xuanhuan looked at Han Fei speechlessly. Is he crazy? When did Han Fei become addicted to poisons? But now, it was inconvenient for her to ask, so Xuanhuan could only watch. Han Fei said with a smile, good. The poisons of the 10,000 poison sky are praised all over the raging sea. I can use them to poison my enemies. However, you have to tell me what different poisons are used for. In this way, I can know how to use them. This time, Bai Jingju and Dongfang Ming both smiled confidently. Of course, poison is meant to be used. Fellow Taoist, please observe. With a thought, thousands of medicine bottles, boxes, jars, and bags appeared in midair. Then, Bai Jingju handed Han Fei a jade slip, saying, fellow Taoist, take a look. Han Fei took it and glanced at it only to see a lot of messy poison records. For example, the 100-soul wither, a great poison of the body, could corrode the body and contaminate the soul. In the end, it would cause the soul to disappear, and the victim would even be impossible to reincarnate. For example, blood thorns, a blood-dissolving poison. After being infected, all the blood in the body would gradually stop flowing, producing blood thorns that could crush the meridians in the body. There were thousands of different kinds of poisons. Seeing this, Han Fei felt refreshed. This time, he had made a fortune. In the future, he would definitely go to the million poison world. With the 10,000-mile fragrance alone, he could buy an astronomical figure number of poisons. Han Fei said casually, okay, a total of 2,710 caddies. Han Fei raised his hand and a large amount of gray liquid floated in the air. Xuanhuan saw it and hurriedly jumped away. Only Bai Jingju and Dongfang Ming gazed at it as if they had seen their lover. Han Fei said leisurely, well, where are the keys to the Monarch Palace? Chapter 1799, The Black and White Ghosts Leave. Obviously, Bai Jingju and Dongfang Ming didn't care much about the keys. They were more interested in refining poison. In the end, they gave a total of 9 keys to Han Fei. Han Fei didn't look for trouble, such as asking to see their sun moon shells or what. In Han Fei's opinion, the people of the million poison world could be his friends. At least, they were of great value to him. When his resistance to poison reached an extremely high level, he could study how to increase the resistance of his soul to poison to the highest. No matter what, with the vast ocean navigator, he had plenty of ways to find the 10,000 poison lotus seed and the 9 poison treasure silkworm the patriarch Million Poison mentioned. At that time, once he obtained such treasures, the million poison world would be his resource warehouse and he could easily get poison from them. Han Fei said, okay, you probably don't have any resources left. Let's part ways here. If there's a chance in the future, we might have a chance to cooperate. Bai Jingju's eyes immediately lit up. He shook his sun moon shell and took out a token engraved with a spider mark. Fellow Taoist, if you come to the million poison world in the future, as long as you come to the great desolate swamp in the Spider King city, you can find us with this token. Han Fei thought to himself, are these two so innocent? I'm just being polite to you, but you're giving me a token? Even if you dare to give the token to me, I dare not to go there. From the name, Spider King City, Great Desolate Swamp, it was obviously not a good place. Han Fei accepted the spider token politely and thought to himself, regardless of whether it's useful or not, it doesn't take up much space, but if I go to the million poison world in the future, I'll probably buy poison from others. After Bai Jingju and Dongfang Ming left, Xuanhuan couldn't help but tilt her head. She looked at Han Fei strangely and asked, who did you buy so much poison for? Han Fei curled his lips. Can't I eat them myself? Xuanhuan was lost for words. How can you eat thousands of poisons? Do you think you're a poison man? Han Fei didn't tell Xuanhuan about the heaven spirit detoxifying insect, mainly because he had forgotten about it. Han Fei smiled. Well, let me tell you what happened. A moment later, when Han Fei explained it to Xuanhuan, she exclaimed, is the poison awful to taste? Han Fei shrugged. I don't think it tastes bad, but it definitely looks bad. Xuanhuan, crack. At this moment, the surging spiritual energy on the hexagon starfish finally stopped. It seemed that he had successfully broken through. From then on, an advanced venerable starfish was born. Han Fei believed that as long as this guy was willing, he could quickly increase his strength to the peak of an advanced venerable. He had to supervise him more in the future, or the starfish would be wasted. At this moment, the last danger zone had been explored. Xuanhuan asked, "What happened to you behind the bronze door? Why did you make a breakthrough?" Han Fei thought to himself, I really can't explain the Void Temple clearly. Was he going to tell Xuanhuan that he had somehow become the youngest disciple of the Void Temple after going in? Then, he was inexplicably given a wine gourd by an unknown senior brother? In fact, he didn't even know how he broke through, and how did his spiritual energy disassembling degree reach 100%? He still didn't know. Anyway, I just needed to open my eyes and everything had been done. God knows what happened? Han Fei thought for a moment and explained, after I went in, I felt that someone was chanting scriptures beside my ear. When I woke up, my strength had already broken through. Then, darkness appeared in front of me. Then, I came out of the door. Han Fei thought that it was better to talk about the 100% disassembling degree of spiritual energy later. He hadn't figured it out yet, so he could explain it to Xuanhuan later. Xuanhuan's eyes widened. That's it? Han Fei scratched his head. I also had a dream that there was a skeleton bigger than a mountain and a strange fish swimming in the waterfall. Oh, right, I also picked up a wine bottle. Then, Han Fei took out the green wine gourd. Han Fei thought to himself, I'll probably use this gourd in the future. After all, it's a high-quality godly weapon. Xuanhuan took the green wine gourd curiously and tried to open the cork to smell it, but her face turned green the next moment. Even though she used all her strength, the wine stopper did not move at all. Xuanhuan was shocked. This is a treasure. I know why there's alcohol in front of the bronze door. It's probably from this gourd. Since you picked it up, try pulling it out. Han Fei thought to himself, I haven't pulled it out yet, but I can try. However, when Han Fei tried to pull out the cork himself, his face changed. Fuck, give me some face, okay? Senior brother has already given you to me, okay? Han Fei discovered that in his current state, he couldn't even move the cork of the bottle. However, Han Fei thought that he should be able to pull it open when he used his great Tao. At that time, it would be equivalent to the power of a king. Otherwise, if he couldn't even pull out the cork, would his senior brother give him this? Han Fei said, let's try again when we have enough time after we get out. Now that basically all the secret realms have been explored, I think most people should want to leave the land of King Death. Let's hurry up and see if we can catch those people from Supreme Clearness and Infinity. Xuanhuan looked up at the sky and thought to herself, I won't expose you for fear that your pride as a man won't be able to take it. However, Xuanhuan was also amazed. The real treasure was the gourd, but since Han Fei got it, it was equivalent to her getting it. Immediately, Xuanhuan was overjoyed and felt that the air was fragrant. Han Fei was puzzled. What are you laughing at? Xuanhuan asked. Am I not allowed to laugh? Han Fei shook his head and waited for the hexagon starfish to stabilize his cultivation. After waiting for half an hour, the hexagon starfish slowly opened his 6 big eyes and said, Starfish made a breakthrough? Sure enough, Starfish is a genius. I made a breakthrough so easily. However, Han Fei said, stop bragging. You're just an advanced venerable. Let's go. Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator and asked it to point at the location of Beitong Xuan. However, the vast ocean navigator did not move. Then, Han Fei asked it to point to Xiahai. This guy was not a good guy. It wouldn't be too much to kill him. However, the vast ocean navigator still did not move. His Xiaoxiaochan couldn't help asking, what's wrong? Han Fei frowned. There are still 3 days left. Have all these people gone out? Han Fei immediately said, not good. Girl, you and the big starfish enter the sea quelling painting first. We won't look for anything in case the people from the glazed glass world leave. I have to arrange the follow-up trip quickly. Han Fei let them enter the sea quelling painting, which meant that Han Fei was ready to go out. However, Han Fei couldn't go out with others. He also had the identity of Shuizhan, which was a great camouflage. At this moment, Xuanhuan immediately said, then don't look for trouble, let's get down to business. Let's go to the glazed glass world first. Han Fei immediately nodded, and then the phantom of mountains and rivers appeared. In the end, Han Fei said, Master Hexagon, remember, don't use the power of the great Tao. The hexagon starfish rolled its big eyes. Got it. When Xuanhuan and the big starfish entered the sea quelling painting, the vast ocean navigator began to rotate, aiming at ice snow chuling. At least, these people from the snow god's temple would not leave. Han Fei had already told Ice Snow Chuling about this. Besides, he still had a clone there. If his main body didn't go, how could his clone leave? In fact, Ice Snow Chuling and the others didn't go very far, only about 2 million kilometers away. With Han Fei's speed, he found them in half an hour. At this moment, Ice Snow Chuling was standing on the deck of the big ship, apparently waiting for Han Fei. Swishta. As soon as she realized that someone was here, she saw Han Fei standing beside her. Han Fei took Shuizhan's mask and covered his face. Then, his body quickly changed shape. In less than half a second, Han Fei turned back into Shuizhan. xuanhuan heaved a sigh of relief. You're back? Han Fei nodded slightly. Where did the others go? Most of them are heading for the exit. There's only one exit in the land of King Death. Every time there's a trial in the land of King Death, except for when people die during the exploration, the rest of the time is when people fight each other. And one of the main places of fighting is the exit. Han Fei said, then let's go there. Anyway, there's nothing to explore in the land of King Death. Let's go to the exit first. It won't be worth it if the peak-level venerables of the Snow God's temple are hunted. Han Fei had another idea. He had to make his presence known quickly. By then, the black and white ghosts wouldn't be able to go out. xuanhuan immediately nodded. Okay, Han Fei said again. I'm going to the cabin to take a rest. I'll be out in 4 hours at most. Han Fei reminded her not to travel too fast. xuanhuan had a guess in her heart. Han Fei must have kidnapped and hidden the princess of the Merman royal family in the sea-quelling painting. At this moment, he was probably in seclusion because of this. As soon as he entered the cabin, Han Fei set up a seal. Next door was where the other two half-kings were resting. It was better not to let them interfere. Swish to Han Fei entered Forge the Universe. 4 hours was about 5 days in Forge the Universe. Han Fei still had too many questions, so he needed a short time to think. However, before that, he needed to deduce a technique, which was the Divine Deceit Technique. Chapter 1800, Truth of the Great Tao. This divine deceit technique was the great technique with which Han Fei disguised as xuanhuan. It was a venerable level divine quality technique. Because of this technique, even a king couldn't see through him. However, he had to deduce this technique now. When they came in, no one knew that a person like Han Fei would appear and kill the heavenly talents of the Supreme Clearness World and the Infinity World. No one expected that someone could rob the venerables of almost all the forces alone. However, it was different outside. The power he had displayed in the land of King Death was too strong. It was so strong that he could not even be killed by a king-level strike. It was so strong that he could even resist a powerful blow of the Master of the Infinity World. This matter could not be hidden. Therefore, if the kings didn't see him come out, they would definitely be suspicious. At that time, could the divine deceit technique be seen through? He really didn't know. The moment Han Fei appeared in Forge the Universe, with a crack, Gi Sanqing's body suddenly moved. Huff, the old turtle suddenly asked. Han Fei, where are we? Han Fei, Han Fei looked at the old turtle speechlessly. Old Yuan, are you okay? We've been out of the bronze door for a long time. Huh? The old turtle was shocked. Have we been in? Han Fei said casually. Forget it. I was going to ask you what happened, but you were even more confused than me. Then, Han Fei told the old turtle what he had just told Xiaoxian. However, of course, it was not a problem to expose a few more keywords. Han Fei said, apart from these, I vaguely remember hearing about the Void Temple. Hiss, what temple? The old turtle jumped up in shock and looked at Han Fei in shock. Han Fei was also dumbfounded. You weren't so surprised when I mentioned the Temporal Temple and the Immortal Temple. Why were you so excited when I mentioned the Void Temple? The old turtle asked, are you sure it's the Void Temple? Han Fei rolled his eyes. I'm not sure. I just remember these words, the old turtle murmured. It must be the Void Temple. This name was a terrifying existence in the Age of Gods. To be precise, it was an ancient existence that might have existed since ancient times. Han Fei said in confusion, well, wait a minute. Tell me everything you know. The old turtle said, I don't know much either. I only know that the Void Temple is one of the 3 temples. However, it's obviously different from the other 2 temples. As you know, the Immortal Temple covers almost the entire sea. Where there are undead creatures, there may be shadows of the Immortal Temple, or at least the faith of the Immortal Temple. As the name suggests, the Temporal Temple is related to time, and time is related to the River of Time. It's said that the mighty figures in the Temporal Temple are all people who can cross time. I was lucky enough to see them a few times. I don't want to be enemies with these people, and it's best not to fight them even if you can beat them. As for the Void Temple, Han Fei raised his eyebrows. What's wrong with the Void Temple? Is it related to space? Heh, the old turtle sneered. It has nothing to do with space. The Void Temple is said to be the most mysterious existence among the 3 temples. No one knows where they are, which people are from the Void Temple, what their identities are, or where they come from. In short, everyone in the Void Temple is extremely mysterious. Once, in the Age of Gods, a powerhouse of the Void Temple was exposed. Do you know how strong he is? Listening to the old turtle bragging, Han Fei was like a kid listening to stories. How strong is he? The old turtle said. It's not an exaggeration to say that he has suppressed this place for 10,000 years alone. He's invincible under the gods. His, gulper Han Fei couldn't help but swallow. This was a bit exaggerated. That was not the Age of Doom, but the Age of Gods. In the Age of Gods, he had suppressed all the heroes for 10,000 years? How strong could he be? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, what happened next? How was he exposed? The old turtle, how did he get exposed? It seems that the man provoked a god and killed a son of a god or a pair of his sons. Then the god was angry and chased the man for a long time. However, the man ran away very fast. Later, it was said that the god found a group of gods to help him and blocked that guy. In the end, a supermaster of the Void Temple came and killed the god who chased that guy on the spot. Han Fei said in shock, fuck, it's so sensational. Even a god was killed by them? The old turtle said, I guess there should be strong and weak gods. Besides, all the gods died in the Battle of Gods, but no one knows what exactly happened. However, this proves that gods can die. Gulp, Han Fei couldn't help but swallow. So, he accidentally joined this super force? The old turtle said leisurely. It said that the Void Temple believes in nothingness. It said that the people of the Void Temple don't even know each other. It's quite strange. The old turtle didn't understand, but Han Fei felt that he did. He entered the Void Temple through the bronze door. After entering, he could see nothing but shadows. He could only tell some obvious creatures, such as an insect, a fish, a dragon, a bird, a skeleton, and so on. And what about that eldest senior brother? When he looked up, his head was about to explode and blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices. He was considered a member of the Void Temple, but he had never seen anyone of it. Wasn't this mysterious? Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. The insect said that he would have a way to enter the Void Temple in the future. God knew how he could do it. He had nothing but this gourd now. Coincidentally, the old turtle also looked straight at Han Fei and asked, Is this the gourd you mentioned? The old turtle pointed at the green wine gourd next to Han Fei and his eyes widened curiously. Han Fei chuckled. What do you think? But Han Fei immediately said, Now is not the time to open it. I still have a lot of things to do. If I drink too much and sleep for a few years, everything will be over. Han Fei thought to himself, it's possible to happen. A random wine gourd given to him is a high-quality godly weapon. What level would the wine inside be? Han Fei sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and ignored the old turtle. Deduce. He had to finish his business first. As for what else he wanted to study, he would study it after he was done. A moment later, information popped up in Han Fei's mind. Heaven-deceiving technique. See establishment realm. High-quality introduction. On the basis of the divine deceit technique, imitate someone's soul and aura in appearance, voice, smell, luck, suppressing pressure, and great Tao. The heaven-deceiving technique can confuse the other party's mind. Even if you lie, the other party can't tell. Deduced art. Unknown deduction cost. 500 wisps of chaotic chi note. It has reached the limit of the demon purification pot's current deduction. If it is deduced again, it will involve the mysteries of the world and damage the demon purification pot. After reading the information about this technique, Han Fei thought to himself, this time there should be no problem. After all, it was a sea establishment realm technique, and it also added luck, suppressing pressure, and great Tao. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He had to set a great Tao for xuanhuan. This great Tao could not be too weak. Previously, at the Heavenly Imperial Ancient Tree, he had displayed powerful strength. Then, the great Tao of strength. Anyway, he couldn't expose the art of invincibility. Otherwise, he would definitely be suspected. After spending 2 days studying the heaven-deceiving technique and making sure that he could master it, Han Fei finally began to consider spiritual energy disassembling. Han Fei raised his hand and spiritual energy appeared on his fingertips without even thinking. Hiss, CERN. Seeing this, the old turtle was stunned. Wait, you created spiritual energy? Han Fei was also a little stunned. Didn't I make it before? The old turtle said. No. Before, yours was deduced from the Tao runes and had a series of processes. But now, what is this? You created spiritual energy with a mere raise of your hand. Han Fei rubbed his chin. What you said makes sense. Why can I create spiritual energy with a raise of my hand? But what's the benefit of creating spiritual energy for my battles? Han Fei seemed to have made a judgment. With the Heaven Enlightenment Great Tao as Tao runes, he raised his hand and a holy light appeared. In this holy light, there were more than 1,000 points of spiritual energy. At this point, Han Fei discovered a problem. Just now, when he used the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique, he found a problem with the Great Tao. Han Fei asked, Old Yuan, are the Great Tao everywhere? The old turtle nodded. Yes, Han Fei asked. The Great Tao isn't a specific power, right? The old turtle asked. No, I think it is. Otherwise, why would the power of the Great Tao appear? Han Fei closed his eyes and murmured in his heart, if we are all deceived, the power of the Great Tao doesn't exist in this world at all. What exists is only my belief in this Great Tao. Then, can the power of the Great Tao be born from my belief? The stronger the belief, the stronger the Great Tao. If so then, Han Fei finally knew why there was a Tao heart. The stronger the Tao heart, the stronger the Great Tao, because the Great Tao was in the heart and the heart produced the Great Tao. Han Fei's heart was pounding. Therefore, everyone sat quietly in front of the bronze door, saying that they were absorbing the power of the Great Tao. In fact, everyone was listening to the eldest senior brother's lecture. The content of the lecture revealed a trace through the bronze door and touched everyone's Great Tao, making everyone's hearts produce the so-called power of the Great Tao. Yes, that's it, yes.